Vutsila Kota, Melvis Preston. We'll see you in the morning, same time, same place. Ciao for now. Arrivederci.
In our top stories, police continue hunt for suspects in Cleveland mass shooting, and Nigeria repatriates citizens from South Africa. Good morning. Police say they are following strong leads in their search for more than 10 suspects in the killing of 12 people at Jumpers Informal Settlement in Cleveland in Johannesburg. 10 other people were wounded in the incident, which happened on Tuesday night. The acting National Police Commissioner, Puleng Dimpane, says more specialized police teams have been deployed to help investigate the incident. Residents suspect that the shooting is linked to a turf war between groups of illegal miners living in the area. Police spokesperson Nonkululeko Pukane.
General Dimpane has directed the deployment of additional national specialized capabilities to augment the provincial teams. These will include members from forensic services, technical response teams, and other specialized investigative resources to accelerate efforts aimed at identifying, tracing, and apprehending those responsible. The task team will include provincial and national experts that will work around the clock to pursue all investigative and intelligence lead, including the tracing of a Toyota Quantum that was allegedly linked to this specific incident.
Nigeria has become the latest country to repatriate its citizens from South Africa. The departure of nearly 270 Nigerians from the Owar Tambo International Airport last night follows protests across the country against undocumented migrants. The BBC's Mayeni Jones reports from Johannesburg.
Nigeria is one of several African countries that's offered to repatriate its citizens. Others include Ghana, Malawi, and Mozambique. South Africa's President Cyril Ramaphosa addressed the nation over the weekend. He says that they're implementing new measures to tackle illegal migration, including setting up special courts to make sure people can be deported rapidly and prosecuting employers who are found to be recruiting undocumented migrants. But he also cautioned South African citizens against taking justice into their own hands.
The South African Human Rights Commission has released a damning report on the long-standing water and sanitation crisis in the Makanda-based Makana municipality in the Eastern Cape. The report revealed some communities are still using the bucket system 32 years into democracy. The Commission says this is a gross human right violation. Commissioner Dr. Henk Boshoff says they've recommended the municipal council be dissolved.
The evidence before the Commission demonstrates that residents within certain areas such as N Street, Upper Nandi, Sun City and Ronaskraal continue to rely on the bucket system more than 2 decades after the introduction of the national bucket eradication measures, which reflects a prolonged failure to provide adequate and dignified sanitation services to affected communities, thereby violating residents' rights to human dignity.
Meanwhile, the municipal mayor Yandi Swavaga maintains they've made strides in improving the delivery of basic services such as water and sanitation.
We have about 116, plus minus 116 households that are still using a bucket system. And that eradication of bucket system has been part of the upgrading of informal settlements through Human Settlements Program. So that's also, it's not our core mandate as a municipality. It's true in the Department of Human Settlements. However, there is a program that is earmarked to address the bucket system eradication.
And finally, International Relations Minister Ronald Lamola and his Mexican counterpart Roberto Velasco Alvarez have held talks in Mexico City. The talks aim to strengthen bilateral ties between South Africa and Mexico. The meeting comes ahead of the Bi-National Commission between South Africa and Mexico and a historic sporting encounter. Today, South Africa and Mexico will meet again on football's biggest stage, 16 years after South Africa welcomed Mexico to the opening match of the 2010 FIFA World Cup. Here's Minister Lamola.
It was a very productive meeting between two very friendly and cordial countries with an aim to strengthen our bilateral relations, particularly on trade and diversification, with a clear program in responding to some of our agricultural products. But we also had an opportunity to recall the 2010 FIFA World Cup in South Africa, the first on the African continent, and this now happening 16 years later, and also being the official opening match of the two countries, and we wish them well for hosting a successful World Cup.
Recapping the top story, police say they are following strong leads in their search for more than 10 suspects in the killing of 12 people at Jumpers Informal Settlement in Cleveland in Johannesburg. For SAfm News, I am Anne Musa.
SAfm, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Very good morning. We start in Mpumalanga with a warning of very heavy mist, not only along the N12 between Okkies and Emelafleni, where it gets very, very dangerous in this sort of mist, but it is widespread from Emelafleni down through to Leandra, down through to Kinross and Secunda, down through Devon, through the Kendall area. It really is thick, and it's across multiple routes this morning, so please, if you're Mpumalanga side, do drive with care and caution. We've got reports of a crash coming in on Joburg's N3. It is northbound before Van Buren. So coming up from Germiston on your way to Galulis, factor in some queue time to get through there. Durban N3 southbound. This is a breakdown after Hammersdale, so it's between Hammersdale and Cliffdale. The left lane is currently blocked off there. And a crash, or beg your pardon, it's a stationary vehicle N2 south going in towards the Higginson Highway. So it's around Cement Factory. Watch for that one. And Cape Town, the top story, the closure of the N1 outbound ramp to the M5 south at Kuberg. Get a change. A truck lying on its side. You'll have to come off the N1, go up onto the Kuberg Road into Brooklyn, and then go south from Kuberg Road through the interchange and onto that M5 southbound carriageway. That will get disruptive this morning. Also very misty around Cape Town. With your traffic updates, I'm Rob Byrne.
The National Briefing on SAfm. Clarity, context, and conversation. This is where the day begins with Kathy Muhlahlana on the National Briefing.
After 6 o'clock, welcome to the show. It's Thursday, the 11th of June. What a pleasure to be in your company this morning. My name is Kathy Muhlahlana, and I'll be with you until 9 o'clock as we bring you clarity, context, and a conversation. The question is this morning, can you feel the gees? Can you feel it? As it were, it's a big day for South Africa, and that's really part of what you can expect on the show as the morning unfolds. Before I get into it, let's take you a little bit down memory lane.
Fire, give me reason, take me higher. See the champions, take the field down. Unify us, make us feel proud. In the streets, our heads are lifting as we lose our inhibition. Celebration, it surrounds us. Every nation, all around us, singing forever.
Bafana. Tonight, 9 o'clock. Bafana walk onto one of football's most sacred stages. This time it is going to be in Mexico City, Estadio Azteca. 80,000 people, a global television audience of hundreds of millions. And, you know, one couldn't time it better for South Africa. It's 16 years ago to the day that it was South Africa against Mexico in the opening match of the 2010 FIFA World Cup. And, of course, tonight that story is going to be retold. The question is, what is going to be the outcome? Is South Africa still going to be on top? So that's going to be one of the big stories that we're tracking for you this morning as we count down to that kickoff. I'd love to hear from you, and I think let's all go out, support Bafana today. The fan parks that are going to be open will certainly be bringing you more coverage of this particular story as the morning unfolds. Also coming up on the show this morning, the Rise Mzansi leader, Songezo Zibi, will be joining me. This is after the Electoral Commission raised concerns over a 30 million rand loan that was later written off and declared as a donation for the party. He'll explain what exactly was behind that transaction. And then later on in the show for Municipal Watch, municipalities now owe Eskom more than 110 billion rand. I want you to let that sink in. 110 billion rand. And so we're going to then look at what that means for the sustainability of Eskom, but also how municipalities are then going to have to deal with this incredible debt. As always, we'd love to hear from you. The numbers to dial this morning to reach our studio line 086 000 2032. That's 086 000 2032. On the WhatsApp voice note line 0614 104 107. That's where you can send your WhatsApp voice notes and text messages 0614 104 107. Whether you woke up on the right side of the bed or the left side of the bed, can we agree, South Africa, that today is going to be a good day? On that note, let's take a quick break and then I'm back with the rest of the show.
South Africa, get ready for the ultimate human race, the Comrades Marathon. Catch all the action live on Sunday, 14 June from 4:30 a.m. live on SABC2 and SABC radio stations as thousands of runners take on the ultimate human race. For this year's uprun from the start in Durban all the way to the finish line in Pietermaritzburg. From elite athletes chasing victory to inspiring everyday heroes, SABC Sport brings you every emotional moment, live interviews, expert commentary, and unmatched race day atmosphere. Don't miss the Comrades Marathon on Sunday, 14 June, live from 4:30 a.m. on SABC2 and SABC radio stations. Proudly brought to you by SABC Sport. For the love of the game.
All right, it's 14 after 6 o'clock. Let's get then into the front pages. Soweto, the Sowetan this morning. Haba Shwe is the front page of the Sowetan, and it's got pictures of the national team and the coach on the front page ahead of that World Cup kickoff in Mexico City later on today. The front page of the Citizen, old mines quake threat. It says abandoned mines full with water and zamazamas carve away at millions of tons of rocks underground. The unstable land around mining towns is a looming crisis, is the warning from experts. That's as tremors and strong earthquakes are threatening the property and lives of residents. So that's the story that the Citizen is running with. But on its front pages, you'll see the mascot, Ajolo Gol. It's the mascot created for the FIFA World Cup, and it's a picture taken in the heart of Mexico City yesterday ahead of the Bafana Bafana kickoff, or the World Cup kickoff, I must add, for the game tonight. On the front page of the Business Day, a police graft casts a poll over grey list review. Claims of top brass links to organized crime risk undermining SA's hard-won status. And this is how the impact of the allegations at the Madlanga Commission of Inquiry have infiltrated, and the claims rather, that organized crime has been infiltrated to the highest level may risk undermining the country's status, particularly with the Financial Action Task Force. You'd remember it was part of the reasons why we were grey listed, right? And so the Madlanga Commission, inundated with all of these revelations of corruption and fraud, and addressing a meeting then of Parliament's Finance Committee to consider legislative amendments to comply with the FATF requirements. Ismail Momoniat, who heads South Africa's delegation to the FATF, said law enforcement is the biggest challenge facing the country in terms of avoiding another grey listing. So we are the ones that really have to get our house in order. Also on the front page of the Business Day, pictures of Cleveland yesterday, the Jumpers Informal Settlement in Cleveland, as the bodies of 12 people who were killed are removed from that scene. That particular incident being described as shocking and heartless, and I think still concerningly, the motive for that particular shooting is still not yet known. And then on the front page of the Star this morning, they're running with that killing in Cleveland. Gauteng faces growing lawlessness as 12 killed in the latest attack. And there's a concern there that Gauteng is slipping deeper into lawlessness linked to organized crime. And it also then goes ahead to talk about the police investigation that is now being run into it. There are, however, concerns that this is linked to illegal mining networks, which have been associated with violent turf conflicts in parts of Johannesburg. But only a further investigation will unveil fully what has transpired there. So that's what you can expect to find on the front pages of the country's newspapers.
Kathy Mutlatlana is streaming live now on Facebook, YouTube, and X at SAFM Radio.
All right, so taking a look then at your weather for today, we'll start off with this warning. A yellow level 1 warning, damaging wind resulting in localized damage to informal and formal settlements, falling trees, as well as power and communication interruptions is expected in places over the northeastern parts of the Eastern Cape. Advisories, very cold, wet and windy conditions are expected over the southern parts of the Namakwa district in the Northern Cape, as well as the Witzenberg municipality in the Western Cape on Friday. This is Friday, the 12th. So that's going to be tomorrow. Then your weather in Pretoria, the weather's fine, a low of 9, a high of 20. The expected UVB sunburn index is moderate. Johannesburg fine, a low of 4, high of 19. Vereniging fine, 6 and 19. Mbombela, morning fog patches, otherwise partly cloudy, 14 and 22. Polokwane, morning fog patches, otherwise partly cloudy, 5 and 21. Mahikeng, fine, 4 and 22. Vryburg, fine, 2 and 22. Bloemfontein, fine, 1 and 20. Kimberley, fine, 3 and 23. Uppington, partly cloudy, 8 and 24. Cape Town, early morning fog patches, otherwise mostly cloudy with light rain from evening. Wind moderate to fresh northerly to northwesterly, 11 and 17. The expected UVB sunburn index is moderate. In George, fine but partly cloudy during the day. Wind light and variable, 13 and 20. Gqeberha, fine. Wind light northwesterly becoming light to moderate southwesterly in the afternoon, 10 and 25. In East London, fine. Wind light to moderate northeasterly, 14 and 27. In Durban, fine. Wind light northerly to northwesterly until late morning and in the evening. Otherwise, light to moderate northeasterly, 15 and 26. The expected UVB sunburn index is low. Richards Bay, fine. Wind light to moderate northerly to northeasterly, reaching fresh in the afternoon, 15 and 29. In Pietermaritzburg, fine. A low of 8 and a high of 26.
Catch Top Billing this Youth Day Tuesday evening at 7 as vlogger Snigiwe Sneem Mhlongo finds her mom the best travel companion. Designer Tina Ngokolo marries Xhosa tradition with modern styling. And Geordie and Debbie Osler plant a forest, then build themselves a treehouse of a home. That's Top Billing this Tuesday at 7. Repeat Sunday at 1 on S3 and Tuesday at 9:30 p.m. on SABC1.
Do you ever call you like to sell? But don't trust your uncle or your pal. Then we buy cars, it's just for you. Buying cars is what we do. We offer service with a smile. We always go the extra mile. Use a place that you trust and sell your car to us.
We Buy Cars, the easiest way to sell your car by far.
The Global Briefing on SAFM.
Getting into our global briefing then this morning, is 22 after 6 o'clock. Overnight, the United States launched a fresh wave of strikes on multiple targets inside Iran. It's after President Trump and his defense secretary warned Tehran it would, quote, hit hard. Of course, it caps days of tit-for-tat attacks around the Strait of Hormuz, the narrow waterway that carries a fifth of the world's oil, and Tehran says the ceasefire has been violated. Dr. Mikatekiso Kubai is a senior researcher and the South African Research Chair on African Diplomacy and also Foreign Policy at the University of Johannesburg, and joins us this morning. Dr. Kubai, good morning to you. Firstly, I mean, let's just start with this situation unfolding in the Middle East. So Iran saying that the ceasefire has been violated. The U.S. has also long cried foul, saying the same thing. Does this now mean that the ceasefire is effectively over?
Well, yes and no, my sister. Firstly, also good morning to you, good morning to listeners, and thank you for inviting me to have this important conversation. Yes and no. Remember that the United States and Israel, put this, matter, to the world when they unilaterally attacked Iran. Right? Iran did not attack, Israel did not attack the United States. They attacked Iran, first, unprovoked, mind you. Now, when they come to negotiate, a peace, a ceasefire, a deal, and so on, there's a tension there because each party obviously wants to negotiate on its own terms, and so on. Now, whether or not the United States and Israel are satisfied that the initial original objectives, are met or not, it is really up to them. I mean, nobody prevented them from attacking Iran in the first place. The trust between the parties, the parties in conflict, is very, very low. You will also recall last year, my sister, when, for instance, during negotiations, while negotiating, Israel bombed Iran in June, right? Last year. So, there isn't a lot of trust, there among, the conflict, the parties in conflict, to give much confidence, really to the global public that, because there are some experts, that argue that, that show doubt, cast doubt, on whether or not any ceasefire, any agreement, can actually even hold, right? So even if they were to announce a permanent deal, tomorrow, there are many that doubt, if, that would ever hold, because the interests that drove, Israel and the United States to attack Iran in the first place, remain there, right? The forces that pull them to act in this particular matter are still there.
Let's move on then to Europe, where 5 of the EU's most influential countries, they want new members to join with restricted voting rights, in particular on foreign policy, security and budget. Firstly, let's take a look at this in general. What would you say is behind this? And is there some form of a creation of a two-tier Europe that we're looking at?
I wouldn't go as far as that just yet. And the reason being, you will recall not too long ago, there were a few challenges, when the EU Council, wanted to take decisions on foreign policy matters, such as, giving Ukraine, by a 90 billion, by euro loan, and so on. And you had the likes of Hungary, then within the Prime Minister Viktor Orban, vetoing, by these processes. So it frustrates, by European foreign policy, or at least EU foreign policy, in that regard. So they're looking at, some of their own internal, mechanisms, to see, how to in future be able to conduct their business, whether be it foreign policy or other policy, that, they're able to act, even if, there is maybe one or maybe two countries that, present a dissenting voice, and that sort of thing. So it's an internal challenge, that they actually have. But, there are stories about, by the possibility of the UK, for instance, rejoining the EU. I wonder if, they would be able to implement such, when it comes to, countries such as the UK, for instance, if it were to rejoin, the EU, and so on. Smaller countries, in Europe joining, it's much easier to impose that kind of power over them. But it's an internal, mechanism trying to fix, the Achilles heel, if you like.
Dr. Mikatekiso Kubai, we're going to have to leave it there. That's all we have a time for on the Global Brief this morning. And of course, you can catch the Global Brief again tomorrow at around 6:20. Okay, so I'm going to bring in some of your WhatsApp voice notes today. A big day for South Africa, the kick-off for Bafana Bafana. Some of you have already started sending your messages of support for the national team. I will take a couple of those that will lead us into the 6:30 news headlines.
Let's have the conversation. WhatsApp voice notes on 0614 104 107.
Good morning, Abusheni, Madam Kathy. I would like to wish Bafana Bafana all the best for tonight and say, go Bafana Bafana, go. Sing the song with the Bible verse, Philippians 4 verse 13. Go Bafana Bafana, go. Make us proud. We are winning tonight. Reverend Adam Manganyi in Musena. Amen. Amen.
Arriba, 1-0 Bafana, 1-0, arriba. Manolito, Cape Town.
Sawubona Mamasita. A win for Bafana Bafana. Believe in their squad. Let's support them. We deserve to be there. Our boys will deliver. That's for sure. Mapatsin run back.
Good morning, I'm Anne Musa. In the headlines, the case of the 7 accused in the killing of rapper Keenan, aka Forbes, and his friend Tibelo Tibbs Mutswane will resume in the High Court in Durban today. It will be the first time that all 7 accused will appear together since the extradition of brothers Siyabonga and Malusi Ndimande from Eswatini. Police say they are following strong leads in their search for more than 10 suspects in the killing of 12 people at Jumpers Informal Settlement in Cleveland in Johannesburg. 10 other people were wounded in the incident, which happened on Tuesday night. And the Home Affairs Department says the 270 Nigerians repatriated from South Africa last night were undocumented. Nigeria has become the latest country to repatriate its citizens from the country. I'll have details on these and other stories at 7.
SAFM, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Good morning, Joburg. Traffic under a bit of pressure on that N3 north today. Not only the long-term roadworks at Heldenace, but also an earlier crash there between Heldenace and Van Buren still being dealt with. It's a jam that's already back to Elands interchange. Mike 1, Boyson through to Empire Road is heavy through Crown in the N17. Brackban through Boxburg, queuing into a single-lane roadwork section there. Durban crash and a breakdown near the cement factory, north and southbound being impacted. Crash northbound, crash southbound, and a breakdown as well. So if you're moving up from the Higginson Highway or down from the M7 Bluff exit around that cement factory area, there is some queuing pressure both directions on that stretch of the N2 highway. Pietermaritzburg Ashburton looks okay if you're doing that run through this morning. There is a big Samu march and protest today for Pietermaritzburg, gathering up in the sort of city centre around 10 a.m. this morning. It's likely to be a day of disruption at Pietermaritzburg, so just a heads up about that. Cape Town, the N1 outbound ramp to the M5 south at Kubo interchange remains closed. That's due to a truck crash. You can't come out of Cape Town City and turn south onto the M5 to Muizenberg. You'll have to come off, go up to Section Street, across to Kuberg Road, and then south from Brooklyn through the interchange onto the M5 that way. With your traffic updates, I'm Rob Byrne.
This is SAFM Sport with Zai Khan.
All right, it's 6:32. Zai Khan, this is the moment that we have been waiting for. Coach Bruce tells Bafana Bafana to silence the 85,000 Mexican fans that are going to be cheering for their team. Now we're going to know what it's like to be on the other side.
You know, 85,000 Mexicans, well, they'll be singing tonight. But you know what, Kathy? Over 63 million of us South Africans will be shouting. I think we'll be shouting right back in our homes. Wherever we're going to be watching it, there's going to be a lot of noise. And we need to get behind our boys and make some noise. That's exactly what we plan to do. And it is excitement galore. The wait finally over. Bafana returning to the World Cup stage tonight when they take on the co-host Mexico. Opening match of this 2026 tournament at the iconic Estadio Azteca. Head coach Bruce urging his players to block out the expected crowd. The Belgian mentor believes Mexico are favourites to top Group A, but insists his side is ready to fight for every ball as South Africa chase a positive start to their first World Cup campaign. And that's since 2010. Kickoff is at 9 p.m. You can catch it live on SABC Sport, TV, as well as radio. In the meantime, the Mexican president, Claudia Sheinbaum, insists that everything is under control ahead of tonight's World Cup opening ceremony, despite ongoing teacher protests in Mexico City. Now, demonstrators have disrupted parts of the capital in recent weeks, forcing organizers to prepare alternative fan viewing areas should access to the city's central square be restricted. So, nevertheless, the opening match between Mexico and South Africa is expected to proceed as planned. Let's bring it back home. Cape Town City's hopes of returning to the Betway Premiership suffered a major blow after a 1-1 draw with Magesi in their promotion-relegation playoff clash. All happened at Athlone Stadium. The result leaves City rooted at the bottom of the mini-league, while Magesi remain firmly in the hunt for Premiership survival ahead of Saturday's decisive encounter, and that's against Milford FC. On to tennis action. Karolina Pliskova advanced to the quarterfinals at Queen's Club after Victoria Mboko was forced to retire injured during their second round clash. Meanwhile, the American Amanda Anisimova booked her place in the last 8 with a 6-3, 6-3 victory over Germany's Laura Siegemund. And that's your sport. We'll serve it up some more here on the National Briefing. I'm Sai Khan.
The Market Brief with Ndauleng Lechela on SAFM.
Ndauleng, a very good morning to you. Oh, there we go. Where's Ndauleng? There we go. Morning, Ndauleng. Happy Bafana Day.
Morning.
All right, so we're going to start off with U.S. inflation. That's accelerating to a 3-year high.
That's right, Kathy. Inflation in Washington accelerated to 4.2% last month, climbing above the 4% mark for the first time since 2023. The increase was largely a fuel story, with higher energy prices doing most of the heavy lifting as oil markets remain sensitive to tensions in the Middle East. Now, beyond headline inflation, underlying consumer price pressures appeared more contained, with core inflation, which strips out volatile food and energy costs, rising 2.9%. Now, that will provide some comfort to policymakers and investors, as it suggests broader price pressures remain relatively subdued. Now, the focus shifts to the Fed, which is expected to keep interest rates unchanged at next week's policy meeting. Over in company news, European regulators have opened an investigation into the proposed $111 billion merger between Paramount and Warner Brothers Discovery, turning attention to the role of foreign state-backed funding in one of the media industry's biggest deals. Now, the European Commission is reviewing roughly $24 billion provided by sovereign wealth funds from Saudi Arabia, Qatar, and Abu Dhabi under its foreign subsidies rules. While Paramount says the investors will not receive voting rights or board seats, regulators are assessing whether the financing could give the merged company an unfair advantage. The probe matters because it underscores growing scrutiny of foreign government-linked investment in strategic sectors. Any delays or additional conditions could complicate a deal designed to strengthen the company's position in an increasingly competitive global streaming market. Now, checking in on market action, sentiment remains fairly risk-off. Equities are under pressure from a triple hit of renewed tensions in the Middle East, persistent inflation concerns, and a sharp sell-off in tech shares. That combination dragged Wall Street lower overnight, with Asian markets following suit and opening in the red this morning. Back home, the mood was equally subdued. The all-share shed nearly 1.4% in yesterday's trading session, with mining stocks leading the declines as precious metal prices weakened. The softer commodity backdrop is also weighing on the rand this hour. The local unit trading at 16.54 to the dollar, 22.13 to the pound, and 19.10 to the euro. And that's your market brief this hour. I'll be back just after 7:30 with more market moving developments.
The National Briefing on SAFM. Weekday mornings from 6 to 9. Africa in Focus with Advocate Sipho Mantula on SAFM.
It's 6:39. You're listening to the National Briefing. Refreshing morning, Advocate Mantula.
Jumbo Africa Kathy, I would have said Abasha, but I will stick with Kenan Abdi Warsame from Somalia. Kenan means the traveler, you know. So in 2012, he wrote a book, When I Get Older. What is the story behind waving the flag, you know, its history and navigation. So I think that's a good song for us because it was a 2010 actually anthem for the FIFA in South Africa.
You had to get all philosophical on us, didn't you, Advocate?
I had to because
You couldn't help yourself.
I could not. Kenan has done collaboration with German Man. You know, I had to take our listeners back a bit, you know, to say this is a Somalian boy who survived wars in Mogadishu, you know.
Absolutely. All right. So today we're going to start off with Ethiopia news coming out of Addis Ababa with regards to those results.
Prosperity Party of Abiy Ahmed, from the indication from Melato Werke Hailu, who's the chairperson of the National Election Board of Ethiopia, giving preliminary results, it's still silent, Katie, because we're expecting them to come out today, that to say what is the outcome, 11th of June, but we see the ruling party now getting more seats and few areas are being awaited. Now we are looking at the parliament sitting at 353 seats that have been counted so far. And other areas will recall they have not been, there were no votes at all in the northern part, in some part of the Oromia. But so far the votes have been counted from 1,139 constituency nationwide, contesting for 500 seats in the parliament. So we'll await the one of the presidential who will have won this election, probably by end of tomorrow, or we'll still track and see what's happening in the capital city of the AU.
All right. Some interesting news coming off the coast of Namibia.
Absolutely, but it seems that those offshores of the new oil that has been explored by the Shell companies, your Qatar Energy, the Namibian Petroleum Corporation, NAMCO, should at least get some beneficiation, because if you get something from Orange Basin, that shows that even the ordinary people of Namibia must have some benefits out of it. It is the quality light oil. There's limited associated gas also. And this is one of the major developments in the SADC region that we see coming from the offshores of the Orange Basin in Namibia. Like I said, Qatar Energy and Shell, you can see France and the Arab companies coming closer to the SADC region once more.
All right, this is going to be an interesting one to continue watching then for Namibia. And of course, we'll then also turn our attention to the DR Congo. We are continuing with this conflict, and there now, of course, are new reports around what is happening in as far as this conflict with M23 rebels are concerned.
Absolutely, but you see, the Human Rights Watch, it traces the 2025 January unrest that happened. But as you know, most of these reports, M23, Kigali, they don't take them seriously, to be honest with you, Sister. Even if they've said we have done 200 interviews of former detainees, the people who were moved out of the Unity Stadium on the 30th of January 2025, and most of them were forcibly recruited into the army. You see, those reports, they are raising issues, the extortion that happened, the killings that happened. But like I said to you, this report is just calling Kinshasa to do further investigation of the parties who are involved in the conflict. I still believe in an African mediation process, in terms of the human rights of the continent, of the SADC, must be the one starting to probe the conflicts in the African continent. Some of the International Human Rights Watch, they do this research, but they don't find any sunlight, in the government offices for them to implement such recommendations.
So if we then track down our historical archives, we already know what happened on the 11th of June, 2010. But we're going to go down to the 11th of June, 1976, Advocate Mandula.
Yes, there's no way we cannot live to our uprising. It is part of our mandate as the public broadcaster of educating our young people, going to school, writing, to say that 50 years ago, the then Deputy Minister of Bantu Education, Andres Trechner, rejected the applications by 5 Soweto schools, saying that they want to depart from the 50-50 policy on secondary education, where the equal use of English and Afrikaans in the schooling. And you'll recall that this was a pressure that came also from the Soweto Urban Council, Leonard Musala, who said that if they don't waive that policy, it will result in the same what happened in Sharpeville in 1960. So you can see 5 days before June 16, people could foresee what has happened in 1960, and 50 years ago in 1976, it happened in Soweto. So we are still taking our listeners in that memory lane, Sis Katie, as we are observing the Soweto uprising month. Asante sana, Sis Katie.
SAFM, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Good morning. Just picking up a bit of a queue coming out of central Joburg on the M2. It's an unusual queue. Backlog at Denver. That may well point to a collision scene. If you're leaving Joburg on the M2, heading out towards the Heldnace interchange, just on that section between Denver and Cleveland, bit of a backlog going on there. Also, a crash in amongst the long-term roadworks on the N3 North at Heldnace. So coming out of Germiston, another really jam-packed morning again from the Elands interchange. The N17, Brackpan through Boxburg slow because of the roadworks, and the Mike 1 North Boyson through to about Oxford Road this morning, fairly heavy. N1 doable through Midrand, no major obstructions, but there is a bit of Thursday morning backlog building. Old Joburg Road down to New Road. Across the Durban, crash scenes and breakdowns both ways between the Higginson Highway and the M7. It's jam-packed both ways through there at the moment, just sort of south of the cement factory area. If you're heading to Durban or heading to the south coast, you're going to see some real heavy traffic. Pick up on Twitter, x.com if you like, at Traffic SA. You can have a look at what you're driving into there. Cape Town, it remains misty this morning, pretty widespread. So again, drive carefully through the mist. Crash on the N2 inbound at the airport, and a crash blocking the N1 outbound ramp to the M5 south at Coburg interchange. That's a truck lying on its side. With your traffic update, I'm Rob Byrne.
Across South Africa, online and on radio. SAFM, let's talk.
All right, it's 6:46. You're listening to the National Briefing as we bring you clarity, context, and conversation. Well, let's turn our attention to this story, which we have covered, I think, quite extensively on this show. And it's around the latest disclosures by the Electoral Commission with regard to political funding. Now, Rise Mzansi is insisting that everything was lawful, transparent, and properly disclosed. This is with regard to a 30 million rand loan turned donation for the party. It was derived from an entity called We Are the People. Rise Mzansi, the national party of Rise Mzansi, Songezo Zibi, joins us on the line. Mr. Zibi, good morning to you. Thank you for your time. It's funny because every time we speak to you, it's at this time. This is starting to become your time frame. It's your slot, I'll say, Mr. Zibi. Good morning.
Good morning. No, I usually leave for Parliament at around 6:30. So if I don't do this before 7, then the traffic kills me.
No, that's
but
fine.
Good morning and thanks for having me.
Sure. Look, this has been quite a serious issue. Just in the past week, we had the IEC on saying they were going to meet with you so that you could explain the terms of this transaction. Have you met with the IEC? How do you explain this conversion that took place from a 30 million rand loan to a donation? It's quite a shift, Mr. Zibi.
Thanks, Kathy, for giving me the opportunity to explain. To be frank with you, I'm quite irritated with the IEC. But let me place the facts on record. So, firstly, this is not a single 30 million rand loan. This is election debt, a total of which is 30 million, but it's 5 loans over time. These loans are known to the IEC, and they were audited for the 2024-2025 financial year. One of the things the auditors raised was a going concern for the auditors, in that the debt was too high and the income that we had got over the past year was not enabling us to settle it quickly enough. When that happens, any organization goes to the creditor and says, look, do you mind writing off this loan because we can't afford to pay all of it? We had started servicing those loans and had paid over R1 million back. What the IEC needs to clear up is in respect of 2 of those 5 loans. And what had actually happened is, and they know this, is that we have a new finance manager and there are new auditors. The loan agreements were all of them were part of the 2024-2025 audit. We simply needed to locate the two loan agreements from either the auditors or the former finance manager, which we now have, by the way. But we had followed up with them to find out if there is anything more because they knew about this. So they've given the public an impression that there's a big write-off. Now, let me explain the conversion. If you owe somebody money and they write it off, that is still a financial benefit. So you can't just shrug it off. You have to declare it to say, I owed X amount of money. I no longer have to pay it. And in real terms, that equates to a donation because it's a debt that is now going to come off my books. If they're going to make the kind of commentary they said, then they should have clarified what it is that they want to know and how much of the 30 million is concerned with that.
So
they only wrote to us 2 days after they published their statement to say, can we please meet?
So, Mr. Zibi, one of the things that you were confronted with in the lead up to that election in 2024 was really a lot of controversy around who was funding this new party that was just established, and a lot of questions raised around We Are the People as an entity and who the people behind it actually were. So the suggestion is one that says perhaps you could have gotten creative with the accounting and ensure that you didn't have to disclose further simply because you were also aware of what was happening nationally at the time, and it just wouldn't have gone down well while you were still trying to answer these pertinent questions around how you were being funded.
No, that was not creative accounting at all. We Are the People had declared. We Are the People has a YouTube channel. We Are the People had a website. Londiwe Ntambo did interviews at the time people initially asked questions. What is at the heart of it, Kathy, is that there are people who simply don't believe that we should get the kind of support that we get. If you look at the declarations right now, you will see at least one organization, one entity that has donated millions to the DA that people have no clue what it is and they don't ask questions. That is the first thing. The second thing is the same people that ask these questions see other political parties declare almost nothing. In its entire existence, MKP has declared less than 400,000 Rand. We elect to declare because we want people to know that this is money we have received. We know that the IEC is not interested in parties that do not declare, and we can simply do the same. And there would be no problem. You and I wouldn't be talking. The IEC said this on Newsroom Africa, that they don't ask questions of parties that have got lots of material, posters, events, and so on, unless somebody spoon feeds them information, otherwise they're not interested. We know that, and we would just not declare at all.
Mr.
But
Zibi,
we do.
Who is We Are the People? Who are the people behind it? What can you tell South Africans about this organization? Because I think that still remains the one question that, as long as it remains unsettled in the minds of South Africans, we're going to keep coming back to this point, it seems.
So again, the assertion that We Are the People is unknown is simply untrue, Kathy. Londiwe Ntambo did an interview on ENCA because they bothered to call and speak to her. But nobody else does. That's the first thing. The second thing, so that people understand, we took legal advice in terms of where we can donate, we can get donations from. In the United States, there's something called a Political Action Committee. A Political Action Committee mobilizes resources for a candidate or for a group of candidates. For instance, an organization called Indivisible mobilized support for AOC, Rashida Tlaib, and others. In South Africa, this is allowed. We Are the People donated to us, donated to the UDM, donated to the Good Party, They conducted voter education and so on. So all of this was done in public. There were debates and so on. But because there is a donation, there are people who say we don't know. ENCA bothered to call and they interviewed her.
Okay. Mr. Zibi, we're going to have to leave it there. Leader of Rise Mzansi on the issue of that donation, loan turned donation that has caused quite a bit of a stir.
This is Kathy Mutlatlana on the National Briefing.
Well, let's move on then to this story. On Tuesday, in our Municipal Watch feature, we featured the Kai Garib local municipality in the Northern Cape, and we focused on the water crisis there that is facing residents. Coming out of that interview was an admission from the municipality that they did not have enough chemicals to treat the water. The province also came onto the show and said there was nothing they could do to get the municipality to comply. I'm going to play you just snippets of that conversation, and then we bring in the voice of the Kokta MEC who wants to respond to what unfolded.
It sometimes happens, or maybe I can say every second month it happens, that we're running out of chemicals. We put the requisition in long before time because we know exactly how much chemicals we use at each and every of our 18 plants. But it's always late. Chemicals are always late. Somewhere in our finance department there's a problem.
The department has issued municipalities with directives, and we have even opened a case against the municipality for the non-compliance of water. So that's the actions that the department is taking.
So you heard there the voices of a senior manager in the municipality and the acting provincial head of the Department of Water and Sanitation in the province. While the MEC for Kokta, Bentley Vass, joins us. Mr. Vass, good morning to you. You want to respond to what we heard on air. Listeners were incredibly frustrated. So are the residents of the Kai Garib local municipality, because they're being subjected to this harmful, untreated water, and seemingly there is no plan to actually change that.
No, thank you very much, Kathy, and good morning to you and your listeners. Kathy, I was able to listen to your engagement with the community member and the responses from Kai Garib municipality about the issue of water. It is indeed regrettable that there are municipalities that are not able to ensure that they provide good quality drinkable water for our communities, as I highlighted in your interview on Tuesday. We had engagement with the municipality to seek clarity on the statement made during the interview, but about the general quality of water in the municipality, which left me with a sense of internal administrative delays related to the purchasing of necessary chemicals to address the water quality. I think it's unacceptable. There's in no way that we can treat our community members like that. So I also think that there's a need for, I spoke to the municipality, there's a need for serious and urgent intervention to make sure that people can access their constitutional right.
The big question, MEC, is what are you going to do about it? Because that's what people need. They want resolution. They want a way forward.
Yeah, no, that's why I'm saying I've engaged the municipality so that they make sure that they address this issue, making sure that it never repeat in this community. There's an undertaking from the municipality that they were upping the doses of the chlorine and necessary chemical doses with immediate effect to correct the quality of water across affected water treatment plants. And my office will monitor the results on a weekly basis to make sure that all our water plants of Kai Garib are on standard. So we are not going to allow that because it's unacceptable for us, and we'll make sure that it never happen in that community again.
Bentley Vass, thank you for coming on. I'm sure the residents of Kai Garib local municipality we'll be happy to hear that. We will be tracking the progress in as far as the commitment then that has come out of your office to not only ensure that there's intervention, but that indeed clean treated water starts flowing yet again through the taps for the residents in that municipality. All right, it is 7 o'clock and Musa is standing by with your latest news update.
OUTsurance is in the business of saving you money on your car insurance premium. If they can't, ask for 500 Rand. SMS out to 30754. That's out to 30754.
In our top stories, AKA murder trial to resume today and a second day of anti-immigration protests in Northern Ireland. Good morning. The case of the 7 accused in the killing of rapper Keenan, aka Forbes, and his friend Tibelo Tibbs Mutswane will resume in the High Court in Durban today. It will be the first time that all 7 accused appear together since the extradition of the brothers Siyabonga and Melusi Ndimande from Eswatini. The accused face charges including double murder, conspiracy to commit murder and attempted murder. Forbes and Mutswane were gunned down in an alleged hit outside a restaurant in Durban in 2023. Police say they are following strong leads in their search for more than 10 suspects in the killing of 12 people at Jumpers Informal Settlement in Cleveland in Johannesburg. 10 other people were wounded in the incident, which happened on Tuesday night. The acting National Police Commissioner, Puleng Dimpane, says more specialized police teams have been deployed to help investigate the incident. Residents suspect the shooting is linked to a turf war between groups of illegal miners living in the area. Police spokesperson Nonkululeko Pukane.
General Dimpane has directed the deployment of additional national specialized capabilities to augment the provincial teams. These will include members from forensic services, technical response teams, and other specialized investigative resources to accelerate efforts aimed at identifying, tracing, and apprehending those responsible. The task team will include provincial and national experts that will work around the clock to pursue all investigative and intelligence lead, including the tracing of a Toyota Quantum that was allegedly linked to this specific incident.
The Home Affairs Department says all of the nearly 270 Nigerians repatriated from South Africa were undocumented. Nigeria has become the latest country to repatriate its citizens from South Africa. The departure of the first batch of Nigerians from the OR Tambo International Airport last night follows protests across the country against undocumented migrants. The BBC's Mieni Jones reports from Johannesburg.
Nigeria is one of several African countries that's offered to repatriate its citizens. Others include Ghana, Malawi and Mozambique. South Africa's President Cyril Ramaphosa addressed the nation over the weekend. He says that they're implementing new measures to tackle illegal migration, including setting up special courts to make sure people can be deported rapidly and prosecuting employers who are found to be recruiting undocumented migrants. But he also cautioned South African citizens against taking justice into their own hands.
The South African Human Rights Commission has released a damning report on the long-standing water and sanitation crisis in the Makanda-based Makana municipality in the Eastern Cape. The report revealed some communities are still using the bucket system 32 years into democracy. The Commission says it's a gross human right violation. Commissioner Dr. Heng Poshoff says they've recommended the Municipal Council be dissolved.
The evidence before the Commission demonstrates that residents within certain areas such as N Street, Upper Nandi, Sun City and Ronaskraal continue to rely on the bucket system more than 2 decades after the introduction of the national bucket eradication measures, which reflects a prolonged failure to provide adequate and dignified sanitation services to affected communities, thereby violating residents' rights to human dignity.
And finally, crowds have gathered for a second night of anti-immigration protests in parts of Belfast in Northern Ireland. This is after a Sudanese migrant's alleged knife attack in which a man was seriously wounded. Police have been using a water cannon to disperse the demonstrators. The BBC's Mark Lowen is in Belfast.
About 200 protesters gathered here. They clashed with riot police. They were hurling bricks, they were hurling bottles, they were pushed back by water cannon. We've seen industrial bins set on fire there. We've seen columns of riot Land Rovers push up to try to get through the barricades.
Recapping the top story, the case of the 7 accused in the killing of rapper Keenan, aka Forbes, and his friend Tebelo Tibbs Mutswane will resume in the High Court in Durban today. For SAFM News, I am Anne Musa.
Outsurance will go out of their way to try and save you money on your car insurance. If they can't, ask for 500 Rand. SMS out to 30754. That's out to 30754.
We all get insurance for the moment something goes wrong, and when it does, you need the peace of mind of knowing your claim will be handled fairly. Outsurance keeps outperforming. The Ombudsman, an independent body that rules on complaints, confirmed in their 2025 annual report that Outsurance had the lowest overturned ratio of complaints received. Why would you want to be insured with anyone else? Get a quote and switch today. Call 08600 60,000 or visit outsurance.co.za. Licensed insurer and FSP. T's, C's and information online.
It's a very good morning to you in your SFM Sports headlines. South African sports fans are in for a blockbuster couple of days with Bafana carrying the nation's hopes tonight. They open their World Cup campaign against Mexico. And then we also have the Bulls. They'll face Leinster tomorrow night in the United Rugby Championship final. All the details at around 7:30.
SAFM, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Good morning. We start with an alert. A very heavy mist, potentially fog, south of Emelefleni in Mpumalanga. Emelefleni through to Secunda, if you like, down through Kendall and out through to Leandra, Kinross. It is thick and it's heavy. Some routes heavier than others, but generally right through that region going very, very slow and very difficult as well. Crash between Denver and Cleveland. If you're leaving Joburg, that's heavy. Mike 1 this morning, under pressure from Boyson's right through until about Glenhove Road. And the N3 north with a crash around Ace interchange, still causing a backlog coming through from Elan's interchange. Now, Durban, there's a series of crashes and breakdowns on the N2, north and southbound, impacted between the M7 Bluff exit and the M1 Higginson Highway. There's some really heavy backlogging going on there near the cement factory, both directions. A broken down vehicle southbound after ramp from Queen Nundy Drive, so watch for some delays starting to build into that one. And Cape Town, the N1 outbound ramp to the M5 south at Kubo interchange. That truck crash is cleared, and that ramp has been reopened. Another misty morning around Cape Town. Also heavy on the R300 from Delft up to Brackenfell and leaving Durbanville. Heavy mist slowing traffic on the Tygerberg Road heading into Richwood area. With your traffic update, I'm Rob Byrne.
The National Briefing on SAFM. Clarity, context and conversation. This is where the day begins with Kathy Muhlahlana on the National Briefing.
It's 8 after 7 o'clock. A very good morning to you. The 11th of June, 2026. It's literally one for the history books. I'm Kathy Muhlahlana. Pleasure to have you with us if you've just tuned in as we bring you clarity, context, and conversation. Well, what is today all about today? I think we can say is Bafana Day. And if you're waking up and you're like, what is this all about? This is what it's all about.
feel down. Unify us, make us feel proud. In the streets our heads are lifting as we lose our inhibition. Celebration, it surrounds us. Every nation, all around us.
There are some dates that a country never forgets. The 11th of June 2010 is one of them. Can you remember the vuvuzelas, the opening ceremony, the weight of expectation? And then, of course, there was this.
It's Shabalala! Goal! Bafana, Bafana! Goal for South Africa! Goal for all Africa! Jambu Lila! Rejoice! Bafana, Bafana!
Give you freedom, give you fire.
That sent the nation into absolute delirium. Will the scenes be the same tonight? 16 years later, South Africa, part of the remarkable journey as they'll be walking on pitch for another FIFA World Cup opener against Mexico. Same fixture, same stage, and it is literally going to be the same dream. That's going to be our focus coming up in this hour of the show. If you haven't left the house yet, it's not too late. Don't be like me today. Support Bafana Bafana. Dress in your green and gold colors. I'm sure the one day you'll be able to get away with it at work. And then, of course, we'll get into some of the other news that we need to cover, including bringing in your calls. The numbers to dial this morning, 086 000 2032. That's 086 000 2032. On the WhatsApp voice note line, 0614 104 107. That's 0614 104 107. We'll make time for your calls. We'll also get the daily contribution of the reality check. Our contributor this week, the UNISA Principal and Vice Chancellor, Professor Buleng Linkabula.
Sanmoran, this is Shugela from Amalanga Wafani.
Hi, my name is Sipho Mbele, playing the role of Mahlangu on Amalanga Wafani.
Sanmonani, hello, my name is Zazi Kunene, and I play Untando on the new season of Amalanga Wafani. Catch Amalanga Wafani on SABC 1. Do yourself a favor, tune in every weekday at 6:30 p.m. only on SABC 1. That's for sure.
Kathy Mutlatlana is streaming live now on Facebook, YouTube, and X at SAFM Radio.
All right, it's 13 after 7 o'clock. The big story today is absolutely about Bafana Bafana and the kickoff of the FIFA World Cup. Let's take you to Mexico City. This is where the team is based, but also fans and some of the super fans that you actually see at almost all of these games. Some of them are there in Mexico City for this historic game. Sfiso Ramasa is an SABC senior sports... Sfiso Ramara is an SABC senior sports journalist and joins us on the line. Sfiso, good morning to you. I imagine you've hardly had any sleep between needing to work, but also the excitement that you probably find yourself in the middle of in Mexico City.
Good morning to you, Kathy, and good morning to your listeners. Yeah, my body is struggling to adjust. Remember, in terms of the hours, Mexico, it's 8 hours behind South Africa. So the body is trying, but it's not easy. It's hard, and you put work into everything. Yeah, but what can we do? Work is work. We love Bafana Bafana. That's why we are here.
Sfiso, nobody's feeling sorry for you, hey? Nobody's going to feel sorry for you. Not this time round. Unfortunately not. So tell us a little bit then about the preparations ahead of tonight's kickoff. And we see quite a strong presence, right, of South Africa, not only from the fans, but we've seen quite a number of officials also descend on Mexico City.
Yes, it's very interesting, that a lot of South Africans have decided to invade Mexico City since last week. We can remember Bafana, they've been here for more than a week now. The coach, Hugo Bruce, pushed for the early arrival so that they can adjust to the conditions here. We know Mexico, in terms of altitude, it's high altitude. I think they are sitting at 2,200 meters. So it's, according to Hugo Bruce, somebody who played football. He was here when Mexico hosted the tournament back in 1986. So he understands the conditions here. So, but according to him, he thinks that, at least having spent more than a week here, the players have adjusted, and he's happy and ready to go.
What are the fans saying to you, Sfiso, about this moment?
I've spoken to a lot of, South African fans and even the local fans. What I can say is that Bafana, they've received a warm welcome here in Mexico without a doubt, But I think that friendship will be suspended for 90 minutes this evening, come kickoff time. But South Africans think they've got a lot of hope. They are very, optimistic, considering the fact that, it's for the first time in many years that Bafana have qualified, proper for the FIFA World Cup. We all remember, I heard you playing, the official song of 2010 and, the commentators' remarks after Spiwe Shabalala scored that very important goal. But remember, we played in that tournament by virtue of being the hosts. But this time around, we have qualified proper for the FIFA World Cup. We were in the same group with Nigeria. We qualified ahead of the Super Eagles of Nigeria. And you can't blame South Africans to expect a lot from Bafana in this tournament, considering the fact that, remember, we feel that Tebogo Mokoena, in one of the matches, it was against Lesotho. FIFA even deducted points from Bafana. Despite all that, they finished top of the group. So we all confident that, Bafana will make South Africa proud in this World Cup this year, 2026, KD.
Sfiso Ramara, senior SABC sports journalist out in Mexico City. Well, let me bring on somebody who will be very familiar with the pressure that the team is going to face as they walk out onto the pitch tonight. Renelwe Letsolonyane is one of the legends, as they call them, who played in the 2010 World Cup. Renelwe, this morning I wonder, did you wake up with that sense of nostalgia? Did you wake up with that sense of, sure, I remember what it was like 16 years ago this time?
Good morning, Sis Kathy, and good morning to your listeners. Unfortunately, ga ise re robale this side. Santse ile bosigo. It's just after 20 minutes after 11 on the 10th. So we still need to sleep before.
So you're not even on the 11th yet. You're still waiting for the clock to strike midnight.
Yeah, we still on the 10th, where we're waiting for the 11th. But I can imagine how the players ba robetse ba feelang ka teng, the nerves, obviously, the anxiety e ba nang le yona, but most of all it's the excitement e leng gore ba na le yona to knowing gore tomorrow it is that day that they've been kind of preparing for their entire lives, because any football player, when he starts or she starts to play football, the dream would be to play a World Cup, to play overseas, and World Cup is the highest level of football, and then this is the time, this is the opportunity. I'm sure, yeah, nah, they can't wait.
Renelwe, you guys had home ground advantage. You were playing in a stadium where the 85,000 capacity FNB, 90,000 it is really, but they were all rooting for you. Yes, they were Mexican fans, but they were drowned out by those vuvuzelas, right? Now, when one has to think about it on the flip side, what is it like playing on a pitch where the audience is cheering for the other team? Psychologically, what does it take to keep motivated and to keep focused on your goal?
Sure. Let me just paint a picture, Hanyan, Sis Kathy. A few days ago, as the Legends, we played a game against the Legends of Mexico, right? And the stadium was fully packed. And at that moment, I then asked myself, Jorge, if this game ya rona is the stadium was fully packed, what's gonna happen ka the 11? And for sure, then it means the Mexicans are fully behind their team. They will come in numbers, and then for sure they will try to give strength, and then motivate, and then support their team, because it's as we call it, it's the 12th man for any team that has a lot of supporters. So psychologically, then it kind of, if we allow it, of course, it gets to us, then it will disturb us, as Bafana. But I know, a lot of players that will be playing are used to such pressure, and then they will use that obviously the noisier Mexicans in our advantage, and may motivate us, and yeah, keep pushing.
Renelwe, you had my attention with this Legends game that you say you guys played a couple of days ago. Now, you're not what you were 16 years ago. All of you probably a bit rough around the edges, maybe even a little bit slower on the pitch. I want to know, who won that game?
Unfortunately, the Mexicans won the game. Yeah, unfortunately, they won the game, but it was a nice experience. It was a nice entertainment for everyone that was involved, and it was for us. It was nice that we got back together again 16 years later, shared the field, and did what sort of what we did 16 years ago, and then shared that moment again, relived that moment.
You know, soccer can be life-changing, and I think sport in many ways can be life-changing. When you think about how soccer has changed your life today, you get to be named amongst the Bafana legend. What has that meant for you personally, before we let you go? It looks like we've lost Renelwe on the line. I'm not sure what happened there, but he's joining us live from Mexico City. And he was one of the players, right? Formed part of the team who played in 2010. So all eyes on Bafana. Yes, we're already looking ahead to the game, but as you heard from Renelwe, It's not midnight yet in Mexico City. They are still approaching midnight, so we are a couple of hours ahead of them.
We asked rugby legend Francois Steyn what he thinks of the all-new Toyota BZ4X. France, would you say the BZ4X is a rugged all-wheel drive SUV?
Yeah.
Cool. Was the acceleration and handling good?
Yeah.
All right. So you think the BZ4X can handle South Africa?
Wat dink jy?
Well, there you have it. The all-new Toyota BZ4X, an all-wheel drive battery electric SUV made to handle South Africa. The BZ4X. It just got real.
In fitness, as in finance, endurance is key. If you're 55 and older, you can get an interest rate of up to 10.25% with a Nedbank Electronic Optimum Plus account. Now, feel the earn. Invest within 2 minutes on the Money app and get money fit with Nedbank. See money differently. Nedbank, we're a licensed FSP and registered credit provider. T's and C's apply. For more info, go to nedbank.co.za.
The National Briefing on SAFM. Weekday mornings from 6 to 9.
All right, all eyes on Bafana Bafana tonight ahead of the FIFA World Cup kickoff against Mexico in Mexico City. On the line, SAFA spokesperson Mninawa Nhloko. Mninawa, good morning to you, or should I say good evening if you're out in Mexico City. Of course, you haven't even hit midnight yet. But let's talk about what is happening in Camp South Africa, in Team South Africa. It hasn't been smooth sailing getting to this point, but certainly what can you tell the nation tonight to give assurances that it's all systems go?
Greetings to you and your listeners. The team has put in quite a lot of hard work in the last couple of days, starting in Joburg, I think 2 weeks ago, a week ago, and then continuing in Pachuca when we got here on Tuesday, and then obviously transferring to Mexico City today. They've put in quite a lot of hard work. The coach has done as much as he could have, and I think now it's up to the players to translate all of that hard work into the field of play. What I can tell you is that these players are quite determined. These players are going to put on a show. These players are going to fly the South African flag high. Tomorrow, it's still past 11 here, Mexico City, so we are still talking about tomorrow. I guess you guys are already on match day, but it's an experience really for the coach as well as for the players. The coach, last time the coach was here, he was a player for his home country, Belgium, and he faced Mexico in the opening match of the tournament. And the man that he will face today, who is now the coach of Mexico, he played against him when they were both players about 40 years ago. And today they are meeting again, but this time from the dugout. And obviously for us as South Africa, we played against the same team 16 years ago at FNB Stadium. And this is an opportunity to actually find a win against them because we threw that opening match. So quite a lot is at stake here. And a lot of people, if you look at the excitement in the street, the Mexicans have really gone out of their way to welcome us. And unfortunately, we will forget about all of that for about 90 minutes of the game tomorrow.
Ninawa, let me let you get some sleep. Undoubtedly, we'll get in touch again tomorrow, and hopefully we'll be celebrating very good news, hey?
No. It was my pleasure, Katie. Thank you very much.
Mninawa Nhloko, the SAFA spokesperson. So there you have it then. The stage is set, and it's now all going to be in the hands of Bafana Bafana.
Choosing your battles, pick yourself up and dust yourself off and back in the saddle. You're on the front line, everyone's watching. You know it's serious, we're getting closer, this isn't over. The pressure's on, you feel it, but you got it all, believe it. When you fall, get up, oh, and if you fall, get up, Samina, mina, sangalewa, cause this is Africa. Samina, mina, for Africa. Listen to your God, this is our motto. Your time to shine, don't wait in line, y vamos por todo. People are raising their expectations. Go on and feed them, this is your moment, no hesitation. Today's your day, I feel it. You pave the way, believe it. If you get down, get up, oh, oh. When you get down, get up, hey, hey. Tamina, mina, sangalewa. This time for Africa.
Good morning, I'm Anne Musa. In the headlines, Gauteng Traffic Chief Samuel Mashaba will return to the Matlanga Commission of Inquiry when it resumes its hearings in Pretoria this morning. He's set to provide further details on his version of events surrounding the drug bust in Adderton in Johannesburg in 2021. The case of the 7 accused in the killing of rapper Keenan, aka Forbes, and his friend Tibelo Tibbs Mutswane will resume in the High Court in Durban today. It will be the first time that all 7 appear together since the extradition of brothers Siyabonga and Malusi Ndimande from Eswatini. And the ANC Youth League and other organizations will today picket at Cartrack's office in Rosebank in Johannesburg. They are calling for justice for 29-year-old Qina Dladla, who collapsed and died in a bathroom cubicle at the vehicle tracking company. I'll have details on these and other stories at 8.
SAFM, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Good morning. Busy coming through Midrand on your way to Joburg now with a crash on the M1 South at SAMRadio, pushing a queue back in towards Brockfontein interchange. Joburg's M2 stays under pressure with a crash between Cleveland and Denver. If you're leaving city centre area of Joburg, heading out towards Germiston, that's a problem. The Mike 1's very heavy today from Boysons all the way through to about Glenhove Road up in the Melrose area. Durban, we've been tracking this big delay on the M2 South just after the cement factory towards the Higginson Highway exit. It's largely gone from sort of most of the lanes being closed to just the left lane. So big backlogs have eased through that area, but it's still very much an active scene. A breakdown M2 South after Queen Nundy, that is slow, and Verulam through Ottawa down in towards Phoenix. Again, major backlogs because the roadworks continue on the R102, and everything else just backs up as alternative route volumes. Cape Town, a misty start again this morning, and again, it's not everywhere, but where it is quite thick and quite heavy. So if you're going into the sort of City Bowl, CBD area, give yourself time to get through. M5 is heavy, coming up from Southfield towards Racecourse Road. That's a bit of an unusual queue. And a crash out of Tableview this morning. Bloberg Road onto Kuberg Road to the crash scene at Plattercliff. That whole sort of refinery area, that side of Tableview badly backed up. With your traffic update, I'm Rob Byrne.
This is SAFM Sport with Zai Khan.
7:32, Zai Khan. Today is all about the Bafana World Cup dream that's going to be kicking off.
Kathy, tonight is definitely one of those rare nights when the whole country will be watching the same game, and we will be right there behind our boys who open their FIFA World Cup campaign against the co-host Mexico at the iconic Estadio Azteca in Mexico City. Kickoff 9 p.m. with Coach Hugo Broos' side looking to make a statement in their first World Cup appearance since 2010. The veteran Belgian coach says the teams are not intimidated by the occasion and believes they have earned their place amongst the world's best after topping their qualifying group. Meanwhile, attention will quickly shift to rugby, and that's tomorrow night when Johan Ackermann's Bulls will take on Leinster at the United Rugby Championship final, all happening in Dublin. The Pretoria outfit are chasing a first ever URC title and the chance to become the first South African side to lift the trophy. And if that wasn't enough, there's also the Hollywood Bets Athletic Club, who are downplaying expectations ahead of Sunday's Comrades Marathon. They've got a star-studded squad which is led by multiple champions and contenders. The purple team, as they know, are targeting more than individual glory. They're looking to defend their women's team title, with Gerda Steyn very much part of their squad. And cricket, Ben Stokes will miss England's second test against New Zealand at the Oval after breaking team curfew. During a nightclub incident in London, Joe Root makes a return to the captaincy, stepping in as interim skipper despite Harry Brook being vice-captain. Pace bowler Gus Atkinson also omitted after being involved in the incident. Now, Root is England's record run scorer. He previously led the side in 64 tests between 2017 and 2022 before handing over to Stokes. Jofra Archer and Jordan Cox have been added to the squad that won the opening test at Lord's. The second test begins on the 17th of June. And finally, Formula One, Lewis Hamilton's Ferrari revival continues to gather momentum ahead of this weekend's Spanish Grand Prix. After a difficult debut season with the Italian team in 2025, the seven-time world champion has bounced back strongly this year and currently sits second in the driver's standings following back-to-back podium finishes in Monaco and Canada. Hamilton says Ferrari's new package is 1 million times better than last year's car, with team principal Fred Vasseur crediting the extensive off-season changes and Hamilton's development feedback for the turnaround. Now, the 41-year-old Hamilton believes his first Grand Prix victory in Ferrari colours is now closer than ever. That's your sport on the National Briefing. We'll be back in the fast lane at the top of the hour. I'm Sai Khan.
The Market Brief with Ndauleng Lechela on SAFM.
Ndauleng, good morning to you. So it's all good news for Team South Africa and Team Bafana Bafana. But of course, when it comes to some of the building confidence and numbers, they've taken a hit in quarter two.
That's right, Kathy. The economy really battling under pressure, and the construction sector no different. According to the latest FNBBR Building Confidence Index, it fell, the morale rather in that sector fell 4 points to 38 in the second quarter, indicating that more than 60% of respondents remain dissatisfied with prevailing business conditions. This as higher costs and softer demand weighed on activity across the industry. Now, the decline was driven by weaker activity among contractors and subcontractors, while momentum in the non-residential building market also slowed after a stronger start to the year. Now, industry participants further reported a lack of new projects coming through, raising concerns about future workloads. Now, the survey underscores the fragile state of the building and construct broader recovery in the sector. In deal-making activity, Japanese trading giant Marubeni is moving closer to acquiring Thai Auto Investments, the owner of Tiger Wheel and Tire, in a transaction reportedly valued at about 2.6 billion rands. Now, the deal, which remains subject to regulatory approval, would mark Marubeni's entry into Africa's vehicle maintenance market. The transaction comes at a time where South Africa's auto sector is showing somewhat resilience with strong demand in both new and used vehicle markets. Thai Auto operates a network of around 161 stores across Southern Africa, giving Marubeni an established footprint in the region. For Thai Auto, the partnership offers access to global expertise and additional resources, while for Marubeni, it provides exposure to a growing automotive services market on the continent. Now, checking in on equities market action, sentiment remains choppy, with Asian stocks starting the day in the red as renewed tensions between the US and Iran keep investors on edge. While the situation remains fluid, moves in oil have been relatively muted, with Brent crude trading range-bound at around $94 a barrel this hour. Stateside, futures have edged into positive territory, offering some support to risk appetite. And then coming back home, trade likely to remain subdued at the open amid weaker precious metal prices, which are also weighing on the rand. The local unit is trading at 16.53 to the dollar, 22.13 to the pound, and 19.10 to the euro. And that's where I leave things with you. Catch you back bright and early with another update tomorrow morning.
Life is full of surprises, but your insurance premiums shouldn't be. Savings on your car insurance is a sure thing with MyWay. Leaving your wallet smiling every month. Switch to MyWay and save up to 40% on your car insurance premiums today to live your way.
Real people, real cars, real savings. For a quote, visit myway.co.za. Premiums are risk profile dependent. MyWay is a licensed non-life insurer and FSP. T's and C's apply. MyWay. Live your way.
How, Ma? Have you switched to the Postbank Black Card yet?
Not yet. I still have my SASSA Gold Card. Why?
Because the deadline is the 31st August 2026, and after that, the Gold Card may stop working.
Hi, Bo. I thought there was still a lot of time.
No, Ma. Do it now before the rush starts. The switch is free.
So what do I need?
Just your ID. Then you go to your nearest Postbank Card replacement site.
Okay. You must help me find the nearest place.
It's easy. Dial star 120 star 355 hash. Are you still using your SASSA Gold Card? Switch to the Postbank Black Card before the 31st August 2026. Postbank will never ask for your PIN or OTP. Postbank is an authorized financial services provider. T's and C's apply.
Reality check on the National Briefing.
It's 7:41 rather. Sorry to make you probably almost slam your car brakes. It's 7:41. You're listening to the National Briefing as we bring you clarity, context and conversation. Well, let's get into our reality check then for this morning. And remember, this segment really one that is for pausing for reflection on the state of South Africa, but also identifying what are the things, the steps that we can be taking to help build the South Africa that we want. Our contributor this week is Professor Puleng Linkabula, the Principal and Vice Chancellor of the University of South Africa. Prof, a very good morning to you. You know, we're talking about Bafana Bafana, and we're seeing yet again how sport really brings this nation alive and how it brings us together. And yet we know that in the midst of the celebration, there are these ethical issues that we need to confront as a country. And today, you want to speak to us about what we can do to address these issues. Good morning.
Good morning, Kathy. Good morning to your listeners. I'm really elated that you have allowed me to solicit inputs from the students of the University of South Africa, where I campaigned with them some of the critical questions that they wanted me to address. And therefore, today's topic has been influenced by many students who gave ideas on what they think the nation and this brief must talk about. And therefore, thank you for letting me do so. I'd like to reflect with you around the contemporary ethical issues that South Africa faces. In this instance, I'm not talking about personal ethical problems that we as individuals contend with on a daily basis, because these are critical questions that we can ask the teacher, the psychologist, or the critical advisor within society or any other person to helping us with. But I'm talking about structural questions that have the possibility of undermining the quality of democracy that South Africa has, the security that our society must enact for themselves, as well as the continuity of our society. The first ethical question that I'd like to raise, and I raise it with an understanding that the government, the mobile network companies, the banks, as well as all institutions that pay attention to the future of South Africa must understand. The first contradiction or ethical conundrum that we must solve is the dependency on information and technology resources and the exposure to the risk and violation of South Africa's security, sovereignty, self-dependence as a country, and the ability for us as a country to continue functioning in business, in education, and in many sectors of our society, including government and its services to society. This dependency on international information and digital system is quite a major risk for our country and must be arrested. In 2024, in March 14th, there were deep sea fiber cables on the west coast of Africa which were damaged, and the local Microsoft Azure cloud infrastructure was significantly affected. Many South African businesses, including the government, were negatively affected because the Microsoft systems had on that day and on the 15th were not working. It meant the country was standstill for those who are doing business on this platform. But it is also very important because for our infrastructure of technology in the Republic of South Africa, majority of our businesses, our government is dependent on Huawei infrastructure as the basis. These are borrowed innovation systems. Therefore, it's very important that the government, the private sector, the mobile network companies do not just participate as consumers of products that are developed in the global north or in the east, but must invest in the technology, the education, and the resources that help protect the sovereignty of the country and allow for its security, its systems, and its businesses to be protected. Because if we don't do so, South Africa might as well be informed that our data systems, our information, our privacy, our innovations, and the ideas that we want to co-construct for the future are not lying in our hands, but are in the hands of others. It's also about the algorithms, the devices, the softwares, the infrastructure, including the media infrastructures that many radio stations, television stations, individual stations are using. And therefore, for me, the solution is invest in science and technology, education, ICT development, and ensure that the innovations that the youth and young adults of this country, the universities, are promoted. I think this is one of the most important contradictions and ethical challenge that our country must address because it says our national sovereignty, our security, our dependency, and must be really protected. The second contemporary and ethical matter that I think requires agility, but also for us to extricating ourselves from binding ourselves to racist neoliberal economic system is the fact that we have enduring colonial and apartheid legacies which continue to haunt South Africa in the democratic era, especially racism, sexism, internalized racism, and the violent industrial complex. By this I mean, if we have economic systems that are based on privatization, deregulation, as well as that the business must regulate themselves without the consent or engagement with society, we will end up with an economic system such as what we are experiencing in many of our municipalities, where the municipalities, instead of providing services directly to the citizens, they use interlocutors. They tell you, we're waiting to call a private entity to come and solve your electricity or your water. When we do so, we cease as a country to have the government, the parliamentarians, those who enact the laws from doing the work that they should do, and instead we become dependent on the economic system or on business defining what life must be about. This hollows the quality of democracy and requires us as a collective to then ask, should we not think about heterodox economic systems? By heterodox economic systems, I mean where we take the best of public systems that are attentive to the majority of society, or where we take into consideration some of the private efficiencies and blend them in order that we have an economic system that is attentive to the social plight, the socio-political and economic and ecological systems in our society, and which eradicate poverty, which are attentive to economic inequalities, and which address injustices that dehumanize those who are on the margins of economic systems, and also which curb greed cultures where a few become beneficiaries of our economic systems and do not distribute those in, in alignment with our society. I think this particular question is quite important because as a country, when we gained democracy, we had economic policy systems where we said we are going to balance the demands of social needs, social capital, and social cohesion as a country, as we would do with the demands of private sector. The land becomes one of the examples of how this system or neoliberal or economic system that has predicated privatization more than the allowance of multiple utilization of the land for the productivity of society has become a critical question and a point of our society. The third ethical question that I suggest is quite important for us as South Africans and requires agility. It requires us as South Africans, but also industry, the government, the individuals. It doesn't matter whether you're 15 years old or you are 80 years old. We must put our hands on deck. The matters of infrastructure and service delivery become quite important resources that are needed. That majority of our society do not have homes or housing or are unable to have shelter is a blot in our democracy. And therefore, in terms of energy, infrastructure, housing infrastructure, public infrastructure, it is very important for us as society to solving this. As you drive in many highways of our country or in many cities, public infrastructure is being hollowed. We have kept quiet and silent as a society when our rail tracks have been taken and used as trash, and yet the rail tracks are necessary for logistics, for economic transport systems, and now we are dependent on tracking systems when this country could thrive, evolve, and develop its economic systems. And therefore, we must be stewards and custodians of public infrastructure, but we must also consolidate the investment in the development of infrastructure. I often say to our colleagues, when we go to countries such as Ethiopia, Senegal, and others, where the University of South Africa has a footprint, we equally, on a daily basis, experience the setting up of innovation centers in these countries, new infrastructures on universities, not more shopping malls, universities, TVET colleges, training centers, critical skill centers. And in our country, the most infrastructure that we have in the last 5 years are shopping malls. And who is going to shop in these shopping malls when poverty is rising? These are critical questions that we as citizens must address.
Sure.
The fourth question is on corruption and governance. Corruption, nominal governance, and nominal care for citizens and for ourselves hollows the democracy and the quality of services and of relationships that we have as a country. The Madlanga Commission, the Zondo Commission, the Nugent Commission, and many other commissions have projected to us what happens when we don't hold one another accountable. It is my submission that these are critical questions, including poverty, poverty eradication, economic injustice, digital sovereignty, as well as the idea of living together in harmony as men and women in the context of a gender-based violence culture, as well as the violent military industry culture, that we must work together as a society and grapple with these structural questions. Thank you very much, Kathy. I appreciate the opportunity, and I hope we will continue discussing this even outside this session. Thank you.
Professor Linkabula, we're going to leave it there. Rob is standing by with your traffic update.
SAfm, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Good morning. A reminder about the heavy mist south of eMalahleni this morning. There is more and more congestion in that area, which points to the fact that there's extra traffic, but the mist is pretty extreme. Just south of eMalahleni, down through towards Secunda, Kindra, Leandro, that great big chunk of Mpumalanga. They're very busy, high volume this time of morning, off to the sort of work areas, and very slow. And particularly, and especially the N12, eMalahleni, Oki's on that dangerous section where the mist is so heavy. I just put a video up, x.com at Traffic SA. You can see the sort of pea soup, if you like, that you'll be driving through this morning. Crash coming out of Pretoria on your way to Joburg down by SAmRadio Road. That's keeping traffic queued back into Brockfontein. N1 North is slow, Beyers Nordia to Willie Mandela, and the M2 leaving Joburg under pressure out to Cleveland. That is a crash scene. Durban's N2, collision scenes north and south between the Higginson Highway and the M7 Bluff exit. They're largely sort of dealt with off on the side of the road, so the big backlogs that we had earlier this morning have moved through. Very heavy again, Verulam down through Ottawa into Phoenix. Roadworks on the R102 causing delays and the spillover onto the Chris Harley option. Crash and breakdown on your way to Durban between Hammersdale and Key Ridge. Again, another busy Thursday morning as you line up to get through that. And Cape Town coming out of Tableview today, a crash on the Kuberg Road down by Plattekloof Road. So Bloberg Road onto Plattekloof Road, or Potsdam Road coming from Killarney onto Kuberg Road. That's all very heavy. And again, another misty start around Cape Town, so take it easy if it's misty where you are. And a crash on the N1 into town at the elevated freeway. That's pushing traffic back to Plattekloof. With your traffic update, I'm Rob Byrne.
Call SAfm now on 086 000 2032.
Niyobasabana, asibasab, siyabafuna. This is the message for Bafana Bafana. If we were able to go toe-on-toe with Mexico in 2010, what could stop us now? Nothing. To Bafana Bafana, let's go and do this. Let's go and make this country proud. Let's go and silence our opposers. Go, Bafana Bafana, go!
Good morning, everyone. The commentator on that special day is from England. His name is Peter Drury. Hopefully Mexico will succumb to pressure. Yes. Go Bafana!
Morning, Sis Kathy. Good morning to the listeners as well. Sis Kathy, I only have one question for which involves Songezo Zibi. Who is we the people? That's all that we want to know. Who's behind it? Then we can put our one and two together. That's it. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for those WhatsApp voice notes. And I think, our listener in asking that question in particular around we are the people, it's not that they didn't do interviews. It's not that they don't have a website, but it's really the clarity that I think many South Africans want to hear from Rise Mzansi about the relationship that they have with we are the people, how it began, and maybe just being taken a little bit into confidence beyond what has been said so far. So those are just some of the voice notes you're sending through. Eunice, you're in Joburg. Good morning.
Yeah, hi there, Kathy. Kathy, I wish Bafana well for this evening. I think they'll pull it off. Since 2010, I think this is the most balanced side that we've got. But however, just talking quickly about the World Cup, is this World Cup, in my opinion, it seems like it's going to be a World Cup of shame, Kathy. You saw what they did with the Somalian referee, Africa's referee of the year. I mean, he was humiliated there. I saw a video of the Senegalese team pitching up there, and they were all body searched and what have you. Really, it's a shame. Take the Iranian team. The entire technical team has been refused visas. And, really, and something else, Kathy, just for interest's sake, FIFA has remained silent on all these issues. FIFA itself is conflicted. When Russia invaded Ukraine. Russia was banned from all matches. They haven't done the same for the likes of Israel, with UEFA and elsewhere. So, in my opinion, it seems like this World Cup hasn't got the oomph that it's supposed to have. Something else, are you aware that FIFA itself has rented offices for an entire year in the United States from where? Trump Towers at exorbitant rates. And apparently there's 185,000 tickets unsold. Hotels are at a low. To me, it seems like the matches that are going to be in the USA, this World Cup, it seems to be a failure from that aspect.
Okay.
And really, it's sad.
Yeah, Eunice, there's so many things that we can pick up on, right? And those are conversations we must have in the coming days. Tsebiso in the Northwest, good morning to you.
Casey Lekai.
Ronan Tate Tsebiso, we're about to go to news.
Aus Casey, kana wa re fa go bitsa aus Casey bona. O itse nna ke concern ka process ya dirisiwang ga baditšhaba ba boela gae gore a mara ba vetiwa batho bana, then because I'm definitely sure gore among those people who will be deported, then ke batho ba eleng gore ba committile crime, and once ba boela gae, then there is no hope ya gore ba tla tlhola ba boniwa, and the victims will no longer get justice. So maybe we can thusa go understand gore ga ba tsamaisiwa, then go na le process ba recordiwa or something like that.
Sure. All right. Tsebiso, thanks for that contribution. Look, we are set to speak to the Border Management Authority. That interview should happen before the week is up. I think it's scheduled for tomorrow, and they'll help us answer these questions a bit better. But we know that there are people who are not being allowed to leave, even though they are undocumented, specifically because of the concerns, Tsebiso, that you're raising, that what if these people have committed crimes in the country and now they're being repatriated without being held to account. It's time for your 8 o'clock news update. Anne Musa is standing by. Anne, good morning.
Outsurance Essential is made for older cars. Claims are paid in cash within 5 working days, and you choose your own panel beater. SMS CAR to 43185. That's CAR to 43185.
In our top stories, Gauteng traffic chief back at the Matlanga Commission and AKA murder trial to resume. Good morning. Gauteng Traffic Chief Samuel Mashaba will return to the Matlanga Commission of Inquiry when it resumes its hearings in Pretoria this morning. He's set to provide further details on his versions of events surrounding the drug bust in Ayrton in Johannesburg in 2021. Mashaba, who testified yesterday, detailed how he received a tip-off from an informer called Tumelonku about a truck allegedly transporting drugs from Durban to Johannesburg. Sibahle Mota reports.
Mashaba was one of 3 law enforcement officials who arrived first at the Ayrton drug scene in 2021. He has testified that informer Tumelonku wanted him to exercise caution, alleging that the matter involved senior law enforcement officials. Mashaba further told the commission that he intercepted the truck allegedly transporting the drugs and arrested both the driver and the intended recipients of the cargo after narcotics were discovered. The commission has also heard Mashaba's allegation that both the truck driver and the recipients of the cargo were later released following the arrival of Crime Intelligence Officer Major General Feroz Khan.
The Pretoria Magistrates Court will today hear arguments from the state and the defence in the bail application of ballistic analyst Lawrence Makgotle. He's accused of manipulating ballistic evidence and submitting misleading reports in high-profile murder investigations. Makgotle allegedly failed to link the firearm used in the killing of Vereniging engineer Armin Swart in 2024 to 30 other high-profile murders and attempted murder cases. National Prosecuting Authority spokesperson Lumka Mahanjane.
The magistrate indicated that this offence should fall under Schedule 5
However, that it does not have a bearing on the state's case. It simply means now that the owners are on the accused or on the applicants to prove to the court that it is in the interest of justice that he be released on bail. But if it was in Schedule 1, those owners would have rested with the state. But now the owners rest on him.
The case of the 7 accused in the killing of rapper Keenan aka Forbes and his friend Tibelo Tibbs Mutswane will resume in the High Court in Durban today. It will be the first time that all 7 appear together since the extradition of brothers Siyabonga and Malusi Ndimande from Eswatini. They face charges including double murder, conspiracy to commit murder and attempted murder. Forbes and Mutswane were gunned down in an alleged hit outside a restaurant in Durban in 2023. The ANC Youth League and other organizations will today picket at Cartrack's office in Rosebank in Johannesburg. They are calling for justice for 29-year-old Gcina Dladla, who collapsed and died in a bathroom cubicle at the vehicle tracking company. The cause of death is still pending a formal post-mortem result. Reports allege Gcina had allegedly told management she was struggling with her health and had previously complained about the way team leaders were treating her. Cartrack has declined to comment on the matter. The league's Johannesburg regional spokesperson Oscar Kanyane.
A number of facts is that a lot of things were done incorrectly and they were done in a very selfish manner. The fact that she had requested to be excused from work and she had brought forward all the evidence and all the necessary documents in accordance to the company policies to suggest to the management that she's not well was not taken seriously. And this is what has led us here. Therefore, as the ANC Youth League, we are unapologetic in saying that Cartrack is responsible for this.
And finally, Iran's military command has declared the Strait of Hormuz completely closed to all vessels and says any traffic will be targeted. This is in response to the latest U.S. strikes. The U.S. Central Command has insisted commercial ships are continuing to transit the strait. It says the attacks had targeted military surveillance capabilities, communication systems and air defense sites across Iran. The BBC's Thomas Morgan has more.
The US say that they've concluded their attacks, but we understand that the IRGC, the Iranian Revolutionary Guard, have responded by attacking US bases in Kuwait and Bahrain, describing it as punishment for the attacks early in the evening. The US Central Command said the strikes were due to the unwarranted and continued aggression shown by Iran. I think we're in this constant state of back and forth, really, not only in terms of who shoots first, but also a war of words, especially on social media.
Recapping the top story, Gauteng Traffic Chief Samuel Mashaba will return to the Matlanga Commission of Inquiry when it resumes its hearings in Pretoria this morning. He's set to provide further details on his version of events surrounding the drug bust in Egerton in Johannesburg in 2021. For SAFM News, I am Anne Musa.
Theft, accident, and 1 million rand third-party cover for your older car. Outsurance Essential has it all. Get a quote. SMS CAR to 43185. That's CAR to 43185.
We all get insurance for the moment something goes wrong. And when it does, you need the peace of mind of knowing your claim will be handled fairly. Outsurance keeps outperforming. The Ombudsman, an independent body that rules on complaints, confirmed in their 2025 annual report that Outsurance had the lowest overturned ratio of complaints received. Why would you want to be insured with anyone else? Get a quote and switch today. Call 0800 600 or visit outsurance.co.za. Licensed insurer and FSP. T's, C's and information online.
It's a very good morning to you in your SFM Sports Headlines. Soccer. Mexico's danger men identified as Bafana Bafana prepare for their World Cup opener tonight. And in athletics, the Cape Town Marathon becomes the 8th race around the world to receive top flight status. We'll find out more at around 8:30.
SAFM. guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Good morning. We take you to Mpumalanga, and just a warning that mist around the Emelefeni region getting heavier, traffic getting slower. It's multiple routes south of Emelefeni, down through to Secunda, Kinross, Leandra. Any sort of route in that immediate area is heavily back this morning, slow going or heavy because the mist is just really, really extreme. Also, the N12, very misty conditions there between Emelefeni and Ockies, and it gets dangerous in these sort of conditions, so full attention required, please. Crash coming out of Joburg on the M2 between Denver and Cleveland, still holding you up, heading towards the N3 Heldnace. Crash on the M1 south at SAmRadio this morning, causing a delay coming down from the Brockfontein interchange. Now, if you're Durban bound, there's a crash and a breakdown between Hammersdale and Keyridge. The N3 under quite a bit of pressure there. The N3 between Paradise Valley and Pavilion Mall on your way to Durban quite slow, and a lot of congestion around the Ottawa region again with those roadworks on the R102 towards Phoenix and the backlog onto the optional Chris Harney Road as well. Cape Town crash, N1 into town, elevated freeway. That's pushed the queue right back to Plattekloof Road. It's pretty heavily misted in parts of Cape Town, particularly City Bowl, CBD. So if you're going that way, make sure you've got extra time to get through. And a crash on the Coburg Road at Plattekloof Road, still backing up traffic coming out of the Tableview area. With your traffic updates, I'm Rob Byrne.
The National Briefing on SAFM. Clarity, context, and conversation. This is where the day begins with Kathy Mutlatlana on the National Briefing.
It's 11 after 8 o'clock. You're listening to the National Briefing. I'm Kathy Mutlatlana as we bring you clarity, context, and conversation. In a short while, we'll get into our Municipal Watch feature for today. Municipalities now owe Eskom more than 110 billion rand. 110 billion rand debt. We'll unpack what that means for the power entity and how exactly our municipality is going to try and recoup these monies from you and I, which at this point are sitting as the biggest debtors. And then also coming up in the hour, we'll take your calls. The number to dial for our studio line, 086 000 2032. That's 086 000 2032. On the WhatsApp voice note line, we'll take those voice notes and text messages on 0614 104 107. And then, of course, we'll end it off with Built in Mzansi. Today, we'll look at an engineering firm that has rebuilt a primary school in Hammanskraal, and it's won them Project of the Year. We'll find out what has made this as unique as it seems to be. That's coming up in the final hour of the National Briefing.
If you think you cannot afford a lawyer, think again. Clientele Legal provides tough professional lawyers for an affordable monthly premium. Our range of plans include cover for you, your spouse, children, and extended family. Plans include cover for civil, criminal, and labor-related matters. Whether it's protection orders, gender-based violence, uncontested divorce, or poor service, your Clientele Legal lawyer will be there to assist you. Our services are convenient. Simply pick up the phone and call your lawyer or send us an email and we'll get back to you. All plans include a bail benefit of up to 5,000 Rand and we'll go to the police station and pay it for you. Plus, Clientele Legal offers you 24-hour telephonic legal advice. Join today. SMS SAFM to 32195. That's SAFM to 32195. Clientele General is an authorized FSP and licensed non-life insurer. T's and C's online. Standard rates apply.
Water bottle, check. Sunscreen, check. Binoculars, around my neck.
Ha! Is that Tembi? The same couch potato who shouts when we interrupt his soapies with ta! Ta!
But look at her now, a professional bird watcher.
Oh, I'm shook. She's finally out here.
I love the peaceful sounds of nature. life outside with Cape Union Mart.
I'm Samela Kelpoy, an actress and a mum. Do you know what's in your cupboard? I've been trying to be intentional about the food I buy and keep in my cupboard. Unhealthy packaged foods can lead to hypertension, heart disease, and diabetes. Support front-of-package warning labels on unhealthy packaged foods, high in saturated fat, sugar, and salt. Join me. Sign the petition on heala.org. That's HEALA.org.
Mama Million here, and yes, I am a millionaire. And then you'd be on the couch with your 6 numbers. But 7 is for heaven, or yes. But 4 is for the door, or yes. But 38 is never too late, or yes. Well, the Lotto Live draws are back. Every Tuesday, Wednesday, Friday, and Saturday. Catch the live draw at 9 p.m. The National Lottery. More plays, more chances, more millions. Players must be 18 years or older. Play responsibly. The National Lottery is officially operated by Sizakai.
Topco Media presents the 25th Annual Top Empowerment Conference in partnership with Nedbank, taking place on the 17th and 18th of June at the Sandton Convention Center. This is the year that South Africa's empowerment rules get rewritten, with both the Minister of Trade and Industry and the Minister of Finance and 800 of the leaders shaping what comes next. To secure your seat, head to Quicket, search Top Empowerment, and use the code SABC for 20% off. Book today before the codes change without you.
Municipal Watch, bringing your local issues on the national agenda. SAFM, leading the conversations that move us.
Well, now on to a story that really should make all of us sit up and listen. Parliament is warning that the gains Eskom has made could all be reversed if there is no clear plan around the recovery of 110 billion rand that it is owed. Last week, the portfolio committees on cooperative governance and on electricity and energy heard it all in one room, and MPs are now calling for an interministerial committee with the stakeholders that were present ordered to report back to Parliament within 3 months. This is with a coordinated plan over how this matter of debt is going to be resolved. Joining us this morning is Ms. Lerato Pasha. She's the SALGA Portfolio Head for Municipal Finance and Fiscal Policy. Lerato, good morning to you.
Good morning, Casey, and good morning to the listeners.
Dr. Namani Dixon Masemola is the Deputy Minister of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs. Minister Masemola, good morning to you.
Good morning, and to all your listeners this morning.
And we had invited Eskom to come on as well and be part of the conversation. They have, however, declined to participate. It's more than a worrying number. It's a crisis point, and that's a description coming out of Parliament. I think many South Africans who hear that would agree with that characterization. Lerato, the big question is, how was this allowed to get to where it is today? And maybe you can speak, if you can speak from the perspective of municipalities that has led to this problem.
Thank you, Casey. I think there are both external factors and internal factors. External factors is issues that are not within the control of municipalities, and the internal ones are the ones that are within the control of the municipality. One critical one is municipalities constitutionally are given the right to reticulate to communities or to consumers of the electricity. However, we see that Eskom, in the new dispensation, there were areas that are reticulated by Eskom. We've been trying through the courts to get a declaratory order in terms of confirming that right that the Constitution has given to municipalities. So you have Eskom reticulating in areas of jurisdictions of municipalities, and often in some municipalities is affluent areas. and municipalities are only, in some areas, are reticulating to areas that is a large number of indigent consumers or consumers that are really highly pressured financially. Second thing is we've been lobbying through our that the bulk tariffs of municipalities are not rationalized. So Eskom is given higher increases. And if you look at the draft white paper that was published for comments, it shows that Eskom's tariffs have increased by 895% since 2008. And however, municipalities were not allowed increases that are equal or can be absorbed or transferred to municipalities. So NERSA would approve tariffs that are lower than what Eskom has been approved of. So basically, that will create a shortfall between what municipalities buy in terms of their bulk tariffs and what municipalities transfer to their consumers. So that is another factor that has been contributing to this issue. Another major factor, Kathy, is municipalities have been raising that how Eskom charges them and how they charge their customers has created quite a significant challenge, because what happens is during winter months, municipalities are charged on a higher, what they called maximum demand. So for that period, you would find municipalities do not have winter tariffs. So there, subsequently, their Eskom accounts tends to increase at a very high rate. To some extent, it doubles, and they are unable to recoup or recover that increase from their own consumers.
Sure. And Lerato, I think all of the issues that you have raised are quite legitimate, because they all add on, right? Especially if we're talking about debt here, there's interest that accrues every single month, and so it worsens the situation. What does, however, remain unclear, and this is where a lot of municipalities have been unable to account. Businesses pay over what they owe municipalities. Residents, in some instances, are paying over what they owe municipalities. But sometimes these monies are not making their way back to Eskom.
Okay. Yes, Kathy. So I think we are touching on the internal challenges that municipalities can control. Kathy, if you look at the numbers, it is correct that there are some consumers that are paying and are very good payers and are consistent in their paying of Eskom accounts. There is inefficiencies in terms of credit control of municipalities, where you've seen some municipalities emphasizing that the good payers are actually lower than the not good payers, or people that are unable to pay, and also those that have ability to pay but are not paying. So the credit controls of municipalities have not been, municipalities have not necessarily implemented or effected those credit control consistently, because what has happened is municipalities, if you look at the Section 71 reports of National Treasury, payment rates of municipalities are actually below the norm, and the norm is collection of 95% on what has been billed. But we have seen that it's becoming lower and lower. In some municipalities, it ranges from 50%. In cities, they are within some between 80 and 90%, or just above 90%. So those are some of the challenges that the municipalities. But number two, Kathy, is there's a high number of illegal connection or distribution losses. So what happens is what we buy from Eskom and what we sell and recover, there is a high number of losses. some as a result of infrastructure that has dilapidated, some as a result of theft, where consumers are connecting illegally. That is contributing to municipalities also not being able to pay even the current account. I'll give a
All right, Lerato, I'm going to have to pause you there. I want to bring the minister into this conversation. Sure. Mr. Masamula, we've heard an outline of just what has created this problem. What is the solution? How do we fix this?
Yes, no, thank you very much once more, Kathy, and my colleague from Sauda. It is quite true that we are handling a very complex challenge, which is characterized as an intergovernmental matter, which concerns the extent to which our municipalities are able to provide electricity to their citizens, but most importantly as well, the electricity that they purchase from Eskom, they are able to sell, make money, and still be able to sustainably provide the very same service to our people. And to the extent that this has become a very serious problem, to the extent that Eskom, through the Department of Energy and Electricity, have been working very hard to intervene and make sure that we regulate this matter. So in the past few weeks, as a result of all these complexities, we had a joint discussion together with the Minister Ramkhopa and the team and Eskom and ourselves to discuss how best could we be able to stabilize this matter between Eskom as the only, entity in the country with the capacity to give South Africans light, which we appreciate very much. But to the extent that those intricacies between how purchase occurs, sell by municipalities, and equally be able to reinvest into the same infrastructure, and with these escalating debts on the side of Eskom, but equally important, the debt that is also escalating on the side of municipalities, where they have been owed more than 300 billion rands by their consumers. Now, all these factors put together, we suggest that a very concrete process. We agreed that ourselves as COGTA, National Treasury, Energy and Electricity, and Eskom will constitute a technical team that will have to go deeper into these matters and propose very concrete ways and means. But at the same time, there is a proposal that is being processed around what is called the distribution agency agreement, that to the extent that Eskom finds it very difficult, to the extent that they may want to even disconnect electricity to municipalities and therefore citizens becoming victims, we shouldn't allow something like that to happen. So between ourselves as COGTA and the Energy and Electricity and Eskom and those affected municipalities, we are in discussions to see to it how best this model of Eskom in the meantime coming in and working together with these municipalities to deal with that aspect could be well discussed.
Sorry to come in there, Minister. Is this not part of the challenge that we have been confronted with for years now? Except the figures that we talk about only increase. For a long time, there was an issue around the electricity that was owed to the city of Johannesburg by an area such as Soweto. That quickly became a political hot potato. And what has not happened is that there have been difficulties in terms of revenue collection and holding residents who are using the electricity to actually pay for it. Are we not seeing a compounding of that kind of problem, except now it's not isolated to Soweto, but we see it in different parts of the country where communities are not paying for whatever reasons, and there are difficulties around how to bring in accountability because there are also political considerations that are weighing in.
Yes, there are two sides to this problem. Firstly, we do have areas in our municipalities that are supplied electricity, municipalities themselves through their own network and their own infrastructure. At the same time, there are communities which are served by ESCOM within the same municipality, where part of the community is served by municipality, part of the community is served by ESCOM. And all those networks of serving our communities, what becomes extremely important is at the level of ourselves as government and government departments, and taking cognizance of what would have happened in the past. How do we resolve these matters? Now, as I say, there are these two processes. The first one is that we are through what is called Operation Vulindlela Phase 2, discussing very seriously how do we reform the municipal trading services, including the extent to which matters of electricity, restructuring, and as well as consolidation of the infrastructure that is there, and to what extent does it actually get connected to whatever could be there on the side of ESCOM that is exclusively servicing those areas. So it's a matter of transformation which we are seriously working on through the Office of the President, National Treasury, ourselves, and together with SALGA, we are locked in the same process. Understandably, this process is aimed at firstly making sure that on the part of our municipalities where they've got their own infrastructure to serve communities, the sales that they get from their electricity, they should be able to make sure that there is a provision that makes it sort of an obligation to, reinvest those monies that would have been accrued from their sales back into the existing infrastructure for sustainable delivery of services. And
All right.
for that to happen, it's not just an overnight matter. It requires that process which we are undertaking at the moment. And we are quite certain that it will deliver very concrete, sustainable solutions, whereas at the same time, this district distribution agency mechanism so that there is a balance of understanding and a process together between ourselves, ESCOM, so that they don't disconnect, as they've already indicated, some ministers that are said to be defaulting on the agreements between themselves and ESCOM. So we're trying to come in between to deal with all those matters so that South Africans do get sustainable supply of electricity without all these possibilities which we don't anticipate, and definitely it's not something that we want to see it happening.
All right, we're going to have to leave it there. The Deputy Minister of COGTA, Dixon Masemola, and Lerato Pasha, who is with SALGA. So it is a story that we will continue to follow up on, because it has just such grave implications for the sustainability of ESCOM, for municipalities, and at the end of the day, that affects you and I. Let me go over to the news desk, and Musa is standing by with your latest headlines. And good morning.
Good morning. Thanks, Kathy. In the headlines, Rise Mzansi says there's no effort on the part of authorities to disarm society of illegal firearms. It follows the killing of 12 people and 10 others who were wounded in a shooting incident at Jumpers Informal Settlement in Cleveland in Johannesburg. Gauteng Traffic Chief Samuel Mashaba will return to the Madlanga Commission of Inquiry when it resumes its hearings in Pretoria this morning. He's set to provide further details on his version of events surrounding the drug bust in Egerton in Johannesburg in 2021. And the Pretoria Magistrates Court will today hear arguments from the state and defence in the bail application of ballistic analyst Lawrence Magotle. He's accused of manipulating ballistic evidence and submitting misleading reports in high-profile murder investigations. I'll have details on these and other stories at 9.
SAFM, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Crash on Winnie Mandela at the N1 North, going north out of Bryanston towards Four Ways. That's also having an impact on the N1 South, which is pushing a queue back towards Ravonia Road territory. Mike 1 North, a crash before Grayston Drive, so expect some delays there. And Grayston Drive, coming from Wynberg across into Sandton, very heavy around towards Ravonia. There's a set of lights that are offline at Grayston and Daisy, which is contributing to that delay. M2 between Denver and Cleveland on your way to Germiston, still being held up by an earlier crash crashing quite heavy on that section of the M2. Just north of Durban, Verulam through Ottawa down to Phoenix stays really busy. Roadworks on the R102. The problem there, crash on the M4 before Umhlanga Drive. So if you're coming down the highway from Belito, get into the Umhlanga area and all gets very slow. And some queuing pressure on the M7 from Queensborough down towards the M2 highway. Cape Town stays misty, particularly City Bowl and City Centre, so drive carefully. The closer you get to town, the heavier it gets. And it gets even heavier on the N1 inbound from Plattercliff to the city centre. That's due to an earlier crash on the elevated freeway, which has since been cleared up. And very heavy mist around Emelafeti this morning. Widespread, but you'll need particular care and caution on the N12 on that treacherous section between Ochis and Emelafeti. With your traffic updates, I'm Rob Byrne.
This is SAFM Sport with Zai Khan.
Zaikan, a final good morning to you this morning. So Mexico's danger men have been identified. It's as Bafana are getting ready for that opener later tonight.
Yeah, Kathy, the danger men are identified. The mission is simple. Keep them quiet. And that's exactly what we plan to do. And so does Hugo Bruce feel exactly the same. And this is when Bafana head into this opening match of the World Cup. And yes, Mexico may have home ground advantage, but Bafana will keep a close eye on these three players. The veteran striker Raul Jimenez remaining Mexico's biggest threat with 45 international goals to his name. They've also got 22-year-old attacking midfielder Brian Gutierrez. He's one of the rising stars of Mexican football. And at the back, a central defender Cesar Montes could captain the host and will be tasked with keeping the Bafana attack quiet. But nevertheless, we will do the close eye on these three players as kickoff tonight, 9 p.m. South Africa beginning their FIFA World Cup journey against the co-host Mexico. You can catch it live on SABC Sport. Let's bring it back to closer home, where Magesi FC head coach Alan Fries has praised his team's discipline and defensive structure after they earned a 1-1 draw against Cape Town City in the penultimate fixture of the PSL promotion relegation playoffs at Athlone Stadium. Fries says he was particularly satisfied with his side's organization and commitment.
The 90 minutes was good. I think we did well in the first half. We played according to the game plan. We stuck to the plan that we want to play to. Second half, yeah, we came into second half with a goal down. We equalized quickly. And from there were moments when it could have gone either way. But I am happy with our defending, with our organization, how we went forward and backwards. I am happy about that.
Let's go now to rugby, with Ruben van Heerden being drafted into the Springbok squad, and he will join the team in Johannesburg ahead of their season opener against the Barbarians, and that's next Saturday. Pepsi Buthelezi and Carlu Saidi were called up earlier this week. They've already reported for duty. The Boks face the Barbarians 3 p.m. on the 20th of June in Gqeberha, with the SAA team meeting Zimbabwe at 12 in the same double header. Cricket now. The Proteas women will have to navigate what many are calling the group of death when the ICC Women's T20 World Cup gets underway in England tomorrow. South Africa have been drawn alongside six-time champions Australia and current 50 overs champions India, with only the top two teams progressing to the semi-finals. The Proteas, who have reached the final of the last three major ICC tournaments, open their campaign against Australia at Old Trafford, and that's in Manchester on Saturday. Athletics, the Cape Town Marathon has officially joined the prestigious World Marathon Major Series, becoming the first race in Africa to earn the status. The event becomes just the 8th marathon in the world to be recognized alongside Boston, London, Berlin, Chicago, New York, Tokyo, as well as Sydney. That's your sport on the National Briefing. Head back around 12:30. John Hediker will have more as Bafana head to their World Cup. This is the FIFA World Cup 2026 as they take on the co-host Mexico. I'm Zai Khan for the National Briefing Sport.
South Africa, get ready for the ultimate human race, the Comrades Marathon. Catch all the action live on Sunday 14 June from 4:30 a.m. live on SABC2 and SABC radio stations as thousands of runners take on the ultimate human race. For this year's uprun, from the start in Durban all the way to the finish line in Pietermaritzburg. From elite athletes chasing victory to inspiring everyday heroes, SABC Sport brings you every emotional moment, live interviews, expert commentary, and unmatched race day atmosphere. Don't miss the Comrades Marathon on Sunday, 14 June, live from 4:30 a.m. on SABC2 and SABC radio stations. Proudly brought to you by SABC Sport.
For the love of the game. We all get insurance for the moment something goes wrong, and when it does, you need the peace of mind of knowing your claim will be handled fairly. Outsurance keeps outperforming. The Ombudsman, an independent body that rules on complaints, confirmed in the 2025 annual report that Outsurance had the lowest overturned ratio of complaints received. Why would you want to be insured with anyone else? Get a quote and switch today. Call 0800 60,000 or visit outsurance.co.za. Licensed insurer and FSP. T's, C's and information online.
Call SAFM now on 086 000 2032.
All right, it's that time of the morning. I'm taking your calls on 086 000 2032. Remember, you're more than welcome to raise any issue, including taking those messages of support for Bafana Bafana. I will certainly continue to run with them. Or you can send your voice notes on 0614 104 107. Let me start off in Rosebank. Butana, good morning.
Good morning, Kathy.
Good morning,
You know
Buta.
what? I don't have a problem with the accountability of IEC. I've got a problem when they play politics. They must not say we are concerned. They must just apply the law. If that rise what they floated the law, they must act according to the law. Did they forget about now Chancellor House? Did they forget now that the unions that are staffing their institutions? Please let them not play politics. Let them not play politics. We don't have a problem with them making them to account, but let them not selective, please, man.
So Butana, if I'm listening to you correctly, then you agree with Songezo Zibi's sentiment that he shared on the show earlier, that they found it quite bizarre that the IEC has gone about reporting on this matter in the way that they have.
Indeed. But if they floated the law, why are they saying they are concerned? What a political statement. Why can't they say they are going to take action against them because they floated the law? They must stop doing that nonsense. They must make sure that everybody accounts. They must not be selective. It's unfair. They're playing politics.
All right, Butana out in Rosebank, responding to the interview we had with Songezo Zibi on that loan-turned-donation to Rise Mzansi, which the IEC flagged and said it needed more answers to, needed clarity on the transaction. David, you're in Pietermaritzburg. Good morning.
Yeah, thank you. Norman, one would like to commend the organizations that are picketing outside Cartrack and ensuring that the life of that young lady, she did not die in vain. Katie, I'm also concerned about organizations like DA, because if this was the right person, they will be calling for her to roll. And it's clear that the DA doesn't care about the black lives. Katie, another thing is the racism that is institutionalized in private companies, as well as the slavery that is happening currently, mostly in call centers. This story reminded me of my niece, who was working for one of the call centers. She was sick. She had bird flu, and we took her to the doctor. And the supervisor, who was Indian, forced her to work and disregarded the doctor's certificate. So it shows that there is prevalent slavery and institutionalized racism in private sector mostly. And I think we should zoom in on the conduct of these call centers mostly, because one, here's a lot of ill treatment of black graduates in these call centers, Katie. Lastly, please do a follow-up on Mshini matter. Recall the young doctor who died at work, who was being supervised by another Indian doctor. Do you recall the story?
No, I must say, David, not top of my head right now.
Please do a follow-up on that. I want to know as to what happened, because him too, his death must not be in vain.
Okay.
We must find out as to what happened to the supervisor who forced the doctor to work when he reported that he was sick.
Okay.
In Mshini Hospital in Durban.
All right, David. Thanks for that contribution. Look, and I don't know if you've actually had a chance to look at that statement that Cartrack issued in relation to Gina Dadla's death. They don't even mention her name once in that media briefing. They just refer to an incident surrounding a colleague, and they go on to reference our colleague this, our colleague that, but not once do they actually mention her name. And surely that it matters to recognize that this was an individual who contributed to this company in one way or the other. But I agree with David. There's a lot that's happening in the call center environment, beginning with how much some of these young people are getting paid, right? Just with how much they're getting paid. But because the job situation is so desperate, people will just take whatever is available. Deboho, you're in Tshwane. Good morning.
Hi, Kathy.
Yes, sir.
How are you? Yes. Kathy, I just want to contribute to the discussion earlier on regarding the ESCOM situation. Yes. You know, the main contributory factor to the problem that ESCOM is experiencing right now is their wage bill. Their wage bill is ridiculously high. They are overpaying their employees. They're giving them exorbitant salaries. So they will never get it right. You look at their housing subsidy, they are so ridiculous. They are paying even insurance for companies, insurance fee for their employees. It's very ridiculous. Where on earth have you seen the employer paying insurance for their employees' cars? All those things are, compare the budget versus fee, the wage bill. It's very ridiculous. They've got high incentives that are ridiculously high, comparing to other state entities, including government itself and other parastate ones.
I guess that then is more in response to ESCOM's cost of operating, right? That even their own costs of operations are quite high. And then added to it, these other issues where they're not able to recoup all of the monies that they're owed. Zola, you're in Bloem. Good morning.
Good morning, Katie. Katie, I'm calling from a place called Glory Park in Bloem. We have a serious problem.
You're calling from where, Zola?
At Loria Park in Bloemfontein.
Gloria Park.
Loria.
Oh, Loria Park. Okay.
Yes. Katie, there's a serious problem. People have been given a land in Loria Park who are coming from other areas, whereas there are people in Loria Park who have registered to get land. But what is funny, people from outside are being prioritized. People from a notorious area in Namibia. Namibia is one area in Bloemfontein. Have been taken from there, brought to Loria Park. While we have people who have registered for land for more than 15 years, 20 years in Loria Park. Now, this created a conflict yesterday. There was nearly black-on-black violence because Loria Park was saying, please, consider us. Those people came and then there was something like a fight near the clinic. The police had to intervene. and to stop the process. Can you please, Katie, invite the municipality, Mangaung Metro, let them explain what is going on in Lorry Park? Because Lorry Park people are frustrated, and their frustration is justified. They also want land, but they're not saying people must not be given land. But first preference must come to us because we've been promised many, many years ago that you'll get land. But people have been taken from other areas, brought to Lorry Park.
So clashes then taking place between land invaders effectively in Mangaung yesterday. All right. Zola, thanks for bringing that to our attention. We'll certainly put it on the agenda. Loria Park, he says it is. If you know anything else about the conflict or the confrontations in Loria Park between land invaders in the Mangaung municipality, if you can please get in touch with us, give us more details there. Ephraim, you're in Alex. Good morning.
Yeah, good morning, Kit. I think we need to talk as e-hailers. This car tracker, their arrogancy, we give them a lot of money as e-hailers. Most of our cars, we are using car track. We need to work and decampaign them and remove all the trackers in our cars so that they can listen and respect people. Let's pass on that one, Kit. Katie, good luck to our Fana tonight. We'll be watching after the game. I need to knock off and watch the game. Katie, I'm having a problem. I used to call often in SAFM regarding, I'm an e-hailer. I've been complaining about this permit that we don't get from the Gauteng Department of Transport. Today, Katie, it's so sad that this MEC, she sent the Gauteng Traffic Police in Tshwane to come and impound our cars, but they can't give us a permit. What happened is, Katie, what will happen now? I have the orders. When I give them, they tell me that you can't give us these things to the permit, but they can issue that operating permit. What should happen, Katie? I want to understand that MEC, when you wake up as a woman, a South African, a black woman, you send the police to come and impound our cars. We don't have the permit that you as a MEC, you can provide us with those permits. What should happen? Our cars must be impounded. We must pay 6,000 to 5,000 rand to take those cars out from impoundment. But you can't offer us permit. We have the receipts since 2021. What must happen, Katie? I want to understand this thing, what she's doing today in Tshwane. It's happening now. When you enter Tshwane in Liliengoy, I was there, they nearly impound my car. But because I know my rights, I denied. I told them, you can't take my car because I have the OLAS receipt that they give me. They have a backlog since 2021. Katie, what will happen? What must happen now? What should we do as South Africans? We're trying a living in e-hailing, but now we are being harassed or abused by the Gauteng Department of Transport under the MEC of Transport, Kid Bondia Letlabet. What must happen? What must we do, Kid?
Yeah, Ephraim, you have raised a very, very important issue, and it's been a long-standing issue. We'll try and get an update on where we are with this matter. He's right. There's a backlog in the issuing of permits, but in the meantime, it doesn't mean the harassment, the abuse of e-hailing drivers must continue, especially because they impound the car and then they expect you to pay 3,000 Rand, right? And then they release you tomorrow. The very same people are coming back to do the same thing that they did yesterday. And most of it is happening off the books. It's money that's going into the pockets of some of the officials that are running these roadblocks in the first place. All right, so we're going to head over to traffic. Hey, Rob Byrne, the headache for tonight. To stay awake or to not stay awake, Rob Byrne, you and I have to be up at 3 a.m. What to do, to do.
We have to come with a plan, Kathy. We have to have a solid plan of how we're going to address this. Maybe an afternoon nap might be the key.
An afternoon nap. Rob, do you think I will survive a morning show with 3 hours of sleep? Oh,
no.
It's such a dilemma. Nap. Afternoon nap and then?
Get your hours in, then wake up, then nap again. So you take the afternoon nap and your post-match nap. I
see.
If there's any time for napping after we win, we may be celebrating. We may be celebrating long. Oh, Kathy, it's turning into a nightmare scenario. Afternoon nap is going to be the way for you, I think.
All right. Rob Byrne, at least he's a man with a plan. Give us the latest traffic.
Thanks, Kathy. The Mike 1 North at Greyston. There's been a crash there going up from Melrose into Sandton. Stays busy. And southbound coming from Marlborough Drive all the way down to about sort of Houghton Drive territory. So Sandton through to Parktown looking quite busy. Crash on William Mandela at the N1. Behind that, the N1 South to get off is backing up towards Rivonia Road. And a crash on the M2 still holding traffic through Denver out towards the Cleveland area today. If you're driving into Pretoria, there's also been a crash on the M4 Emerald Highway at the N1 coming from Watermeyer Street. You'll join a backlog of traffic there. Heavy mist that we've been detailing this morning at around the Emerald region. Big crash in that mist on the N4 by Vosman by the Matthews Pausa exit. There's a crash there, so if you're going in or out of Emerald not only heavy mist, but literally standstill traffic and all sorts of congestion south of Emerald on multiple routes because the mist is just so thick and so heavy. Please drive carefully. Recipe for tragedies in that sort of condition that we're experiencing there. Durban, some congestion we've seen over the last few days. Seeing it again today. Bayhead area, it's just mainly trucks backing up through there, obviously. Crash on the M4 before you get to Umhlanga Rocks Drive, so coming through from Sabaya, that stays busy. And Cape Town, an earlier crash on the M1 inbound at the elevated freeway has been cleared, but behind it has left traffic very slow this morning from N1 City into the city centre. Marine Drive and Kuberg Road routes are both backing up to get in or get through that N1. With your traffic update, I'm Rob Byrne.
You can become a victim of a legal problem. Wrongful arrest, assault, uncontested divorce, rental disputes, maintenance matters, or labor problems. It can happen to you. Clientele Legal provides tough professional lawyers for an affordable monthly premium. Our legal team is standing by to assist you 24 hours a day. Join today. SMS SAFM to 32195. That's SAFM to 32195. Clientele General is an authorized FSP and licensed non-life insurer. T's and C's online. Standard rates apply.
Get into the beautiful game and save like a super fan at Spar with products like 1 litre Spar 100% fruit juice blend for $25.99. Save 7 Rand. Or 4 kg Spar IQF chicken mixed portions for $169.99. Save 30 Rand. Price is valid from 8 till 21 June. While stocks last. Only at Spar. T's and C's apply.
Built in Mzansi on the National Briefing.
Well, let's get straight into our Built in Mzansi feature. Today, we speak to the CEO of V3 Consulting Engineers, Andries Skuman. Andries, good morning. So last night, you won the Retrofit Project of the Year at the Big Five South Africa Impact Awards. It's a major recognition in the construction industry. Tell us about the work that you did. It's a renovation project that you completed at Ridirile Primary School in Bloemfontein. Earlier I said Hammanskraal, but it's in fact in Bloemfontein. Good morning.
Morning, Kathy, and yes, thank you for having me. Yes, if I may start, it's actually in Kimberley to be exact. It's not in Bloemfontein, it's in Kimberley in the Northern Cape. Yes.
Thank you so much for that correction, Andries.
No,
Clearly,
no
we're half asleep this morning. But yeah, tell us more about the work that you did.
I think the relay school, it was an existing or modest education facility which we transformed into a state-of-the-art learning environment. It's 28 classrooms with science and technology labs, but it wasn't just about the bricks and mortar. It was more about creating a safe and inspiring space that empowers learners and restores dignity to the community, because the holistic impact is what distinguished this sort of entry from the rest.
Let's talk about how you got involved with this project in the first place. There's so many schools that could use this kind of renovation across the country.
Yes, Kathy, we've been a long-standing consultant to the Northern Cape Department of Education. We're currently actually undertaking another a 7-school program for them in the Northern Cape, up to about R1 billion. So, schools education is really the pillar of of a thriving economy. And for us, that's something that's very close to our hearts, and to make sure that we can service the communities, because it's like I said, the school is a hub for the communities, where it brings the community together. That's why the importance of education is so close to our heart. And by getting involved, I think that this is our contribution, which we can also, as consultants in South Africa, can make a contribution to the development of our country, in our nation.
And what do you think makes your model so impactful that you would even get this kind of recognition from your own industry?
I think it's for me personally. I think it's more about where our hearts is. For us, this isn't not just it's not just the accolade. It's a celebration of how engineering can transform lives. Like I said, for us, it's about reimagining by doing this school. It's not just an upgrade. We reimagine the future for learners, teachers, and the community, and providing a retrofit. And what it also does, keep in mind, retrofits is using the existing facilities and just expand on it. And in that sense, you create sustainable development where you're not spending the same amount of money of doing complete new.
And Andries, there's often a reluctance to retrofit because it feels like it costs more because you're trying to now create a new structure that maybe doesn't fit necessarily into the old structure. But maybe very quickly, what are the lessons that you think other provinces can be taking from the work that you're doing in Kimberley?
I think the importance for me is, if you do a retrofit, you preserve the school's identity and the heritage, while upgrading and upgrading the functionality. While if you do a complete new, you demolish which effectively has got value, you demolish what is known to the community and to the people, and you're taking that away from that. And I think that's important. We must always place the community at first and make sure that we preserve which is known to them. I mean, schools, or that specific, it's a beacon in the community, a school. And that is important to sort of look after that so that the community continue and they're familiar, the kids at the end of the day is then familiar with their surroundings and they're gaining access then to world-class facilities by upgrading these.
Andries Skuman, the CEO of V3 Consulting Firms. That's where we leave it on the National Briefing this morning. The Daily Discourse with Jehan Joseph up next.
In our top stories, Rise Mzansi slams police following Cleveland mass shooting, and Gauteng traffic chief back at the Madlanga Commission. Good morning. Rise Mzansi says there's no effort on the part of authorities to disarm society of illegal firearms. This follows the killing of 12 people and 10 others who were wounded in a shooting incident at Jumpers Informal Settlement in Cleveland in Johannesburg. More than 10 heavily armed suspects randomly opened fire on residents on Tuesday night. Gauteng police have launched a manhunt for the suspects. Rise Mzansi's Johannesburg mayoral candidate Luko Namguni.
There's just not enough leadership to coordinate an intelligence-led response to some of the mass shootings that we have seen in the city of Joburg and surrounding cities or municipalities as well. But it's quite clear as well that, these gangs operate with the greatest of impunity without any fear of retaliation or fear of consequences from the establishment of the police, and that must come to an end, because there's a sense the way I feel the respect that police used to enjoy just at face value when you see a police officer on the streets has diminished and vanished.
Gauteng Traffic Chief Samuel Mashaba will return to the Madlanga Commission of Inquiry when it resumes its hearings in Pretoria this morning. He's set to provide further details on his version of events surrounding the drug bust in Ayrton in Johannesburg in 2021. Mashaba, who started to testify yesterday, detailed how he received a tip-off from an informer called Tumelunku about a truck allegedly transporting drugs from Durban to Johannesburg. Sibahle Mota reports.
Mashaba was one of 3 law enforcement officials who arrived first at the Ayrton drug scene in 2021. He has testified that informer Tumelunku wanted him to exercise caution, alleging that the matter involved senior law enforcement officials. Mashaba further told the commission that he intercepted the truck, allegedly transporting the drugs, and arrested both the driver and the intended recipients of the cargo after narcotics were discovered. The commission has also heard Mashaba's allegation that both the truck driver and the recipients of the cargo were later released following the arrival of Crime Intelligence Officer Major General Firoz Khan.
The Pretoria Magistrates Court will today hear arguments from the state and defence in the bail application of ballistic analyst Lawrence Makgotle. He is accused of manipulating ballistic evidence and submitting misleading reports in high-profile murder investigations. Makgotle allegedly failed to link the firearm used in the killing of Vereniging engineer Armin Swart in 2024 to 30 other high-profile murders and attempted murder cases. The National Prosecuting Authority spokesperson, Lumka Mahanjane.
The magistrate indicated that this offence should fall under Schedule 5. However, that does not have a bearing on the state's case. It simply means now that the onus are on the accused or on the applicants to prove to the court that it is in the interest of justice that he be released on bail. But if it was in Schedule 1, those onus would have rested with the state. But now the onus rest on him.
Iran's military command has declared the Strait of Hormuz completely closed to all vessels and says any traffic will be targeted. This is in response to the latest U.S. strikes. The U.S. Central Command has insisted commercial ships are continuing to transit the strait. The BBC's Thomas Morgan has more.
The US say that they've concluded their attacks, but we understand that the IRGC, the Iranian Revolutionary Guard, have responded by attacking US bases in Kuwait and Bahrain, describing it as punishment for the attacks early in the evening. The US Central Command said the strikes were due to the unwarranted and continued aggression shown by Iran. I think we're in this constant state of back and forth, really, not only in terms of who shoots first, but also a war of words, especially on social media.
And finally, South Africa's cabinet ministers have thrown their weight behind the national soccer team, Bafana Bafana, ahead of the team's clash with co-hosts at Mexico City Stadium. The kickoff of the 2026 FIFA World Cup's first game is set for 9 o'clock tonight. Ministers Patricia de Lille, Ronald Lamola and Gayton McKenzie shared their excitement ahead of the match.
Until after the match, when we'll be brothers and sisters with Mexico again. But Bafana Bafana number one.
This World Cup is a good opportunity. I'm glad Minister de Lille is here, Minister Mackenzie, the cultural exchange, and I believe these two countries can build on two economies, but we're on two opposing interests. I believe Bafana Bafana can do something.
My message to them is that because I could see the media here is underestimating them and telling that they stand no chance. And I went to them and I said, that's a gift. Being underestimated is a gift because there's no pressure. So take that gift and turn it around. And I'm telling you today, you're going to see boys that are ready to fight for their country.
Recapping the top story, Rise Mzansi says there's no effort on the part of authorities to disarm society of illegal firearms. It follows the killing of 12 people and 10 others who were wounded in a shooting incident at Jumpers Informal Settlement in Cleveland in Johannesburg. For SAfm News, I am Anne Musa.
Do great solutions start with good conversation? SAfM. Leading the conversations that move us.
Keep moving through 6 a.m. call times, the rain, dirt tracks, and moving through tight deadlines. Because you move with purpose, from the first stop to the final drop. The Hino 700 truck tractor comes standard with a 6-year drivetrain warranty and advanced safety features tailored to your industry. The Hino 700 is built to fuel your business's progress. Hino. All the way.
South Africa, get ready for the ultimate human race, the Comrades Marathon. Catch all the action live on Sunday 14 June from 4:30 a.m. live on SABC2 and SABC radio stations as thousands of runners take on the ultimate human race for this year's uprun from the start in Durban all the way to the finish line in Pietermaritzburg. From From elite athletes chasing victory to inspiring everyday heroes, SABC Sport brings you every emotional moment, live interviews, expert commentary, and unmatched race day atmosphere. Don't miss the Comrades Marathon on Sunday, 14 June, live from 4:30 a.m. on SABC2 and SABC radio stations. Proudly brought to you by SABC Sport.
For the love of the game.
I'm Samela Kelpoy, an actress and a mum. Do you know what's in your cupboard? I've been trying to be intentional about the food I buy and keep in my cupboard. Unhealthy packaged foods can lead to hypertension, heart disease, and diabetes. Support front of package warning labels on unhealthy packaged foods, high in saturated fat, sugar, and salt. Join me. Sign the petition on heala.org. That's HEALA.org.
You are listening to Joanne Joseph on SAFM.
Since the dawn of day, you were born here in this place. You belong. You've been this brave all along. What broke you once made you strong. Die, die, ego, hale, hale, let's go. 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 México, Argentina, Chile, Perú, Brasil, la tribuna está encendida, nadie nos puede parar. Colombia, Uruguay, Paraguay, Ecuador, toda la noche cantando con fuego en el corazón. Las banderas para arriba, que esto recién comenzó. Die, die, ego, hale, hale, let's go. 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 Bolivia, Venezuela, Panamá y Costa Rica. La fiesta sigue creciendo y nadie la va a pagar. Cuba, Honduras, Guatemala y El Salvador. Toda Latinoamérica cantando esta canción. Desde el barrio hasta el mundo y se escucha una voz. Die, die, ego, hale, hale, let's go. Die, die, ego, hale, hale, let's go. Die, die, ego, hale, hale, let's go. Die, die, ego, hale, hale, let's go.
Are you ready for that 9 o'clock kickoff this evening? In just under 12 hours, Bafana and Mexico will be on the field, and I hope you'll be out in your regalia supporting our boys this evening. It is an exciting day indeed, the start of the World Cup. Don't be alarmed if you did not hear our opening logo music. It is the Daily Discourse. As always, good morning and welcome. I'm Joanne Joseph. Great to be with you this day, and much excitement in the air as Bafana kicks off this evening in Mexico. It is going to be an exciting start to the World Cup indeed. And we are certainly backing the boys and sending them all our positive thoughts and vibes from the tip of the southern African continent. Right, now I want to take some of your calls on this, maybe some of your predictions for what's going to happen this evening. Bafana didn't get off to a great start with their travels, let's be honest, but let's hope that having had around a week there in Mexico, they've acclimatized. It's, the altitude is particularly high, so it's going to be hard work doing what they do. But let's hope they've been adequately prepared. And Hugo Bruges has given them everything that they need in terms of both coaching and confidence to be able to make it out there on the field this evening. We will be keeping a very close eye on that. Remember, it's going to be broadcast on SABC 1, S3, SABC Sport, SABC Plus, and SABC radio stations. So even if you can't watch, make sure that you listen in this evening. Well, it is great to be with you today as we kick off this Wednesday morning. The team is with you. Kenilwe is in this morning. Lebu helping us out as well and producing the show, taking your calls. And Paul is on sound. Khonsi is behind the camera today. And remember, apart from listening to us on the radio, you can also listen live on DSTV channel 814, or you can go to our website and you can listen live there. We're also streaming our broadcast as we do every morning, so you can watch us from anywhere in the world on YouTube, Facebook and X. If you're joining us from overseas, you're very welcome. Delighted to have you. And don't forget that if you haven't managed to catch the show in its entirety during the day, you can do that on our website. Our digital team loads all the podcasts there, so you can catch up on all those interviews on demand during the course of the day or even in the evening if you prefer. Apart from Bafana today, we're talking about something that was stimulated by one of your own calls. It actually came from a listener who spoke to us about the situation in Lurie Park. We know that there's been a great deal of trouble there over people settling there. It started off as a dispute over illegal settlement, so to speak, and it's now been resolved in court, and it looks as though people will now legally be living there. We're going to find out more about that in just a moment. Then after 10, we're looking at the issue of forgiveness, of violent histories and trauma, of the issue of intergenerational trauma that gets carried through, and how we work through our past as South Africans. And we're doing it with an award-winning academic, Professor Phumla Madikizela Gobodo. She's the South African Research Chair in Violent Histories and Transgenerational Trauma at Stellenbosch University. She's got a much longer title than that, but I'm just shortening it down to that, but certainly not in any way reducing or minimizing her contribution to the field. And I think this is an important time as tensions are brewing in the country to have these talks and these discussions on the issue of trauma, of forgiveness, and how we build social cohesion by using these notions in our daily lives. And then a little bit later on, we're talking about the fact that South Africa as a country has still not come up with a food plan. Did you know that this is what countries actually do as a habit? They have a food plan. It talks to food security in the country. It talks about the country's plan for how it's going to keep its people fed. We haven't had one for 3 years. It is 3 years overdue. It looks like we might only get it next year, but that is going to be an issue. And the Union Against Hunger, that's been co-founded by Mark Haywood, whom you know is a very, very well-known activist and has worked in many, many fields of activism, has taken this on, and we're going to be talking about that a little bit later on. Also, a lot more to come on the show over the course of these 3 hours. I want to listen to one of your voice notes as well on this issue, and one of you is making a comment about Bafana. Tell me if you agree or not.
Good morning, Sister AJ Mbongo Sunday Samboisa. Yes, Sister AJ, I wish SAFA could ask FIFA to please, man, give them a break, a step back, like to take a break on international games. You see, our national squad is not ready to compete on national stage, man. They are not fit. They are not yet there. Can they take a break, maybe 5-year break, instead of wasting millions and millions of SAFA booked hotels for them for nothing? Because surely they will lose tonight, man. It's just a waste of money. They must take a break.
But they qualified. It wasn't like the last World Cup where they, they were the host country, so they got to play. And they also got a lot further in that World Cup than we expected them to. So I'm rooting for them tonight. Please, can I ask you out there, even if you're not feeling particularly hopeful tonight, let's just send them all those positive vibes that we can, because you never know what can happen. It's very unpredictable indeed. One of you says, hi, Joanne, we wish Bafana all the best. And with the squad, anything is possible. Why do you guys at SABC not play a South African World Cup song sung by Mthandeni Manqele, Africa Unite, says Mazwi in Gqeberha. Okay, we're going to try and find that song, Mthandeni, and I'll see if we can play that for you a little bit later. In fact, for all of us, a little bit later. But yes, we have to be behind them. We have to send them all the positivity that we can. Romeo in the Free State is on the line to us. Romeo, good morning. Do you think Bafana can match up to Mexico this evening?
Good morning to you, my sister. How are you this morning?
I'm well, thanks. I'm feeling positive about Bafana.
Magic all happens. It could happen. It can never happen again. But all in our hearts, we just wanted to say to Bafana, go there, show us what you made of, make us proud. And not only Bafana only, but to wish all the African teams that are representing also the continent. Wish you good luck, all of you guys. You are our heroes. All our minds are with you, our spirit. We might not be at the stadium, but during the course of your playing or whatever you are doing, our spirits are together with you. I'm also urging also supporters who are there already to support one another, to make sure that whenever it is possible to be together during the course of any team that is playing, show that we are coming from a continent that is united. Though sometimes here and there we find it very much difficult to unite, but one day we wake up being unified as a united force.
Yes.
But lastly, I would want to say to all the presidents of soccer governing boards, such as Asia, Europe, Africa, you please question your boss, Mr. President of World Cup FIFA. Why are they denying Somalian referee and also the Iranians when we saw Russia was immediately banned after they invaded Ukraine? Here we are, America is doing whatever they like, whatever they want. Why don't you remove the World Cup with immediate effect, give it to Mexico, Canada, and the other countries to show that you are an independent board?
Okay, Romeo, thank you for that. Thank you for that, Romeo. The thing is, I think it might be a bit late in the day to do that, but the question is, should America have been allowed to continue hosting? Because how do you disallow people actually representing FIFA itself, right? We know how it works. FIFA takes over the country during the World Cup. It virtually becomes the Republic of FIFA during that time, right? FIFA calls the shots. How do you disallow one of FIFA's representatives? The Somalian referee was a FIFA representative. How do you not allow him into the country? And the fact that America has been able to get away with that is just appalling. It's appalling. This is supposed to be an event that unites the world, right? That brings everybody together. There should be an amazing feeling of brothers, sisterhood, of this notion of the human race coming together and just enjoying themselves and enjoying each other. America has found a way of disrupting that feeling again, which totally, I find it completely abhorrent. I really do. Tonight, one of you says you're supporting Mexico. No, why? Let me listen to this.
Good morning, Joanna. Sorry, don't prove me wrong. Doesn't mean if you're in South Africa, then you must support South Africa teams. Today, I'll go for Mexico. Bye. Anonymous Cape Town.
You see, you wanted to remain anonymous because you didn't want to own up to being unpatriotic. It's not only about winning, guys. Even if they don't win tonight, it's about standing with our people tonight and being proud of the people who play under our flag. I think that's a huge part of things. Thankfully, some people are still supporting Bafana.
Good morning, Joanne and your listeners. Oh, la Bafana, we are 100% behind you. We are supporting you 100%. South Africa is rallying behind you. Ola Bafana, ola schemes us in South Africa. Bring something back home. Thank you.
At
to cards. Love it.
Let's clear your card when I get.
For real?
Yeah, bo. With my cashback from MyWay, I will be getting 10% of my premiums back for staying claim-free for 2 years. So I'll have some extra cash to spoil you and let you live your way.
Dad, you're the best.
Real people, real cars, real rewards. For a quote, visit myway.co.za. My cashback is a feature on qualifying products paid after 2 claim-free years and all premiums paid. Premiums are risk profile dependent. MyWay is a licensed non-life insurer and FSP. T's and C's apply. MyWay. Live your way.
Keep moving through 6 a.m. call times, the rain, dirt tracks, and moving through tight deadlines. Because you move with purpose, from the first stop to the final drop. The Hino 700 truck tractor comes standard with a 6-year drivetrain warranty and advanced safety features tailored to your industry. The Hino 700 is built to fuel your business's progress. Hino, all the way.
Mama Million here, and yes, I am a millionaire. And there you'd be on the couch with your 6 numbers. But 7 is for heaven, or yes. But 4 is for the door, or yes. But 38 is never too late, or yes. Well, the Lotto Live draws are back. Every Tuesday, Wednesday, Friday, and Saturday. Catch the live draw at 9 p.m. The National Lottery. More plays, more chances, more millions. Players must be 18 years or older. Play responsibly. The National Lottery is officially operated by SAfmRadio.
The Daily Discourse on SAFM. Weekday mornings from 9 to 12.
Yeah, there's our logo music once again, in case you didn't realize you are with the Daily Discourse here on SAFM. We are leading the conversations that move you this morning, as always. And of course, the big thing that is moving you is Bafana's prospects this morning. One of us one of our listeners says, "Hi, Joanne, your caller is just a disgruntled voter and citizen," which I understand. It's okay to lose after trying hard and representing your country. We mustn't let greedy rich men spoil the event. Very important to us, the regular masses. A small event to bring us joy, says Naveen in Durban. I think we need it. We need it, Team South Africa. How do you feel about it? It's been such a difficult time. We've been facing so many difficulties in this country, from the tough economic situation to migrant issues to all sorts of things that dog us on a daily basis. So this has just given us a little bit of a chink of light in the darkness, and that's how we're treating it this morning. Benny, you've been holding for a while. You want to talk about voting? Tell us what's on your mind. Good morning.
Yes, morning, and how are you?
I'm well, thanks, Benny. I'm optimistic this morning.
That's wonderful. It's the same Benny who was talking about the fairness, the unfairness of broadcasting.
Oh, okay.
On Monday, yes. But what I want to bring here, we talk about a democracy like a voting, So there is this element that I want to bring. Our people, when they're supposed to vote, there's some other elements of truth which they are not being told. We only told, or we are telling our people about colonized, that South Africa has been colonized. And which, of course, when people they hear about this, they've got a tendency of hatred, looking at white people as people who are cruel, people who are here to take our country, I'm not in a favor of colonization, but there are some other elements. Sometimes, growing in a pain, it makes a person to gain wisdom somehow. Somebody will say, so that do we have to suffer so that we gain that wisdom? No, that's not my point. You know what, Nem? I did philosophy. And while I was doing that course, there is something that I've learned. There's a lot that we need to learn about pre-colonization. Why now? If you can go and check the era before colonization, you will see how our African country has been, So that colonization that we are criticizing, it seems like as if, it has done a wrong into African countries. But there's some other good things that they've done. I'm telling you, today, South Africa, we have many people who are coming and craving our country because of that colonization, There's some good issues. Like you check our airports, check in Cape Town, Johannesburg, in Durban, so few to mention. If it was not the colonization, I'm telling you, we should not have been having those kind of airports that we are having today. But the thing is this thing, in South Africa, instead of when we're supposed to vote, we don't educate our people very well so that, okay, let's check the people who are having a capacity, people that we know will be able to do things in a better way, skills, people who are managed so that whatever they are doing, they should be in a good charge. But the only thing that we are telling our people that white people were here to take, and when we approach in that way, we are taking to the same thing that they were doing, so that okay, we it's like apartheid. If we are doing that okay, black people are not eligible for this, only white people are eligible for this. So our approach for voting, we should be able to educate people that okay, it's fine, we are one. If that's what the word rainbow, they respect that.
Right.
And that we need to do, we need to teach people so that this is, if a person is capable of something, let's vote for that person, irrespective of the color of the skin.
All right. Thank you for that, Benny. I want to ask you what you think about that. I think Benny is talking there about the unintended consequences of colonization. It did bring us some development, but remember, the people who built all of it didn't build it for us as black people. They built it for themselves, right? And their sector of society benefited from these things for quite a while until we have come, as the rest of the majority of this country, we've come into owning those things as well. Quick one from you, Crispin in Durban.
I'm thinking about South Africans overseas, especially black South Africans, and of course there are some prominent ones currently that will be playing today. But I don't know if people have realized what is happening in Britain with attacks on black people in Belfast, and the threat of that extending to other parts of the country. And so, black South Africans are very vulnerable here. Not white South Africans. There are plenty of white South Africans in England who will be completely unaffected by this, but the racism is the prime driving force here.
Gosh.
And we have I don't know if people realize how many black South Africans support the national health system through their work, through their labor. We are central to the operation of that system in the UK. Mm-hmm. And you can already see these right-wing parties starting to target foreigners, but especially, of course, black foreigners. I've got friends of mine who are actually going overseas to try and get work overseas. Completely legitimate to do that, but they are in danger of being targeted, and we should have some sense of solidarity on the issue of racism and migration.
Crispin, thank you. That's a beautiful thought early in the morning. Thank you very much, and thank you very much for making us aware as well, reminding us of what is going on in Europe right now. It is becoming a dangerous situation as the right wing takes hold of many countries on that continent. 9:30 it is, and Musa standing by with your latest news headlines.
Good morning. Thanks, Joanne. In the headlines, the 8 accused in the insurance-related killings case are today expected to be back in the Polokwane Magistrates Court to continue their bail application. The state and the defence lawyers are expected to make their closing arguments. Rise Mzansi says there's no effort on the part of authorities to disarm society of illegal firearms. It follows the killing of 12 people and 10 others who were wounded in a shooting incident at Jumpers Informal Settlement in Cleveland in Johannesburg. And South Africa's cabinet ministers have thrown their weight behind the national soccer team, Bafana Bafana, ahead of the team's clash with co-hosts at Mexico City Stadium. The kickoff of the 2026 FIFA World Cup's first game is set for 9 o'clock tonight. I'll have details on these and other stories at 10.
All right, 9:33 it is on the Daily Discourse. We are looking forward to the start of the World Cup this evening. And of course, South Africa and Mexico are going head to head at 9 o'clock. I'm sure we'll all be glued to our screens or to our radios this evening as kickoff starts. And it is being broadcast on a number of SABC channels. So make sure that you don't miss that. The excitement is huge all over the place, not just in our studio. We're starting to see visuals coming in from all over the world where South Africa is standing by. South African fans have travelled to Mexico. Everybody is gearing up for kickoff this evening. And it was Mazwi in Gqeberha who requested that last piece of music. So there we go, Mazwi. I hope that that you enjoyed having a little taste of that. I want to take a quick call from Tsokolo on Bafana Bafana. Are you feeling amped up for this evening, Tsokolo?
Good morning, Nancy. How are you? I'm good, and how are you?
I'm well, thanks. How are you feeling about
Yeah.
this evening? How do you think Bafana is going to do?
I know I'm not feeling okay
Not.
because of other players that have been selected there. And a player like Themba Zwane, that guy is no more Themba Zwane. And then the thing is, he was injured now, but I was surprised if he got the call-up. The player like Mahupa, maybe if Mexico can wear the golden black jersey,
Yeah.
Mahupa he can score because he's only scoring when he's playing against Kaizer Chiefs. But now he's no Kaizer Chiefs. So obviously there is no other way that I'm not satisfied anyway. But I'll accept anything that will happen tonight. But I'm not satisfied with other players that have been selected. Thank you.
Okay, Tsokolo, thank you. Thank you for sharing that with us. But we're going to keep the faith nonetheless, Tsokolo, if you don't mind. The rest of us are going to. I'm going to play a voice note on that.
Good morning, Joan. It's Shati in Mafefe, Limpopo. I have full confidence in the Bafana Bafana technical team led by Coach Hugo Bros and his formidable squad. They are going to beat Mexico tonight 2-1. Coach Hugo Bros restored Bafana Bafana dignity. I believe in Bafana Bafana. Thank you, Joan.
Thank you so much for that. Another review says you need a platform to send them your good wishes.
SAfm, this is Joe from Pretoria. Can I suggest that you have a repository where we send all our voice messages, which you can then play to Bafana Bafana, encouraging them either in their hotel or after the match itself? Thank you.
Yeah, that's a lovely thought, actually, to be able to forward these messages to them. I don't know if we'd be able to do that. Perhaps we could send a few to the team before they play this evening.
Good morning, Joan. Good morning, SAFM. Selo Rustenburg. We are supporting Bafana Bafana all the way. Regardless of what people say about our national team, we will always remain Bafana Bafana supporters. Thank you.
Yeah, we have to be. Thank you so much for those messages. Keep them coming. Our studio line, by the way, 086 000 2032. WhatsApp line 0614 104 107. All right, we're taking a look at this story next. A few days ago, you'll remember we received a call from one of our listeners about the situation in Lurie Park near Bloemfontein in the Free State. Our caller complained about the lack of homes for people in the area. Now, it appears as if there's been some turmoil in recent years over a new settlement that's been developing there, but it seems as though a long-standing legal dispute in the area has been resolved. Let's first speak to Mangaung Metropolitan Municipality MMC for Planning and Human Settlements, Ntombi Nhlapo, to start with. Ms. Nhlapo, good morning to you, and thank you very much for your time on the Daily Discourse. Please give me a bit of background as to the establishment of this residential area. I understand there was a legal dispute that's now been resolved, and you've begun settling residents in the area.
Thank you very much, and good morning to SAFM listeners. Just a brief background, as you had indicated. I think people of Mangaung, or probably those that know about the Lurie Park, 2 years ago, there was some invasions that took place, and we had people that were settled there that were supposed to ensure that we give them alternative housing or accommodation that were sitting on catalytical land. So since then, I think then the Mangaung Metro Council then was able to do a council resolution that indicates that where there is, where we have land as a municipality that would have done their planning and statutory responsibilities, then because as a metro we have such a huge backlog of above 77,000 people that have registered on the National Housing Register's needs, that we start to be able to address that. But mostly, especially on the Loria Park, so that South Africans can understand what we had earmarked the development there for, or the allocation there, was that as a metro, we have 72 informal settlements that are in the area, in our area. And what we have some of them that have been an issue, a burning issue of the Human Rights Commission, where people are actually sitting on very hazardous areas. Some are under power lines, some are on wetlands, and where water is supposed to flow, if those that we always have challenges with when it has rained and so forth. So this was an initiative from the municipality to, in a quest above all, to save lives for those that we know that are in hazardous areas, and we had identified them, we have verified them and vetted them, and that was the process that has taken place, which was interdicted in February, and now the court has concluded that the Metro must continue with its responsibility to provide services to the people, or basically to address the issue of people in hazardous areas as it seems fit within its limited budget.
All right. I want to bring into the conversation Werner Pretorius. He's the DA Mangaung mayoral candidate. Mr. Pretorius, good morning to you. And now I understand that you took the ANC, or you and the ANC or the Metropolitan Municipality went head-to-head over this issue in court. What were your objections to people settling in this area in the first place?
Joanne, good morning, and good morning to your listeners, and as well good morning to the MMC. Joanne, just to make it clear from the onset, the DA's court application was never about denying residents access to housing. We brought that application to ensure that human settlements within the Mangaung Metropolitan Municipality is done lawfully, that it's properly planned, and that it's also supported by reliable basic services such as water and basic infrastructure, roads and sanitation, etc. We were concerned, and we are still concerned about the proclamation of the land, about the environmental impact study, the services. It's one thing to have people settle on land, but it's another thing to ensure that there is basic services that can provide human dignity and services to those residents. So we still remain concerned about it. I do believe listeners would have seen some of the violence and uproar that has taken place since the beginning of the week. But we are still concerned about the implementation. We must be very serious when we look to the housing delivery in Mangaung in the past. Mangaung is the only metropolitan municipality that's under national intervention. And we are asking serious questions about the rollout of those basic services in Laurier Park, but as well as across informal settlements across the city of Mangaung.
Let me bring into the conversation Themba Zweni. Do we have him on the line yet? I'm hoping that we do. Yes, Mr. Zweni, thank you. He is the Mangaung Concerned Citizens. He's from the Mangaung Concerned Citizens Civic Movement. Mr. Zweni, good morning to you, and thank you for making yourself available on the Daily Discourse. So you've heard what both parties have to say. Both the Mangaung Metropolitan Municipality for Planning and Human Settlements, or the MMC for Planning and Human Settlements. You've heard what the DA Mangaung mayoral candidate has had to say. What do you say as someone who's been involved in the civic movement and watched all of this unfold? Are you relieved at the fact that people can now live there, although it appears, according to Mr. Werner, they don't have the basic services required?
Good day, Joanne, and good day, SAfm listeners. Joanne, let me start here. You see, this is quite worrisome. What the MMC is saying is really disingenuous. You see, this is a political game, and our people are affected by that. We've even written to the president of the country about a project that they have stopped called Vista Park 2 and 3. That project has got 6,529 sites. We expected them, because the project started around 2011, 2012. We expected people to have moved there. That project was stopped by the executive mayor in July 2024. Until today, it's still stopped. There's funding for that.
Yes.
There's services on that area already.
May I just ask you a few questions about that before we go any further,
Yes.
please? So is Vista
Yes.
close geographically? Is it close to Lurie Park?
It's very close.
All
it's
right.
close to Laurier Park. It's actually almost in the same ward. You see, it's just that wards are changing from time to time. The demarcation changes but that's very close. I am saying that has got, roads are there, services are there.
Yes.
But the project has been stopped. The municipality has to say something about that.
Well, let's
The
ask
second
them,
point I
yes.
want to make is around the National Housing Needs Register.
Mhm.
The judgment came out on Friday, which we welcome. But on Saturday, already there were people who were being allocated. Now, the question that has been asked by many residents here is that when did the municipality manage to prepare itself to allocate, and what criteria did they follow? Because the National Housing Needs Register, I must just indicate that we have a person who registered as far back as 2000. An 8-year-old Mayor Aleta Kolwane has been waiting for a house from 2000. And the executive mayor knows about that because the executive mayor came to meet with Mayor Kolwane and others. But they have not received any SMS. Now, we are very worried about that. The last point, you see the politicians who go and make statements and allocate they allocate themselves. They say we are going to give Laurier Park residents 120 sites of that 2,000. That is political interference to us. They cannot do that, but there's a National Housing Needs Register, which they are supposed to actually respect.
Okay.
That's why I'm saying at the end of the day, this political game has to end. You must not abuse our people.
All right.
Thanks.
Let's thank you for sharing your point of view with us there, Mr. Zweni. I'm going to come back to you, MMC, at this point. So a couple of things. The Democratic Alliance mayoral candidate is saying he doesn't believe that the area is actually fit for people to be living there. There are no roads. There is no sanitation and sewage. There's no infrastructure there. There's no power there. There's no electricity either. You also pointed out the issue of wetlands in the area. So clearly there might have been an environmental impact assessment that warned you against building there. And now we have Mr. Zweni from the Mangong Concerned Citizens Movement saying that you shouldn't actually have moved people to Luria Park. You should have moved them to Vista instead. Why did you choose to do what you did?
Thank you very much, Joanna. Am I still audible?
Yes, you are. Please go ahead.
Yes, thank you very much. Let's start with the mayoral candidate from the Democratic Alliance. Joanne, when we were preparing in Luria Park, there were contractors on site, ensuring that there is basic service to the people that are going to be moved there. There were contractors on site to ensure that there is sanitation that is provided in that area. The DA, when they interdicted, we were not even supposed to continue with providing those services. So they can't come and say there isn't sufficient services there, of which they stopped the metro when it was instilling those specific services. Now, if the interdict didn't take place, we would have been very far in ensuring that there is basic services in that area. Now, another thing is what he's saying, that there's violence and there's uproar. There's been allocation since Saturday. There has not been any disturbance from Saturday, Sunday. The only disturbances were from yesterday. And maybe the DA can also indicate what caused that disturbances that were there. Now, the reality, Joanne, is that there is a serious need in Mangaung for people to have sites. Even those people that may not even qualify, you find that they are also coming in a hope that they would get sites and so forth. So tensions are high, or maybe they say emotions are high, but not to discard to say there is violence and uproar. No, law enforcement is on site. Even now, allocations are still taking place. People are still in lines, ensuring that checking if they have been allocated, checking the issue of SMSs. Now, let's get to Mr. Zweli. I think it is quite disingenuous because he's a former MMC, and in the Vista project that he's speaking to, he knows very well that the sites there are sites that are serviced that need to be sold. And without the information, maybe let me explain to both candidates, or maybe to both the speakers, the previous speakers. The law of the country still expects state to prioritize people that qualify for BNG. Like I indicated, Joanne, in Loria Park, we have land that is
meaning?
BNG, breaking new ground, people that qualify for RDPs.
Yes.
There is a certain income threshold that those people qualify for.
Mm-hmm.
Now, there are two separate lands in Loria Park. You have land that is earmarked for catalytical development, of which that's where people had invaded, and they were informally calling it Mountain View. And that's what also the court has indicated, that those people are not supposed to be there because they don't qualify to be there on that catalytical land. Now, that land is earmarked for the very same type of development of Vista Park that Mr. Zweni is indicating. So now that's where you see where we have land and where there is category of people that qualify for BNGs, and that is what the process has been done. So those that are on the other side had to be vetted, because remember, we still had to provide alternative accommodation. So I think also the misunderstanding or having information and not being honest about it is that what is on the Loria Park now is that it is people that qualify for BNGs.
So,
and that
yes.
the policies of this country expect that the state also categorizes or also prioritizes those people that threshold.
Because why I'm asking about this aspect is because our listener actually called in and said his name had been on a list for the longest time, and other people got in ahead of him in terms of receiving a house. So how closely have you been following the tenets of the National Housing Deeds Register and making sure that even this elderly, this 80-year-old woman who's been waiting for a house for 20 years, why is she not among the first to receive a home in that area?
Okay, thanks for the question, Joanne. The reality is this. When we say in Mangaung there are above 77,000 people that have registered that are saying, can the state also recognize that I have housing need? I am speaking about the very same people that have the database that we can check today that shows you and breaks it down even in Bloemfontein how many people have that. So those are the people that have registered. That is the backlog that the municipality is initiating to ensure that it addresses that challenge. Now, there are people who have registered from a long time ago, which is the case. And I have said that this Loria Park is not the only space that we are doing. We have issues of Human Rights Commission. We have to abide by the law as a state where we prioritize the elderly as we're supposed to at such programs, the differently abled, that we have to prioritize, of which we've done, and also what did I say?
You spoke about the differently abled. Yes. But if that's the case, why is if that's the case?
There are two faces, Joanne.
MMC, if there's sorry to interrupt. Is there a? I mean, if you're prioritizing the elderly, how can an 80-year-old who's been waiting for 26 years not be among the first to actually be given a home?
Okay, Joanne, this is how it works. Remember, we have about 2,000 sites on just Loria Park. what we've done based on the capacity of the municipality, there are specific SMSs that we send out at the end of the day. Knowing of tomorrow we will be able to work on 200, those are the SMSs we issue out for people to come. Once we're done, the next day we send another batches. So it is still an ongoing process where people are being called in batches. So as we speak, there are still people that are still going to be called. So to manage the situation so that it's not disorderly, as the mayoral committee candidate may say, we issue out certain numbers based on the capacity of the people we can allocate and work with. Just that what is happening now is some people are just coming to check could they qualify. Every day we debrief and send another batch that we'll be working on the next day. So it's not all done.
Okay, I want to take a quick call from Abby in Bloem. Abby, quick one from you, please.
Good day, Kathy. Kathy, I'm surprised for the MMC to be, saying whatever she's saying. I'm one of the people on the list there since 2001, and I'm actually appearing on their register.
So is it?
I went from pillar to post trying to get hold of somebody who can assist, but I'm not getting any assistance.
MMC, what can you say to Abby?
Thank you very much for that question. Joanne, I was indicating people have registered from many years ago. That's what gets to the 77,000.
All right.
Today, we work on the SMSs, those that got SMSs. And the reality is that the municipality does not have 77,000 sites, Joanne.
How many people are you going to be able to accommodate there, MMC?
In Lorry Park, it's 2,000 residential sites.
Wow.
So you can understand also the need that is there and the tensions and the emotions that are undergoing in this process. So it's SMSs that are issued per day based on the capacity of the next day. So meaning there are still people that are still going to get SMSs.
And there are many people who are not.
Yes, that's the reality that we must face, that we don't have 77,000 sites.
Yes. Let me just hear Abby out for a second here, MMC. Abby, go ahead.
Yes, ma'am. I'm saying I'm number 27 on that list. Since that year I registered, since 2001. I'm still number 27.
So that sounds like that number should be fairly high on your list, MMC.
No, well, that is quite a technical question. Then if that JAB, I think it's that JAB, sorry if I didn't pronounce your name correctly, because we've made, Joanne, we've made platforms so that, remember, there will be appeals in a process like this, because this is the first time the state actually takes the responsibility of ensuring that it gives people size, of which the culture that has existed in Mangaung was of land invasion, even for those 72 informal settlers that I'm referring to. So there will be discrepancies, there will be appeals of those that would need to sit down so that we look thoroughly into their things. That's also a part of the system that we are putting in. So I would
Where
really
do people
recommend,
appeal and how?
They are also on site. We've actually managed that we have a section on site where people are actually able to appeal. I think if Dr. Abi was there Saturday and Sunday, that was not there. But as we also sit and debrief and see per day how the allocation and the challenges that go forth, then we've ensured that we also have people that will deal with appeals where people may not be satisfied on the answers that are there, so that we are able to roll out that program in that way. So there will be many that would indicate in that way. But Joanne, 77,000 people, Lorry Park, it's 2,000 sites.
All right. That is rather worrying for the rest of the community there. I'm going to quickly go to Werner Pretorius and give you your last say on this before we go. Werner, it looks as though the DA is the one that has held up services here, because the MMC is saying to us that building could not go on because of your court action, Mr. Pretorius.
Joanne, the short and the long is the rule of law must be protected, and we can't have political interference actually withholding people from access to housing. So Mangaung must go back to the drawing board and ensure that it properly plans and executes its plan on housing delivery. It does not have a track record. The city of Mangaung does not have a track record of rolling out access to housing and housing delivery. When one looks to DA-controlled city of Cape Town, the city of Cape Town has delivered the most funded homes, more than any other ANC-governed metro in South Africa. So I would like to also extend an invite to the Honourable MMC to come and visit the city of Cape Town and come and see how that city rolls out access to housing.
All right. Thank you very much for that, Mr. Zweni. 77,000 applications for houses, only 2,000 available. What is going to happen? What is your next move as a civic movement?
We still repeat the fact that if municipality was actually sticking to basics, first come, first served, you see, we would not be having these problems. Political interference is actually another contributing factor. How do you go to a meeting and promise people that we are going to allocate 120 sites to you when you know that we have a backlog of 77,000? You know that you already have a backlog. Now, people who've registered after you have spoken as a politician, those people are now being taken above those who've been there since 2000. Now, that's the challenge that they are creating themselves. As a former MMC, Urban Planning and Housing, I am going to say this thing, that we're guided by a National Housing Register. We never had to interfere. That's why I am still saying even today, stop political interference, ensure that officials do what they are paid to do. Then you will see that these processes are going to run smoothly. Do not bring in your own lists, because we know that this process is driven by lists instead of being driven by the need of these communities.
Mr. Zweni, thank you very much for putting us in the picture from your point of view. That was the MMC for Planning and Human Settlements, Ntombi Nhlapo, Vanna Pretorius, the DA Mangaung mayoral candidate, and Themba Zweni from the Mangaung Concerned Citizens Civic Movement. All right, so we'll take a call on that after the news right now, but that brings us to 10 o'clock here on the Daily Discourse, and that means we're standing by for Anne Musa's latest news bulletin.
Thanks, Joanne. In our top stories, 8 accused in Limpopo insurance murders back in court, and South African ministers rally behind Bafana Bafana. Good morning. The 8 accused in the insurance-related killings case are today expected back in the Polokwane Magistrates Court to continue their bail application. The state and defence lawyers are expected to make their closing arguments. The accused are part of a syndicate which includes the former police sergeant, Rachel Kutumela, her sister and a daughter. Nsuku Shuluvana reports.
The accused insured unsuspected victims and killed them to claim insurance payouts. They allegedly murdered 9 people and benefited about 10 million rands. The investigating officer, Captain Kesh Mabunda, has been opposing bail. Mabunda has argued that the accused will interfere with witnesses and the investigations.
Rise Mzansi says there is no effort on the part of authorities to disarm society of illegal firearms. It follows the killing of 12 people and 10 others who were wounded in a shooting incident at Jumpers Informal Settlement in Cleveland in Johannesburg. More than 10 heavily armed suspects randomly opened fire on residents on Tuesday night. Gauteng police have launched a manhunt for the suspects. Rise Mzansi's Johannesburg mayoral candidate, Lukona Mguni.
There's just not enough leadership to coordinate an intelligence-led response to some of the mass shootings that we have seen in the city of Joburg and surrounding cities or municipalities as well. But it's quite clear as well that, these gangs operate with the greatest of impunity without any fear of retaliation or fear of consequences from the establishment of the police, and that must come to an end, because there's a sense the way I feel the respect that police used to enjoy just at face value when you see a police officer on the streets has diminished and vanished.
A fire has damaged 2 factories in Bellville Industria in Cape Town. Fire and Rescue Services spokesperson Jermaine Carlser says fire crews responded to a call late last night about a building on fire in Uranium Street.
The first arriving officer assessed the situation and called for additional resources, which triggered the activation of the Incident Management Team Type 4. Approximately 30 firefighters battled the blaze that was brought under control at around 2 o'clock. 2 factories were damaged and a building inspector has been requested to ascertain the structural integrity. We currently have relief crews on site as there is a lot of overhauling still to be done. The cause of the fire is still unknown and no injuries have been reported.
Further afield, a Thai court has sentenced 2 men to death for a bombing at a shrine in the capital Bangkok in 2015. Yusuf Miraili and Bilal Muhammad from China's ethnic Uyghur minority were found guilty of premeditated and attempted murder. The blast killed 20 people. They pleaded not guilty and their lawyers say they will appeal. International human rights groups have strongly criticized the trial. The BBC's Jonathan Head has more.
The shrine is right in the centre of Bangkok. It's extremely popular with foreign tourists, particularly ethnic Chinese and Chinese people coming here praying for good luck. We were on the scene within a couple of minutes of it. It was a very powerful explosion. The investigation was very confused. There were a lot of conflicting statements from police. They apprehended these 2 ethnic Uyghur men who have now been convicted of carrying out the bombing. But there have been a lot of questions about the trial.
And finally, South Africa's cabinet ministers have thrown their weight behind the national soccer team, Bafana Bafana, ahead of the team's clash with co-hosts at Mexico City Stadium. The kickoff of the 2026 FIFA World Cup's first game is set for 9 o'clock tonight. Ministers Patricia de Lille, Ronald Lamola and Gayton McKenzie shared their excitement ahead of the match.
Until after the match, when we'll be brothers and sisters with Mexico again. But Bafana Bafana number 1.
This World Cup is a good opportunity. I'm glad Minister de Lille is here, Minister Mackenzie, the cultural exchange, and I believe these 2 countries can build on 2 economies, but we're on 2 opposing interests. I believe Bafana Bafana can do something.
My message to them is that because I could see the media here is underestimating them and telling that they stand no chance. And I went to them and I said, that's a gift. Being underestimated is a gift because there's no pressure. So take that gift and turn it around. And I'm telling you today, you're going to see boys that are ready to fight for their country.
Recapping the top story, the 8 accused in the insurance-related killings case are today expected back in the Polokwane Magistrates Court to continue their bail application. For SAFM News, I am Anne Musa.
SAFM is streaming live now on Facebook, YouTube, and X at SAFM Radio.
Your friend's cell phone just got stolen. Now they're using yours to find out if it was covered outside of their home. Turns out it wasn't. Meanwhile, Suntom covers your cell phone anywhere, along with your laptop and smartwatch. Even your bicycle would be covered, if you could ride one. You insured nice, not twice. Get cover for your valuables online or call 0860 444 444 to get a quote. Suntom, this is freedom. Suntom is an authorized FSP, a licensed non-life insurer and a controlling company for its group companies.
Water bottle, check. Sunscreen, check. Binoculars, around my neck.
Ha! Is that Tembi? The same couch potato who shouts when we interrupt his soapies with ta! Ta!
But look at her now, a professional bird watcher.
Oh, I'm shook. She's finally out here.
I love the peaceful sounds of nature. Live life outside with Cape Union Mart.
How, Ma? Have you switched to the Postbank Black Card yet?
Not yet. I still have my SASSA Gold Card. Why?
Because the deadline is the 31st August 2026, and after that, the Gold Card may stop working.
Hi, Bo. I thought there was still a lot of time.
No, Ma. Do it now before the rush starts. The switch is free.
So what do I need?
Just your ID. Then you go to your nearest Postbank Card replacement site.
Okay. You must help me find the nearest place.
It's easy. Dial *120 *355 hash. Are you still using your SASSA Gold Card? Switch to the Postbank Black Card before the 31st August 2026. Postbank will never ask for your PIN or OTP. Postbank is an authorized financial services provider. T's and C's apply.
Keep moving through 6 a.m. call times, the rain, dirt tracks, and moving through tight deadlines. Because you move with purpose, from the first stop to the final drop. The Hino 700 truck tractor comes standard with a 6-year drivetrain warranty and advanced safety features tailored to your industry. The Hino 700 is built to fuel your business's progress. Hino, all the way.
The Daily Discourse on SAFM with Joanne Joseph, unpacking the issues that matter. The Daily Discourse on SAFM, weekday mornings from 9 to 12.
8 minutes past 10 on the Daily Discourse. Good morning and welcome to the second hour of our program. Lots of stories that we are watching for you at this hour. I'm thrilled to be with you and to be able to bring you the next few interviews that are going to dominate this hour. Just after 10 o'clock or 10 past 10, we're going to be talking to Professor Phumla Madikizela-Gobolo. She has done the most magnificent academic research on the issue of trauma, violence, forgiveness, something that dogs our country and millions of our citizens. We're going to be chatting to her. She is an award-winning author and academic, and we'll chat to her about her work in just a short while. Then we're also going to be talking about the issue of transformation. We're looking at how many black businesses are listed on the JSE and have grown in terms of broad-based black economic empowerment. Is it true that only the elite have benefited? We're going to find out by having a conversation with them. And I encourage you to call in on some of the issues we've also already been talking about. We're talking Bafana as well. So many of you are messaging in to say you are behind them 100% tonight as they take on Mexico. And it's going to be a tough one. Let's make no mistake. Mexico is a strong team. We're going to see if they're stronger than Bafana tonight, but we're wishing our boys all the best and we're 100% behind them. We were also talking about the issue of Luria Park and the allocation of RDP houses there. I want to take a quick call from Portia, who wanted to speak to the MMC about her issue. Portia, good morning. Can you briefly just tell us what message you had for the MMC there, please?
Good morning. Good morning. My name is Portia, and I am a resident of Luria Park. And for me, the message that I wanted to put out there to the MMC is I actually wanted to speak on when she speaks of the tension that has been rising. Personally, I feel like part of the reason why there's so much tension that is rising is the inconsistency. There's so much communication that is put out onto the media, and there's something almost completely different when she comes out and addresses the community of Luria Park. Firstly, they don't even prioritize speaking to the community at all. When the community does make a call for them to please come and address us, because there's so much that we are also in the dark about, they send a different message. For instance, now she speaks of 200 SMSs that are sent every day. We had a whole meeting with her. I was personally present yesterday when they were being questioned about the criteria that they are using to screen the people who are being placed here. She said to the entire area that they are only sending out 100 SMSs. And every day, only 100 people are being serviced. And the only problem is exactly what she said, that some of the people will just want to take a chance. It's so crazy that today now she's speaking about 200. And I think it's because she got a backlash from the community yesterday asking her, there's no way you're going to tell us that you guys are sending 100 SMSs. We don't see 100 people standing out there. Another thing is they are antagonizing the community. They could have done this. At this stage, we understand that there's absolutely nothing that we most probably going to be able to do to stop the madness that is happening. They could have taken these people and screened them. There was nothing stopping them from screening them at, say, a city hall, for instance. But they decide that they want to fuel the tensions that are already rising, and they do all of this screening right in front of our houses. Of course, tensions are going to fuel.
Yes. Yes, thank you.
I don't understand what they are expecting from the community when they keep on doing all of these things that they're doing and putting the community at the absolute last of it.
Portia, thank you for flagging that with us. I mean, you flagged two entirely different issues that I wish we could have had the MMC on to comment on. But I am going to share, we as a team are going to share that information with the MMC. And, hopefully we can get her on at some stage once the process is a bit more advanced to report back on exactly what's been done. Thank you for sharing that with us. 12 minutes past 10 on the Daily Discourse. And we've been tracking the success of some of our most outstanding academics in the last few weeks. And apart from the two scientists we interviewed, there are brilliant people making strides in the field of humanities. Professor Phumla Gobodo-Madikizela was one of those who received the Order of the Baobab in bronze from the president recently. She's actually the South African Research Chair in Violent Histories and Transgenerational Trauma and Director of the Centre for the Study of the Afterlife of Violence and the Reparative Quest at Stellenbosch University. And she was honoured for her contribution to social cohesion, her outstanding work on forgiveness, trauma and reconciliation. Professor Phumla Madikizela Gobodo joins us now. Prof, good morning to you and thank you for your time on the Daily Discourse. Firstly, congratulations on being awarded this coveted prize. It's one of so many you've won internationally, like the Templeton Prize, the Distinguished Old Rhodian Rewards. You've also been conferred with 3 honorary doctorates. How did trauma, conflict resolution and forgiveness become the core of your work as a psychologist?
Thank you so much, Joanne, and thank you for having me on the program. Really appreciate your time. It's a long history that I can share with you about this journey. The shorter version of it is that I did my, just after I qualified as a clinical psychologist, my research was on necklace murders, what were called necklace murders at the time. And I worked with the human rights lawyers who were defending these young people who were actually facing the death penalty. At the time, it was still enforced. And I was one of the professionals working with human rights lawyers to give expert testimony in the courts. And what I came to understand at the time is that so much of the violence was linked to experiences of trauma, either directly by the young people or trauma that is inherited from their parents' generation. And it became a quest for me to explore this further. And then after the work with human rights lawyers, I embarked on a doctorate to understand and study this field.
I mean, I absolutely loved your work. A Human Being Died That Night, a South African story of forgiveness. We know it won the Alan Paton Award and the Christopher Award in the US. And in it, you interviewed Eugene de Kock, who'd been a senior commander in the apartheid death squads. What was it like interviewing this man who'd engaged in the most depraved conduct one could imagine of a human being?
I was working on the Truth and Reconciliation Commission as the chair of the Human Rights Violations Committee. That was a committee that was responsible for victim hearings on the TRC in the Western Cape region. I was chairing that committee in the Western Cape. And it was very clear to me that, just having listened to so many stories by perpetrators who were working for the state, as well as working, being involved in anti-apartheid activism, that it's not easy. It's simple. We're simplifying things when we just look at individual people who committed crimes in this context of systemic violence. It's very simplistic for us to just conclude that these are bad people, they are monsters. Of course, there is no question that the crimes committed are atrocious, but it was clear that we need to understand the factors that led them or that contributed to them engaging in this violent act. And the opportunity to interview Eugene de Kock came about as part of the conversations about how do we understand the broader context, what are the edifices of these belief systems that lead people to commit these kinds of crimes. And it was in that context of trying to understand that context that I was led to interview Eugene de Kock. And that interview was important because it pointed to the processes involved in leading people to these kinds of beliefs that you can hurt others, you can dehumanize others, you can commit atrocities on behalf of a belief system. And in the case of Eugene de Kock, it was, the belief system that was created by apartheid, by the leaders and founders of apartheid.
I mean, 30 years on, people are still living with the unresolved trauma of apartheid. Justice Khambepe is looking into the loss of 25 families or survivors, which our government may have covered up, Prof. I mean, that's not to speak of the millions of people out there who don't even have the space to voice their trauma. Can we be expected to move forward without a resolution to this collective mass pain?
You know, you mentioned, I think, just to go back to the story of Eugene Peacock, when I listened to that inquest hearing where the Kalata family wanted to understand how it is that the story of the murder of their husband and their father is still not resolved. At that hearing, you could hear Eugene Peacock wanting to say things, but was stopped in saying things that were supposedly off the of the limits of what he had to focus on. And I found that sad, because here is a man who at the Truth and Reconciliation Commission was really one of the, if not the only person who, for whatever reason, was prepared to expose the crimes and all of the commanding lines of command that led him to commit these crimes under apartheid. He was one of the, as I say, if not the only person who was prepared to actually expose these truths that he was seeking. And yet, when he is invited to speak again about what he knows, he was constantly silenced. I mean, you listen to that video that is online, and you can see the constant silencing of the cock when he wants to say things that are apparently or presumably not part of what he's supposed to speak about, to protect other people, like Craig Williamson, for example. I mean, there was a lawyer for Craig Williamson. So unless there is a confrontation of the truths that Eugene Peacock is still prepared to expose, unless those truths actually come out, families of victims will never heal. They will continue and constantly be asking questions about what happened to their loved ones. And the sad part of it is that these unfinished businesses are passed on to the next generation. I mean, the Kalate family is one of the main examples for us that clearly demonstrates that unless these stories are resolved, it will be the burden of the next generation to pursue answers for them. You can see the son of Nomonde Kalata, Lucanyo. He is pursuing this relentlessly. Why? Because the answers to their questions are not yet resolved.
Tell me, Prof, do we owe people who've wronged us at the deepest level our forgiveness, or is forgiveness something we engage in to free ourselves?
I want to suggest to you that this language of, and to everyone actually, that the language of forgiveness is very limiting. I did the research on forgiveness because it's important for us to understand what are the conditions that lead to us. I did the research as a scholar to understand what it means, why people forgive, what are the conditions under which they do forgive, but not to say that we should prescribe forgiveness. I think there's a mistake into thinking that simply because the studies of forgiveness in these contexts were done after the TRC, then we want to say people must forgive. It is a mistake to force people to forgive. We can't do that, especially because now, 30 years after, it's become very clear to us that there is a lot of work that needs to be done, that the issues and the questions of social justice must be part of the agenda. The processes that led to forgiveness give us language to understand the possibility of people making peace with those who have caused them harm, with those who have caused irreparable harm, and precisely because it's irreparable. The lessons from the TRC continue to be important for us because we know now that it is really possible that you can make peace, that reconciliation is possible, but that there are certain things that have to happen in order for it to have a lasting impact, in order for it to mean something, not just for the people who who came to the commission, but for their descendants and for their families. The reason that we talk about the afterlife of colonialism, the afterlife of apartheid, is because of these half measures when it comes to reckoning with the past. The importance of accountability, of acknowledgement, continues to be important, to continue to have relevance for us even today. And it does not mean that people must just acknowledge. It means that is an opening of a chapter, an opening of a new chapter in terms of relationships between the doers of the terrible deeds and the done to. We see, for instance, Joanne, now today, with the recent United Nations declaration that the crime of slavery was the greatest crime against humanity, that the stories of violation of these crimes, they do not go away. They become a burden for the subsequent generations. And unless they are faced, unless they are dealt with, not simply by saying they happened or acknowledging, but doing something more. What is the something more? The systemic conditions that led to these crimes are the first point of call of attention when it comes to dealing with and reckoning with the past and dealing with its afterlife.
I was listening earlier to what you were saying about the issue of trauma begetting violence, Prof. And right now we're witnessing intense social upheaval in our country over migration. We're hearing the deep-seated frustration of our listeners, which comes from the extreme deprivation that characterizes their lives, right? We're trying to also balance this with the stories of migrants, most of whom have left their homes to escape their own deprivation at home. And we're trying to make sense of how almost everyone's been let down by their leaders, wherever they come from. How do we manage the current situation as people who are all collectively scarred?
Yeah, I mean, this is this issue of what's happening to people who are our neighbors it's very heartbreaking. And you can see that the people who are involved in this, well, there is also the people in positions of power who are using it for their own political gains. But on the ground, you can see that people are trying to find answers to their circumstances of an impoverished quality of life, the loss of so much, the loss of futures, basically. And so the attack of their neighbors, of our neighbors in the neighboring countries, is really just reaching to people who are easy targets. And they are easy targets, while the elephant in the room is what has happened who are the leaders in their countries and in our country that have led to people's sense of, loss of futures. These are people who are looking for opportunities and looking for their futures coming to our country because it gives them a sense of hope. And the fact that they are being attacked now really isn't because that they have done anything wrong. Most of the people who come to our country, they come prepared to start a new life, and we've seen how they actually do start from nothing. And some of them come with skills, and they use their skills in many cases to build up their lives. And so in whatever way they come, whether they come as documented or undocumented, in many of these cases, people are working, building themselves up. And so the reason they are targeted is because of the lives of the depraved, the depravity, the circumstances of depravity that our local South Africans are facing, and then attacking our neighbors from our neighboring countries as the cause of their impoverished circumstances. We should be looking somewhere. We should be looking at the failures of our government to really uproot poverty in people's lives. We did research at our center, for example, a few years ago in 3 areas in the Western Cape, and the main finding that we made in Langa, in Worcester, and in Bonteheuwel, the main finding, what people repeatedly told us, or that their circumstances had not changed from the circumstances of their parents' generation. And this is the younger generation that is born into freedom. And the fact that they've been struggling to find the means to enjoy that freedom is what is devastating and what has devastated them. And so many of those young people who came after the generation, the what I call the 1.5 generation, now are bringing up their own children, and they're asking the question, what is the future of their own children? If their own future has been, they have not been able to really connect with this sense of freedom that they were hoping for. It's constantly been eluding them. And now they've got the next generation, their own children, to create, for whom they must create a future for. And then this is eluding them. And so you can feel the frustration when you look at how people are angry. You can see the frustration. It's really the frustration of a loss of a future that they hoped would be different for them.
Prof, so good talking to you. Thank you so much for your insights into these various aspects of what it means to be South African, I think, today, coming out of the past we do and how we negotiate the present and the future. Professor Phumla Madikizela-Gobodo, South African Research Chair in Violent Histories and Transgenerational Trauma, and she, of course, heads up the Centre for the Study of the Afterlife of Violence and the Reparative Quest at Stellenbosch University, and she's an award-winning author and academic. And I'd be keen to hear from you on what you take out of that, because it reminds me that we're a very wounded nation and continent, right? We're living with the after effects of generational trauma. We might have not been the people that all of the trauma was committed against, but transgenerational trauma research suggests that we've carried that in the marrow of our bones. And how do we negotiate that as people who are living in a contemporary society where we want to live by the Constitution, but again, the circumstances under which we are living are reproducing trauma for us once again. We are yet another generation living through the trauma of the violence of poverty, the violence of inequality, the violence of lack of freedom, all of which the Constitution prescribes, but is not being made accessible to our people. I'd love to hear from you on that. Right now, it is 10:30 on the Daily Discourse, and Musa is standing by with your latest news headlines.
Thank you, Joanne. On the news headlines, the Madlanga Commission of Inquiry in Pretoria has started its hearings on a light-hearted note, with the chairperson, Justice Mbuyiseli Madlanga, wishing Bafana well. The team will play against Mexico at the Mexico City Stadium tonight to kick off the 2026 FIFA World Cup. The 8 accused in the insurance-related killings case are today expected to be back in the Polokwane Magistrates Court to continue their bail application, and the South Korean data protection regulator has fined the country's e-commerce giant Coupang $410 million, or more than 6 trillion rand, of a massive data breach last November. A full update follows at the top of the hour.
Nightfall on SAfM.
Join me on Monday night as I speak with Tony Leon, politician, book writer, but can he do the tango?
Tango's, got a bit of African elements in it, Spanish. It's a real combination of not just music but dance steps as well. And ironically, it started off, apparently, according to local Argentinian history, in the brothels of Buenos Aires, but now absolutely obligatory viewing for any tourist. That's why I got a bit tired of tango shows, because every person wants to go to a tango show.
Can you dance the tango? That's Track Record on Monday night from 11 p.m. And in case you don't want to be up that late, you can always catch the podcast on Tuesday.
50 years later, Youth Month, The Voices.
The court or judge hearing the appeal shall not set aside the decision against which the appeal is brought unless such court or judge is satisfied the decision was wrong.
Listening to me was like an initiation. I appreciate the opportunity.
The youth of 1976 has afforded us so many privileges, and we are in a time where we are required to fight for more, also for the next generation and ourselves.
From the class of 1976 to the generation of TikTok, AI, and unemployment. The conversation continues on SAfm, leading the conversations that move us. Let's have the conversation. WhatsApp voice notes on 0614 104 107.
It is 32 past 10. We're heading for 25 to 11 here on the Daily Discourse. Many of your voice notes coming in on Bafana. I want to play some of those now.
Good morning, John and your listeners. My response to Mbongwe. Matobela, please stay away from football. Just focus on politics because you are exposing your lack of knowledge about our South African football. Hugo Bros has restored our dignity. He has restored our dignity, and we are not there in the World Cup because we have been voted to be there. We qualified, and we topped the group with one of our powerhouses of Africa in that group, and they didn't qualify on to go to the World Cup, but we did. Please stay away from football before you expose yourself. Thank you. Anonymous.
Good morning, Joanne, and all the listeners. A shout out to Bafana Bafana. The entire nation stands behind you. Play with hunger, with a heart and pride. You have done Mzansi proud on a global stage, and we are cheering for you from Bloemfontein to the rest of the world. Leave it all on the pitch. We believe in you. Go and make us proud, boys. Wesley Mutwai from Bloemfontein.
Good morning, Joanne and the team. Just want to say we support Bafana Bafana all the way. The board has been high spirit. Forget about our problems with the country and focus on the winning mentality. And I'm saying, lead us, boy. TLP, Tipo Chain, all our boys. Bafana Bafana, Hugo Bros. Templeton MC. All the best of Bafana. 2-1 the score. We're winning tonight. Bafana Bafana, go fair. Right,
I wish I could say these to the Bafana team. I think they'd love to hear some of these messages. And then, of course, we had some guests on the issue of the housing crisis in Lurie Park. And we had the MMC, we had the Democratic Alliance that was involved in the legal action around that. We also had a concerned civic movement on, and some of you are responding to that situation.
Hello, Joanne and SAfm listeners. This is a big problem. I'm James Pella from Bloemfontein. This is a big problem, I'm telling you. Some of the beneficiaries are dead. Their children are going all around here in the street. They don't have a place to stay. What they are going to do with those people? Thanks, by James Miller from...
Because the officials are failing us.
All right. We seem to be having a problem with that. Let's just listen to this one again.
Answers. Even if I gave them the proof, here's the proof, here's the reference number, here's the copy of my mom's ID. Even they never wanted even to check on those things. So this is the type of leadership that we're supposed to trust to implement processes of housing here in Lurie Park. We're really hurtful with the treatment that we receive, especially when coming to the issue of elderly people that needs to be placed on the forefront.
I mean, that really breaks my heart. Doesn't that previous voice note break your heart too? I mean, it talks about people who've been on the list for so long that they've actually died and their children are walking the streets because they should have had access to a house, but they don't. I mean, this really is an awful situation. We'll keep our eye on it and we'll return to it intermittently so that we can keep tabs on what is going on there. All right, we are heading for 20 minutes to 11 on the Daily Discourse, and we're asking the question, just how successful is black ownership in terms of big business in South Africa. Well, the Black Management Forum and Transformation Lens have just released a report by economic researcher Duma Qubule. It takes a long view and it examines how much black ownership there is on the Johannesburg Stock Exchange and how that's changed over the past 30 years of democracy. Managing Director of the Black Management Forum, Monde Ndlovu, is with us to explain it. Mr. Ndlovu, good morning to you. Thanks for your time. Why is it important when doing research on transformation to look at companies listed on the JSE?
A very good morning to you and good morning to your listeners, and good luck to Bafana for tonight. It's very important for us to look at listed companies because, one, listed companies is the commanding heights of the South African economy. And secondly, because it's the commanding heights of the South African economy, it drives the South African economy and hence the measurement not only of black ownership, but on the economy at large, the large firms, the oligarchs in finance, in mining as well, and other sectors are quite critical in terms of the direction of the South African economy as well. And so that is why the JSE has been central in terms of debate, publicly traded organizations that have black people and South Africans involved in those organizations, and hence TOBE has been a very key tool in driving transformation from the commanding heights of the South African economy on the JSE.
Well, let's talk through some of these findings. I see by the end of 2024, black ownership on the JSE's top 60 companies was worth 255 billion rand. But how does that compare with the targets that had been set by 2024?
So with the report, and Mr. Qubule really makes this point that through his research, he was also quite surprised at what he found, because based on what has been touted out there in the country in terms of black ownership numbers, whether it's the B Commission at the end of 2022 was at about 38-39% when they looked at black ownership in terms of numbers. But at the end of 2024, and what he found that 2/3 of black ownership is broad-based, and actually it is broad-based schemes, employee share schemes, the ESOPs, and some of the community share schemes are not necessarily individuals as well. And when it comes to generic targets around what we are looking to achieve as far as black ownership, we're still very much behind. When you're looking at the financial services sector, that initially took about 10 years for the sector itself to agree on certain targets. You look at the latest Financial Sector Transformation Council and that report, they're not meeting not only ownership targets, not meeting other key targets, even in the finance sector as well. We also know in the mining sector, the once empowered, always empowered principle, where mining companies still benefit from ended transactions,
Yes.
Exited shareholders, which is problematic as well. And so the whole drive, once we start talking about targets, you really got to be quite critical, because there's both direct and indirect ownership as well, which is now coming to not only the debate, but coming to the whole architecture, which also has conflated the numbers as well. It comes out of the report as well to say we've got to talk about direct black ownership, direct benefit. You can't use PIC and others in terms of measuring black ownership as though PIC benefits black people directly on the other side as well. So you've got to be very, very clear. And so once we start talking about targets, we're definitely not where we need to be around deracializing the economy or the commanding heights, which has been a key objective in macroeconomic policy frameworks from the RDP from the early 90s or so. So we have not reached the levels that we expect in the commanding heights of the economy.
I want to ask you about this target of 15%. Is that the current target? Is that a future target? Is it something we ought to have met already?
So that 15% is obviously debatable in terms of targets as well. But what we are saying, or throwing our weight behind, that is that we believe that even if the target is 15%, we don't think that it is sufficient as a target.
Absolutely.
So that must be clear.
that whether it's 15%, we want higher targets because we're talking about ownership, and ownership goes with control. So if you want to talk ownership and control of the commanding heights, you've got to be talking about 50+1. That's when you really be talking realistically about controlling and directing organizations and the economy. So if it is 10%, 15% of JC-listed companies, then that is problematic as well. So it needs to be reviewed, which is part and parcel of the debate and arguments he's making, Bob Kubule, and all of us are making around the review of targets, whether it is listed companies targets, whether you're talking generic scorecard, whether you're talking sector-specific as well, where exactly this country wants to go when it comes to black ownership, when it comes to targets. The other side of the argument is that 2BE still remains a law in the private sector, but it is voluntary, which is problematic. So you are affected by it, but you don't really have to do it. And that also has caused a lot of challenges in the country as well.
You made reference to this a little bit earlier on, but I want to bring it back here. Who accounts for the largest black ownership on the JSE?
So currently, from the research point of view, Mr. Kubule's research talks about, number one, it is the Royal Bafokeng Holdings in terms of the largest black ownership as we speak now, ownership by broad-based ownership schemes. So that's Royal Bafokeng Holdings, followed by First Rank BE Partners. Third is ABSA C, SI Trust and ABSA Ekaya Scheme. Fourth is Sanlam, BBOS, etc., etc. But the largest broad-based is Royal Bafokeng Holdings.
And it's often stated that only the black elite have benefited from transformation legislation and deals post-democracy. Are you saying that this report has proven that to be untrue?
So the report is proving that when it comes to broad-based, currently now, that 255 billion rands that is coming out of the report is broad-based. Now, we're not saying in the first decade of BE transactions, which was not broad-based, it was just equity transactions at the time. There were individuals that were part of the first phase and even second phase as well. But once the broad-based aspect kicked into the economy, especially listed space, give you an example of Standard Bank Group with their Tutula, broad-based, which out there at the time in the mid-2000s, you had Mr. Sake Matozoma and current President Cyril Ramaphosa at the forefront. But when you actually analyze deeper who was part of that whole consortium, it was not just the two of them, but there were MSMEs there were employee share schemes. And when it wounded up in 2015 or so, it created value at about 10.7 billion rands before capital gains tax. And then it's about 8.7 billion rands in terms of, actual cash. And then when you look at the impact of that broad-based scheme, staff members that were part of that, employees that were part of that, literally had more disposable income. Some of them paid off their debts. Some of them took their kids to better schools. It was a good case study in terms of the power of broad-based black economic empowerment and how employees can plug in. And so we can't even begin to argue to say the employee share schemes across the economy are people who are connected politically, that logic doesn't hold any water. You can't really follow which political party they are in, etc., because they're employees and those MSMEs. So you have those broad-based schemes. And so this 255 billion, which is coming out of this report to say 2/3 of this is actually broad-based, which means there's a whole lot more, black people that have benefited. You look at the Intellidex research, which came out around 2015 as well, and some of the trusts that were involved in some of these consortiums, the beneficiaries of the trusts, then were communities, were children being taken to school, etc. So we need definitely a wider scope to look at the broader impact. Is it where you want it to be? The answer is a definite no. But has there been some impact and some value in broad-based black economic empowerment? The answer is yes. There is communities involved, there's been employees, but the way forward we definitely need to redouble our efforts. We can see that the tool works, but it needs to be strengthened as well.
Well, I suppose the question is how? How do we increase black ownership in the JSE, particularly for communities, and not just those communities like the Royal Bafokeng sitting on valuable land?
So there's some transactions, some companies that need to have replaced transactions. So in other words, so that we can get more beneficial or new beneficiaries coming in, so that we can have a flow of benefit again. So we've got to do new transactions around that and ensure that those consortiums continue to be broad-based. Because if you do analyze some of them with some of the transactions, not just in the listed space, but even in the unlisted space, those that have had the transactions over time in the last 15, 20 years or so. So you look at consortiums, there's been women groups involved in consortiums, there's been certain communities involved. So we've got to take that model, replicate it, and not have these once-off deals that come in and then we don't have replacement deals. So we've got to ensure that we replace them. Now, also when we look at the scorecard, it's very important, that last element of socio-economic development, that element has been underdeveloped in South Africa in terms of broad-based black economic empowerment. Some people are confusing with CSI, etc. But that activity of socio-economic development to restructure society and how the business, when it does an ownership transaction as the first element, it actually should coincide with socio-economic development so that we can see social development within communities and a better weighting on socio-economic development linked to ownership. That's one idea in which we can link the two so that there's no confusion that a business not only is in South Africa operating to make profit and create value for shareholders at an ownership level, but also because it operates in South Africa, it should develop communities more directly through socio-economic development coupled with the ownership element. So those are just some of the ways in which we can really bed down these transactions to ensure value created through BBBE and the performance of businesses, because we rely on the performance of businesses so that value can be created, etc. And when profits are made and dividends declared, that value can go directly to communities and benefit their actual development. So the scorecard actually can be better utilized, and socioeconomic development coupled with ownership can be better bedded down and better implemented to actually develop certain communities.
Thank you so much for your insight into that, Munde Ndlovu, Managing Director of the Black Management Forum.
The Daily Discourse on SAFM, weekday mornings from 9 to 12.
10 minutes to 11 on the Daily Discourse. Let's listen into some of your voice notes, and great to know that so many of you are behind Bafana.
Good morning, Joanne and the team. Just want to say we support Bafana all the way. The boys must be in high spirits, forget about our problems with the country, and focus on the winning mentality. And I'm saying, leaders boy, TP, Tipo Shane, all our boys, Bafana, Hugo Bruce, Templeton MC, all the best of fun, 2-1 the score, we're winning tonight. Bafana, go fair, right?
All right, I think we heard that one a little bit earlier, but worth listening to again on a day like this. One of you says on a call we received earlier, "Hi JJ, I disagree with Benny, the guy who's giving colonizers credit. The colonizers kept us poor and still control politics in Africa even today. Many African leaders who've refused to be their puppets have been killed by the colonizers. Benny must decolonize his mind and stop thinking we can't do anything without the whites." And then one of you says, because we played the Bafana song earlier, says that Bafana song is just like the taxi music they play on my daily commute, got a lekker beat. And one of you says, "Viva Bafana, viva, Temba Zwane viva, go Bafana, go," from Temba in Rustenburg.
Good morning, JJ, and good morning to SAFM listeners.
I wish a good luck from the boys, but I just got that feeling they can make it. That's a difficult match. The first match is a difficult one, but we are behind you boys. It's only Kaizer Chiefs when they are not behind you, so they must keep quiet. That guy was calling and say he don't want to hear to. He's anonymous. He's a Kaizer Chiefs fan, JJ. They are not happy with Bafana Bafana. But South Africa, all South Africans are behind you boys. Go in.
Thank you. Thank you for those messages. All right, Aisha in Uppington is on the line to us. Aisha, good morning. I believe you want to respond to Monde Ndlovu on the issue of BEE.
Yes. Good morning, Joanne. Before I get to him,
yes,
let me just say about that professor that you had on.
Yes.
That was speaking about generational trauma.
Yeah. Professor Pumla,
she should have stuck to the topic and not deviated onto African migrants.
I asked her a question about that, Aisha.
All right, one.
I asked her a question about that. That's why she answered the question I asked her.
Two, get somebody that can really speak about generational trauma.
Well, but Aisha, what do you mean by that? The woman is an expert on generational trauma. She's won awards for it. What do you mean get someone who can speak about it? She was the person we got on because she is an expert in it.
I'm not interested if she's an expert.
No, I'm sorry. But Aisha, unless you know of someone who is better and you can refer us to someone whom you feel is better on this, I'm afraid I can't accept that from you. You may not agree with what she says, and you're entitled not to agree, but you cannot but acknowledge that she is an expert on this. She's a recognized expert in the field, not just in the country, but internationally.
And you call that a diagnosis on generational trauma?
That was part of what she spoke about, yes. I do call it that. I happen to be studying it towards my PhD as well, for your information. A lot of what she has written is very, very valid indeed. I'm looking at it critically as an academic. What is your issue with it?
You are entitled. I called about something else. I just wanted to make a point that I thought she was totally off the mark. But
tell me what you think.
I want to speak to you further.
Oh, all right. Well, then you're welcome to leave. Thank you for your call. Look, I really am happy to take people's different points of view on issues like this, but you don't call in and dispute what someone says without actually justifying your opinion on it. If you have a problem with what she said about intergenerational trauma, tell us what your analysis is. And if it's better than what the professor has given us, of course, we will consider it. But to just come on here and disparage an expert without offering any expertise yourself is highly problematic. Mike in Newlands is on the line to us. Mike, good morning.
Good morning, Kathy. And
Joanne.
Sorry, Joanne. Sorry, I think I must be on my best behavior. But first of all, I want to wish Bafana all the best in tonight's game. I want to just comment on the interview you had with the gentleman, managing director from BMF. And I would have just loved to have put two questions to him. First of all, I'd love to have heard his comment on the the statement that Professor William Gumede made some months ago, that R1 trillion has moved between less than 100 people since 1994, and the same that have been empowered have been re-empowered over and over again for decades. This was said in June 2025, in fact.
Oh, right.
And he went on to say that it's in fact fraud. That is what BE is. And I would have put my own personal question to him, and I would have said to him, you know what, if I came along and I said to him, let's just drop NHI, BEE, EE, and keep union involvement to an absolute minimum, then I can guarantee that this country will grow between 5 and 6%. I will guarantee it. And I don't believe he will accept that. I think he will say, no, I don't want that, or we don't want that, whoever he thinks he's speaking for. Because I don't think he really wants that. I think what he's actually trying to do is some form of redress. And I don't think he's putting the country's best interests at heart, because you can't strengthen the poor by weakening the rich, as one man once famously said.
Mike, is it a question of that? Because you talk about the country's growth, but in the process of the country's growth, people who've not had anything before, who haven't had a chance to be active in this economy, and who haven't had the chance at wealth that face it, groups like yours have benefited from in the past. It's all very well the country growing, but if only you continue to benefit from it, what about the people who've left behind? And they account for the majority. So the question is not how do you create growth alone, it is how do you also, by empowering a population socioeconomically, create growth for a country. How do you guarantee that if you take these things away? Because let's face it, many white South Africans have not been prepared to share post-democracy. So how do you empower the people and the country, Mike?
Well, first of all, I'm not sure about white South Africans don't need to share. I had a company with 170 people working for me at one stage. I was very keen to share, but I just didn't get anybody who showed any interest. But be that as it may, how would people benefit that haven't benefited before? Well, we do know after the last 30 or so years of the current government's ideology and policies in place, nobody has benefited. Our country has got poorer unemployment.
That's
is the
not true,
highest
Mike.
it's ever been.
I have to stop you there because that's factually incorrect, Mike. It's not that nobody has benefited, and that was part of what Mr. Ndlovu was saying on the program today. He's given us examples like the Royal Bafokeng Nation, for example, and there were people living on very valuable land who were not benefiting from it pre-94, and now they are. And so there are examples of that. And I think the problem is perhaps that not enough of those people have benefited. So that is where the issue comes in, Mike. Okay, we've lost our line to Mike there. But I mean, I think it's not, these are not two mutually exclusive things, where the country grows or the people grow. These things can be done, and they should be done together in order for there to be a just transition, right? You can't have a country you're living in where there's incredible growth, but only one part of the population benefits from that. Everybody has to benefit from that in one way or another. All right, I also want to listen to some of your voice notes that are coming in right now. And let's take this particular voice note on colonization.
Good day, SAfm. You know, I said it, I think it was in the beginning of last year, that colonialism was the cause of global destruction all over the world, even on the smallest of islands. Many people were displaced, and I'm going to say it again. Many people was robbed of their God-given will. It wasn't in the will of God for these people, for their places and their lands to be taken by force or to be removed. It was never in the will of God. So it just shows you the mindset of some people will never change. If you look at the Apache tribes in America that were slaughtered, then you can put one and one together.
Keep those messages coming. We'll talk to you more after our latest 11 o'clock news bulletin with Ann Musa.
Thank you, Joanne. On the top stories, Madlanga Commission rally behind Bafana Bafana, and South Korean fines Kupang $410 million over data breach. For SAfm News, I am Onde Lambana, and a very good morning. The Madlanga Commission of Inquiry in Pretoria has started its hearings on a light-hearted note, with the chairperson, Justice Mbuyiseli Madlanga, wishing Bafana Bafana well. The team will play against Mexico at the Mexico City Stadium tonight to kick off the 2026 FIFA World Cup. Justice Madlanga, along with the commissioners, are wearing Bafana Bafana jerseys. He has called on all South Africans to rally behind the national team. Justice Madlanga's call comes ahead of the testimony of the Gauteng Traffic Chief, Samuel Mashaba.
Good morning, South Africa. As you all see, today we, the entire Commission, are donning the Bafana Bafana jersey. Since today is the opening of Bafana's 2026 FIFA World Cup campaign, it is fitting to show them our unwavering support. We trust that they will do well.
Meanwhile, football fans are descending on Mexico City ahead of the long-awaited opening match of the Men's Football World Cup at 9 o'clock tonight. The BBC's Patrick Geary reports.
This will be the biggest World Cup yet. It will feature 104 games, a record 48 teams and 3 host nations. But it's come with controversy. There have been complaints from supporters about high ticket prices, while some fans and a Somalian referee have been denied entry to the United States. In response to that, FIFA President Gianni Infantino said in his pre-tournament news conference that his organisation could not control everything and that journalists should relax. On the pitch, Spain and France will be among the favourites to lift the Jules Rimet Trophy on the 19th of July in New Jersey.
Legal analyst Abigail Ngobene says it's unclear why the case of the 7 men accused of killing rapper Keenan aka Forbes and his friend Tibelo Tibbs Mutswane has been brought before the High Court in Durban earlier than scheduled. The accused were due to appear on the 18th of this month. They are appearing in court together for the first time since the extradition of brothers Siyabonga and Malusi Ndimande from Eswatini. The accused are facing charges including double murder, conspiracy to commit murder and attempted murder. Forbes and Mutswane were shot dead in an alleged heat outside a restaurant in Durban in February 2023. Ngobene says there may be procedural or administrative reasons for the matter to be enrolled earlier.
But now that it has been brought forward, it means that the two will be making their first appearance here in the High Court. As to what exactly made the matter to be brought forward, it's still something that we need to find out. But you understand that the matter, of course, has a lot of dynamics to it. Having to join the 5, it means that they'll have to have access to all the records, all the copies of the docket, to request for further particulars where they need to ensure that when they participate in a pretrial, they do so meaningfully, to ensure that they prepare their matter in a manner that it protects their constitutional right.
The 8 accused in the insurance-related killings case are today expected to be back in the Polokwane Magistrates Court to continue their bail application. The state and the defence lawyers are expected to make their closing arguments. The accused are part of a syndicate which includes the former police sergeant Rachel Kutumela, her sister Enna Shokane and her daughter Flora Shokane. Ntsuku Shiluvana reports.
The accused insured and suspected the victims and killed them to claim insurance payouts. They allegedly murdered 9 people and benefited about 10 million rands. The investigating officer, Captain Kesh Mabunda, has been opposing bail. Mabunda has argued that the accused will interfere with witnesses and the investigations. Nsuku Shiluvana for SABC News in Polokwane.
The South Korean data protection regulator has fined the country's e-commerce giant Coupang $410 million, or more than 6 trillion rand, of a massive data breach last November. The leak involved the disclosure of usernames, email addresses and other personal data. The BBC's Jake Kwan reports.
Coupang is synonymous with online shopping in South Korea. Also known as Korea's Amazon.com, shoppers can order groceries, food deliveries, and even stream English Premier League games on the company's apps. Although the country is no stranger to user data leaks, the scale of the latest hack had shocked the public. More than 37 million people were exposed in a country of 51 million people. The regulators have found that the company also collected 11 million users' data from other websites without permission. The investigators have said they believe a former employee is responsible for the hack.
Recapping the top story, the Madlanga Commission of Inquiry in Pretoria has started its hearings on a light-hearted note, with the chairperson, Justice Mbuyiseli Madlanga, wishing Bafana well. I'm Ondilambana for SAFM News Headlines at 11:30.
SAFM values your views. Be an active citizen.
Topco Media presents the 25th Annual Top Empowerment Conference in partnership with Nedbank, taking place on the 17th and 18th of June at the Sandton Convention Center. This is the year that South Africa's empowerment rules get rewritten, with both the Minister of Trade and Industry and the Minister of Finance and 800 of the leaders shaping what comes next. To secure your seat, head to Quicket, search Top Empowerment and use the code SABC for 20% off. Book today before the codes change without you.
South Africa, get ready for the ultimate human race, the Comrades Marathon. Catch all the action live on Sunday 14 June from 4:30 a.m. live on SABC2 and SABC radio stations as thousands of runners take on the ultimate human race. for this year's uprun from the start in Durban all the way to the finish line in Pietermaritzburg. From elite athletes chasing victory to inspiring everyday heroes, SABC Sport brings you every emotional moment, live interviews, expert commentary, and unmatched race day atmosphere. Don't miss the Comrades Marathon on Sunday, 14 June, live from 4:30 a.m. on SABC2 and SABC radio stations. Proudly brought to you by SABC Sport.
For the love of the game.
Babe, I'm getting extra cash from my insurance. I was thinking romantic getaway or a treat for the kids.
You're getting money from your insurer?
Yes, my cash back from my way. I'll get back 10% of my monthly premiums for staying claim-free for 2 years. I'm getting 5,680 Rand.
Now that's real cash.
Real people, real cars, real rewards. For a quote, visit myway.co.za. My cashback is a feature on qualifying products paid after 2 claim-free years and all premiums paid. Premiums are risk profile dependent. My Way is a licensed non-life insurer and FSP. T's and C's apply. My Way. Live your way.
The Daily Discourse on SAFM with Joanne Joseph, unpacking the issues that matter. The Daily Discourse on SAFM, weekday mornings from 9 to 12.
8 minutes past 11 here on the Daily Discourse. Thank you for joining us in the final hour of the programme. I'm Joanne Joseph. Great to be with you. Our lines remain open, 086 000 2032. Our WhatsApp line is 0614 104 107. In this hour, we're talking to Mark Haywood, activist, about the issue of a food plan. Every country has to have a food plan, and this is, of course, how it guarantees food security, how it makes sure that all the hungry people in its country, within its borders, are fed. South Africa hasn't had one for the last 3 years, so we are overdue for one. This could persist for yet another year because they're looking at only getting it ready in the first quarter of 2027. But what happens to all the people in our country who are going hungry every day while they dither over who exactly is going to be on the board of this, on the council of this, whose functions are what? The Agriculture Department seems to be unclear on what exactly its mandate is in regards to this. But it's a very serious thing in a country where so many people go hungry, right? Millions of people actually go hungry every night. And we need to be prioritizing this conversation because it is such a serious matter. I was blown away by the fact that we don't have a food plan and that getting it together has just merrily taken our officials more than 3 years, and they're still working on it, and they'll probably have one in place by next year. But doesn't seem to be any sense of urgency that I can perceive. If there isn't, I think we certainly need to tackle them on this. Let's take a quick call, of course, though, because the good news is Bafana is playing against Mexico this evening. We're very excited about the start of the World Cup. And Bal is saying, are you going to be there parked in front of the TV or at your radio, listening intently, watching intently when it kicks off this evening?
I'll probably be listening on the radio. Thank you very much, Joanne.
Yeah.
I just want to wish our brothers a good one out there, so they must make us proud.
Yes, they must.
I know they're going to win tonight. 1-0, they're going to come back with it.
Is that your prediction? 1-0. Okay, Bella saying we'll try and remember that. Let's see if you're a prophet when we get back tomorrow morning.
But one last word, which is very important. Here where we stay in Mamelodi, there's no network. We don't know why, but can somebody find out why there's no signal?
Balesing, is this just today? Is it a regular occurrence?
It's a regular thing.
Is it?
You know, my mother died because I was trying to call her.
Oh no, I'm
and
sorry.
I couldn't go through. I was asking myself because I spent with her the whole day, and she mysteriously died in the evening while I was away where I'm staying. So I thought in my mind maybe she's just trying to tell me, you know what? I enjoyed the day with you. It was fun, and it was nice to be with you the whole day. But only to find out it was an emergency. When I reached out to the second call, it was somebody else telling me my mother's not okay.
Gosh.
And I got there, my mother was gone. So that the whole thing made my family to hate me. Everybody in the family to question me as if like maybe I was negligent or something.
Sorry.
So I'm just appealing to somebody out there, please. This place in Mamelodi, especially this Nel Mafias in Mamelodi, there's no network there. You go around in the evening, you want to check your phone, there's no signal.
So it's
tried to
it's
check,
Nelmapius in particular that's a problem.
Yeah, they are just from Fire and Freedom, those houses on the right. The whole area, in fact, there's no reception. Just when you enter from the side, when you enter in the Mafias from Silverton, then it starts, to go.
Okay.
I don't know. So to browse and to check things is very difficult. So I'm just appealing to somebody out there to please explain to us. And if you are from Mamelodi, from that area, call, and please, let's talk about this thing. Thank you very much.
Can I ask you one thing? Is it one particular network provider, or is it all of them that are just not?
No. I'm using MTN. I'm using Vodacom. I tried using Telcom as well. It's still the same.
It's still the same across the board.
Yeah, these days we're using Wi-Fi and all those.
Yeah.
If you don't know, YouTube and all those things. So it's hard. Like there's a time when you can do those things. Sometimes it just completely go 30 minutes, 10 minutes, 15 minutes, disturbing you, I wonder for those children who are starting using internet.
How they manage. Yeah.
How they manage, yeah.
Thank you. Thank you, Bali Singh. Let me see what we can find out about that. I can't promise you. I mean, I've got to think about how we go about it. But let's talk more about that. And if you're in the Mamelodi area, particularly Nelmapius, just let us know exactly what your coverage is like. Are you also struggling in the same way? And what sort of limitations has that caused for you? Right, 13 minutes past 11 here on the Daily Discourse. And as I mentioned earlier, millions of South Africans are going hungry and the country doesn't have a food plan. The Daily Mavericks pointed out that our food security plan expired 3 years ago and it hasn't been replaced, although a draft's been written. It looks as though civil society is now growing impatient given the levels of hunger in this country. Union Against Hunger co-founder Mark Hayward joins us to discuss this. Mark, good morning to you. Thank you very much for your time on the program. Firstly, what is a food plan and why does South Africa need one?
Morning, and thank you for talking about this issue. Let me start with why does South Africa need a food plan? We need a food plan because even though we are a country that produces a surplus of food, it has an agricultural surplus, we have 20 million people in our country who live with hunger, some of them with hunger and insufficient food all of the time, every day. Some people when the money runs out or when the grant runs out at the end of the month. But we have a chronic epidemic crisis of hunger in our country. We're also a country where, particularly vulnerable groups, children, do not have access, not just access to sufficient food, but access to sufficient nutritious food that is needed for a child's development. And the consequence of that is we have 10,000 children dying a year of malnutrition and diseases of malnutrition. And by the age of 5, and this is a shocking figure, 29% of our kids are stunted, meaning that they are cognitively and physically underdeveloped for their age. So if we have a crisis of hunger in a land of plenty, we need a plan. We used to have a plan called the National Food, Nutrition and Security Plan that ran for 5 years. It was never implemented, but at least there was a plan there. That plan ran out in late 2023, and as we sit here in 2026, mid-2026, there is no plan despite this crisis. The other reason why we need this plan is because tragically this hunger crisis is going to get worse. Food prices, as we see, are rising because of the conflicts in the Middle East. We're on the cusp of a new El Nino weather event, which is going to cause famine in parts of southern Africa. So if there's one area of life where government needs to be playing a role in coordinating, in managing, in bringing people together, it's in the area of food.
Mr. Hayward, the agriculture departments apparently said in the past, that, based on the General Household Survey of Statistics South Africa, that the number of food insecure people has decreased from 18.5% during COVID to 14.9% last year, and that the programs of government are working. Supposedly, does that mean that the 20 million people who now go hungry, is that number is actually lower than it was a few years ago?
Well, the number did start to decrease, but the number has started to increase again. When the South African Human Rights Commission held hearings on hunger in March of this year in Johannesburg, Statistics South Africa came and said that there are 25% of our population, roughly, who are food insecure. If you go into literally any community, any poor community, you will find that there is a problem of hunger. Go into any school in a poor community, you will find that there is a problem of hungry learners. And although there are interventions, such as the National School Nutrition Program, which reaches 9 million kids, and we're very grateful for interventions like that, those interventions aren't enough, because the National School Nutrition Program, for example, stops functioning during school holidays. But does kids' hunger stop in holiday times? No. It doesn't provide food at weekends. Do kids stop being hungry at weekend? No. If kids' only meal is the meal, or only nutritious meal is the meal they get through the National School Nutrition Program, what are we going to do to prevent harm? So, the Department of Agriculture sadly is avoiding its responsibilities in this respect. And this is part of the problem, is that the Department of Agriculture says the problem's with the presidency says it's with somebody else, and nothing gets done.
This is what I find so astonishing, that even on the day that you held a picket as United Against Hunger outside the Agriculture Department's offices in Pretoria, I understand they took the petition from you, but there was all sorts of confusion about whose job it is to make sure that millions of South Africans don't go hungry.
No, exactly. They took the petition, and the Minister of Agriculture, John Steenhuisen, wrote to us and said, it's not my problem. He said, this is the presidency's problem. And yet, the responsibility for developing this plan lies squarely with the Ministry of Agriculture. So it is their problem. Hunger and food is not just an agricultural problem, yes, but they have been given the responsibility in government to coordinate it. And at the moment, what they're saying is, well, we're only going to finalize and publish a draft plan in the first quarter of 2027. Well, with 30 children dying a day of malnutrition and an obesity epidemic to do with hunger, it's not just not good enough, it's unlawful, it's unconstitutional.
I also understand a council's got to be established, Mr. Hayward, to oversee this work. What sort of interventions is that council required to make?
Well, there's meant to be something called the National Food and Nutrition Security Council. The Minister of Agriculture claims that it has been established and that the President has appointed people, but nobody knows who those appointees are. I say that because that's what the Minister of Agriculture said publicly to the Human Rights Commission in March, but he won't tell us who's on it. What's its function? I'll give you a parallel example. As you know, I spent many years working and still work on HIV and AIDS and trying to make sure people have care and treatment and that our prevention is effective. HIV also kind of falls across many areas of government and life. And we have a thing called the South African National AIDS Council, or SANAC, which brings together different government departments, different civil society organizations, and so on, in a coordinating body that makes sure that we work with common purpose. That's what a food council should be doing. It should be leading the country on trying to cut the levels of hunger and malnutrition.
So what happens next, Mr. Hayward? I know that you, after this picket, you also made a demand that action be taken as quickly as possible on this issue. What deadline are you giving government to respond, failing which you'll take some kind of action? Perhaps you can tell me what that would be.
Well, we've said we're hoping for a response to the memorandum we gave to the Department of Agriculture by next week, by June the 16th. But we've said to government that by World Food Day, which is on October the 16th this year, we want to see that plan and we want the council to be established. And that failing that, we will establish a National Food Council. What action can we take? Well, we can protest. We're looking at possible litigation. But most of all, we just hope that government will remember its responsibilities, that it will hear our cries. Most importantly, that it'll hear the cries of people who are hungry, and that it will see that not addressing the hunger crisis undermines many other areas of government intervention, areas where government is spending, for example, health, because hunger causes diseases, education, because hunger makes concentration and optimal performance in learners not possible. So I just hope government will wake up to this issue.
Well, we all do, Mr. Hayward, but essentially you're saying that if government doesn't, civil society is going to have to step in to do government's work here.
Yeah, and well, civil society is stepping up in already to do government's work, because across the length and breadth of our land, there are thousands of little community-based organizations that offer soup kitchens, that help kids with food after school, that grow food in the gardens of schools. You know, if it wasn't for what civil society is doing, there would be a much greater problem, and there would be many, many more deaths of hunger, particularly amongst children. So civil society's already filling that gap. But unfortunately, civil society can't govern. You know, we don't have the power, we don't have the resources, we don't have the legal authority to do that. Government must govern, and then civil society will do what it can to ensure successful government on these critical issues that affect people's lives.
Mark Hayward, thank you so much for speaking to us. He is the co-founder of Union Against Hunger. I mean, how staggering is the story? I'm just completely blown away by it. 20 million people in this country going hungry, and officials are arguing over who is in charge of making sure that they eat. Can you believe that government departments cannot get it together to even put a council together that deals with this, and let civil society know, and let the rest of government know exactly what they're going to do to solve this problem? They are coasting along for years without a food plan, without an identifiable food council. And people are just going hungry, and children are dying. 30 children are dying a day of malnutrition. And there's no sense of urgency. You've got government departments saying, no, this is not my problem, actually send it to the presidency. I think we need to have a conversation with the Agriculture Department about this. We'll see if we can get hold of Agriculture Minister John Steenhuisen to just get back to us on what is going on here, and whether they are prepared to live up to their responsibility. Some of your voice notes are coming in as well. Let's take this one in response to Mark Hayward.
Hi, Joanne. Just listening to your discussion with Mark there. Yes, I must agree with you. Look, there's no point in us getting to a growth GDP of 4 to 5% if most of that money is just going to go into the coffers of the people who are already rich. If it's not going to be spread out amongst everybody, then we haven't really got anywhere, have we? I mean, it's not true growth. It's just making some rich people richer.
Thank you for responding to that. Sorry, that was not a response to Mark. It was a response to Mike in regard to the whole black economic empowerment issue. And you're quite right that it's not reaching enough people at the bottom. But the statement that's often made that it's only benefited the rich is not entirely true. There are communities like the Royal Bafokeng, the Putuma and Hleko, I forget the name now of that initiative, where lots of shareholders benefited from it. But there are examples of people benefiting from it, ordinary people. But they are not numerous enough. Without a doubt, you're quite right about that.
John, Mike is trying to come up with this thing always. Look, Mike, let me give you information. My father used to work at a farm. I grew up watching every moment and every step. Mike, most of the people used to work in apartheid, but those people, they were used to work for nothing, I can tell you. There was nothing compared to now for black people. Nothing. You guys, your government was keeping our people just busy. You understand? Busy, no progress. That is it. They were working for nothing, I can tell you. I grew up in that situation. I was born in 1975. I know what was happening in apartheid. Nothing. Your government was keeping us only busy. That's what you want, Mike.
Johan and the SAfm listener, you know, this PEE, it's just a regard daily, regard. It's robbing the people. Some of the people, they benefit, some they don't even. And the same people who are benefiting, they're helping no other person except themselves and their next of kin only. So why should the BEP be implemented? Because it doesn't even bring the difference. The same people are benefiting, they're doing nothing with that money, drinking some beers, buying some clothes and so on, and killing each other.
Yeah, I think the point is if it's implemented correctly, then everybody benefits from it. So again, we come back to the issue of a policy that in theory sounds wonderful, but if it's not implemented, we've got problems.
Hi, Joanne. You know what boggles the mind with regards to people like Mike from Newlands is the fact that they call and complain about nearly everything, yet they still remain the wealthiest in the country, the wealthiest minority in the country. So I don't get it. They complain about the economy, they complain about anything, they complain about black South Africans getting their share, yet they still remain the wealthiest in the country. Anonymous, Cape Town.
And then one of you is commenting on Bafana and the issue of General Khan.
Good morning, Joanne. This is Akima Trebola. Yeah, I wish Bafana to win by 2-0 tonight. Let's go, Bafana, let's go. Those who doesn't support Bafana, most of them, they are not South Africans. So we don't have to be care about those callers when I join. But when it comes to Madlanga Commission, it's so scary to hear the name of Farrakhan, what he done when it comes to drugs and everything. I'm so scared, because that is the head of a crime intelligence in South Africa. So you can't even trust the uniform of police anymore. Good morning. This is Akima Trebola.
Good morning, Joanne. I wish Bafana well against Mexico today, and I wish if United States of America as a host country lose all its games and be eliminated in the group stages because of its president trying to control FIFA. And I also wish them bad because of not allowing the Somalian referee into the country, Brigadier in Malela.
Thank you very much for that, Brigadier. We'll keep those messages coming. And we are going into the last half hour of our show right now. That brings us to 11:30 here on the Daily Discourse. And I'm going to get it right now. It is definitely Ondela Mbana standing by with your latest news headlines.
You got that right, Joanne. On the news headlines, Gauteng Police Commissioner Tombi Mtombeni says the arrest of suspects is imminent following a shooting incident in the Jumpers Informal Settlement in Cleveland, Johannesburg. The Madlanga Commission of Inquiry in Pretoria has started its hearings on a light-hearted note, with the chairperson, Justice Mbuyiseli Madlanga, wishing Bafana well, and authorities in Mpumalanga using a helicopter in their search for the 21-year-old man who has been missing since Sunday. A full update follows at the top of the hour.
Is there ever a bad time for a good conversation? SAfm, leading the conversations that move us.
Catch Top Billing this Youth Day Tuesday evening at 7 as vlogger Snigiwe Sneem Mhlongo finds her mom the best travel companion. Designer Tina Ngogolo marries Xhosa tradition with modern styling. And Geordie and Debbie Osler plant a forest, then build themselves a treehouse of a home. That's Top Billing this Tuesday at 7. Repeat Sunday at 1 on S3 and Tuesday at 9:30 p.m. on SABC1.
In fitness, as in finance, endurance is key. If you're 55 and older, you can get an interest rate of up to 10.25% with a Nedbank Electronic Optimum Plus account. Now, feel the earn. Invest within 2 minutes on the Money app and get money fit with Nedbank. See money differently. Nedbank, we're a licensed FSP and registered credit provider. T's and C's apply. For more info, go to nedbank.co.za.
Keep moving through 6 a.m. call times, the rain, dirt tracks, and moving through tight deadlines. Because you move with purpose, from the first stop to the final drop. The Hino 700 truck tractor comes standard with a 6-year drivetrain warranty and advanced safety features tailored to your industry. The Hino 700 is built to fuel your business's progress. Hino, all the way.
You are listening to Joanne Joseph on SAFM.
11:32 it is on the programme, taking more of your voice notes and your calls on Bafana and several other of the issues that we've been discussing.
Good morning, South Africa. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, the Rainbow Nation. Good morning, Sis Joanne. And listen, my sister, South Africa, Bafana, is there at Mexico at the World Cup to compete, not just to add numbers. We're gonna make it. Go, Bafana, go. This is Mujagi Sikhalo from the Val. Thank you.
Jackie, thank you for that. Yeah, lots of cheerleaders calling into the program today. We're still taking those calls and we're taking your messages for Bafana today. Some of the other issues we've been tackling. Vuyiswa is on the line to us from Parktown North. And Vuyiswa, I take it you heard that call, that interview we did with Mark Hayward about the issue of food security. Did it leave you as sad as it did me?
Yes, thanks, Joanne, for taking my call. People like Mark Hayward or some other so-called, expert that you guys invite must actually venture into history. South Africa and the entire, African continent, there was nothing called hunger, poverty, all these phenomena, street kids. It's all when colonization came upon our ancestors, that they destroyed what he's trying to talk about right now, though he's not perfect. I mean, these things existed in Africa until colonization. All these phenomena, street kids and what shelter, soup kitchen, it's all European, concepts that never existed in Africa. They actually destroyed everything when they came with their civilization in the continent. We know we can actually go back and we can advise some of us research a lot and speak to elders in communities who know what our ancestors did and who have the right history, not the ones that we're learning from the media platforms every day, and it's wrong. It's wrong for you guys to depend on people that really don't know who we are. They don't know who we are. They're trying to find out. But they benefited from all this system that is crooked, and that is they don't want actually to correct. There's a wrong here that needs to be corrected. They're the ones who amassed all the wealth and they're still amassing.
But Vuyiswa, I'm trying to connect what you're saying with it. And I take your point on the history of the country and the continent, right? And you're absolutely right, factually, when you say that colonization brought all these issues and destroyed the social systems in which people were collectively fed and that kind of thing. But we're now in a situation where children are going hungry. What do you think is the current solution?
Yes, they never went hungry. Our ancestors never went hungry.
Yes, so what is the solution?
Yes,
what is the solution? I mean, I wouldn't say your ancestors didn't go hungry, because there were periods where indigenous people...
They never.
Okay, that's
because
not factually
by then
correct.
The Ubuntu concept worked.
Yes, the Ubuntu was certainly there.
People talk Ubuntu, not knowing what they're talking about.
Okay, but there were seasons, because sometimes there were times when they could not access food, when they did go hungry, but that is not the result of the political system or their social system. It was as a result of just what the land gave them at the time, what they could access and what they couldn't. But what I'm saying to you is now, in the current system in which we live, we can't dial it back, right, to pre-colonization. We're living in the society in which we are living. And there's some things that we can bring through from indigenous knowledge systems into our lives today. But how do we deal with the current situation of hunger in the country?
What I can say to you, people, including media, must stop taking things that belong to the nation and make it as if it's there for themselves. This is why we're not agreeing. Because you guys want to tell us. You don't want to involve us. You want
But
to
you're
work on
talking. You're
people.
talking on
You
a
don't want to
program
work
right
with
now.
that. Yes, we have
Yes.
a lot of ideas, but
Yes.
we are oppressed. You guys don't want to hear anything from us.
But we're having a
No.
conversation. You've called into a program.
No, you
You're
are
talking
choosing.
to
You are
us.
choosing. Let me tell you what, how many times is on your platforms? Every week, every day.
That's not true. It's the first time since I've.
True.
Okay, you
He's
know what,
always
Viswa?
here.
Sorry, I'm cutting this call. I can't speak to unreasonable people on this program. It's the first time since I've joined the show that Mark Hayward has actually been on the program. And he is someone who has founded an organization called Union Against Hunger. And that is why he's on the program, because he's out there fighting for the hungry people, the adults and the children who don't have food. I'm sorry, Vuyiswa, if you're not doing anything, but you're just calling into a program to talk and criticize someone who is doing the hard work on the ground, what contribution can you make? We've given you the platform. You have the right to speak, but you're not offering any proper solutions at all. Malusi in Bulukwane is on the line to us. Malusi, good morning. What's your take on BEE?
Morning, John. And listeners.
Talk to
Hello?
us. Yeah, we can hear you.
Yes. Yeah, I just wanted to comment on the issue of BEE.
Mm-hmm.
My honest opinion as a young black man is that scrap BEE. I'll tell you why.
Tell me.
BEE only benefits the elite. I'm staying next to mining towns and such stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm looking at those who are benefiting from BEE. All they do is buy houses in Sandton, go to Dubai, buy food, buy big cars, have bodyguards. What are they doing to be able to uplift their communities?
I don't think they care about their communities anymore.
They
Many
don't
of
care.
them. And
They don't
there are
care.
some who do, but I don't think the vast majority do. I think they care about themselves and their families, Malusi.
Most of them, even the politicians, if you check, the most people who are benefiting in the BEE are politicians. You know, one day, that they gave, is it Spania or one of the mines, one of the big mines in South Africa, or Harmony, they gave, who's this, remember the former parliamentary chair is a lady, the chair of parliament, they gave her shares of some million, because I think ANC thought, and this liberation movement, think that we owe them something. They always get free, all that. How about communities?
Oh,
Are we
I'm
only
losing you,
voting machines
Malusi.
and all that?
I'm sorry, our line to you is so bad, but I think you've made a very clear point about who actually benefits from BEE the most. And while one can say the research shows it's not only the political elite who benefit, but it is mostly the political elite who seem to benefit from this, and I agree with you on that. And what do we do? I mean, Malusi's suggesting we do away with BEE. How do we empower people? We have to have some sort of policy to empower people. What is that policy supposed to be? And who's got to implement it to make sure it's implemented fairly for everybody in the country? Vusi in Mamelodi, Vusi, I'm glad you were able to get through to us, because it seems you're also reiterating what Badleseng said earlier about network always being down in Mamelodi.
Morning, and yes, I wanted to support the previous caller from Nelmatias in Mamelodi. I'm staying in Mamelodi, Mahube Valley, just next to Mom's Mall. There's no reception at all, and then because usually during the week, Wednesdays and Fridays, we usually submit report at work, so we can hardly sync your system. So you have to drive at least just off Mamelodi or the western side of Mamelodi. That's when you can sync, and even the reception is very, 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 very bad. I've been using Vodacom for like 19 years now. So now, my Vodacom number is no longer responding very well when I'm in Mamelodi. And then now, just last month, I had to register a new SIM card with the Telkom, and even Telkom is worse.
Gosh, I wonder what's changed in the last few weeks or months, Vusi. Let us try and find out about that for you, because my worst fear is that, like Balesang, there's an emergency and then you're not able to get hold of anyone, especially if you don't have a landline. Haile in Joburg is on the line to us. Morning, Haile.
Good morning. Let me go to the point. Thank you, dear, for taking my call.
Sure.
We have a serious problem in South Africa about the food industry South Africa is one of the great nations in Africa. I drive from Cape to Messina, every province I see. On my observation on the road, there's a massive empty land, unproductive land, never been used.
Yes.
This unproductive land, it belongs to who? Let me ask you, for government or the private individual?
Good question.
What we need to do on that land, I'm not saying you must take away the farm, the productive farm. Let's keep them, the white and the Indians or whoever black rules that farmers stay. We need to focus on the empty land, unproductive land, must be taken by government, every province. We need to make a farm and employ 20, 30 million young people. Then we can export the food. We're going to have a sufficient food in the country. We will export for entire Africa and the world, to the Middle East, anywhere, where the food is now in high demand globally, not only this country.
Yes, yes.
So what we need to do, we have the product, we have the land. We never use the land. The land colonial masters, they must come sit down with ANC. Look, the ANC is only obtain the political freedom and the political leadership without financial, without the land. This become a chaos now. The people are innocent people running around and looting the tuck shop and the supermarkets because they are hungry.
Yes,
they are not really fighting about Africans to Africans because they don't have something to eat. What is going to happen tomorrow in this country? I'm afraid they can kill somebody. After they kill somebody, they're going to take that person to eat the meat of the humans. After a few years, that's what I'm expecting if we're not focusing in South Africa. What I see the politicians in this country, let me tell you, politicians, they are instigators in between the citizens and the foreigners and whoever, but they are not bringing any solution in this country. What we must do as the politicians, let me tell you. We need to empower
I'm
the people.
sorry that I agree with you. We do need to empower the people. I do need to take some other calls on this issue, but I think that's a very good suggestion. Government owns a quarter of the land in South Africa, and much of that land is lying fallow. We could give that to people to farm. Vincent Ingiani is on the line to us. Vincent, you want to talk about BEE?
Hi, JJ. Yes, I think what we need to do is to improve. Either we follow the preposition that is currently being made from DA. I heard a few times mentioning how they want to go about it. However, I think we need to become strict about the policy by starting with, we need to arrest people that are fronting. Because to me, when I look at it, it sounds more illegal when entrepreneurs are killing all of us. For example, you have mines agriculture as the main economy driver, but you get one person having one company fronting the entire mine group. Now that becomes problematic because none of us benefit.
That's
one family benefit from being a entrepreneur of the entire mine. That becomes incorrect. If it was meant for people to recover, we needed to have had it done. So perhaps we should now put some bar. For example, if you are from a previously disadvantaged and you want to be a BEE, once you earn anything more than 10 million rand, then you no longer fall within that group.
That's an interesting suggestion, Vincent. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you for that. So then we won't have the same people benefiting repeatedly. William in Cape Town, hi.
Good morning. Listen, BEE has never and will never work. You understand, they must scrap this whole thing because we never benefit. Even as colored people, we never ever benefited out of BEE, you know. And as I say that, the Bible say that there are some that profess that they are wise, but they are fools. And it doesn't matter if you are recognized by the world as a wise person, that you are wise. Wisdom comes from God. And as I say that Mama was speaking to you, I was listening to you and you cut her off and it was wrong because she was debating with you because we also on the radio station to debate. And I think it was absolutely wrong that you have cut that, Mama, because everyone is entitled to his opinion and we must just respect each other.
No, but I'm going to stop you there, William, because you've already made a very important comment. But I can't occupy the entire show with debates with people who refused to make sense. She had her opinion, but she was not able to justify it. If you come onto the show, you need to have something useful to say that is going to benefit everybody who's listening. And the fact that you can come on, you can criticize somebody who is offering a solution, but you have no solution yourself, is a bit of a problem. It's unfortunately not useful to the people who are listening. I am going to end the show on this note. It is a voice note from one of our listeners wishing Bafana Bafana all the best as they play tonight. And this is where we wrap it up. I'm going to say goodbye to you after this voice note, and we're going to get your book reading. But let's hope when we are back tomorrow, we're going to have something to celebrate as Bafana fans. Take care till then. Bye-bye.
Good morning, South Africa. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, the Rainbow Nation. Good morning, Sis Joan. And listen, my sister, South Africa, Bafana Bafana, is there at Mexico at the World Cup to compete, not just to add numbers. We're gonna make it. Go, Bafana Bafana, go. This is Mujagi Sikhalo from Deval. Thank you.
SAfm's award-winning drama department presents to you another episode of the book The Unfair Way, The Untold History of South African Black Golf, written by Jerry Lepu, read by Simpiwe Kwana. Please note that the views expressed in this book are not that of the station. Listeners' discretion is advised.
James Kamte points out that he was also good at school and his ambition was to become either a doctor or a chartered accountant. All this changed when the Nomads, a non-profit golfing society, heard about his golfing prowess. They had facilitated a golf scholarship for him to complete his education. A golf scholarship is something unheard of in South Africa. While completing his studies, Kamte was a regular member of various Eastern Province squads, featuring in many interprovincial competitions. He became one of the best players in those categories, posting exceptionally good scores. At one time, he won a club championship at St. Francis Bay by 19 shots. Kamte was hot property in the Eastern Province. Again, fate was to intervene in his life and redirect his golfing career. A meeting was held at his home to discuss his golfing future. In attendance were officials of Nedbank and his stepfather. The feeling was that he wouldn't progress while playing golf in the Eastern Province. He needed to go to a place where golf was played very competitively, and this place was Johannesburg. Kamte packed his bags and left for Johannesburg amidst much excitement and apprehension. In Johannesburg, he was introduced to Gavin Levinson, who was the golfing coach at Glendower Golf Course. He was given 2 years to do extensive training and told if at 21
University
years
life
he hadn't
with its
made it,
diversity
he would
and
need to return
opportunity.
to school. Here is what Kamte said about those 2 years. For the first 2 years, I didn't play golf. I was either in the gym or at the driving range, training. It was extensive exercising and practicing. On his release from the grueling training and practicing, Kamte said he could not understand what was happening to him. I was playing the best golf of my life. I was hot. I was shooting best scores. This made some people jealous, and they tried to put me off. They alleged that I was cheating and could not have posted scores that I did. In order to satisfy themselves, they had followed me and hid behind bushes to spy on me. I disappointed them as I continued posting good scores. From here, Kamte didn't look back. He was in outstanding form. Kamte set the black golfing scene alight after turning professional in 2003. He matched the exploits of Papua and Vincent Chabalala, the only black golfers to win tournaments overseas. Kamte played in the Sunshine, Challenge, European, and Asian tours. His performances overseas were impressive. He played in 3 continents and won in 2. Apart from playing in the prestigious US Open, he won the Asian Tour International Tournament in Thailand. Gamte also earned the tour card for the 2008 European Tour season by finishing in the top 30 of the qualifying school. Gamte's meteoric rise to golfing fame is explained by unusual circumstances which were combined with hard work. And along his way to the top, alongside normal battles and strife associated with the game, he also had to overcome hateful racist incidents which could have derailed him from fulfilling his ambition. One of these incidents, he recalled, had left him literally in tears. He recounted, "I went to Polokwane to play in the tournament, which I subsequently won with a 14 under par score. The score of the second placed person was a 12 under par, meaning that I had won by 2 shots. He was white. While I was preparing the speech I was going to deliver for winning, I was approached by an official of the tournament. He told me that I was seen struggling in the bunker and had lost 2 shots. I was told to adjust my scorecard and reflect the 2 shots I had lost. This would mean that the tournament ended in a tie and would go to the sudden death playoff. I was puzzled and denied knowledge of what he was telling me. My explanation fell off deaf ears. My score was changed. I was crying when we went for the playoff. In that condition, there was no way I could have won. I simply went through the motions, and it was no surprise that I lost," he said. Notably, this ugly racist incident didn't happen in an apartheid South Africa, but in a democratic one. Quite apart from the racist phenomena that plagued and arguably still mars race relations in South Africa, Gamte had other moments whose experience he would also rather forget. Among these is his deep disappointment after he couldn't play in the Alfred Daniel tournament in 2020, all because his caddy had tested positive for COVID-19. His argument that he was negative was in vain, as the organizers of the tournament insisted that he had to go into quarantine for 10 days. Being in quarantine meant he could also not practice for the other 2 tournaments in which he was billed to play. He didn't perform well because of lack of practice. Despite his golfing prowess and exploits also proved rewarding, thereby tipping the scales in favor of pleasant experiences and rich rewards, he still savors to this day. According to Gamte, among these was his meeting with Jack Nicklaus and Tiger Woods. These were the best golfers in the world whom I had just been reading about. No way in my wildest dream did I ever think I would not only meet them, but talk to them like they were my buddies. Tiger Woods had high praise for me, and he encouraged me to continue doing well, Gamte said. On the state of the golf game in general, and particularly its failure to draw black players, Gamte said he was disappointed that black golf is being neglected and not supported by the government and business, as is the case with other sports such as rugby and soccer. As a result, young blacks were forced to give up the game because of a lack of sponsorship. Nevertheless, the trick was for black players, aspirant or already on the field, to not get discouraged but strive to always improve their game. This would attract sponsors. Gamte has established an academy where he trains youngsters. He pointed out that there was a need for academies to be established for blacks throughout the country. Tebogo Sifatsa didn't have to look far to go to learn the game of golf. His father was a caddy turned to a golfer. So, golf ran in the family. It was no surprise, therefore, that at the age of 9, he was a member of the Modderfontein Golf Club. Although at school he played cricket and rugby, he developed a liking for golf. "My focus was on playing golf," he said. Like all young golfers, Tebogo also joined the famous South African Junior Foundation, which groomed and produced young golfers. His game continued to improve as an amateur while at the foundation. Here, he competed with other amateur players who included Charles Schwartzel and Louis Oosthuizen, who later won major tournaments in the United States and United Kingdom. I had to first get my tour card, which I did, and off I went. My first pro tournament was in Botswana. It didn't go well as I was young, jittery, and nervous. But I wasn't discouraged as it gave me the experience and I gained confidence from playing in various Sunshine Tour tournaments. I finished between the top 10 and 30, with which I was satisfied. I got my first breakthrough when we played the Nashua Masters, which was played at the Wild Coast. I finished 8th with an 11 under par score. I won the Big Easy Tour Order of Merit. Things started changing and I was gaining momentum, culminating in me winning the BMG Classic in 2013 with a score of 10 under par. This was a major tournament and a big victory to boot. The first prize was about 95,000 rands. I was over the moon. My father was equally ecstatic and congratulated me as his labor bore fruit. It was a recognition that his work had paid off. Although the prize money was good, there was also a paper trail. I was swimming in debt, which I had to sort out. As you know, golf is an expensive sport. I didn't have any sponsor. As he was growing up, he had other responsibilities which demanded his attention apart from golf. He also had family to look after. As a result, the standard of his game declined. He lost his playing privileges, but I had already lost the sting, he said. As a black person, he experienced incidences of discrimination in his career as a golfer. But he added that his father fought against any racial discrimination in the game. He admits that black golfers of the apartheid era were faced with major challenges, but despite this, they soldiered on undeterred. Although he is now in business, Sifatsa is not lost to golf. He is part of a group of golfers who are pushing for the advancement of black golfers, particularly the youngsters. Lindane Ndwandwe. Lindane started his golf career as a caddy in 1994 at Beechwood Golf Course. He later moved to Papua Golf Course, then ultimately to Windsor Golf Course. This is where he joined the Natal Golf Foundation. This enabled him to play in amateur events. He worked his way down to play off at 3 handicap. At this point, he represented the province. He turned professional in 1999. He amassed 3 victories in the Sunshine Tour. 2001 Western Cape Classic, 2009 Highland Classic, and 2014 BMG Classic.
That was another episode of The Unfair Way, the untold history of South African black golf, written by Jerry Lepu, read by Simpiwe Kwana. The book is available at the Bridge Bookstore. It is broadcast on SAFM at 11:45 Monday to Thursday on the Daily Discourse. It is produced for the station by Vovi Batal, read by Simpiwe Kwana, production by Wiseman Manele, Nanda Koza, and Tato Mapuruma.
It's 12 o'clock Thursday, the 11th of June, 2026. A very warm welcome to Update at Noon here on SFM, leading the conversations that move us. My name is Bongi Wazwane, standing in for Sakina Kamwendo, coming up this hour.
Even there is 14,000 kilometers between the two countries, but we feel the support and the warmth of the South Africans, and they can be sure they will see a team they can be proud of.
Bafana Bafana take on Mexico as the 2026 FIFA World Cup gets underway.
You missed that opportunity intentionally so that it can go to Johannesburg, which is out of your district. Why would you do that?
We're gonna take the whole day because
I have all the time. Let's take the whole day.
Samuel Mashaba of Gauteng Traffic Police continues testifying at the Madlanga Commission, and John is here with sport.
I knew you'd take the Bafana story, but I don't care. I'm going to do Bafana stories. I'm going to do it twice even, because that's a sports story.
Look, we are that excited. We are that excited about Bafana. Share your views with us. 41391. SMS are charged at 150. Call us on 086 0002032. Send us your voice notes at 0826923909. You can also post your comments on X at SABC News_radio. Reach us using the hashtag #UpdateAtNoon. All these and more coming up in the next hour. But first, though, the latest news on Delambana is on standby.
Thank you, Bongi. On the top stories, arrest imminent following Cleveland shooting, and search continues for a man in the Crocodile River. For SAfm News, I am Onde Lambana, and a very good morning. Gauteng Police Commissioner Tommy Mtombeni says the arrest of suspects is imminent following a shooting incident in the Jumpers informal settlement in Cleveland, Johannesburg. 12 people were killed, and the number of wounded people has risen from 10 to 15 in the incident, in which happened on Tuesday night when a group of men randomly opened fire near a tavern. Mtombeni says officers are making inroads in their search for the suspects.
We believe that we will be in a position to can have a breakthrough as time goes on, because we are systematically following the leads. And the other thing is that in terms of the video footage, we were in a position to access some of this information, which is helping us in terms of the investigation.
Authorities in Mpumalanga are using a helicopter in their search for the 21-year-old man who has been missing since Sunday. Zenande Chilwane was in a vehicle which plunged into the Crocodile River in Mbombela. It is believed that he was in the company of the two people whose bodies were found in the vehicle when it was pulled out. The deceased have been identified as Godfrey Virgo and Tinswalo Koza. Their vehicle fails to stop at the Kamagugu Kanyamazane and University of Mpumalanga intersection. It then went through the fence and plunged into the crocodile-infested river. Divers are also using drones to comb the dense banks of the river. There will be a memorial service for the two Limpopo siblings who died after their mother allegedly poisoned them. The memorial service will take place in Matabani village outside Louis Trichardt this afternoon. Otewaho Denzeni and Akonaho Sipungu died after eating food that their 27-year-old mother, Thelma Sipungu, allegedly poisoned them. Sipungu had been arrested and is expected to apply for bail in the Chilavusigi Magistrates Court tomorrow. A councillor in the Makado local municipality, Mohali Magwala, has appealed to the community to support the bereaved family.
Let us join hands so that we can assist one another. When maybe somebody have got a certain problem, he must never shy to tell somebody, no, I'm not okay. What can I do? Where can I get help? So if we can join as a community, as a South African, we try to take one another or to engage one another, I think everything will move smoothly.
The Madlanga Commission of Inquiry in Pretoria has started its hearings on a light-hearted note, where the chairperson, Justice Mbuyiseli Madlanga, wishing Bafana well. The team will play against Mexico at the Mexico City Stadium tonight to kick off the 2026 FIFA World Cup. Justice Madlanga, along with the commissioners, are wearing Bafana jerseys. He has called on all South Africans to rally behind the national team. Justice Madlanga's call comes ahead of the testimony of the Gauteng Traffic Chief Samuel Mashaba.
Good morning, South Africa. As you all see, today we, the entire Commission, are donning the Bafana jersey. Since today is the opening of Bafana's 2026 FIFA World Cup campaign, it is fitting to show them our unwavering support. We trust that they will do well.
Meanwhile, the head of football's world governing body, FIFA, has sought to defend the organization of the World Cup. Gianni Infantino was speaking in a news conference in Mexico City. The BBC's Hugh Ferris has the details.
Infantino asked the assembled media to focus on the football before launching a defence of what he called the challenges the World Cup has faced, admitting that some FIFA can solve, some they can't. In response to criticism of the Trump administration's decision to deny entry to a Somali referee, Infantino claimed sometimes it's good to relax, to chill, and that screaming and shouting doesn't help to find solutions. FIFA are not kings of the world, he said, before insisting that only they could have achieved the impossible of bringing Iran to the tournament, which he said he wants to promote unity.
Recapping the top story, Gauteng Police Commissioner Tommy Mtombeni says the arrest of suspects is imminent following a shooting incident in the Jumpers Informal Settlement in Cleveland, Johannesburg. I'm on Delambana for SAfm News Headlines at 12:30.
Update at noon, midday to 1 p.m. Bongiwe Zwane on SAfm.
Thank you very much, Ondela. We'll catch up with you at the bottom of the hour. Of course, it's the big day today. Bafana. They are, of course, playing against Mexico today. All eyes are going to be on Mexico City, right? The opening match of the World Cup taking place. Remember 2010? It was the opening match of the World Cup. We played against Mexico. So a lot of people hoping that we can replicate what happened there, which is to score and then just be on defense. But, of course, there is a lot of focus as well on the altitude issues. But has the team acclimatized, etc.? So that's going to be one of the stories we are tracking here. But also the IEC, our feature this week, we're going to be looking at, the more focus on the register to vote, who registers to vote, and also what do you bring with you in terms of, the registration process and how important it is because, you still have people who say that I did vote before, so my name is on the voters roll. But there could have been some, demarcation changes here, especially boundaries. When you think about the fact that you may think you're still falling within one ward, maybe you are in another. So the importance is there of the registration process. We'll be speaking to the IEC on that. And also the Madlanga Commission, not only, of course, wishing Bafana well, but there is, of course, Samuel Mashaba, who's with the Gauteng Traffic Police, who continues testifying there, and quite a difficult time, right, he's having on the stand. He has now been taken through messages of himself and that businessman who then allegedly gave the tip-off of the consignment that was intended for Ayrton as its final destination. You know what subsequently happened there with that particular drug bust, and still a lot more questions and focus on this particular, drug bust there within the commission. And then another story we are looking at is the search for the missing 21-year-old man that's believed to have been traveling with two victims whose bodies were recovered from the Crocodile River in Mbombela. So Zenande is still not found, and you saw the family praying and really just hoping for a miracle. So we'll check in with that. But also, finally, another story we're looking at is this very disturbing story, which is back again. And this is the SASSA beneficiaries. So SASSA has now strongly distanced itself from an alleged scam in which elderly grant beneficiaries are said to be tricked into signing up for funeral policies after being promised, food parcels. And it's back again. And, a lot of things go horribly wrong there. So we'll then be talking about that particular story and more.
Bongiwe Zwane on SAfm.
All right, let's begin here. Bafana coach Hugo Bruce says South Africans will be proud of their national team at this year's FIFA World Cup. South Africa will play in the opening match of the tournament against co-hosts Mexico at 9:00 tonight at Mexico City Stadium. Bruce says their aim is to become the first senior team to progress to the second round of the tournament. But history is stacked against South Africa, having failed to win any of the opening games in 3 previous tournaments. Here's a report by Sfiso Ramara.
Bafana lost their opening match to host France when they made their FIFA World Cup debut back in 1998. Then they drew with Paraguay, in Japan and Korea 4 years later. In 2010, when South Africa played on home soil, they drew 1-1 with Mexico in the opening match. But this time around, Bafana are determined to rewrite the history books. Bruce says he's encouraged after his team made big strides in the last 5 years.
5 years ago, Bafana was nothing. We played for empty stadiums. So now at the end, the stadiums were full, and more, month after month, the enthusiasm of the people increased. So some people expect that we win the World Cup already. So I think this is a little bit unrealistic. But at the other side, I think even there is 14,000 kilometers between the two countries, but we feel the support and the warmth of the South Africans, and they can be sure tomorrow that they will see a team they can be proud of.
Bafana midfielder Teboho Mokoena is expected to play a key role in the success of the team at the World Cup. Mokoena agrees that their aim is to make the nation proud.
It's a dream come true for everyone. That's the talk we've been having, and we just want to show the world what we are capable of, and we are looking forward to the game. We're excited, and we are honored, to represent our country at this bigger stage. We're just excited. I don't have much to say, but we're just looking forward to the games. What I can say is they must keep on supporting us, believing, and we will do our best. We'll give everything on the field, and the rest will leave to God.
Bruce emphasized the importance of doing well in the opening game of the tournament.
85,000 supporters. Nobody will be against Mexico tomorrow. I think also they know, but that's also for us. In a tournament like this, it's very important to win your first game. Because if you don't win it, the second game, you're already with a knife here. And if you don't win then, yes, the last game is enormous pressure on the team to have those 3 points, because I think if you have 3 points, certainly with the 8 best third who will be qualified, that you can go to the second round. Very important to have as soon as possible those 3 points.
Mokoena says they cannot afford to disappoint millions of passionate South African football lovers.
Firstly, I want to say thanks to our supporters. They have been sending us messages of encouragement back home, and there's a lot of people who came here to support us. And also, I must also give thanks to our minister, Mr. Gayton, for the support he gave us as a team, and also for bringing people over to Mexico to support the team,
The match between Mexico and South Africa at the Mexico City Stadium starts at 9 o'clock South African time, and it will be shown live on SABC 3. I'm Sfiso Ramara in Mexico City, Mexico.
All right, so that report there by Sfiso Ramara. So let's look at this particular match now. We speak to senior SABC sports reporter, that's Vincent Setsura there, who is live for us. Vincent, thank you so much for your time. So different times, different locations, same teams, similar match. What would be different tonight?
Bongiwa, what will be different tonight is that, it's a match of high stakes. The opening match of the World Cup 2026, the whole world almost will be watching. The match is expected to be watched by over 1.5 billion people. So very, very important match, not just for Mexico and South Africa, but for the whole world, because that's the match that really kicks off the tournament.
And I suppose it speaks of the pressure, right, to set the tone, because it kind of speaks about, just a lot of people who are watching to see if Bafana is going to be up to par given this Mexico side.
Absolutely. And also, Rungiwe, you'll recall that, our preparations for coming to the World Cup have not really been convincing. I mean, we have not won a match. In fact, Bafana have not won a match ever since the AFCON in Morocco at the beginning of the year. Ever since we lost to Cameroon when we were knocked out at AFCON, we have not won a match. We played some friendly matches, and not exactly against high-quality oppositions. We've played against teams like Panama and Nicaragua, which are not exactly world beaters, and we still couldn't beat those teams. And last week, we couldn't even put away a team like Jamaica, who have not even qualified for the World Cup. So our preparations have not been good. And on the other hand, Mexico have really had a very good preparations. They've not lost in 8 matches. And during those matches, they've also drawn against teams like Portugal, Belgium. They've beaten the likes of Ghana and Australia. So we're coming into this match with our confidence very low, and we don't know what to expect. But Mexico, on the other hand, they're coming there with their confidence sky high.
So what does that mean?
What it means is that it's a once-off game. It doesn't really matter. Forget about what happened in the build-up to the tournament. Just go out there and show the world, raise your hand, that we can do this. If you can just contain the Mexicans, let's say for the first 20 or 30 minutes, then we stand a chance to at least sneak a draw, because I don't think it's going to be easy to beat Mexico at home at Azteca Stadium with more than 90,000 fans rooting for them.
So when you look at this particular encounter, there's been, Vincent, that particular issue of the altitude, right? And I wonder how, Bafana have begun to acclimatize, if one can even say, when it comes to the couple of days that they would have spent in Mexico already.
Yeah, no, obviously the altitude issue is going to be the big issue, one of the most deciding factors. But I think Bafana have been there for at least a week now. I think that gives them enough time to have acclimatized to the conditions in Mexico. I know it will be very few games they've played at that high level and also at that altitude. But I think they've had enough time to actually recover and acclimatize from the conditions.
Okay, let me put you on the spot. What's the score prediction?
Well, I think if we don't concede in the first 20 minutes, I think we really stand a chance. I think a draw might be good enough results for us, because if you get a draw in the first match against Mexico, who are obviously the group favorites in the group, that sort of like sets a tone for the rest of the tournament, going to the match against Czech Republic and also against South Korea in the next 2 matches. I think we stand a chance of getting a draw. But a win would be great.
Yeah, a win would be great indeed, Vincent. And let's see then what happens. And hopefully our listeners as well get to join in and just tell us what is the score prediction? What do you think, is going to be? I'm quite excited about this particular encounter. A lot of people have already seen. A lot of people are already setting themselves up. Some neighbors there getting ready with the braai stands, etc. So let's see what happens. Vincent Sitsura, SABC senior sports reporter.
Update at noon, midday to 1 p.m.
Bongiwe Zwane on SAFM.
The South African Social Security Agency has distanced itself from an alleged scam targeting elderly grant beneficiaries. SASSA says pensioners are reportedly being misled into signing up for funeral policies after being promised free food parcels. So let's just get a bit more details here to what is going on now. Dr. Paseka Letsatsi, SASSA spokesperson, joins us this hour. Doc, thank you so much for your time. And firstly, congratulations on the PhD. We haven't spoken since you got one.
Thank you very much, Bongi. Much appreciated. It's been a long time indeed.
Yeah, congratulations. It's good to see this kind of progress. Let's start first with, this is worrying, Paseka, especially when you think about the fact that these are elderly people who are vulnerable. So now there's a signing up of funeral policies after being promised free food parcels. What's going on?
Very disturbing, Bongi. We have seen a trend where old people are saying we sign. And I think they take an advantage that some of the vulnerable people can't read. So they just make them sign. And remember, we as SASSA, we've got no authority whatsoever to refuse to implement a request from a beneficiary. I'm sure you know what would happen if we refuse to implement a mandate from a beneficiary and something very bad happens. They lose someone in the family and it's found that SASSA refused to implement an instruction. So I think we have just decided as an organization that we need to engage on a very serious beneficiary education so that we can then be able to go to the communities and explain to them that SASSA does not have a contract with anybody who says they provide a funeral cover. We don't provide financial services. So if anybody comes to you and say they are from SASSA, you must sign that money gets deducted. You must know that that person is not telling the truth.
And how are they able to do something like this if possibly there's no one from inside involved?
I think they have used the loophole, Bongi, that we as an organization were compelled when a beneficiary signs to implement. I don't think they would, but let me not say I don't think. They may be having somebody inside who's working with them, but it's neither here nor there, because the fact of the matter is they know that if a beneficiary signs, the beneficiary gives an authority for a funeral cover to make sure that they implement the deduction. So what they've done is that they know that they don't need SASSA in any way to assist them to commit this particular thing which they are doing. So they are just using an opportunity to say, if you sign here, we'll then be able to process it and deduct the money. Hence, from where we are as an organization, we can only go and make sure that we go out, we teach the communities that they must not sign if they don't understand. And we're also appealing in particular to the old people that if you can't read or whatever, right, or you can't understand the document, please consult your grandchildren who are able to interpret or tell you exactly what the contract is saying.
So have you done any investigation as SASSA to see if you don't have any person from within your organization who's may be involved here?
We are in a process of investigating, because what we have checked is that over the past 3 months it has skyrocketed. There's I won't mention the culprits here. We are a very litigious country. Someone will just take me to court that I mentioned their company on air. But it's pointing us to a particular direction. We are going to engage these people, because what we need to do, Bongi, we just want to prove just one person that indeed a person was duped. This person did not consent to sign the forms. That particular individual, if we get just one proof, will be able to engage and sue this particular organization that they are using the name of an organization where there's no contract between us and them. So far, we know that people have been complaining, and we can't have so many people complaining about one thing. It means, and they are spread all over the country, it means there is an element of truth in what the people are saying. So we just want the concrete truth, concrete facts. But where we are now, I'm just trying to be economic with what we are doing behind the scenes, because we just want to catch somebody with the information while they are trying to dupe an individual from putting their signature on their forms.
As a final one then, let's say perhaps you're finding that a beneficiary was indeed misled and they did not, provide consent in a manner in which is acceptable by the law, and without fully understanding what they were getting themselves into. Is there any recourse as well? Because someone will be asking, can they get their money back?
There is no. You can cancel the contract, because obviously, remember, you are saying to us, I did not consent to this. We are able to stop it immediately. However, in terms of you getting your refund, it means you must go to that particular company and request that they refund you. But from us, we can then be able to stop it immediately. The debit order would not be able to go through the following month, because would have stopped it. You would have stopped it because you would have given us an authority that you must stop this debit order from going through. Like I said, I don't want to waste much of your time, Bongi. We don't want to assume a beneficiary does not want a debit order and we stop it, and then something very bad happens in the family. I can tell you now that SASSA will be liable to make sure that we pay all the funeral expenses of that beneficiary.
Sure. Dr. Paseka Letsatsi, let's see what this investigation is able to uncover then. That's Dr. Paseka Letsatsi, the SASSA spokesperson. So if you get such a call or such a request, or you know of somebody who's gotten such a request, I'm sure you were able to just get from that interview what you can be able to do. But also warn the people who haven't signed up yet not to do so.
Update at noon, midday to 1 p.m.
All right, so let's go to this. Families of the 6 Naledi children who died after allegedly eating contaminated snacks from a local spaza shop still seek answers. They've described the prolonged wait for justice as deeply painful. This comes after SABC News visited some of the affected families on Thursday to find out how they've been coping since the tragedy occurred. The families say they have received little communication from authorities. Lerato Makula has more.
In October 2024, several children from Naledi who were neighbors and friends spent the day playing together. But what started as an ordinary day ended in tragedy.
They tried their best. They did their best. Unfortunately, our children couldn't fight the poison. When they confirmed the poison, they said they found a red poison in our children's system.
Nearly 2 years later, the families are still waiting for answers. Jabulom Simango's father says it's still difficult to look at his son's picture. The father says the pain becomes even more intense when his birthday approaches. He believes the government has failed the families.
Everything went back to normal, as if nothing had ever happened. Every time I see Njabulo's picture, I become overwhelmed with sadness and find myself wondering where he will be today. We were promised many things after what happened, but to this day, none of those promises have been fulfilled. One of the biggest disappointments is that we were promised counseling and support, yet nothing has ever been provided.
Instead, after everything.
Monica Sebetwana's family says they are still waiting for information regarding the progress of the case. They say the pain remains unbearable.
Myself, I
would truly appreciate it if the real person responsible for this could be found and brought to justice. I believe that this child deserves to rest in peace, and that can only happen when the truth comes to light. The way they passed away was heartbreaking and difficult to accept. It is something that continues to cause immense pain for those who love them, while I still hope that justice will be served. I have placed everything in God's hands because carrying this heart every day has been extremely difficult.
Days after the incident, the health minister revealed that a chemical agent had been identified as the substance responsible for the deaths. 4 people were also arrested in connection with foodborne illness cases in the province, but were later released on bail.
We are here today to inform you of the findings of our toxicologist. The results show that the cause of death is unequivocally organophosphate.
Attempts to engage the ward councillor and other authorities were unsuccessful. However, Gauteng police say the Naledi investigation case has been finalized and the docket has been referred to the senior state prosecutor at the inquest court. Lerato Makula, SABC News in Soweto.
All right. Thank you very much, Lerato, for that particular report. It's 12:30. Let's take the news headlines and then we'll have your markets and sport in just a moment.
Thank you, Bongi. On the news headlines, the Madlanga Commission of Inquiry has grilled Gauteng Traffic Chief Samuel Mashaba on his involvement in the drug bust in Urt in Johannesburg. Gauteng Police Commissioner Tommy Mtombeni says the arrest of suspects is imminent following a shooting incident in the Jumpers Informal Settlement in Cleveland, Johannesburg. And South Africans have expressed a favourable result outcome for the national soccer team Bafana Bafana. A full update follows at the top of the hour.
Economic news on SAFM. Facts and figures you can count on.
The rand is trading at 16 rand 54 cents to the dollar, 22 rand 9 cents to the pound sterling, and 19 rand 7 cents to the euro. The euro is trading at $1.15, and the dollar is at 160 yen 52. In Brazil, $1 is trading at 5 real 18 cents. In Russia, at 72 rubles 10. In India, at 95 rupees 73, and in China, a dollar is changing hands at 6 yuan 77. Asian markets were mixed at the closing bell. Japan's Nikkei ended flat. Hong Kong's Hang Seng dropped 0.7%, and China's Shanghai index losing 0.2%. India's markets are slightly higher at the close of trade. The JSE is mixed at midday. The all-share index is flat at 109,605. The industrial 25 index is slightly lower, and financials are up 0.5%. The top 10 resources index is 0.6% in the red, and the precious metals and mining is at 1.2% lower. European markets are mainly higher. Britain's FTSE 100 has gained 0.6%. The CAC 40 in France is 0.4% firmer. Germany's DAX is flat, and looking at commodities, gold is trading at $4,089 and platinum at $1,673 per ounce, while the price of Brent crude oil is at $91.99 a barrel.
SAfm Sport with John Gerika.
So, John.
Yes.
I know you say that we took your...
Yes.
Took the Bafana.
Story.
But let me tell you something.
It's okay.
So I'm looking forward to your report.
Excellent.
There we go.
It's probably going to be exactly the same.
No, it'll probably be better.
Okay.
Let's
Ready.
go. Yeah.
9 o'clock tonight, 14th ranked Mexico take on 60th place South Africa. We finally heard from a player ahead of tonight's game. Here's midfielder Tebogo Mokoena.
Good day, members of the media, and I just want to pass my greetings to the people back home in South Africa. Of course, the expectations are very high, and it's going to be an amazing game, an amazing atmosphere. And as a team, we're looking forward to the game. We're excited, and we know how much it means to everyone back home and ourselves. And yeah, we're looking forward to the game. So it's going to be exciting tomorrow. Thank you.
Coach Hugo Bruce was asked what South Africa need to do to beat Mexico this evening.
I think the last 10 games of Mexico, they nearly all win them. So that means that will be a team in confidence. Also the fact, and that is the reality, Mexico is the best team in the group. So for us it will be tomorrow a very tough game. I think we need to be on our best level. I need also a little bit luck. But I can assure you that my team is ready, and we will fight for every meter and every ball during the 90 minutes. And after that, we will see what the result is.
Bafana legend Bernard Parker is in Mexico along with hundreds of South African fans. He took part in the Legends match at the weekend and knows the feeling of performing on the big stage.
It's going to be key to start off with a win, because a win sets the tone. A good performance also sets the tone. But if you put in a good performance, the percentages of you winning are more. So we believe and we trust in the boys because they've been putting up good performances. That's why we are here at the World Cup. So for them to be at the right mental levels tomorrow, definitely they're going to put up a big performance. And we expect a win, and we're here all the way to give them that extra oomph.
Even freshly ground makes it to Mexico.
You know, I was actually like listening to the song.
A couple of Springboks were at the SABC supporters event at St. Stithians this morning. One of them, two-time World Cup winning hooker Stephen Kitsoff. He had some wise words for Bafana.
I think blocking out the noise, it's all part of the preparation, what they've gone through. I think as a mixed group of senior players and junior players is listening and taking that mentorship and listening to your coaches and trusting the process. Going out there, actually just expressing yourself and knowing you've got 60 million people having your back, just want you to do well and perform as a unit.
Bafana will even mention ahead of the Women's T20 World Cup that begins this weekend. South Africa meet Australia in their opener on Saturday. Coach Mandla Mashimbie was talking about winning.
Yeah, I think if Bafana gets a win today and we get a win on Saturday, that will be good for our country. And I think if they do get a win today, it will just maybe lift the girls in some way or another. But I think leaving a legacy is probably the main thing for us, is making sure that we continue to want to pursue, want to inspire the country in any way we can when we have opportunities. And in the sport that we're in, we actually get those opportunities more often than not. And then we just have to make sure that we're dialed in and make sure that we go out there and give it our all.
Even in places you didn't expect support, the Madlanga Commission of Inquiry started its hearings on a light-hearted note this morning.
Good morning, South Africa. As you all see, today we, the entire Commission, are donning the Bafana Bafana jersey. Since today is the opening of Bafana's 2026 FIFA World Cup campaign, it is fitting to show them our unwavering support.
Even Contralesa has got involved. The Congress of Traditional Leaders has called upon the Minister of Electricity that requests Eskom and municipalities to keep load reduction off during the World Cup tournament.
Contralesa wish Bafana all the best during the coming 2026 Soccer World Cup. As we are all aware, football is loved and watched by many South Africans. Contralesa therefore calls upon the Minister of Electricity, Honorable Hossein Turamogopa, to talk to Eskom and all our municipalities to suspend load reduction. That will enable soccer-loving South Africans to enjoy this coming Soccer World Cup.
Contralesa President Kgosi Mokoena there. We do need to hear from the opponents, though, right? We've got to give a little bit of balance. So let me give you 41 seconds of Mexico coach Javier Aguirre.
1-1, when you are the favorite, as you rightly say, you can't go crazy, right? Right? We would all like to be winning in the first half by a large score or close the game out in the 20th minute. This is a 90-minus minute game, and you have to how to channel that pressure in your favor. Ooh. If the clock is ticking and the result is not what you planned or what you generated, I think that's when you have to show that maturity I'm talking about, that balance I'm talking about. It's 90 minutes. It's very important to win, obviously, but how you do it is very important. And I think we are very prepared for both physically and mentally for any scenario tomorrow.
There is another World Cup match, 4 o'clock tomorrow morning. South Korea take on the Czech Republic, also a Group A match. South Korea make history. They're the first Asian nation to appear 12 separate World Cup finals. It's the 11th consecutive event. So, yeah, we'll be watching that one closely, or at least highlights. There is a cricket match on the go as well. Australia against Bangladesh. It's the second one international. It's been delayed by rain. Australia 187 for 8 in the 42nd over. That's all I have.
Look, it was really good.
Thank you.
It was
Don't
really
patronize me.
No, I'm being for real. It was really good. It was like way more than, you see, because I know Lungile tried, but it was way more.
He tries. And he gave me 6 minutes today, which is very nice. So credit where credit's due. By the way, I've got permission to take, I'm normally on air from 10 o'clock tonight. I've got permission to take live commentary.
Really?
So we'll have live commentary on SAfM tonight
there we
from
go.
10 o'clock
The listener.
That's for you, just for you.
Just for me.
Yeah.
I will be there.
Don't forget it's live on all the SABC channels.
There we go.
Like a bye.
Bye.
Bongiwe Zwane on SAfM.
Election Wednesday is brought to you by the IEC as the country prepares to hold the local government elections on the 4th of November this year. The National Voter Registration Weekend will take place on the 20th as well as the 21st of June. And we continue, of course, with our call to action theme with a more focus on who registers to vote and also some of the important information you need to know ahead of registration day. So IEC General Manager of Civic and Democracy Education, Research and Knowledge Management, that's Moagisi Letlaku, joins us live now. Moagisi, thank you so much for your time. Let's perhaps start with, just the confusion at times regarding the minimum age for civic participation. Could you clarify the specific age and rules for South Africans, especially when it comes to, when they can register and when they can actually cast a ballot?
Good afternoon and thank you, Bongiwe. The minimum age for voter registration is 16. and you are able to then vote at 18. So from the time you get your ID at age 16, you are eligible to register to vote. Eligible to register, but you will only be able to vote when you turn 18. But in terms of participation, civic participation is for everyone, and that's why our outreach programs target literally from foundation phase at schools all the way up to, the oldest voter in our community. But registration at 16 and voting at 18.
Well, that's a challenge for me, so it means I must take my 16-year-olds to register this year.
Absolutely.
It definitely needs to happen. So for citizens, for example, who are currently living or even working abroad, when you think about the registration process, so are there any requirements or pathways that could be available, and they also for them to be included in the registration process?
So all South African citizens can register to vote, but when it comes to voting, our residents who are, or our citizens rather, who are living overseas are able to vote in the national and provincial elections. The local government elections, because they are ward-based elections and they're about, the representation at that level where you ordinarily reside, it will be for people who are within country to vote.
Okay. So then when we think about registration day, of course, 20th and the 21st of June, what do people bring and where do they go? And also let's speak about options that are available from the comfort of their homes.
Yes. So we've got our voter registration weekend coming up on the 20th and 21st of June. And that is really to give the opportunity for all South Africans to be able to visit their voting stations and confirm that this is where I am voting, or be able to update their details and get information about where it is they need to go and vote. So we encourage all South Africans to come out in their numbers and go to their voting stations on the 20th and 21st of June in order to register to vote or update their details. But voters can also register to vote as well as update details through our online registration portal, that is registertovote.elections.org.za, and that platform is available 24/7 for all South Africans who are 16 and above to register and update their details.
All right. And so when a citizen chooses then to register in person at a local IEC office, for example, during a registration weekend, so is there any, specific physical form of identification that is also legally accepted when they show up?
Absolutely. That is your South African ID, and there are 3 that will be acceptable for verification. It is your green barcoded ID, your smart card ID, or a valid temporary identification certificate. So those are the only 3 documents that will allow you to register and be verified when you go through our voter registration process. So bring any of those. If you haven't collected your ID, please do so. Home Affairs will be open also on registration weekend for those hours so that people are able to go and collect their IDs.
So if someone hasn't, let's say, applied, they can do so now. But then, you know the habit at times. People come with their driver's licenses or copy of birth certificates trying to see if this is acceptable as well. And it is not, right?
No, it must be your original green barcoded, your smart card, or a valid temporary ID certificate. So only those 3, because we do need to also ensure that this is the correct document, is an original document, because of course we're always talking about trust in all of our processes, and therefore we need you to bring the original documents so that we ensure that we're all doing what is correct.
So what happens, for example, if someone lives in an informal settlement or like an area where there is no clear street address?
Yes. So when you do input your address, whether at the voting stations or online, you will do so on the map. So you'll be able to locate it to the closest, marking in a community. So sometimes it's a church that will be sort of like a landmark or some other institution, and you'll be able to locate yourself as closely as possible to those landmarks, and that will determine the boundary in which you will be assigned a voting station.
So does that then also work, for example, with someone who says, I think I'm on the voters roll, I've registered before, I've voted before, so I'm bound to be there. But it's important for someone like that to go and update their details for boundaries' sake, right?
Absolutely, because we did recently have our boundaries updated by the demarcation board. So it is important that even if you have registered and have voted before, to please go and check either online on the voter registration portal or at your voting station on registration weekend to ensure that you are still within the boundary of a voting station.
Mochese, there's something that often confuses people because, yes, the date is out there, but it still needs to be proclaimed. So what does the proclamation then do, especially when it comes to the voter registration, the voter registration, process? What will it mean when that process is concluded and done?
Yes. So what happens is that the president will announce a date, as he has, the 4th of November 2026, and then the Minister of Kokta will proclaim it. That means we're going to gazette it and put it into law now, that this is officially the date of the voting for LGE or a particular election. So that is what proclamation does. It now officially gazettes that date and puts it into law, and legally now makes that date applicable as the official date for voting day. So that process, it will unfold, and up until that date when it is proclaimed, voters are able to register. At midnight on the date of proclamation, the voters' roll will close, and the voters' roll has to close in order for the commission to prepare for the number of people who will be showing up at voting stations on voting day.
All right. Thank you, Mochese. Appreciate your time. So I'm hoping, as the listeners, you were able to understand and get a sense of this particular process and why it's important for you to go and also check if your details are still the same, your boundaries are the same, etc. Mochese Letlakude, the IEC General Manager of Civic and Democracy Education Research and Knowledge Management. Let me quickly take some of your voice notes.
Bongiwe Zwane on SAFM.
Afternoon, Bongi. Good luck, Bafana. Winning or not winning, we are still our team that we are proud of. We saw in Magdalene, I'm sure their sisters, they think they are perfect. Before 1994, former Transkei, Millie Fields gardens were full of maize. People depend on livestock, educating their kids. Elders were given milk and they cared about elders. So I agree with also Professor Komodo that people are politicizing this thing of illegal immigrants. Thank you, Bongi.
Zabon, Bongiwa. Nyapila Gunja, Errol Durban. Bongiwa, I'm sorry to disappoint you, but for the life of me, I can't see us beating Mexico. I mean, we couldn't even beat Nicaragua, who are ranked well below us, 110 actually, and Jamaica, who were ranked below us. Look, I'd love to see us win, but I'm a realist, a pragmaticist. I just can't see it for the life of me.
Bongo, I'm confident that Bafana will do well in the World Cup this year. Remember in 1996, Mzwakhe Mbuli came up with a song, and that song was called Sanitanda Bafana, and we lifted the AFCON for the first time and the last time. Fast forward to 2026, Mthandeni SK and Mzwakhe Mbuli teamed up to form a song, Africa Unite. My confidence is stretching very high. Bafana Bafana will perform miracles.
Good day, Bishop Makwana from Lewahomu, Zone F. Today I just want to wish Bafana Bafana good luck. We are behind you, and I believe you will be the first team, our squad, to leave the group stages to go to the second round and hopefully right up to the final. It is possible. As South Africa, we know that we are alive with possibility, therefore we are behind you. Hooray, hooray, Bafana Bafana.
You see, Bongiwe, in regard to the mass shooting where 12 people were killed at Cleveland, it's because we don't have any measures to curb or deterrent measures, so to speak, for these criminals, you see. And we don't want to go back to our constitution and see to it, how do we change so that we bring back the deterrent measures such as death penalty. Botswana did it, North Korea, South Korea, China, and America as well. Thank you, Willie and Kuma.
Bongiwe Zwane on SAFM.
Bishop Makwan, I'm with you there. We are advancing. It's a day of miracles today. It's a day of miracles. We're advancing. I hear you, Errol. You're saying you're a realist. Ne? I hear you. I've got you. But today is a day of miracles. We are going. We are advancing. We are behind Bafana Bafana all the way. So let me quickly take you to one of the stories we are tracking today. A helicopter has been brought in to assist in the search for Zenande Chilwane, who's missing since Sunday morning after their vehicle plunged into the Crocodile River in Bombela and Mpumalanga. It is believed that the 21-year-old was in the company of two people whose bodies were found in the vehicle when it was pulled out. The bodies of the two have been identified as Godfrey Virgo and Dinswalo Khoza. For the latest now, let's speak to our reporter, Nhlamulo Mabasa. Nhlamulo, thank you so much for your time. What's the latest?
Good afternoon, Klingo, and good afternoon to our listeners. Today, the latest now is we are currently busy with the search. We are at the river as we're speaking to you. They resumed with their search at 9 o'clock this morning. But we saw that today they tried to intensify the search, where they brought in the EMS helicopter from the Department of Health to come and assist with the search. As you would know that today we're entering day 5, which is now making it more difficult, for the chances of finding his body, or rather him, Zenande alive. But like I said, we are still at the river with the divers in the but they were unable to see anything. So now what they are trying to do is they're trying to find a safe spot for them to be able to get in and try to search. There are 4 divers in the river. But Bongiwe, this is a river that has a lot of crocodiles and hippos. As we could see on the drones when they were busy showing us what they can see and why is it not safe for them to get in from in the morning or from when they were started, or rather when they started in the morning, is because you can see through the drones. We saw about 20 hippos in the water, which will make it difficult for them to get inside the water. But they are trying. But right now they're walking on the bank of the river to be able to see, because the reason why they're walking on the banks of the river and also trying to see if they can get in, because when you look at how the accident happened, they actually are also maybe thinking that his body might be stuck in between trees that are on the side of the river, because it is a very bushy place. So they trying to see if maybe he can be stuck in the trees that are close to the river, by the river bank, or inside the water. But even the water in the river, as you know, some parts of the province, it was raining, so which makes it difficult. And also they did indicate that the water is extremely cold, so the conditions of them working, they have to consider quite a number of factors. But I can confirm that they are continuing with the search, Bongiwe.
Sure. It's quite, it sounds really like quite the job that they've got there. So How about Zenande's family? Because they were also there. We've seen them in the past few days, just gathering, praying there. How are they doing?
They're not well. When we spoke to some of the family members this morning, they still do believe. Some were still hopeful that maybe his friends, the ones that now have been confirmed to have passed away, maybe they might have dropped him off elsewhere before the accident happened. But they're not okay. They're not coping, even though they're still helpful, because our church members, family members, they are here trying to pray, trying to make sure that they comfort them and support them. But with situations like this, for them to be able to say this is what is happening and to come to terms if he has passed on, because we can say he has passed on once they have retrieved the body from, or rather have found the body. But I can say to you, Bongiwe, they are not really doing well. They are trying to be strong. When we are busy working and the divers are working, they're also trying. They brought in a private company as well to assist with the drones, to assist the police, the divers, or rather the police, with the equipment that they have. So in as much as they are not okay and emotional and everything, as you can imagine, they are also trying to make sure that they make the work of the police or the divers a bit easier. So I can say that they are not dwelling too much into their emotional state. Their focus right now is just in making sure that they find as Zenande, and for them to actually say this is his body, and come to terms with it. Right now, if you were to come here, or rather to see them, you would think they're actually one of the people that are searching. You wouldn't think it's the family members, but they're doing all they can, standing strong, trying to assist.
A difficult time for this family. Thank you for speaking to us. Our reporter then, Tlamulo Mabasa, coming to us live from Mpumalanga, where the search continues for Zenande. Let me quickly take you to this before I go. Chief Provincial Inspector for Gauteng Traffic Police, Samuel Mashaba, told the Madlanga Commission that he did not send traffic officers after getting information about a suspected drug trafficking operation. He said the matter was not within his mandate and passed it on to the SAPS. Mashaba admitted he could have used the Weybridge team to stop the truck but chose not to. Mashaba was one of the first 3 law enforcement officials to arrive at the scene in Ayrton, south of Johannesburg, where more than 700 kilograms of drugs were seized in 2021.
You said something along these lines. I think she was asking you why you did not involve the team in the Weybridge. And in response, you said, information I got did not fall within our mandate. What did you mean by that? It did not fall within our mandate.
We're talking drugs, and it's not our specialty. That's what I mean.
So, because the information you got involved drug trafficking, it did not fall within the mandate of the traffic police. Is that what you meant?
It doesn't fall within, but nothing, like I'm saying, nothing stops us from acting. Hence I'm saying, you choose informations. Nothing stopped me from, I would have brought my team and stopped it and did it. But because to save time and other things, I said, no, you know what, this thing is going to give us problems, it's going to give us talk too much. Let me just give it to subs. That's where it belongs.
Chief, the information you get on Thursday night is that there is a suspicion that there's drugs on a truck coming from Durban to Johannesburg. I'm following on what Commissioner Kumalo is asking you, because you did say, when I asked you why wouldn't you just give the information to people at the Weybridge to just pull over the truck and wait for you to come, right? And you said that falls out of my mandate. Now, why does going to the Yellow Jersey Logistics Company to try and get the truck there, why does that fall within your mandate? Is it simply because you had a SAPS member with you?
I didn't have a SAPS member with me. I called the SAPS member after.
Okay. Yes. So why do you go to Yellow Jersey Logistics without the SAPS member, with the civilian, without any backup, at that point, but you can't mobilize your official team at the weighbridge to look out for this vehicle and pull it over.
So, sorry, what is your question? You are taking it too long.
Okay.
I even forget the question.
You say when you went to the Yellow Jersey Logistics, you didn't go with a police officer.
Yes.
So you went there with the civilian, or you met the civilian there. You met Mr. Nku there. Correct?
Yes.
Okay.
All right, that was the Chief Provincial Inspector for Gauteng Traffic Police. That's Samuel Mashaba, right? He continues with his testimony in the Madlanga Commission, still ongoing, and of course facing difficulties when it comes to some of the actions and inaction when it comes to that particular drug bust. But it's 1 o'clock. It's time for us to say goodbye. We'll see you again tomorrow. Ondela is on standby with the latest news. Do have yourselves a blessed afternoon.
Thank you, Bongi and the team. On the top stories, Gauteng Traffic Chief Mashaba testifies that the Madlanga Commission and South Africans rally behind Bafana for SAfm News. I am Ondelambana, and a very good day. The Madlanga Commission of Inquiry has grilled Gauteng Traffic Chief Samuel Mashaba on his involvement in the drug bust in Errett in Johannesburg. Mashaba was one of the first 3 law enforcement officials that arrived at the scene where the drugs were seized in 2021. During his testimony in Pretoria, Mashaba said that his area of expertise was road policing, including accident management and road safety. He was defensive when the Commission's chairperson, Justice Mbuyiseli Madlanga, sought to establish the relevance of his presence at the scene.
We are empowered by Criminal Procedure Act 334, Act 51 of 1977. It gives us the power now as the peace officers to can fight crime.
Any other act?
Well, other acts are following it. I'm talking now the powers to fight or to prevent crime prevention. That's where we fall in. Other acts will be more on traffic.
A 42-year-old truck driver who was arrested for possession of explosives at the Beitbridge port of entry has been sentenced to 20 years in prison. Edgar Maroto appeared in the Musina Magistrates Court this morning. He had been arrested at the border post in April. Maroto had attempted to smuggle explosives worth 1 million rand from Zimbabwe to South Africa. Officers also seized items including thousands of blasting cartridges, detonators and fuse reels. The Hawk spokesperson, Wendy
Following investigation, Maroto appeared in court and was sentenced as follows. Count 1, unlawful possession of explosive to 15 years imprisonment. Count 2, contravention of poker to 10 years imprisonment. For the purpose of the sentence, 5 years of the 10-year term will run concurrently within the main sentence, resulting in an effective sentence of 20 years imprisonment. Major General Advocate Gobs Kavenda, Provincial Head of DPCI in Popo, commended the arresting team and investigative members for their vigilance and professionalism.
Gauteng Police Commissioner Tommy Mtombeni says the arrest of suspects is imminent following a shooting incident in the Jumpers informal settlement in Cleveland, Johannesburg. 12 people were killed and the number of wounded people has risen from 10 to 15 in the incident, which happened on Tuesday night when a group of men randomly opened fire near a tavern. Mtombeni says officers are making inroads in their search for the suspects.
We believe that we will be in a position to can have a breakthrough as time goes on, because we are systematically following the leads. And the other thing is that in terms of the video footage, we were in a position to access some of this information, which is helping us in terms of the investigation.
Over 2,500 displaced Malawian nationals are sheltering in the open at Durban's Sherwood Hall playground. This follows what they say are threats from groups that are against undocumented migrants. Humanitarian organizations such as Gift of the Givers are currently providing food and blankets to the Malawian while authorities seek a long-term solution. Gift of the Givers spokesperson Bilal Jiwa.
All the people have slept overnight out in the cold outside, especially the mothers and children. They just had like plastics on the floor or they use like wooden crates. The situation is getting bad. Well, for now, they are being taken care of. Food was a major issue, but fortunately there are other NGOs that are providing meals, 3 meals a day. So we are giving them support if they need. Blankets and mattresses, we've resolved that. There are some people who have put up like small tents, like gazebo tents. So that's, but it's, sanitation is another serious issue.
South Africans have expressed a favourable result outcome for the national soccer team Bafana Bafana. They are facing Mexico to the co-host of the 2026 FIFA World Cup at the Mexico City Stadium, and the first game of the tournament with the kick-off set for 9 o'clock tonight. These soccer fans are enthusiastic ahead of the game.
It's Bafana, 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 Bafana. It's a goal! It's a 2-0, 2-0, 2-0, 2-0. Bafana, Bafana 2, Mexico 0.
I would like to wish Bafana Bafana the best of luck in their opening match of the 2026 FIFA World Cup. And I believe that the boys will do us proud. And my score prediction for the game is 2-1 to Bafana Bafana.
Bafana Bafana siyavenna. Mama, help me. I love Bafana. The World Cup is here. And we need a win.
Recapping on the top story, Malanga Commission of Inquiry has grilled Gauteng Traffic Chief Samuel Mashaba on his involvement in the drug bust in Ayrton, Johannesburg. I'm on the Lambana for SAfm News Headlines at 1:30.
The soundtrack of your life with Ernest Pillay.
Some songs take you back instantly to your first love, a road trip, or just simpler times. The soundtrack of your life with me, Ernest Pillay, is where timeless hits and forgotten favorites come together to tell your story. It's not just music, it's memories, moments, and the meaning behind this jam.
Don't you change someone by night.
Rediscover the songs that shaped your journey. Tune in to The Soundtrack of Your Life with me, Ernest Pillay, Saturdays and Sundays, 1 to 4 p.m., only on SAfM 104 to 107 nationwide.
Standing on his
own. The Full Circle with Bridget Masinga, Monday to Friday, 1 to 3 p.m.
Born here in this place, you belong. You've been this brave all along. What broke you once made you strong. Die, die, ego, hale, hale, let's go. 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 Recién comenzó. Die, die, ego, hale, hale, let's go. 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 Escucha una voz. Die, die, ego, hale, hale, let's go. Die, die, ego, hale, hale, let's vamos a festejar todos los países unidos por un amor. Argentina, Venezuela, Colombia, Uruguay, Ecuador, Chile, Brasil, México, Estados Unidos, Bolivia, Venezuela, El Salvador, Costa Rica, Ecuador, Guatemala, Haití, Honduras, Panamá, Nicaragua, Paraguay, Perú, República Dominicana y muchos más. Fútbol es pasión, fútbol es amor, fútbol es lo más hermoso del mundo. Since the dawn of day, you were born here in this place. You belong. You've been this brave all along. What broke you once made you strong. Die, die, ego, halle, halle, let's go. 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 México, Argentina, Chile, Perú, Brasil, la tribuna está encendida, nadie nos puede parar. Colombia, Uruguay, Paraguay, Ecuador, toda la noche cantando con fuego en el corazón. Las banderas para arriba, que esto recién comenzó. Die, die, ego, halle, halle, let's go. 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 Bolivia, Venezuela, Panamá y Costa Rica, la fiesta sigue creciendo y nadie la va a pagar. Cuba, Honduras, Guatemala y El Salvador, toda Latinoamérica cantando esta canción. Desde el barrio hasta el mundo y se escucha una voz. Die, die, ego, halle, halle, let's go. 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 Halle, halle, let's go. Ego, halle, halle, let's go. Ego, halle, halle, let's go. Ego, halle, halle, let's go. Este es el mundial y aquí lo vamos a festejar. Todos los países unidos por un amor. Argentina, Venezuela, Colombia, Uruguay, Ecuador, Chile, Brasil, México, Estados Unidos.
If there's anything about Shakira, she definitely has the tender on World Cup songs. Definitely, she has the tender. From FIFA president to FIFA president, Shakira somehow always features in things World Cup. That was Shakira featuring Burna Boy with Die Die. That is how we open up the show today, because finally the moment has arrived. 11th of June, and we are taking on Mexico later tonight at 9 o'clock.
It's going to be a tantalizing match. I think so much is on the line for South Africa. So many people believing that this squad is ready to do the most, that this squad is ready to go out there and truly represent South Africa in a way that is going to surprise us all and leave us all so proud and so in awe of their efforts. Are you in your Bafana colors? My team is in their Bafana jerseys today. I mean, they told me this 48 hours ago. And in the history of my doing radio, you know, I've always said this, that myself and sports, we only come together where it intersects with arts and lifestyle. That's like my relationship with sports, you know? So they told me 48 hours ago, and I meant to do something about it. I really did. I just completely forgot. I promise you, though, next week, I will do something about it. But my heart is green and gold. Know that for sure, that I will be up tonight watching and screaming and cheering the boys on. We've got a jam-packed show. We're kicking off with Sbahle Mota, who's out at the Madlanga Commission today. And then for our family meeting, it's Men's Mental Health Month. How are you doing? I think your blood pressures are about to be raised even more during the World Cup. We'd love to hear from you, 061-410-4107. And if you have any thoughts, by the way, as well, on the World Cup's theme song, you're more than welcome to do so. Or if you want to send a shout out to Bafana Bafana, you're also welcome to do so. 061-410-4107.
Across South Africa, online and on radio. SAFM, let's talk.
You can become a victim of a legal problem, wrongful arrest, assault, uncontested divorce, rental disputes, maintenance matters, or labor problems. It can happen to you. Clientele Legal provides tough professional lawyers for an affordable monthly premium. Our legal team is standing by to assist you 24 hours a day. Join today. SMS SAFM to 32195. That's SAFM to 32195. Clientele General is an authorized FSP and licensed non-life insurer. T's and C's online. Standard rates apply.
South Africa, the countdown is on, and SABC3 is your official home of the FIFA World Cup 2026 from 11 June till 19 July. That's right, 34 matches live on SABC3, streaming on SABC Plus, and bringing the action straight to you on SABC radio stations nationwide. From the opening ceremony to the first big clash, South Africa versus Mexico. This is more than football. This is our moment. All of us, all in. Go Fela. Don't miss a second. Only on SABC, the official broadcaster of the FIFA World Cup 2026.
For the love of the game.
As we celebrate 90 years of existence, SAFM takes you back to the voices that shaped a nation.
Now leave the SABC and see the tower block lit up, 27 stories of light. Move from Auckland Park into the shadow of the Hillbrow Post Office Tower.
This is the English service of the SABC. Here is the news, read by Patricia Carr. A member of the Planning Committee of the President's Council, Mr. Nick Turnich, has been appointed chairman of the Council's Community Relations Community.
90 years of trusted voices. This is SAFM. 50 years later. Youth Month. The Voices.
What I love about the youth of this generation is the audaciousness. They've got this energy, this palpable energy that, you know, we can give them some platforms and frameworks so that they can be uplifted and soar, because really they have what it takes. They just need that propelling.
We need to create opportunities for youth. I won't say employment. We need to create opportunities for youth to be empowered and skilled for them to build resilient communities.
From the class of 1976 to the generation of TikTok, AI, and unemployment, the conversation continues on SAFM, leading the conversations that move us.
South Africa, history is made tonight. The FIFA World Cup 2026 opening ceremony
kicks off at 7:40 p.m., followed by the opening match between Mexico versus South Africa at 9 p.m. live on SABC 1, SABC 3 and SABC Plus, as well as SABC radio stations nationwide. Relive the rivalry, feel the pride, witness the moment when it all begins. This is more than a game. It's all of us, all in, Kaufela, only on SABC, the official broadcaster of the FIFA World Cup.
This is the Madlanga Commission update on SAFM.
What's of all in KZN? Bridget, it's not doing it, man. It's not doing. You know, in the morning, Mam Katie played the Waka Waka song of 2010, and I was driving to work, and I could feel it. I was like, yeah, you said this one. This one is doing it. This one is one of these ones that came after Bridget. Bridget, I know.
Bridget, I don't know how old were you in 1996, but let me share this with you. That year, 1996, Mzwakembuli produced a song called Siyanithanda Bafana Bafana. We went on to win that AFCON. That's why we have won AFCON now. Fast forward to 2026, 50 or so, 30 years after, Mzwakembuli teamed up with Mthandeni SK and Mahu. What a song it is, Unite Africa. I'm telling you, the president will regret when he said that when Bafana lift the World Cup, he will have a holiday. That holiday is loading. Believe me, Bafana will lift that cup. We'll beat Mexico today and we'll wait for others to come.
Oh,
thank you.
So
the son of Indwe in the Eastern Cape.
The holiday is loading, you say. Si ready for that public holiday. Si ready. We're ready for Presidente to send another phone call to one of his compadres and say, the boys did me proud. The boys. It's my favorite presidential moment. Smahle Mota, let's switch to you in all of that glee and happiness, rather. Let's switch to you at the Madlanga Commission. How are you doing this afternoon?
Good afternoon to you, Bridget, and thank you so much for having me.
I mean, first order of business, especially because I did peep that the commissioners, as well as all the evidence leaders, basically everybody in the room at Madlanga, is adorning their Bafana colors today. Are you in uniform?
Oh my God. If only you knew I'm as grey as the clouds. I am so embarrassed, just like you. I don't know how it just slipped my mind. But I'm not looking very Bafana-like. But I mean, obviously, the atmosphere at the Madlanga Commission, the commissioners have sort of set the mood, for tonight when they walked in with their T-shirts. Even, Commissioner Sandile Khumalo, rather, just making an Orlando Pirates sort of sign before they sit down. And I mean, it also just speaks to the nature of South Africans, because we are always expecting the Madlanga Commission to be serious. But when we saw the commissioners as well as the staff here, we were quite pleasantly surprised, and it was such a heartwarming thing to say that, the commission in its, work is still supporting the national team.
Absolutely. Back to the order of business for the day. Talk to us about this afternoon's witness, and we're seeing Chief Samuel Mashaba testifying before the commission.
Yes. So Chief Mashaba is just not the warmest of witnesses to appear before the Madlanga Commission. He's actually not a very, very easy witness to sort of get into conversation with, as you've seen with evidence leader, Advocate Lee Seagulls Mube. But what the Commission is actually probing is just his involvement in the consignment or seizing the consignment at Eriton in the south of Joburg. And what they are trying to establish is if he had the right or if he was empowered to actually be on that scene on the day that this consignment was intercepted. And what we are finding out is that possibly because he's a traffic police official, he may have been limited in attending to that scene. But he seemingly, sees nothing wrong with it. Even Justice Mbuyiseli Madlanga putting it to him that what he did, and he didn't follow the right prescripts that police officers are meant to follow when they are going for a drug bust or even, any sort of crime scene. And what we know about traffic police officials is the fact that they are not empowered to investigate certain cases, but it's seemingly he's turning that around and saying he's actually empowered by the Criminal Procedures Act as a crime was happening and he couldn't even ignore it. So this is sort of evidence that we are hearing from him, but he's trying to duck and dive. But I think at the end of the day, it somehow still shows that the 3 police officers, including Mashaba himself, shouldn't have been on that scene, and they were not the most qualified police officials to be on that crime scene.
It's so interesting, right? Because not only not the most qualified, but one essentially just as a common person wondering for ourselves, not knowing the structures of SAPS and JMPD, but we wonder, where does a traffic officer come into play in a narcotics criminal matter? Beyond just perhaps maybe providing support to cordon off an area and things like that. But where do you come in as a traffic officer?
No, but that's precisely what the commissioners were posing to him. The fact that, what the law says is that they can assist the SAFs. They have no authority, no power to investigate certain cases. But he seemingly is justifying his actions by saying that he couldn't turn a blind eye. And to add to that, Bridget, he sat with this information for possibly over 8 hours, where he knew his informer had told him that there was this large consignment coming from Durban into Johannesburg, and he sat on it. And what the commissioners are putting to him is that, why did you not call the relevant authorities? Even at the Heidelberg Way Bridge, there are certain officials who will be there. Why did you not inform them that there was this suspicion of a truck? It's suspected to be carrying drugs, and therefore have the necessary officials there. And he's saying that no, he was tipped off by Nkutumelo Nku, the informer, to say that he shouldn't involve law enforcement agencies. But the statement that the Matlanga Commission has read coming from Nku actually contradicts that, because what he says to Mashaba is that he needs to organize the right officials to make sure that, they can intercept this drug bust. So there's quite a lot of holes in his testimony, but seemingly he was not the right person to be at that scene.
Yeah, this whole Ayrton drug bust is just yet another spider web. But something came to light this morning, just watching a lot of the analysis around the witnesses that have testified at the Madlanga, and it came to light that it's interesting the order in which witnesses are called at Madlanga, because the order speaks to painting a picture, laying the context and the groundwork for us to then be able to track the story. So each witness comes after a different layer of the story is told, and you are able to then see where there are holes, because that foreground is laid, that background is laid.
Definitely, and this is part of the terms of reference, that was set out by President Cyril Ramaphosa. But I think what is actually alarming about the sort of witnesses that have come forward is that these are top police officials who know the law but go against the prescripts of what the law dictates. It seems like everybody is operating willy-nilly and trying to score something for themselves. And I think this is definitely what the Commission has been seized with, to see how these criminal elements are actually infiltrating law enforcement agencies. It's not you and I, but actually they are enabled by top police officials to infiltrate law enforcement agencies.
Yeah. Let's take a quick pause, or rather let's end it here, Sbahle, for this afternoon. We appreciate the time. We'll catch up with you tomorrow as we wrap up the week from the Madlanga Commission. That was SABC News reporter Sbahle Mota. If you happen to bump into her today on the streets, please forgive the two of us. We really are, our hearts are bleeding green and gold this afternoon. And we promise to rectify our aesthetic appearance next week in time for the following game. Let's take the news with Ondela Mbana, and then we'll come back on the other side and we look at men's mental health in particular. We're asking the question, how are you doing as a gentleman? Or perhaps your health is about to take a turn for the worst now over the next couple of days while the FIFA World Cup is underway. 0614104107 is our WhatsApp line.
Thank you, Bridget. On the news headlines, Madlanga Commission Chairperson Justice Mbuyiseli Madlanga has suggested that Chief Provincial Inspector for Gauteng Traffic Police Emil Mashaba acted unlawfully during the Eratin drug bust. The High Court in Johannesburg, sitting in Palm Ridge, has heard of how murder-accused Tiffany Meek tried to report her son missing to the police, and a flight has landed in Nigeria carrying 270 citizens who wanted to be repatriated from South Africa. A full update follows at the top of the hour.
SAFM values your views. Be an active citizen.
Topco Media presents the 25th Annual Top Empowerment Conference in partnership with Nedbank, taking place on the 17th and 18th of June at the Sandton Convention Centre. This is the year that South Africa's empowerment rules get rewritten, with both the Minister of Trade and Industry and the Minister of Finance and 800 of the leaders shaping what comes next. To secure your seat, head to Quicket, search Top Empowerment and use the code SABC for 20% off. Book today before the codes change without you.
Yo, how is your trolley so full these days, friend? It's my way, Jomi. I save up to 40% on my car insurance premiums every month. My way insurance? Yes. Now I have more money back in my pocket. Even though hubby switched to my way. Manja, we're both saving, which means we have more money to focus on the things we love and live our way. Savings after savings.
Real people, real cars, real savings. For a quote, visit myway.co.za. Premiums are risk profile dependent. MyWay is a licensed non-life insurer and FSP. T's and C's apply. MyWay. Live your way.
Bridget Masinga is streaming live now on Facebook, YouTube, and X at SAFM Radio.
All right, our next conversation now is focusing on Men's Mental Health Month, and we're asking the question, how are you doing? 061-410-4107 is our WhatsApp line. The Hell Inside Our Heads, Managing Anxiety and Practical Steps for Better Mental Health by Brandon Fairweather. I was ring with Brandon during the break to say that, no doubt it's a good time to launch the book. I know we're talking serious matters. Football is serious business for a lot of people, and a lot of guys actually have heightened emotions at this time. I don't want to put labels into it because we don't want to water down the significance of the book, but a lot of guys have heightened emotions.
We do. Hello, Bridget, and hello to your listeners. Thank you so much for having me. A great introduction, and we were just discussing whether it's a good or bad thing that I'm launching this book on the day the World Cup starts. I think we're all going to need it. I'm a big football fan myself. Had a terrible season with Liverpool this last year, so the timing is good. Thank you.
The timing is good. I love it. Let's talk about the book. I mean, firstly, striking cover, very striking cover. The Hell Inside Our Heads. Let's unpack that a little bit, because I think a lot of people would disagree who struggle with any kind of mental health diagnosis, or even if it's not diagnosed as yet, that sometimes it really does feel like you're living in a hell.
It felt like that to me, and that's where I couldn't get away from this title. I thought of quite a few different ones over the last couple of years, but from my side, it's not just clickbait or something to catch people's attention. And thank you for the compliment on the cover. Well done to our designer and the team at Tracy McDonald Publishers. Thank you so much. But for me, it's about what people don't see. And I think it's not always just hell inside your head. I think that's probably a bit of an exaggeration. But I think it sums up when you're at the lowest of lows in terms of your mental health. And for me personally, what was debilitating levels of anxiety at a certain stage in my life, that's the way I described it. I felt like it was a cage. It was a place I couldn't escape at times and desperately wanted to get out of there. So the hell inside our heads is not a permanent state of mind. It's how I personally felt. And so, to me, as much as I thought, is there something a bit softer? Let's maybe go the mental health route. That's just the one that stuck. And I thought, this really will deliver the message of, if you don't know what this book is about, I think immediately, you could tell me what you think of when you first see it. But hopefully that's the idea that you think about is, okay, someone might be going through something that is hidden behind the nice suit or the businessman facade or the family man or the celebrity or whatever it is that you might be, the radio presenter. And I suppose it's just that piece of just looking a little bit of a step further in terms of the different layers of our mental health, and realizing that we're never going to go out there and act our worst, and I think there's a lot of struggles that everybody goes through for different reasons. We'll get into some of why mine came about.
Yeah.
But the world is in a tricky place, and I'm hoping that this book can serve a purpose and just help people make the journey a little bit lighter and easier.
Absolutely. I mean, let's get into your story, because you say in part this book reflects your experience. If you don't mind, whatever you're comfortable sharing with us.
I've shared it all in the book anyway, so there's nothing I can't hide about now. It's been a very vulnerable account and very authentic. I hope it lands that way. But for me, it started at a place of what I refer to in terms of where my anxiety started was a lot of medical related anxiety. I was born with a congenital defect on my one valve, my aortic valve, and always knew from a young age I'd have to have that replaced. So that culminated with a heart surgery, an open heart surgery in 2011, September. On my third wedding anniversary, actually. And there was a lot of anxiety leading up to that, and actually surprisingly more after the procedure. And then the book journals and details other medical challenges that I've had. I had a cancer diagnosis in 2023, which thank God is now clear and was successful, a good fight through that. 2 strokes and an internal bleed out. So a lot of my anxiety stemmed from a lack of trust in my body and the things that were happening physiologically and physically. And the start of the book was a day where, after a couple of years after heart surgery, I was just in such a low place mentally. My anxiety was, when I say debilitating, I literally just didn't want to go to work, didn't want to go to parties, didn't want to even see family as much as I love them. You just become a recluse, and you get to this place of, how did I get here? And so for me, it was like, this has to mean something. And from the lowest of those lows, I was like, well, I'm going to start just documenting the journey, the thoughts, the feelings I had. Some of them were pretty dark, some of them were pretty normal. And I think from there, just started having more conversations with people as the years went on of, well, maybe this can become something more meaningful. And I suppose that meaning is now the book that you're holding in front of you. So, yeah, a lot of medical related anxiety, but the principles are universal for anyone who's dealing with stress, anxiety, depression. And so it's obviously a topic that's very close to my heart, excuse the pun. And again, just hoping that people can pick it up, read it, and say, wow, okay, me too. Like, I get this. Like, this is what I go through. This is normal. Let's talk about it some more.
Absolutely.
Because I think that's the other big stigma and issue is people they're not willing or comfortable sharing, and that's totally acceptable. But when it comes to your own detriment, you got to start asking some questions about, we need to get more of this out there in the open. And, and you don't have to go on radio and talk about it or write a book about it, but maybe just talk to a friend, psychologist, a colleague, a counselor, whatever it is, and just try and help lighten that load.
Absolutely. I mean, firstly, we are thankful that you are here to tell your story.
Me too. Thank you.
Because those are, those are really significant life transitioning moments that I think, rightfully so, bring up a lot of emotion, a lot of questioning, a lot of, I don't even know how to put words into it, because, and I'll say, I'm fortunate not to have been on that kind of journey, but we can only but imagine if one has been on that kind of an experience. You also write, Brandon, in that, it's not a conversation a lot of people want to talk about, and we talk mental health on this show quite frequently, and it always surprises us that when we open the conversation, in particular, men still to today don't feel comfortable in stripping through those layers and having this conversation. And hopefully with the likes of yourself, when folks can see themselves in someone else, it gives someone courage to just come out and say, hey, this is what I'm struggling with, or this is what I'm feeling, and I don't know how to explain it or how to box it.
Absolutely, and that's definitely one of the sort of foundations of the book, is just to have written something from a place of empathy, of I get it, I understand it, I was ashamed of it. There's some stories in there that are still a little bit sketchy that I wouldn't say I'm ashamed of, but I'm like, this is touch and go. But I think as much as statistically, and just having done some research for the book, in terms of people who battle with mental health, you 100% on point. Like, men by nature just generally talk less about their feelings, and that's not a gender stereotype. I think if you just look at the statistics in terms of suicide, in terms of mental health things, I was sharing earlier with someone that the stats that I saw in the last 20 years, they say in South Africa, most of basically 80% of the suicide death rates are men, are attributed to men. And that tells you something. So, I don't want to make the book seem like it's been written and designed for men. It's for everybody. And I think there's universal principles for everybody. But I think people in general do struggle to, it came more naturally to me, but I can certainly appreciate that in some of the lowest of the lows. It's not, you don't want to go out there and share your worst, You live in a world where you look on Instagram and social media, everyone looks like they're living their best lives. No one goes out there and shows you their worst moments, their darkest, deepest thoughts and feelings and fears. But I'm digressing a little bit. The point is, I think men are notoriously less good at expressing themselves and sharing their pain, and maybe that's just also a nature thing where men are these providers. We feel the need to protect, to be strong, to give, to finance things, and again, I'm sensitive to the fact that that's not in every household, but typically I think that's how we're wired. So it's almost like, well, you can't afford to say this, you can't say I'm scared, or you can't say I'm worried about dying. Like, that's just, what's wrong with you? Are you weak? Are you silly? Like that's, and those are some of the feelings that I had over time. And I thought, well, let's start sharing them and saying, well, we might not show it, but we certainly feel it. And that is a definite premise of how I approach the book, of wanting someone to look at this and read the work and kind of say, well, oh, I've also gone through this, and it's okay to talk about it. It's okay to not be okay, as everyone says,
Absolutely. And also it's okay to break those generational cycles, right? Because you hope to instill a sort of better way to approach mental health to your own kids, or kids that are in the periphery of your life, as a person, as an individual. And I always reflect on one of my team from a previous station I worked in. And I remember the first time he signed off on a call with a friend of his, best friend of his, and they said, "Love you, buddy, love you, buddy." And I was like, "Did you just say love you, buddy, love you, buddy?" And they were like, yeah, we sign off like that. And it caused me to pause and think on how I, as a female, reflect and receive men expressing emotion. Because I think it also begins with the ability to give men that freedom to express even the positive emotion, the safety to say, "I love you, buddy." Will bring the safety to say, 100%. "I'm struggling, buddy."
Yeah. It takes a different type of strength, I think. Like a lot of guys, and again, I'm generalizing, I can't speak for the whole nation, but we generally feel like, well, that's a bit soft to say something like that, But actually, I think the courage and the confidence and the strength, I'm not over dramatizing, that it takes to even say those words to like a male to another male, even your own brother. I mean, I've got a very close family, and I'm very blessed with that. I've got 3 other brothers, and we're quite expressive in that. But even then, like, it's still like, it's like almost not awkward, but it's like, "Love you, man," or like we're sending a message and it's almost like a surprise. Like, it feels good, but you're like, was that a weird moment? Like, why do we feel that way? I don't know. But I've accepted that I think it takes more courage and more strength to stand apart from people who typically wouldn't say something like that or do something like that. And I think, again, just that little phrase of "love you, buddy" could change someone's life. It's just like, okay, someone cares about me. You don't know what that other person on the other side of the call or email or WhatsApp is feeling, and maybe you just don't know that just that one liner could make them be like, okay, well, this person's worth me sticking around for another day. And as dramatic as that sounds, I think that's a reality for a lot of people. When you get to such a terrible low, you're just hanging on to one little piece of light, and it could just be that "love you, buddy" that makes you stay around another day. And I hope that this book is another piece of light that makes people feel the same way.
Absolutely. I'm always keen to also find out, because a lot of folks who've gone through these life-altering moments often speak about how it was a devastating gift once you've come out the other side. And I wonder, for you now, years cancer-free, hopefully the stress of strokes is behind us. Let's manage the World Cup so we don't have any other issues. Where are you at now?
Yeah, I think to talk to that place of the gift, like for me, a big theme in the book has also been around how you frame and reframe your suffering. that it's necessary for a more meaningful life, and that you shouldn't try to run from it. And I talk about chasing hard things, and maybe that's tough to hear if you're in a very delicate place right now. You might not be in the headspace to feel like, okay, I'm going to go do some hectic challenge now, or go write a book, or go start a business. But my central theme that I'm going to drop in conveniently here is this concept of turning your pain into purpose and using your adversity for your advantage. And for me, the worst times of my life have been the best teachers, and they've been things that have shaped and given me such a unique perspective and appreciation, not just for life, but for the opportunities we have in front of us. And I don't think I would feel as passionately or as urgent about some of those things had I not gone through them. It's not to say that I was ungrateful before. I speak about gratitude in the book, and community, and exercise, and sleep, and a whole bunch of practical things. But one of the fundamental epiphanies for me was like, this is meant to be. I needed to go through this. You know, I don't wish it on anybody, and I'm not saying you must purposely try and sabotage yourself to go through something hard. But when something hard arrives, as it will inevitably do, your approach and your framing of that suffering, of that trauma, of that loss, of that business that failed, of a relationship that ended, of a person that stabbed you in the back, not physically but figuratively, you know, how you frame that to yourself. And the biggest part of this is how we, you know, the story we tell ourselves. What is the narrative around that trauma or that experience? And so, you know, I've forgotten what your question was, but
no, it's exactly that. Like, you know, the beautiful gift that comes
the
after.
Gift is,
It's
so
exactly that.
So suffering is necessary. There's one other concept, and I don't want to give too much of the book away, but there's a Japanese philosophy called kintsugi, and it's the art of that crockery and kind of clay sort of molding and all that sort of thing, where they fill the cracks in the pottery and in the sort of artifacts with gold. And it's this concept of like, the brokenness is the purity, the brokenness is part of who we are, and they almost celebrate it as a necessary thing in your life. And for me, the gift, to your point, is it's given a different type of meaning. It's given such a unique perspective. And I wanted to share that approach with everybody, to just be like, sure, don't try and make your life as hard as possible. But when things are broken, or when, you know, something happens in your life, the way you frame it, and again, I'm using that quite loosely, understanding that people are going through some really hard things out there. So you can't just slap on an analogy and everyone wakes up and everything's fine tomorrow. But just these little snippets and philosophies and ways of approaching life and struggle, especially in a country like ours, you know, there's lots of opportunities to just feel kicked out and down and out and not pursue another day. So it's about what you do with that gift, if we can call it that, and how you face tomorrow with, what am I going to do with this? And for me, the last thing I would say is that I had to switch from the question of why is me, like why me or why me again, to what can I do with this? And that has literally changed my life. And I hope that people will resonate with that as they make their way through these pages.
Absolutely. In the spirit of Desmond Tutu, switch your perspective so that you have an empathetic approach to what is transpiring in your life, or what is transpiring in someone else's life at that time, even if you don't know exactly what it is. The Hell Inside Our Heads, Managing Anxiety and Practical Steps for Better Mental Health by Brandon Fairweather. It's available from all the reputable bookstores, wherever you get your books. Just look for the blue book with the guy whose head is exploding.
Sometimes.
We're
World Cup.
World Cup it is. We're going to take a quick break, and then we come back on the other side, and we get into the danger of nobody owes anybody anything in an increasingly divided society. We'll hear from Dr. Jamil F. Khan around this opinion piece.
Clientele is here to safeguard you and your family with compassion, because life happens. Be part of a family that truly cares. Our funeral dignity plans have helped South Africans bury their loved ones with dignity for more than 30 years. Let us help you create a meaningful tribute that honors your life and those of your loved ones. We pay out within 24 hours, and you will get double accident cover with a clientele funeral plan. Our plans are affordable. Pick the option that suits your needs. Easy to apply, no medical examinations and no paperwork. SMS SAFM to 48031. That's 48031. Clientele Life is an authorized FSP and licensed life insurer. T's and C's online. Standard rates apply.
Quantum on SAFM.
Step into the future with Quantum.
the radio show that goes beyond the headlines to explore how you can evolve, adapt, and thrive in times of rapid change. We will explore cutting-edge thinking coupled with practical life design applications. I'm Angela Ludek, and I invite you to join this community where real progress begins with human capital development. Quantum, Monday to Friday, 3 to 5 a.m. on SAfm.
Youth Month, The Voices.
The call for free education has never been important like it is now. Yeah. If there was free education, there will be no young people in Sun City.
The people that died for us on the many marches that they had, especially the ones on June 16, were from students who had dreams that were bigger than themselves. They strived for more and they saw a future that was much bigger than them.
From the class of 1976 to the generation of TikTok, AI, and unemployment, the conversation continues on SAfm, leading the conversations that move us.
So, South Africa, history repeats itself, and it all begins with a moment that we'll never forget. South Africa versus Mexico on the 11th of June. Or if you're in Mexico right now, you're probably going Mexico. Relive the rivalry, feel the pride, and witness the kickoff of the FIFA World Cup 2026. Catch the opening match live on SABC3 at 9 p.m. Or you can stream it on SABC Plus and follow every moment on SABC radio stations nationwide. It's more than a game, it's our story, our passion, our time, all of us all in Gaufela. Only on SABC, the official broadcaster of the FIFA World Cup.
The Full Circle with Bridget Masinga.
All right, let's get into the next conversation now. And we're looking at the danger of nobody owes anybody anything in an increasingly divided world. We're going to be in conversation with Dr. Jamil F. Khan around this. Good afternoon, Dr. Jamil.
Hello, Bridget. So lovely to speak to you again, albeit in front of the whole country.
Thank you for the time. Appreciate it so much. I mean, let's get into the piece. And this is, an opinion piece penned by yourself. Titled "The Danger of Nobody Owes Anybody Anything" is an increase in an increasingly divided society. Let's just unpack that title as well, because I think it speaks volumes in sort of framing where we are and our attitudes collectively and individually.
Absolutely, so this phrase, nobody owes anything, it is oft repeated by people in the most casual settings, and particularly when people feel that they want to escape the burden of responsibility or accountability in the smallest kind of ways. But it is a kind of phrase that we've normalized to be like, leave me alone. I don't owe you anything. I don't have to explain anything to you. I don't need to. I just fundamentally disagree with it. And in fact, when you think of the second sort of part of the title, in an increasingly divided society, it is, in my opinion, exactly that attitude that leads to the increasing division. Because the more we say to ourselves that we are not accountable to each other, we do not need to owe anybody anything, and nobody owes us anything, the idea sounds very, very liberating and freeing, right? Because now you can do what you want. But we absolutely cannot do what we want. We are human beings, and our responsibilities are to the well-being of our fellow human beings first. And that is how we create a cohesive society that can actually care about the human beings in that society.
I mean, the way things are configured right now, Dr. Jamal, I guess it's a myriad of things that have caused just societies globally to turn inwards, right? The concept of umuntu ngumuntu ngabantu, or it takes a village. It seems to be one that's really considerably under threat at the moment, not just in South Africa and the events that we're seeing play out in the country right now, but globally. That seems to be the resonating theme right now, that it's all about the individual interests.
Yes. Well, so the point that I make in this article also is that this logic also comes from a deeply capitalistic point of view that says my responsibility is to myself first, and the main responsibility that I have is to try and make as much money as I can so that I do not ever need to rely on anybody for anything, because it is dangerous to rely on people, to be indebted to people in some kind of way. And so when you talk about the circumstances that are unfolding globally and how people are turning inward, it so happens to coincide with a late-stage capitalism that is reaching its absolute peak, which sends the message that individualism is a future that we can sustain, and that the main objective of such an individualism is to create more bodies with a capacity for labor that continues funding corporate structures that constantly and historically have been extracting labor, time, emotional capacity, psychological well-being out of people for very, very little return.
One of the other associations, and I think you segue us into it with your previous response, because you draw close ties, and you say that empathy in essence tracks very closely with power, ideology, and fear.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, so if we can create societies in which we constantly repeat the messaging of the big bad things that are happening, and not to trivialize that, because it's real and it exists, right? But the level of fear is spurred on by the way in which ordinary people are made to mistrust each other, right? And so a big part of the divisions that we see in our society becomes about, you are not like me in these ways, and therefore I cannot trust you. And now, instead of a state now taking the responsibility, it's not a responsibility of theirs, but it's an endeavor to try and surveil people and make sure that they are behaving in ways, we start doing that on our own without any external intervention. So now everybody I see walking past me is a possible threat to me. Yes, under conditions where people do harm each other, under conditions, yes, where crime is a real thing, but when we lead from the point of every human being I see around me is somebody I need to fear, of course I'm going to become more individualistic. Of course I'm going to isolate myself. But the point about that isolation is that when I need help, and we are human beings, Bridget, we all need help to do this thing called life. When I need help, there will be nobody to turn to, because everybody is a potential threat to me.
Absolutely. And in fact, it's in our human design as human beings to thrive in the collective.
Absolutely.
That's just how we were made. Whatever, whomever you may believe in, wherever you may draw your spirituality or your connection, we were made to thrive in the collective. Just lastly, perhaps, in an ideal world, what would be our next steps at recalibrating? You talk about the burden of recalibrating empathy, and that it's often placed on the shoulders of the oppressed. Where do we go from here?
Well, I think that ultimately, and when you talk about we, I read that as this very huge collective of what I would call ordinary people, not people sitting in offices of power. That is a very small group of people, whereas the ordinary people are in multitudes. So when we see ourselves in relation to this power, we have to come in this collective that you talk about. We have to have deeper conversations about how we come together as ordinary human beings to hold to account the powers that construct the living conditions that we find ourselves in, that make us so terrified, that make us so mistrusting. we have got to, when you talk about how the world is turning inwards, each and every one of the examples that you can point to has to do with a government that has become more authoritarian, has become fascist, has applied untenable austerity measures taken away from people. People have the power, and they always have throughout history. We are a country that has come out of a brutal period, long period of repression that did not end because people sat on their hands.
Yeah.
It ended because people stood up and said, you know what, despite the differences that I have with you, this issue right now is of importance to all of us, and we need to solve it. And so my point about that is holding power to account and understanding that everybody related to the power that they have is not equally responsible for redistributing this power, but those without power must hold those with power to account and demand that those conditions change, because this is costing people their lives.
Absolutely. Unfortunately, we have to leave it there for this afternoon, but we appreciate you unpacking your thoughts with us. That was Dr. Jamil F. Khan, author, critical diversity scholar, and research fellow at the Johannesburg Institute for Advanced Study. It's gone 2 o'clock. Ondela Banda is standing by with the top of the hour news.
Thank you, Bridget. On the top stories, traffic chief accused of acting unlawfully during a drug bust and AKA murder case postponed to August. For SAFM News, I'm Ondalambana, and a very good day. Madlanga Commission Chairperson Justice Mbuyiseli Madlanga has suggested that Chief Provincial Inspector for Gauteng Traffic Police Samuel Mashaba acted unlawfully during the Erating drug bust. The comments follow a testimony by Mashaba which indicated that key police prescripts may not have been followed when the drug consignment was intercepted in the south of Johannesburg in 2021. Mashaba told the Commission that he acted on information provided by alleged informer Tumelongu and did not alert the relevant law enforcement units about the suspected transportation of drugs from Durban to Johannesburg. He maintained that he does not believe his actions were unlawful as they led to the successful seizure of the drugs.
I will further suggest to you that your conduct was unlawful. You may comment if you want to. That is the conduct of not following prescripts, but instead following what Mr. Ngu said to you. That was unlawful. You have no discretion not to follow existing principles. That is what I suggest to you. Other people will say that is what I put to you. Do you care to comment?
I don't agree with you, Chair.
The high-profile case involving 7 accused in the murders of rapper Keenan, a.k.a. Forbes, and his friend Tibelo Tibbs Mutswane has been postponed to the 13th of August for a crucial pre-trial conference. The Durban High Court postponed the matter to allow for a pre-trial conference for the Ndimande siblings, Malusi and Siyabonga, who were extradited from Eswatini last year. Tonoguhle Malinga reports.
The Ndimanda brothers appeared alongside their 5 co-accused for the first time today. The matter was postponed to 13 August for a pre-trial conference, with the trial set to run from 5 October to 8 November. The court is still considering their request to be transferred from Ebongweni Maximum Correctional Center to Westfall Prison to improve access to their legal team. The 7 accused face charges including murder, conspiracy to commit murder, and firearm-related offences linked to the 2023 killings of Keenan, aka Forbes, and Tibelo Tibbs Mutswane outside a Durban restaurant. Gcinokuhle Malinga, SABC News, Durban.
The High Court in Johannesburg, sitting in Palm Ridge, has heard of how murder-accused Tiffany Meek tried to report her son missing to the police. Meek is on trial for the alleged murder of her 11-year-old son. Meek pleaded not guilty to charges of murder, criminal injury, and attempting to defeat the ends of justice related to the death of Jaden Lee Meek. State witness Mohammed Saib, who is a constable at the Florida police station west of Johannesburg, said that he was on duty at night. The accused arrived with her mother and brother-in-law.
She came in to report her 11-year-old son missing. I asked her when last did she see her son. She told me that in the morning as she dressed him. Then I asked her, did her son go to school? She said yes, with the transport, but she didn't know who the transport was. That's when I asked her if she called the school to confirm that the child was there. She said she did.
The 2026 FIFA World Cup gets underway today, with Bafana Bafana taking center stage in the tournament's opening match against co-host Mexico in Mexico City. South Africans are rallying behind the national team as excitement builds ahead of the clash. Northern Cape football enthusiasts weighed in with their predictions.
I think we dominate them today 1-0, and I think we win it all, actually. I think we take the cup.
I think it will be like 2-1. Mexico will have 2, but if they are hungry, it will be 2-2. But probably it will be, let me say, 3-1. South Africa will have 1 and then Mexico. Sorry, I am a South African, but I'm sorry.
They must play nice today and win the game. Today is the day for them to celebrate, to have a nice day.
I think we want to keep it clean and simple. 2-0. That's my score prediction for them. And I just want to say to them, we 100% behind you. We're going to be rooting for you. We're going to be blowing vuvuzelas here in our country.
A flight has landed in Nigeria carrying 270 citizens who wanted to be repatriated from South Africa. This after weeks of protests across the country against undocumented migrants. The Nigerian consulate in South Africa says around 1,000 of its citizens had registered to return home. Recapping the top story, Madlanga Commission Chairperson Justice Mbuyiseli Madlanga has suggested that Chief Provincial Inspector for Gauteng Traffic Police Samuel Mashaba acted unlawfully during the Aratin drug bust. I'm on Lambana for SAfm News. Headlines at 2:30.
The Full Circle with Bridget Masinga, Monday to Friday, 1 to 3 p.m.
Chibobo. Peace.
taking it back with a little bit of TKZ featuring Bernie McCarthy. Oh my goodness, if you're seeing them on the live stream right now, they missed their moment because when the song, please can you pan up to them? Because when the song was playing, they should have been in the studio with their T-shirts, dancing, being superheroes, and now they decide to come in once the song is done. Thank you. It's the background singers, background dancers of the Full Circle. That's my producing team, taking one for the team in their green and gold. They should have come in when the song was playing, but they were busy lining up the guest. TKZ featuring Bernie McCarthy on this one. Shibobo, this is our forever National World Cup song as South Africans. Yes, we also have our own song from 2010 that we dust off in these moments and start playing our Shakira record, and then we go back to TKZ. Getting you in that Bafana fever ahead of that 9 o'clock match with Mexico, kicking off at 9, but that opening ceremony coming through at 20 to 6 p.m. On SABC. You definitely don't want to miss it, as well as SABC Plus. Right now, we're having a legal conversation, and we're looking at whether or not your employer is allowed to pay your salary late. We're catching up with Labour Specialist and COO of Legal Leaders, Douglas Nelson, around this. So imagine you checking your bank account on payday only to find that your salary has not been cleared. In fact, your salary is nowhere to be seen. Your rent is due. Your debit orders are going off and bouncing back. You need groceries. School fees need to be paid. Petrol needs to be filled out. What happens in those situations where you essentially are incurring penalties because of the late behavior of your employer? Do you have any recourse, any rights? What do you do? Douglas, good afternoon. How are you doing today?
Good afternoon, Bridget, and hello to all your listeners. And we're going to take the opportunity to say go Bafana on the national radio.
Absolutely, absolutely. We're all in the fever and the spirits today. Let's talk about the scenario, because I feel as if it's a scenario that we see play out quite regularly, where for one reason or another, an employer has delayed in paying the salaries of its employees, leaving them quite literally in a bind. And it's a bit of a stressful situation. I guess the first question would be, is there ever justification for paying your employees later than the contractually agreed upon date?
Well, that's the thing. Generally speaking, the short answer is no. You're a business owner. You run a business, you take certain risks with it. But you must understand that all the people that work for you are also their own business owners, and they have hitched their wagon to you. You have a duty. You've got a contract of employment. You said, work for me, I will pay you. So when it comes time to paying, you pretty much need to pay. If you fail to do that, it's incredibly demotivating for the staff. You've described some horrible things that happened, bounced debit orders and all the rest. And for any employer out there who thinks that they can start to do this type of thing, just think what happens when your suppliers don't pay you, when your clients rather don't pay you. It is horrible, and it is really it puts you in a really disadvantaged situation. But unlike you, who own a business, who can then possibly go to court to sue, you must understand that your employees are protected in terms of South African labor law. So if you start playing that type of game, you might find it is a very, very short wicket that they'll be playing.
Yeah.
The basic aspect that goes with it is they have an obligation to pay on time and statutory under the basic conditions of employment. Cash flow problems, risks are simply not it. If you're going to pay late, you can notify your staff. There might be an agreement between the staff. You might say, listen, guys, we've got this. Because that is a very important aspect to view it from, is that the employee must not now take this as a going to war situation. There's supposed to be a combination, or there's supposed to be each party acting in their own, acting in the interests of the other party. So if your employer comes to you and says that there's going to be some type of hiccup, okay, great, but within reason. What you don't do is hit the red flag and start screaming and shouting at the employer. But by the same token, the employer should not be putting you in that predicament, and certainly not on a regular basis. Once is frankly more than enough.
Absolutely. And as you say, short answer is no, there's no justification. But we also know that, especially if you're working for a small, medium type company, things can get tricky somewhere along the line, late invoices, as you say, clients not paying, blah, blah, blah. At what point, before we even get to the steps of recourse, at what point as a responsible employer, when you can see that I'm not going to meet payroll by the 20th or 25th or 30th, whatever that date is, at what point do you then have this conversation with your employees? Bring them into the light. We like the phrase in South Africa, bring us into your trust to tell them that this is what's going on and please bear with me.
The legal phrase is bring them into your confidence.
Yes, that is it.
And the thing is over here is it doesn't really matter. If you're going to go down those roads, there is no legal justification for it. So if you are going to go down there, you let them know that there's going to be some issues. But if you are a business owner and you are unable to meet your obligations, then technically you are insolvent and you should, in theory, then go into voluntary liquidation along those lines. So if you cannot meet your obligations, as in the wages, then you need to engage in some type of thing like a retrenchment process in order to say, guys, we do not have the cash flow. I am lying to you if I'm telling you I can employ you at the end of the month. We need to restructure. We need to cut back. We need to do something. We need to change your expectation. There is a full process designed by that in terms of South African labor law. But what we don't do is go up to somebody and then touch them on the cheek and say, oh, guess what? I'm going to pay you late today. Because that is simply not fair. And you are riding on your employees' goodwill because everyone wants to keep their job. Do you really want to tell the boss no?
Yeah.
And that starts to feed into a major thing. If this happens to you, and I touched on it in the previous answer, but employees must be careful. Because if they now are getting paid late, and by late it's called the 7-day rule, by the way. So if your contract of employment says the 20th of the month, the latest your employer can pay you is the 27th. But if you are getting paid late, you do not hit the panic button and send letters of demand and kick in your employer's door and say, where is my money? Because that is still insubordination. That is still grossly misrespecting your employer. The fact that they haven't paid you is inconvenient. But that does not now justify you going in and taking a laptop or taking assets to your own to offset your salary. That is wrong. That is misconduct. It can get you dismissed, and then you won't have any job or any claim against anything. What you're supposed to do is to be cool, calm, collected. I understand there's a problem here, but please look at it from my point of view. I haven't been paid. I need to get paid. I've got these aspects. But a very important thing where many people get it wrong is that they just do it verbally.
Yes.
Get a paper trail. You send an email, a WhatsApp. At the very least, you record the conversation. But you do not engage your employer in a hostile manner, no matter how angry you're feeling.
Yeah.
Because then you are really, really taking a great risk that the entire situation can be turned around, and instead of you being the good guy, you become the villain.
Douglas, I want us to take a quick pause here for the ad break. When we come back, we'll continue on this point, because I think what you speak to now speaks to the process that we can follow as employees that don't jeopardize our future prospects in the company, but also ensure that our rights are still being met and the obligations of the employer are still being fulfilled. Let's take a quick pause. We'll come back on the other side. It's just gone 20 past 2 o'clock.
Clientele is here to safeguard you and your family with compassion because life happens. Be part of a family that truly cares. Our funeral dignity plans have helped South Africans bury their loved ones with dignity for more than 30 years. Let us help you create a meaningful tribute that honors your life and those of your loved ones. We pay out within 24 hours and you will get double accident cover with a clientele funeral plan. Our plans are affordable. Pick the option that suits your needs. Easy to apply, no medical examinations and no paperwork. SMS SAFM to 48031. That's 48031. Clientele Life is an authorized FSP and licensed life insurer. T's and C's online. Standard rates apply.
I'm Samela Kelpoy, an actress and a mum. Do you know what's in your cupboard? I've been trying to be intentional about the food I buy and keep in my cupboard. Unhealthy packaged foods can lead to hypertension, heart disease, and diabetes. Support front-of-package warning labels on unhealthy packaged foods, high in saturated fat, sugar, and salt. Join me. Sign the petition on healer.org. That's HEALA.org.
Whether it is a CCMA referral, problems with a mechanic, unfair blacklisting, or an uncontested divorce, Clientele Legal provides tough professional lawyers for an affordable monthly premium. We cover civil, criminal, and labor-related matters. Our nationwide legal teams are standing by to support you 24 hours a day. Plus, all plans include a bail benefit of up to 5,000 Rand, and we'll go to the police station and pay it for you. Join today. SMS SAFM to 32195. That's SAFM to 32195. And we'll call you back. SMS now. Clientele General is an authorized FSP and licensed non-life insurer. T's and C's online. Standard rates apply.
Catch Top Billing this Youth Day Tuesday evening at 7 as vlogger Snigiwe Sneem Hlongo finds her mom the best travel companion. Designer Tina Ngogolo marries Xhosa tradition with modern styling. And Geordie and Debbie Osler plant a forest, then build themselves a treehouse of a home. That's Top Billing this Tuesday at 7. Repeat Sunday at 1 on S3 and Tuesday at 9:30 p.m. on SABC1.
Bridget Masinga is streaming live now on Facebook, YouTube, and X at SAfm Radio.
All right, we're in conversation with Douglas Nelson, who is who's a labor specialist and CEO of Legal Leaders, and we're exploring a conversation around what happens if your employer doesn't pay your salary on time, if your salary arrives late. And as we were going into the break, Douglas, you explained to us the 7-day rule that essentially, if the employer is 7 days late, then they're still kind of on time because there's that little bit. I didn't even know about that rule. I'm like, if my salary is supposed to be in my bank account at 6 p.m. on the 25th, once it hits 6:01 on the 25th, I'm already sending that email to say, where's my money?
Hey, absolutely, absolutely. So your contract of employment defines the employment relationship, and it generally defines the payment date expectation, the 25th of the month, the last day of the month. But whatever it is, an employer can pay before that date, like on the 24th or whatever. But the thing is, an employer can also pay after the date. Now, that doesn't mean that they are now supposed to pay after the date, but there could be all sorts of reasons. Maybe you bank with Nedbank and the employer banks with FNB. And so, they pay you on the 25th, but it only reflects on the 27th. So that's why there's the 7-day window over here. All sorts of little things that can kick in, public holidays. But there's no public holiday that runs for more than 7 days, maybe in April in the right timing of it. But it's 7 days. Now, once you go past the 7 days, it's very important that then we start to look at what are the different solutions to go on, because now this isn't a joking matter anymore. Now this isn't a little bit late, I'm waiting for a clearance. Now this has really gone into more a debitors where they need to now pay. And generally, you follow up with a formal grievance where you put it very clearly. This is not an opportunity to write War and Peace, not an opportunity to be Norman Mailer. A relatively simple document is saying, hey guys, please, this is unfair, and not confrontational.
Yeah.
You put it across, this is really, guys, please, I've got obligations here. I've now taken on all these things. And it is getting into a worse situation. Now, if the employer then turns around and still continues not to pay you, or alternatively, like underpays you or short pays you, and indicates you might even not get the rest of it, or repeats this behavior, now you start to go into some real trouble from the employer's point of view. And this is where knowledge of labor law is so important, and why we've got the insurance, etc., that goes with that. Because most people think that this is what's called an unfair labor practice, and they'll refer it to the CCMA in terms of Section 1862, unfair disciplinary action, unfair suspension. And while, yes, technically you might be able to sneak that one in the door, ultimately that is the wrong place to be. Section 32 of the Basic Conditions of Employment is quite clear about it, and it falls under Section 73 of the 73A of the Labor Relations, and that is statutory amounts which have not been paid to you, such as your wages. The problem that kicks in over here is literally what you earn. If you earn less than the ministerial threshold, and that's about 22,000 Rand a month, then that is a very good thing for you. You can refer it to the CCMA. It'll be referred to conciliation, or what they actually call CONARB. Within 21 days, you'll have a date. And afterwards, it will be, basically at the same time, a commissioner will rule on it and will then say, hey, just make sure if you go to the CCMA that don't go there and say, work out my money for me. Please work it out first. I am owed 9,472 Rand and 11 cents. Make the commissioner's life easy. Don't go there and say, pay me something, because that's not fair. The company can tell you if you got your numbers wrong. I'm sure they'll be very quick about that one.
Yeah.
If, however, you earn more, and this is where a lot of employers take a situation. If you earn more than that, you can refer your matter to the CCMA, which you should do technically. But because you earn more than the threshold, the CCMA actually lacks jurisdiction on your payment. And if you need to take it further, if the company still doesn't pay after conciliation, you've got no choice but to refer it to the labor court. And of course that turns into a horrible cost benefit, because to run a labor court matter can be a couple of 100,000 Rand, 2 years, it can be a hell of a thing. And if you're only fighting for a little bit, it's one of those situations where you might decide that it's simply not worth it. Another recourse you might have insurance that would cover that, or you might have something along those lines, or the skills to do it. The court has recently gone on to digital format, which allows everyone to bring your matters there, and also AI helps you really get through the tough bits. But ultimately, a labor court case is going to take you about 2 years. That's why many people prefer to try to sneak it in as an unfair labor practice. But a real thing that could come in is what's known as constructive dismissal. So if the company is not paying you once, shame on them. But afterwards then, if it's now turning into habit, or they are expecting you to work and they are not paying you, then they are objectively making it intolerable for you to continue working. And you could, depending on the situation, possibly have grounds in order to resign. And if you resign, you could open up a constructive dismissal case against the company, saying, you should have retrenched me. You should have done the right thing. But don't just leave me over there and expect me to sell my shoes or my kids, sell my children or their kidneys in order to get a meal. That's not fair. It's not right. It's not in the interests of justice, and it's certainly not in the interests of South African labour law, the spirit of it.
I mean, I think you've definitely given our listeners who might find themselves in this predicament some valuable information. We'll have to leave it there for this afternoon, unfortunately. I know we did have one or two voice notes for you, but maybe my team can just forward those to you privately and get a short guidance response, and we'll forward it to the respective folks. Douglas Nelson, thank you so much for your time. That was Labour Specialist and COO of Legal Leaders. 2:30 on Delambana is standing by with the news headlines, and then that will lead us into Nalibali. Thank you, Bridget. On the news headlines, evidence before the Madlanga Commission has revealed that Chief Provincial Inspector for Gauteng Traffic Police, Samuel Mashaba, shared information with alleged informer Tumelongu regarding police investigations. MMC for Human Development in the city of Johannesburg, Mlungi Simabaso, says the United Nations says the number of people forcibly displaced from their homes has fallen worldwide for the first time in a decade. A full update follows at the top of the hour.
SAFM. Prime time all day long.
If you think you cannot afford a lawyer, think again. Clientele Legal provides tough professional lawyers for an affordable monthly premium. Our range of plans include cover for you, your spouse, children, and extended family. Plans include cover for civil, criminal, and labor-related matters. Whether it's protection orders, gender-based violence, uncontested divorce, or poor service, your Clientele Legal lawyer will be there to assist you. Our services are convenient. Simply pick up the phone and call your lawyer or send us an email and we'll get back to you. All plans include a bail benefit of up to 5,000 Rand and we'll go to the police station and pay it for you. Plus, Clientele Legal offers you 24-hour telephonic legal advice. Join today. SMS SAFM to 32195. That's SAFM to 32195. Clientele General is an authorized FSP and licensed non-life insurer. T's and C's online. Standard rates apply.
I'm Samela Kelpoy, an actress and a mum. Do you know what's in your cupboard? I've been trying to be intentional about the food I buy and keep in my cupboard. Unhealthy packaged foods can lead to hypertension, heart disease, and diabetes. Support front of package warning labels on unhealthy packaged foods, high in saturated fat, sugar, and salt. Join me. Sign the petition on healer.org. That's HEALA.org.
In fitness, as in finance, endurance is key. If you're 55 and older, you can get an interest rate of up to 10.25% with a Nedbank Electronic Optimum Plus account. Now, feel the earn. Invest within 2 minutes on the Money app and get money fit with Nedbank. See money differently. Nedbank, we're a licensed FSP and registered credit provider. T's and C's apply. For more info, go to nedbank.co.za.
Bridget Masinga, weekdays on The Full Circle. This program is brought to you by SABC Education. And if you miss any of our programs, you can catch up anytime on the SABC Plus app or on the SABC Plus website, www.sabcplus.com. Brought to you by SABC Education. Enriching minds, enriching lives.
Hello, friends, and happy Thursday. It's time for Kids Corner. I hope you're having a great day today. Many learners are busy writing exams, and the holidays are getting closer. When are you finishing your exams? How is exam time going so far? What are you looking forward to most once your exams are finished? What has been the easiest part of exam time for you? And what has been the most difficult? Is there something fun you've been waiting to do once exams are over? All right, friends, let's hear from some of our friends while you share your answers with the people next to you.
Hi, friends. My name is Lisa Kanyamfuli in grade 5B. I am in Brixton Primary School. I am 10 years old. I'll be done with my exams on the 18th of June 2026. My exams have been going very well. I am looking forward to visiting my cousins once my exams are finished. I plan to celebrate with my class so that we can make a class part. The easiest part of my exam is when I am starting and ending, and the most difficult part of my exam time is when my pen runs out of ink. Yes, there is something fun I have been waiting to do once exams are over. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Danica Wood. I finished with exams on the 22nd of June, which is so far away. So far, exams haven't been that bad, but these next few weeks are going to be very hectic. When my exams are finished, I'm really looking forward to just going out of the house and gallivanting. After my last exam, I'm going to celebrate by sleeping the whole day without worrying about writing the next day. To be honest, there's no easy part about exam time at all. But the most difficult part is probably actually writing the paper and trying to remember half a year's worth of work. I can't wait to just sleep and get out of the house once exams are over and just have fun and be stress-free. Thank you.
Good day, everyone. My name is Yolanda Mzobe. I am 12 years old. I am finishing my exams on the 11th of June. It is going so good so far, but I'm not pretty sure about EMS, how it will be. I think it will be very hard. What am I looking forward to most once my exams are finished? To spend time with my family, because I love my family. How do you plan to celebrate after writing your exam? I'm planning to go with my friends to McDonald's and eat burgers and ice creams. What have been the easiest and most difficult parts of my exam time? The easiest was when I was writing creative arts, English, and all the subjects were easy to me. There was no difficult part, but I am really sure that EMS would be difficult for me. A little bit, but I'll pass. Yes, there is something fun I've been waiting to do once exams are over, is to go with my family to a swimming place and we swim, eat, enjoy time together, and the rest of the day I will be just spending with my family or maybe go visit. Thank you, everyone.
Hi, everyone. My name is Larissa Zwanda. I am a learner in Brixton Primary School in grade 7A. I am finishing my exams on the 18th of June. So far, my exams aren't that bad, and yeah, it's been quite hard to manage my study time and playing in the screen time. Once I finish with my exams, I will look forward to visiting my aunt, yes, and spending time with them. The easiest part of my exam time has been studying for easy subjects such as LO, creative arts, and yeah, subjects like that. And the most difficult time has been studying for hard subjects like maths and not having to sacrifice my sleep just to study. Yes, there is something fun that I've been looking forward to doing once my exams are over. It's just going to nice places with my family and visiting my aunt. Thank you.
Hello, everybody. My name is Karalwe. When I'm finishing my exams is on the 20th of June. How it's going so far is quite, I wouldn't say it's bad, but it's very hectic as well. Very stressful because you write every single day and the subjects are just getting harder as time goes on. Why I'm looking forward most about once my exam finished is that I can rest. Finally, I feel like I need rest. I'm tired of looking at books all the time. How I plan to celebrate after writing my last exam is to sleep, honestly. The most easiest part of exams for me was that I was able to have support while studying, have love and care around me. But the hardest part is actually sitting in the exam room and writing, not only for an hour, but hours. Well, thank you for listening. Bye.
Hello, beautiful people of Mzansi. My name is Lubandi Hlongwane. I finished writing my exams on the 12th of June, and I am absolutely excited. To be honest, I have a very 50-50 feeling when it comes to these exams. Some of the papers have gone really well in my opinion, and some were not the best. And it is quite demotivating because I study all the time, but sometimes those papers, they just really knock the wind out of me, and it just makes me feel very demotivated at times. To be honest, when these exams are over, I am most excited to go out as much as I possibly can, because these 3 months, this whole term, I have dedicated this whole term to school and academics, so I haven't really been outside as much. I haven't really gone out with my friends or the rest of my family as much, because I have been sacrificing all those days to study and to be focused on school. So I am so excited to finally be outside, try new spots, try new food. That is my literal goal. I'm so happy and I'm so excited for that. I plan to celebrate and I plan to treat myself to maybe something nice. I might probably buy myself some ice cream on that day, or I'll just have a very relaxed and chilled day, because these days that I've been writing exams, I've not been sleeping. I've been studying back to back because some papers I'm writing them every single day. So I think on the last day, I'm definitely going to come back and I'm going to sleep, and I'm just going to have a whole relaxation day to myself where I don't pick up a pen, where I don't pick up a book. I don't do nothing. I just chill, because these exams have been treacherous, some of them.
Thank you, friends. It's always great to hear from you. And to our friends listening, I hope you shared your answers with the people next to you. Many of us are now reaching the final stretch of our exam season. Some of us may have already finished, while others still have a few papers left to write. No matter where you are in your exams, you should be proud of yourself for the effort, preparation, and hard work you have put in over the past few weeks. Exam time brings many different emotions. We may feel confident about some subjects and nervous about others. Some exams may have gone exactly as we hoped, while others may have been more challenging. What matters most is that we prepared, tried our best, and never gave up. Many of you are looking forward to having more free time when exams are over. After spending weeks studying, completing revision exercises, and focusing on schoolwork, it is exciting to think about relaxing, spending time with family and friends, playing games, enjoying hobbies, watching favorite shows. The easiest part of exam time for some learners may be writing subjects they enjoy and understand well. And the most difficult part is often managing stress, staying focused, and finding enough time to study everything. It is normal to find some subjects harder than others. What is important is that we keep trying and ask for help when we need it. Once exams are finished, you can celebrate. Remember that celebrating does not have to be something big. Spending time with loved ones, enjoying your favorite meal, playing outside, reading for fun, or doing something you've been looking forward to can be a wonderful way to reward yourself for your hard work. As children, we should also remember that exam results do not define who we are. Marks are important, but they do not measure our kindness, creativity, determination, or potential. Every exam teaches us something. So if you still have exams to write, keep going. You are almost there. Stay focused, get enough rest, believe in yourself, and do your best. And if you've already finished, take a moment to be proud of what you've achieved. Your hard work, perseverance, and dedication deserve to be celebrated. That's it for today, friends. See you next time.
If you miss any of our programs, you can catch up anytime on the SABC Plus app or on the SABC Plus website, www.sabcplus.com. Brought to you by SABC Education. Enriching minds, enriching lives.
Nightfall on SAFM.
Join me on Monday night as I speak with Tony Leon, politician, book writer, but can he do the tango?
Tango's, got a bit of African elements in it, Spanish. It's a real combination of not just music but dance steps as well. And ironically, it started off, apparently, according to local Argentinian history, in the brothels of Buenos Aires, but now absolutely obligatory viewing for any tourist. That's why I got a bit tired of tango shows, because every person wants to go to a tango show.
Can you dance the tango? That's Track Record on Monday night from 11 p.m. And in case you don't want to be up that late, you can always catch the podcast on Tuesday.
The Full Circle with Bridget Masinga.
All right, our next guest is Therese Havenga, who's the head of business transformation at Momentum. And of course, it's Momentum Thursdays on the Full Circle. And we're asking the question, what does saving for retirement actually look like today? How are you doing this afternoon?
Hi, Bridget. I'm well. How are you?
I'm fabulous.
Lovely to be here.
You know what, Therese? If everybody who handled our portfolios, money portfolios, looked like money.
Oh, my word.
If you're watching our stream, Therese looks like money.
Well, looks can be deceiving, right?
I would trust you in an instant. I was like, this lady knows what to do with my cash. Let's talk about retirement, right? Because part of the conversation that we always talk about is this conversation on financial literacy.
Yes.
It speaks to how we understand things and how we plan things,
yes.
right? How do we begin there to sort of as a base point for our generation and the generations to come? How do we begin to sort of bridge that gap and start having those conversations at a basic level,
yes,
rudimentary level around money?
That's a great question, Bridget. I talk about generations. I grew up in the 80s and the 90s, right? So access to any kind of financial education or social media or whatever was very, very limited. So those days, everything you were taught around finances, you actually learned in your household.
Yeah.
Either by watching your parents or by, listening to what they say to you. That was, the extent to which you had exposure to financial education. And if I think about, back at those years, and there are many wisdoms that actually come from, those older generations. If I think about a couple of sayings, something like, you must save for a rainy day.
Yes.
Right? Or don't spend the money that you don't have, kind of things. And back in the day, you didn't really realize exactly what did that mean. But if you reflect on it today, there's a lot of wisdom in there. However, I think the important thing is, in today's financial landscape, we need to think about how do we need to upgrade that a little bit. Is it maybe time for a software upgrade of some of those sayings? So if you think about something like save for a rainy day, it's great. Yes, you must have emergency savings. You must have that pot that you can dip into if there's a shortfall. But you must also save for a sunny retirement.
Yes.
And you must also think about, what is the life that you want for yourself one day? And things like, don't spend the money that you don't have. It's great. It's wonderful advice, and that is how you should live. But is it valid in today's world where, things are digital, credit is there, you need to buy a house. Who can buy a house on cash or with cash or a car or something like that? So I think the older generations taught us a lot of beautiful things around those wisdoms, but we need to think about how do we upgrade it for today's life. And obviously today it's a lot more easier to have access to financial education, to financial literacy. I see how easier it is for me to have those conversations with my daughter now, and she's 18.
Makes perfect sense indeed. I'm here for the mad money. That's my favorite ism. Let's get this commercial break out of the way, and then we'll come back and we'll look at, that financial landscape and, as you say, how it's changed in modern times.
Stay on top of all meaningful, top trending stories right here on SAfm. Leading the conversation.
You can become a victim of a legal problem, wrongful arrest, assault, uncontested divorce, rental disputes, maintenance matters, or labor problems. It can happen to you. Clientele Legal provides tough professional lawyers for an affordable monthly premium. Our legal team is standing by to assist you 24 hours a day. Join today. SMS SAFM to to 32195. That's SAFM to 32195. Clientele General is an authorized FSP and licensed non-life insurer. T's and C's online. Standard rates apply.
South Africa, get ready for the ultimate human race, the Comrades Marathon. Catch all the action live on Sunday 14 June from 4:30 a.m. live on SABC2 and SABC radio stations as thousands of runners take on the ultimate human race. For this year's uprun from the start in Durban all the way to the finish line in Pietermaritzburg. From elite athletes chasing victory to inspiring everyday heroes, SABC Sport brings you every emotional moment, live interviews, expert commentary, and unmatched race day atmosphere. Don't miss the Comrades Marathon on Sunday 14 June, live from 4:30 a.m. on SABC2 and SABC radio stations. Proudly brought to you by SABC Sport. For the love of the game.
Bridget Masinga is streaming live now on Facebook, YouTube, and X at SAFM Radio.
We're in conversation with Therese Havenga, who's the head of business transformation at Momentum. Just briefly, in terms of that financial landscape, because you say we need a software upgrade,
Yes.
right? How have things changed in,
Recent
2026
years.
now?
Yes,
Yeah.
a lot of things changed, Bridget. If I can maybe just quickly, three things. Firstly, there's back in the years, people used to work for employers for 30 years, 35 years. So a lot of your retirement accumulation actually happened while you weren't watching. It was at the back end. Now, these days, you need to actively think about your retirement and actively be involved in those conversations, because you don't necessarily stay with employers that long anymore.
Yeah.
So you need to plan and think about it. Secondly, everything has gone digital. Right? I mean, I see it with my daughter, and it makes it difficult to have a money conversation when she thinks, you can just tap a card or swipe it, or, and
It's invisible money.
It's invisible money, and there's a pot that never ends, right? So in the earlier days, it was easy because you worked with cash and the envelope system, and it was visible.
Yeah.
And then lastly, I think if you think about the two-pot system that came in last year, money or retirement money now is accessible to people. And that's a good thing and a bad thing, because the good thing is, yes, life happens. There's crises that you need to, you need to access to money. So access is a good thing, but now it affects our discipline.
Yeah.
So we got to work hard to be disciplined to actually work with accessing that money.
It's so interesting, Therese, because, on the show we have lots of conversations about the changing employment patterns, right? And when you talk about people don't do long service, they're doing 2 years here, 3 years here.
Yeah.
I mean, one of our managers said to me the other day jokingly, I've been here for 5 years. It's time to make a switch. And that's just where we're at now.
Exactly.
So how do we begin to proactively plan in the background for our retirements?
Look, I think the best thing is to start early. If you have time on your side, I think that's the absolute best thing is to start early. I mean, compound interest is, people call it the eighth wonder of the world, and it really is. So if you have the luxury of starting early, start early. It has a massive effect on the long term. I do want to say that if you haven't started early, if you are 45 now, it's not too late, right? You might just have to do a little bit more heavy lifting. But in that case, make sure that you have a financial advisor, somebody that you can actually talk to, somebody that can explain to you what the difference is between starting at age 25 with 1,000 Rand, starting at age 35 with 1,000 Rand, and starting at age 45 with 1,000 Rand. Over the long term, that could mean millions. Literally millions. I mean, I think of compound interest in like a snowball effect. Start with a small little snowball at the top of a hill, but when that starts to roll down to the bottom, it accumulates with little effort. So if you can start early, that's absolutely the best way to do it. If you haven't yet, just do a little bit more heavy lifting.
Shoo! What does the Rand buy me? What does the 1,000 Rand buy me in the long run?
Let me give you an example. Yes,
Yeah.
so let me give you an example. So let's take the 25, the 35, and the 45 example. And let's say you put 1,000 Rand away for your retirement. And let's assume that grows with 10% a year, right? And let's assume you want to access that money, or you're going to retire at age 65. The 25-year-old
will have 6.3 million. The 35-year-old will have 2.3 million. And the 45-year-old will have roughly 760,000. So you can see the effect that time has on letting your money grow without you doing anything to it. Because compound interest is really your money grows, and then on that growth, it grows again.
Yes.
So that's the beauty of compound interest. And that's what's happening on the back end. So I would really advise, if you can, start now. It doesn't have to be R1 million, savings a month. You can start small, but change those habits and put it away.
Tell me this, whilst we're on retirement, and I know there's different structures of retirement, so maybe just quickly, let's say you opened up a retirement annuity whenever. People went through COVID and a lot of folks stopped paying certain things and whatever. That little bit of a nest egg that you started for a few years before COVID, I mean, what has happened in those worlds now?
So let's talk about that. So you're referring to Two-Pot now. So obviously, I mean, Two-Pot is great because it gives you access when there's an emergency. And I think we should not be tone deaf because there's a lot of things happening around us and people are feeling the pinch. On my way here, I heard over the radio, coincidentally, that Joburg is increasing the tariffs this month again, or 1st of July. So, I mean, we are really feeling the pinch. The point is just, I think when you have access to that money, you must ask yourself, is this a real crisis? Is it a real emergency, right? Well, what constitutes an emergency? Is it a real emergency? Then you must also ask yourself, what am I giving up? Apart from the fact that you're going to pay tax on those money, right? You're also giving up future growth. Right? So you must, and we've spoken about compound growth just now, you're giving up that. So it's not about just you taking the money, it's about the growth that it would have earned over a period of time. And I think what makes it extremely difficult from a psychological perspective is that it almost feels as if it's your money, right? Because you have saved it now, you earned it, it's your money, you're not borrowing from anybody. But I think you must have that conversation with yourself to ask yourself, what is it really costing me? And is this really an emergency?
Well, we'll leave it at that cliffhanger for this afternoon because I think a lot of people who are willing to be at the World Cup might be tempted to dip into some money reserves to buy last-minute tickets. But is it really an emergency? And what is it going to cost you at the end of the day? Therese, thank you so much for coming through. It's been very, very enlightening, very illuminating indeed. Momentum Thursdays. Someone from Momentum will be back again next week and we'll pick up the conversation from a different perspective. So if you have any last minute questions, by the way, for any of Momentum's guests, you can definitely send them through to us, or you can send them to us via our social media platforms on X as well as on Instagram at SAFM, and we'll make sure that they get answered. That's where we're leaving it for this afternoon. Still on that stand, Gauteng Traffic Police Chief Inspector Samuel Mashaba. He's been the witness today, and judging from the body language of the commissioners, it seems as though it's been an unimpressive day thus far. Definitely challenging from what we heard from Sibahle earlier on. Let's recap on that and then we'll catch up tomorrow. Inshallah, God willing, we do it again.
This is the Madlanga Commission update on SAFM.
You just said now that the information you were given was that that truck will be carrying drugs. So Mr. Nku knew it as a fact that there were drugs in there.
That's his information, yes, he knew.
But in your statement, you say, which was allegedly suspected to have drugs in its cargo. So it was an allegation. And earlier on, you also dealt with it on the basis of a suspicion that there would be drugs. Now you're saying he told you as a fact that that truck will be carrying drugs. So Mr. Nku knew for a fact that there were drugs in that truck.
Mr. Nku knew because he's the one who's got details of that truck. Already it's Thursday. On Friday it was in progress already. I don't think I had that luxury of time.
No, you did. Because you knew Thursday night that there are drugs in the vehicle. You went to bed, you slept, you woke up the next morning, you were given no new information, and then you still ask him to come back to you, and then you activate your team. You had at least 8 hours. At least. So you did have the luxury of time.
I did not have.
Okay. If you didn't have the luxury of time, what were you doing between the evening when he told you about it, the next morning when you activated your plan?
I slept and waited for his call the next morning.
Is that not a luxury of time?
I slept.
Yes.
Waited for his call.
And maybe if you had activated crime intelligence that night, they could have taken over and they could have confirmed the information.
No, how do I activate something that I still am waiting for its confirmation?
On the top stories, traffic chief continues his testimony before Madlanga Commission and shacks rented out to criminals at the Champas informal settlement. For SAFM News, I'm Ondalambana and a very good afternoon. Evidence before the Madlanga Commission has revealed that Chief Provincial Inspector for Gauteng Traffic Police, Samuel Mashaba, shared information with alleged informer Tumelongu regarding police investigations. Messages displayed during proceedings showed Mashaba informing Ngu that a drugs and money laundering inquiry had been opened. Another message referred to approaching a big boss while not being empty-handed. When questioned by evidence leader advocate Lee Sigas Ncube about the identity of the big boss, Mashaba told the commission that he did not know him.
So you say that you didn't know that he had a boss, but you were referring to boss because he said or you didn't know who the boss is.
I didn't know who the boss is. Like I'm saying, when he talks to me and say, the boss this, the boss said, I will also refer that person as the boss.
Okay.
That don't necessarily mean I know the person.
MMC for Human Development in the city of Johannesburg, Mlungisi Mabaso, says they have identified a number of residents from the Jumpers informal settlement in Cleveland who are renting out their shacks to criminals. Mabaso visited the informal settlement today following the mass shooting incident where 12 people were killed and 15 injured. Residents say a group of men opened fire randomly near a tavern at the informal settlement on Tuesday night. The motive for the attack is currently unknown and forms part of the ongoing investigation. Mabaso says threats have also been made to employees who are overseeing an electrification project in the informal settlement.
Our workers here, employees here, together with those that are involved in the project from the leadership and the councillors, have been receiving threats from those that are owning shacks but not residing here because they are renting out those shacks for the criminal elements that are happening within the informal settlement. So we have asked for the intervention of the PC now to assist us while taking into cognizance that the local police station has been of great assistance together with the JMPD.
The Senzo Meyiwa murder trial has been adjourned to tomorrow in the High Court in Pretoria. The aim of the postponement is to give the Defence Counsel time to consult with a new witness. During proceedings earlier today, the state informed the court that Qiniselani Buthelezi, the witness that the defence had requested to testify, was available. The state says Buthelezi, an inmate from KwaZulu-Natal, previously made an affidavit relating to the 5 men accused in the trial. Bongani Ndanzi and 4 others are on trial for the killing of the Bafana captain in October 2014. Defence Counsel Advocate Sipora Musipile says he's only able to continue to cross-examine the witness tomorrow.
My Lord, as anticipated, the consultation is not finished, so we'll have to revert to my earlier submissions that because this was a day to determine whether or not the witness is here provisionally, we be afforded further time to consult, and we do not want to keep his lordship in chambers indefinite, so we request that this matter be postponed until tomorrow, and I'll resume with my examination of the witness tomorrow, my lord.
KwaZulu-Natal Premier Thambinduli has held discussions with the United Nations High Commissioner for Refugees representative amid growing concerns over anti-illegal immigration protests in the province. Head of the UN Refugee Agency in Southern Africa, Kavita Belani, commended the work done in promoting human rights and social cohesion. However, she urged for more collaborative efforts between the UN and the provincial government to improve social cohesion and the protection of the rights of refugees.
And as you know, UNHCR works in terms of the protection and assistance of refugees. We support the government here in that, and we also wanted to discuss how we can further strengthen our initiatives between the UN and the provincial authorities towards that. We are quite concerned about the current situation, and we know a lot of work is being already done by provincial authorities. So we'd like to hear a little bit more, and also where you think are some areas where we could come in to jointly work together on this.
The United Nations says the number of people forcibly displaced from their homes has fallen worldwide for the first time in a decade. The UN Refugee Agency, however, warned that many have returned to unsafe conditions. The BBC's Charles Heaviland has the details.
The UNHCR said that at the end of 2025, 118 million people were living away from their homes, having been forcibly displaced either internally or abroad. The number dropped by over 5 million year on year, but not everyone's been going home for positive reasons. For instance, Afghan refugees have gone back because neighbouring Iran and Pakistan tightened immigration rules. In addition, richer countries are accepting fewer people. About 2/3 of displaced people have not crossed a border, and recent Israeli and US attacks on Iran and Lebanon have triggered new mass displacement.
Recapping the top story, evidence before the Madlanga Commission has revealed that Chief Provincial Inspector for Gauteng Traffic Police Samuel Mashaba shared information with alleged informer Tumelongu regarding police investigations. I'm on Delambana for SAFM News headlines at 3:30.
We asked rugby legend Frans Steyn what he thinks of the all-new Toyota BZ4X. Frans, would you say the BZ4X is a rugged all-wheel drive SUV?
Yeah.
Cool. Was the acceleration and handling good?
Yeah.
All right. So you think the BZ4X can handle South Africa?
Wat dink jy?
Well, there you have it. The all-new Toyota BZ4X, an all-wheel drive battery electric SUV made to handle South Africa. The BZ4X. It just got real.
You can become a victim of a legal problem: wrongful arrest, assault, uncontested divorce, rental disputes, maintenance matters, or labor problems. It can happen to you. Clientele Legal provides tough professional lawyers for an affordable monthly premium. Our legal team is standing by to assist you 24 hours a day. Join today. SMS SAFM to 32195. That's SAFM to 32195. Clientele General is an authorized FSP and licensed non-life insurer. T's and C's online. Standard rates apply.
Sanboran, this is Shugela from Amalanga Wafani.
Hi, my name is Sipho Mbele, playing the role of Masangu on Amalanga Wafani.
Sanbonani, hello, my name is Zazi Kunene, and I play Untando on the new season of Amalanga Wafani. Catch Amalanga Wafani on SABC1. Do yourself a favor, tune in every weekday at 6:30 p.m. only on SABC1. That's for sure.
Guys, we're always posting, commenting, and clapping back. But opinions don't count. It's your ex that does. So come 20 and 21 June, get up, show up, and register to vote. Call 0800 11 8000. Visit elections.org.za or WhatsApp 060 88 0000 for more info. This message is brought to you by the IEC.
SAFM 104.6 FM in Tshwane.
The National Pulse with Ashraf Garda on SAFM. You're listening to the National Pulse, weekdays 3 to 6 p.m.
Tonight just led the charge in South Africa. Marquez. Taylor
It's Shabalala! Goal! Bafana! Bafana! Goal for South Africa! Goal for all Africa! Jambu Lila! Rejoice! Bafana! Bafana have put the first cork on their day of days! Sip Shabalala!
Well, we felt throughout because of the way they play, the Mexicans can leave themselves vulnerable at the back. But I'll tell you what, if Brazil did this, we'd be raving about it for ages. This is a stunning, stunning effort. The passing was so incisive, didn't give Mexico a chance. And once he got in position, Shabalala, he had to compose himself. It sat up beautifully for him just before he met him with his instep. And Perez is getting nowhere near that. That is a thunderbolt. And now we've got a bit of a shot coming. Wow. Wow.
Well, I could ask you that question. How much nostalgia can you take? Let's do nostalgia. Let's do nostalgia on a day where 16 years ago, on this very day, the 11th of June, South Africa played against Mexico at the opening game of the 2010 World Cup. 16 years later, it's Mexico against South Africa on the opening day of the 2026 World Cup. And, you know, that goal by Simphiwe Shabalala, you know, it may not be the finest goal at a World Cup ever, but it is regarded as the finest opening goal of a World Cup. And that's something, absolutely. But as Peter Drury explained, only the way he could describe it, you know, a goal for South Africa, a goal for Africa, and so it remains, right? Well, we started all over again. We haven't played incredibly at a World Cup since that day because we may have rejoiced in the moment. That opening game ended in a draw, and then we lost the next game. Was it 3-0 against Uruguay? And that put us on the absolute back foot, needing like a miracle to qualify for the next round. Although we beat the French in the last game, South Africa bundled out of the World Cup. The first, and I think the only host nation never to advance to the knockout stages of a World Cup. So 16 years later, we take on Mexico. We the visitors, they the host nation, one of 3 host nations, and the expectations are high. So if you are watching us on streaming live, you will see that I've got a Bafana top, and I'm really going to ask you to say, come on, why don't you share your picture of yourself with your Bafana top right now? Tag SAfmRadio, tag me on social media, but you can tweet it along, so that's on Twitter and on Facebook too. But of course, you can send us a WhatsApp right away with that picture, 0614 104 107. You in your Bafana top, yellow or green, whichever one it's going to be. And yeah, we'll share that as well. I certainly want to talk about it, and you can tell me where you are, right? What, by the way, I'm not going to ask you for a prediction, because I find predictions in the day sometimes mean very little. But the more important one is, what are your expectations for Bafana during this World Cup? That means, what's your highest expectations that this team can do, will do? It's not a prediction, it's an expectation. Personally, for me, if we reach the knockout round is extended, 32 teams in the knockout round because there's 48 teams at the World Cup. If we get to the last 16, I would be thrilled. We've never qualified for the knockout stages. I would be thrilled if we get to the last 16. But if we get that far, I'd want us to go even further, like Morocco did in the last World Cup. In the semi-finals, it was, right? So I'll get to your thoughts, your calls on those issues, your expectations for Bafana, but also maybe your one goodwill message. So it's less about being morbid about the team and this is wrong and that's wrong. No, this is celebration. What are your expectations, which is a legitimate concern, whatever it is, but the other is just send out a message of warm greetings to the team in Mexico. It's early morning in Mexico. They're not going to hear you, but they may well feel you. Feel it. It is here. You remember that story from the 2010 World Cup. In the meantime, there are other issues around the World Cup, and there are political issues. The FIFA president, Gianni Infantino, held over an hour-long press conference on the eve of the World Cup. That was yesterday. He addressed some significant issues, and I thought I want you to listen to it. One, the issue of the Somali referee Omar Artan being denied entry to the USA. The other was Iran participating in the tournament, but not staying in the USA, flying in every day when they play their matches from Mexico, and many of their Iranian backup contingent not being allowed into the USA, so their plans derailed. Well, what did he say? So Infantino was then asked by a BBC journalist if he's embarrassed by what has come to pass and whether he accepts that he's lost control of the tournament. This is what he said.
Told he can't enter the United States, sent back home, accused of having links with suspected terror organizations. We have Mexico having to change their training, Iran having to change their training base here to Mexico. We have fans and journalists from a number of countries who aren't able to attend this World Cup because of travel bans or visa restrictions. You yourself have said in the past how important it is to have freedom of movement at a global event like this. You've said how inclusive it is, how welcoming it is as well. Are you embarrassed, therefore, by what actually has come to pass? And do you have to accept that you've lost some control of your own tournament here?
Thanks. You're from BBC. BBC. In 2035, I think, we hope, the Women's World Cup will be in the UK, right? Still needs to be a decision, but looks like. Would you find it normal that FIFA would dictate to the British government who to let in the country and who not to let in the country? I don't know. Maybe you find it normal. I would like, personally. On the other side, the reality of the matter is that in every country there are governments. Try to get into the UK, into Germany, into Switzerland without a visa. Try to get a visa if you are from a certain country. It's not easy, that's what I want to say. It's not easy when you have 300,000 accredited people, majority of which from outside of the US, to process them, to vet them. You don't know, unfortunately, our world is, a very aggressive world, and security goes above everything, and you need to respect the decisions which are taken. And when I say to chill, I don't mean to chill and do nothing. I mean to trust us, that we are working behind the scenes, we are trying to understand, and there are things we can know, things we cannot know, things we are told, things we are not told, and we always try to make the situation as positive as possible and to find solutions. Sometimes we manage, other times not. I think it has already been successful to bring Iran to play in America. I don't know who would have managed to do that. And of course everyone here believes it's the right thing to do. But, again, we don't live on the moon, we live on planet Earth, and you have to deal with different situations. We try to do our best.
Thanks,
and
man.
I hope we'll have some good news.
Gentleman in the front row.
And what will that good news be, right? Well, the FIFA president Infantino then continued to talk about the Iranians.
So, let me say that on Iran, I'm very happy because I went to see myself the Iranian team in Turkey, in Antalya, in March of this year. And when people were saying, well, it would be impossible for Iran to come to the World Cup, I told them and I promised them that they would come, and if I had to go with a bus to Tehran and drive them here, I would do that. Their answer was, we will take the bus ourselves and drive it if need be. We qualified and we want to play. And this is the spirit of football. Now, of course there are challenges. Of course it's not easy. I don't know who else would have been able to ensure that in these circumstances, which we cannot influence, obviously, in these circumstances, Iran could come and play. And when Iran plays, the stadium will be full, and I hope there will be a positive atmosphere, because this is football. This is about people forgetting for a moment their realities and being able to focus on a match and on a team. So I'm very happy that we managed to get Iran to come and play in this World Cup. And I'm proud of the work of my team and grateful to the administrations of the three host countries for having cooperated with us to make this happen. And there are some issues that we are still dealing with, of course, to make sure that everything goes in the right way.
Right, what about the Somali referee who's home, 7,000 people welcoming at the stadium, Omar Artan?
We don't control everything. We try, we will discuss, we will speak, we will see. Maybe sometimes it's good as well to just, chill, relax. We work on everything. We try to solve everything. Sometimes to immediately start screaming and shouting has the opposite effect of finding a solution. Believe me when I tell you, or don't believe me if you don't want, but we try always to find solutions. Always. But then we need to respect that we are not the kings of the world who can rule over governments and police forces and I don't know what. We are a sports organization. We try to do our best with the means that we have to make as much as possible. And in this, and I conclude, we want to unite the world. And if I can ask you one thing, again, if you want to criticize me, it's fine. It's okay. But promote the unity of the World Cup.
Well, what about Infantino and Donald Trump? We'll get an answer after this.
South Africa, get ready for the ultimate human race, the Comrades Marathon. Catch all the action live on Sunday 14 June from 4:30 a.m. live on SABC2 and SABC radio stations as thousands of runners take on the ultimate human race. For this year's uprun from the start in Durban all the way to the finish line in Pietermaritzburg. From elite athletes chasing victory to inspiring everyday heroes, SABC Sport brings you every emotional moment, live interviews, expert commentary, and unmatched race day atmosphere. Don't miss the Comrades Marathon on Sunday 14 June, live from 4:30 a.m. on SABC2 and SABC radio stations. Proudly brought to you by SABC Sport. For the love of the game.
I'm Samela Kelpoy, an actress and a mum. Do you know what's in your cupboard? I've been trying to be intentional about the food I buy and keep in my cupboard. Unhealthy packaged foods can lead to hypertension, heart disease, and diabetes. Support front-of-package warning labels on unhealthy packaged foods, high in saturated fat, sugar, and salt. Join me. Sign the petition on heala.org. That's HEALA.org.
Right, I'll get to your calls, in fact, right away. I want to get reaction from you in terms of expectations for the Bafana team, not just against Mexico, but for the entire World Cup. What would be your realistic expectations of this team? And then where are you right now? Send us especially you can tweet, or you could send us a WhatsApp with a picture of yourself with a Bafana top. I'd love to see it. In the meantime, here's the thing about insurance. You only find out how good it is when it's time to claim, right? Without insurance, you've got that peace of mind. The Ombudsman, an independent body that rules on complaints, confirmed in their 2025 annual report that OUTsurance had the lowest overturned ratio of complaints. Isn't it time you switch to the insurer where you always get something out? To call in, it's 086 00 60 000 or visit OUTsurance today. Licensed insurer and FSP, T's and C's and information available online.
Ashraf Garda is streaming live now on Facebook, YouTube, and X at SAfmRadio.
So what does Infantino think of Donald Trump, the man he awarded the FIFA Peace Prize some months back?
You would describe what you've done to keep President Trump on side over the past year?
including the FIFA Peace Prize?
Thanks for the question. Well, I have a great relationship with President Trump. I'm very happy about that. I got to know him during his first mandate, and we have been working very closely together now in his second term. Without his engagement and his involvement, I think it would have been impossible, as simple as that, it would have been impossible to organize a World Cup in the United States. He understood immediately the magnitude of the World Cup, the impact of the World Cup, and instructed as well, of course, the administration to help and assist. Now you're speaking about the biggest power in the world, so of course there are certain things that have to be taken into account. We've been discussing about them earlier. But to be able to exchange with important topics with his administration, to put everything on the table without asking for anything, but trying to explain, I think is probably the key to having a positive relationship. That's the way I see it.
Okay, thanks.
Sorry?
Right, the FIFA president ahead of the World Cup. So the World Cup itself, well, it's imminent. It starts at 9 p.m. tonight, South African time. But also before that, there's the opening ceremony. And Tyler, of course, the South African, will sing, I understand, the national anthem on behalf of our country as part of the opening ceremony. There'll be 3 different opening ceremonies. That means Canada will have its own, and the same with the Americans in terms of what is called, what is the official thing? Is it the North American World Cup? Either way, you can think about it. But I want to get your reaction in terms of South Africa's serious expectations, not in game 1, but the entire World Cup. What would please you? How far should we go? What would disappoint you? And then if you've got a picture of yourself in your Bafana top, share it. I've got one. Keys has got one. I said I'll be nostalgic. I've got the one from the 2010 World Cup. Let's get your thoughts.
Good afternoon, Ashraf. I wish the battlefield final in this tournament, in this World Cup, I wish that battlefield tournament. I wish the final of America and Iran. Let us see who's going to beat one another in the battlefield of football, not in the battlefield of weapons and guns, just soccer. I'm wishing that battlefield final, Iran and America, Pito here in Pamperstad. Thank you, Ashraf.
That sounds like someone who wants to spoil for a war, which is actually on the go right now as we talk. I hear you. Here's more.
Good afternoon, Ashraf, and good afternoon to the SAfm listeners. It's Mfundo from Durban. Ashraf, I'd love to be optimistic and say Bafana might go out the groove phase. I'll be shocked if they actually win one match. It's just the psychological impact that already they feel aggrieved when you play at that level and you see the other people, that how their federations are treating them. You kind of realize that you got an inferiority complex already before the game, and I'm talking from experience, and it's going to be hard to come out of that.
Why do you think we have an inferiority complex today? I mean, I can be realistic and say I don't expect us to win the World Cup. That's not inferiority. But do you think the players have an inferiority complex? Tell me why.
The FIFA president, that was not the question asked to him. His answer was vague and too broad. He was asked specifically about the journalist and everybody else, including the referee. I would assume the referees by FIFA are vetted and all of that. Hence, they select certain referees, not everybody who goes to a tournament. He must just approve that. I agree that the tournament in the US has got a lot of controversies that have never been seen anywhere else but in the USA, especially under the Trump administration. He can dodge all these questions all he like, but we have seen World Cups in other countries with no issues whatsoever. only this one of Trump and the US that we see all these problems. He must just agree. He has lost the plot. Trump is in control of the World Cup. That's it.
He's lost the plot. Trump blowing his own trumpet or him blowing Trump's trumpet?
Ashraf here as of the station. You see, Sundowns is there. Remember, Sundowns won the Africa. Orlando Pirates is there. Remember, Orlando Pirates won the South Africa. So, Africa and South Africa. I think we go as far as semi-finals. Tusi from Inanda, bye.
Okay, that's incredibly optimistic. I hope you're right. I will be thrilled if we get to the semis. Then I'll be gutted when we lose that semi-final. Your optimism, amazing. Here's another that we can play. Here we are.
From Durban, a draw with Mexico would be a fantastic result. I'd like to see positive 150% commitment to positive football for the entire 96 minutes, even if we don't go through. Infantino is a weak president. He created a prize to drum up Trump's ego. He should have learned a lesson from New York Mayor Mamdani about standing for your principles. But he's given in body searches for Senegalese players and he's kept quiet.
Yeah. Right, we'll play some more just now. There's lots of other people commenting. I think two parts. One, your expectation of Bafana for the entire tournament. Realistically, not predictions, expectations. How far can we go? And would you like to send a message of support to the team? Of course you would. Show us your pictures as well if you've got your Bafana top on right away. Right now, news headlines. Here's Ondela Mbana.
Thank you, Ashraf. On the news headlines, the Department of Home Affairs says 586 Nigerian nationals have been processed for repatriation after being found residing in South Africa illegally. Evidence before the Madlanga Commission has revealed that Chief Provincial Inspector for Gauteng Traffic Police, Samuel Mashaba, shared information with alleged informer Tumelongu regarding police investigations. And Bafana coach Hugo Broos says South Africans will be proud of their national team at this year's FIFA World Cup. A full update follows at the top of the hour.
SAFM supports a litter-free South Africa. Play your part in keeping our surroundings and environment clean. SAFM, leading the conversation.
Across South Africa, online and on radio. SAFM, let's talk.
Okay, we'll get to Tumi just in a moment. There's huge World Cup expectations naturally for Bafana.
Yeah, Mr. Garda, Brian here in Gqeberha. My take on this, I'm actually very optimistic. The Bafana can and should go beyond the group stages to emulate what Morocco did and go, maybe not go past it, but at least reach the quarterfinals. I'm hoping for that, yeah. I'm really hoping for that. I think that's realistic enough. It's something we can and should be able to achieve. Cheers.
The vibe, and you're hoping for that for the semi-finals. Okay, there's more to come. Let's get to sport right after this.
Are we ready for a real conversation? SAFM, leading the conversations that move us. If we have rights, shouldn't we also have opinions? SAFM, leading the conversations that move us.
SAFM has signed a code of conduct that is enforced by the Broadcasting Complaints Commission of South Africa. Under the code, we are committed to giving news that is accurate, comment that is fair, and programming that is not harmful, does not amount to hate speech, or contain violence or explicit sex. If you think we are not living up to that code, then you can inform the Broadcasting Complaints Commission of South Africa. Direct any complaints in writing to the Broadcasting Complaints Commission of South Africa. PO Box 142365. Craig Hall 2024. Fax to 011-326-3198 or an email to bccsa@nabsa.co.za. For more information, please visit www.bccsa.co.za.
This is SAFM Sports with Tumi Ngapele.
Tumi in green, Ashraf in yellow. My expectation is Mexico will play in green. That's their host. That's the home team. That's their colors. So we'll play in yellow. So we both have home advantage. I think I've worked it out.
Remember this. Philip is here.
Philip is here. Who's Philip?
Feel it. It's here.
Oh, feel it.
Remember?
Yes, Kenako.
Yes, Kenako.
It's time as well.
It's time. It's almost time for the kickoff of the World Cup, and we're really looking forward to that. And Bafana midfielder Tebogo Mokoena insists that they are determined to show that they belong on football's biggest stage when they kick off their Group A campaign against host Mexico. Hugo Bruce's men face El Tri at the iconic Estadio Azteca, and that is where a crowd of nearly 85,000 is expected to create a daunting atmosphere, with Czechia and South Korea to follow later. And despite making their World Cup debuts, Mokoena believes that this generation has an opportunity to leave a lasting legacy, stressing that Bafana have not travelled to Mexico, the USA and Canada merely to make up the numbers.
I just want to pass my greetings to the people back home in South Africa. Of course, the expectations are very high, and it's going to be an amazing game, an amazing atmosphere. As a team, we're looking forward to the game. We're excited, and we know how much it means to everyone back home and ourselves. And yeah, we're looking forward to the game. So it's going to be exciting tomorrow. Not much, but I only remember the goal of Shabalala because I was still young. So yeah, spoken about the 2010 World Cup. As a team, we want to create our own history. And as we know, our country hasn't went to the knockout stages. So us coming to this tournament, our goal is to see ourselves going to the next round.
Meanwhile, the Mamelodi Sundowns talisman pointed out that every one of the 26 men in the squad vowed to bring a competitive edge to the World Cup.
As a team, feeling and as a feeling what I experience every day. It comes every 4 years, and all of us, it's our first time at the World Cup, and it's only coach and maybe any coach Helman who've been here before as the players. Now they're coming back as coaches. So for Rona, we want to enjoy the experience, and enjoying the experience is being competitive and seeing ourselves going to the next round. And you know what I said to the guys during the week when we had a meeting, I said we must be here to enjoy the experience, and as soon as we go home, we must not go home as having regrets. We must give our all and not having regrets going back home. So we're looking forward to the games, and we're excited, man. You can see from the face that we're excited.
In the meantime, Mexico head coach Javier Aguirre is drawing on history and national pride as his side prepare to open the FIFA World Cup campaign against Bafana tonight. He has welcomed veterans from Mexico's 1986 squad to inspire his players, reminding them of the rare chance to perform on home soil. Meanwhile, FIFA President Gianni Infantino says that the matter of leading African referee Omar Artan from Somalia, who was denied entry into the USA, is beyond their control, and it's not the first incident involving the US government, FIFA, and the immigration issues with the Iranian national team not allowed to have their base camp in that country despite playing all their matches there. Now, several staff members of the Iranian national team have also been banned from entering the USA owing to the political hostilities between the two countries, but Infantino still counts the issue of Iran playing in the US as a victory for football.
Let me say that on Iran, I'm very happy because I went to see myself the Iranian team in Turkey, in Antalya, in March of this year. When people were saying, well, it would be impossible for Iran to come to the World Cup, I told them and I promised them that they would come, and if I had to go with a bus to Tehran and drive them here, I would do that. Their answer was, we will take the bus ourselves and drive it if need be. We qualified and we want to play. And this is the spirit of football. Of course, there are challenges. Of course, it's not easy. I don't know who else would have been able to ensure that in these circumstances, which we cannot influence, obviously, in these circumstances, Iran could come and play. And when Iran plays, the stadium will be full, and I hope there will be a positive atmosphere, because this is football. This is about people forgetting for a moment their realities and being able to focus on a match and on a team. So I'm very happy that we managed to get Iran to come and play in this World Cup.
And actually, Hillary Clinton has joined in the conversation with regards to the U.S., the whole mess that is happening with all the immigration and some visas not given out. She says, as a World Cup host, the USA should not be flippantly barring officials from entering the country to do their jobs. It's terribly backward. It's also counterproductive, and global sports competitions should improve international exchange and relations, not the reverse, as we are seeing our country. So she basically does agree that it doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense.
But listen, a lot of what the Americans do makes sense. I can be political and say, what did Hillary Clinton and Obama do regarding Libya? But that's another conversation outside of the World Cup. That also doesn't make sense.
Yeah. Just lastly, though, experienced Hollywood Athletics Club manager Manfred Seidler insists that there is no pressure on the Purple Team. This is ahead of Sunday's highly anticipated Comrades Marathon uprun from Durban to Pietermaritzburg. The 85-kilometer race is expected to attract some of the world's best ultra-distance runners, but Seidler says that the message from management to the athletes remains very simple: enjoy the race and make it safely to the finish line. With that said, it's a wrap from my side for now. I'll have more in the next hour.
Perfect. And then we're counting down to, a 9 p.m. start, and about, I think, quarter to 8 or so is the opening ceremony itself, right? There we are.
Babe, I'm getting extra cash from my insurance. I was thinking romantic getaway or a treat for the kids.
You're getting money from your insurer?
Yes, my cash back from my way. I'll get back 10% of my monthly premiums for staying claim-free for 2 years. I'm getting 5,680 rand.
No, that's real cash.
Real people, real cars, real rewards. For a quote, visit myway.co.za. My cashback is a feature on qualifying products paid after 2 claim-free years and all premiums paid. Premiums are risk profile dependent. MyWay is a licensed non-life insurer and FSP. T's and C's apply. MyWay. Live your way.
Catch Top Billing this Youth Day Tuesday evening at 7 as vlogger Snigiwe Snimhlongo finds her mom the best travel companion. Designer Tina Ngogolo marries Xhosa tradition with modern styling. And Geordie and Debbie Osler plant a forest, then build themselves a treehouse of a home. That's Top Billing this Tuesday at 7. Repeat Sunday at 1 on S3 and Tuesday at 9:30 p.m. on SABC 1.
Water bottle, check. Sunscreen, check. Binoculars, around my neck.
Ha! Is that Tembi? The same couch potato who shouts when we interrupt his soapies with "Ta! Ta!"
But look at her now, a professional bird watcher.
Oh, I'm shook. She's finally out here.
I love the peaceful sounds of nature. Live life outside with Cape Union Mart.
Keep moving through 6 a.m. call times, the rain, dirt tracks, and moving through tight deadlines. Because you move with purpose, from the first stop to the final drop. The Hino 700 truck tractor comes standard with a 6-year drivetrain warranty and advanced safety features tailored to your industry. The Hino 700 is built to fuel your business's progress. Hino, all the way.
SAFM. Prime time all day long.
Ashraf Garda on SAFM.
Right, we'll still have our daily feature where we look at the big issue, and today it's about, foreign nationals and regarding labor issues and labor rights. Very, very topical, that to come. But in the meantime, let's start with this, right? South Africa's mining towns are living on borrowed time. Well, I'm not saying that. That's according to many experts. They warn that thousands of abandoned shafts, in many ways propelled or compounded by the Zama operations, are destabilizing land and raising the serious risk of sinkholes, tremors, and earthquakes. Let's find out more about it with David van Wyk, who's a retired mining analyst and a lead researcher at the Benchmarks Foundation. David, appreciate you joining us on the National Pulse.
Thank you very much. I appreciate your call.
Right. So, should we get a sinking feeling?
Well, I think that we've had a sinking feeling in the gold mining areas of South Africa since the 1960s, when you had all those sinkholes in the Bunk area. The problem in South African mines is that they're in very water-rich areas. The Witwatersrand is a ridge that is actually decanting water to the south into the Vaal River, north into the Limpopo River. And if you don't continue pumping that water out from underground, the water actually reacts with the iron pyrites, iron and copper underground, and it creates acid water. And the acid water basically eats the dolomitic foundation. It eats away the pillars that are there in Borden pillar mining, in the vast caverns that are there. We call them the eastern void, the central void, the western void. And, when mines get abandoned, the water no longer gets pumped, and the water remains underground, becomes acidic, and then it begins to eat the dolomitic base below, especially the parts south of Main Reef Road, all the way from Springs, Nigel, right through to Potchefstroom, Stilfontein, and so on. And so you increasingly get sinkholes. People in Kutsong, Merafong, people in Carletonville, Bunk, and so on, they are all affected by this. And, in fact, in the next local government elections in Merafong, for example, the community are putting up their own candidates because they're so concerned about what is happening to them, and they don't trust the political parties to address these issues.
Very interesting indeed. What then would be the implications? If you follow that through to the logical conclusion, and you have these sinkholes, the threat to lives is then serious, right?
Well, it's very serious. The N12, for example, between Johannesburg and Potchefstroom has had many sinkholes already in the Stilfontein area where the road has collapsed. If you go there now, you will see there's a big diversion just around Stilfontein because of sinkhole activity that is taking place there. Homeowners, people who are paying, one fellow contacted me, he's paying the banks for his house, and his house is now basically on the verge of collapsing into a sinkhole. He still owes the bank money. The property people who sold him the house never told him about that potential threat, and he used his pension money. So when this house goes, he's got nowhere to go. That's the kind of thing that people are faced with. Property developers, property agents, the government, the banks, and so on, should not give people bank loans in areas where there is a problem of potential sinkholes, because ultimately the poor consumer is the guy who ends up with nothing. The banks get their money anyways, and the property people, the agents and so on who sold the house, they walk all the way to the bank.
But are we experiencing that now, meaning that they are providing much needed home loans to people who then have an asset, except it may not be an asset?
Well, yes, in Kutsong and Merafong and so on, certainly there are many people who are experiencing that situation right now, and if you come closer to Johannesburg, Springs, Benoni, Boksburg, those areas also potentially have them, and we've had sinkholes there in the last 10 years in those areas as well. The East Rand is particularly affected because there used to be coal mining before gold mining. That's where the coal for the early parts of the Johannesburg mining revolution came from. And those coal mines were never properly closed down and so on. You had that sinkhole in Jerusalem on the East Rand where the kid is they still haven't extracted the body from that particular informal settlement when the sinkhole appeared while the kids were playing soccer on the surface.
All right. In the meantime, let's end with this. I believe over 6,000 abandoned mines. What then would be your advice to authorities and people living in those communities right now?
Well, we've left the problem too late. We should have forced the mining companies to close and rehabilitate, backfill those mines properly, instead of just abandoning them. That's the first problem. The second problem is we should not allow building on areas that are problematic as far as sinkholes are concerned. Large parts of northern Soweto, that's Netherlands, Diepkloof, and the areas Doornkop and so on to the far west are prone to this kind of thing as well, and so there should not be property development in areas where sinkholes are going to appear. In the Rivoli area, for example, there's a site called 3L2, which the city of Johannesburg now wants to build low-cost housing on, but it's severely undermined. You cannot build low-cost housing there and then expect people to move in there. People are going to start selling the property after a few years. The property agents and so on are going to move in, and no one is taking consideration of that. You know, South Africa doesn't really plan. We always wait for a disaster to happen before we then want to start creating commissions and so on to investigate, instead of having done so from the outset.
Well, it starts with an alert, and you've done just that. David van Beek, appreciate your time. Retired mining analyst, but the lead researcher at the Benchmarks Foundation.
50 years later, Youth Month, the voices.
The youth of South Africa have got to define the character of their generational mission, and they have to pursue it with even greater vigor, because we do know, based on our lived experiences and our observance of the geopolitical situation, but also the current political situation in South Africa, that we are not yet Uhuru, and it is incumbent upon the youth of today, and even us, the not-so-youth of today, to craft our generational mission and to pursue the ideals and the liberation ideals that informed the sacrifices that people like Anton Lembede made in the 40s.
Different generations, different experiences. One South Africa, 50 years later, only on SAFM, leading the conversations that move us. The big issue on the National Pulse.
And the big issue is the issue of foreign nationals regarding employment, so specifically employment or non-employment around foreign nationals. Now, you do know that government's made some new plans to tackle what is termed illegal employment. The Department of Employment and Labour has announced plans to recruit more labour inspectors, big numbers, I believe. The question is, how will they be able to implement, and where do we all fit in with this? With me is Kolizwa Jwili, founder and director of Moyana Jwili Attorneys. Appreciate your time, Kolizwa. Thanks for joining us on the National Pulse.
It's a pleasure, and thank you for the warm welcome.
Thank you. So let's understand this. I mean, this Labour police, can I say that? I mean, that seems to be the plan now. How workable is that?
I have a couple of issues with that as an attorney, because we need to take it back, right? I'm not sure if the interviews you guys did before touched on the big case called the Discovery case, which said an illegal immigrant, right, in a contract benefits as an employee, meaning they are protected by labor law regardless of their status. Okay?
That's provided the person's employed in that company, right? Yeah.
Yes, so they have a contract, they're working together, and let's say the status is the person is an illegal immigrant. They are protected by labor laws. The issue is not necessarily the illegal immigrant. I think we need to shift our focus at now the employer needs to be dealt with. Why is this person employing an illegal immigrant in the first place?
Okay.
Because you're going to have a back and forth, because now we have tension between what labor law is saying and what the Immigration Act is saying.
All right, you obviously heard, the minister and different people pronounce on it in the last few days. There'll be a greater emphasis on those that employ to ensure that they employ correctly, which has not been the case before, right?
Yes, we do. Unfortunately, for now, we don't have laws that make it strict to verify, right? Which I think should be the first thing, that let's make it strict at hiring, right? And again, the fine of 100,000 for me is just, if someone is making a turnover of 100 million rand, 100,000 does not even dent their profits. So that's why we're seeing it happen over and over again. Yes, I am pro increasing our labor police, as you call them, our labor inspectors. But we also need to remember that they are more of a reactive situation. They wait for a violation to happen or someone to call them and report, and then they show up. So they're not a benchmark that says, before you employ, you have to contact us first, and then you can employ.
Why do you think that's been the case all this time? I mean, and it does sound rather strange that it's been allowed, that status quo has been allowed, like it really doesn't matter. So very little checks and balances, very little accountability on employers. So, and then once they're hired, then as you said, then that employee, even undocumented, has the full rights of a documented employee, if I hear you correctly.
Yes. So it's the discovery case. I think I'll share the link with you and a summary for your listeners as well. Basically, in the case, our labor court said even if someone is undocumented and an illegal immigrant, as long as there's an employment relationship and an employment contract between the employer and the illegal immigrant, they are an employee. Therefore, they benefit under labor law, regardless. Their status does not render the contract void.
Okay, so you talked then about employers taking being asked to take a more firmer role. In practical terms, you think that's going to happen? And then, as you answer that, still somebody has to police the employer too, right?
Yes, I think as an attorney, honestly, it would be my stance on it. We need to find a way to incorporate Home Affairs into the hiring process. Look, for certain jobs, you need to do a criminal check and a credit check. I think a status check should now be included. That's the only way we can solve this problem, because the fines are not helping. If they were helping, we wouldn't see so many cases on our TVs, on radios, and the exposing of the cases happening right now. We need to sort it out at hiring purpose. People need to verify the status, in as much as you're verifying criminal and credit, just needs to be compulsory. And the only way to do it is to marry our Department of Labor and our Home Affairs. That is this is Oli's side note, Oli's suggestion.
But I mean, how long then do you think that will take for that to filter through to the point where we can see meaningful change?
If it is embedded in policy, it would be a same time thing, because that would mean you cannot employ someone without doing status check. Like, for example, if you work with kids, you cannot be employed until you do a criminal check. Check whether you've violated any kids' rights, whether you're safe to be in that environment. So we now need to shift. At the end of the day, we need to remember that the law is forever changing. With certain incidents that happen, then there is improvement. So before we didn't know, I should say, that we'd be in such a situation. But now that we're in it, we need to now fix it. And how can we fix it? Status check.
How, in terms of the loopholes that currently exist in the current system, right? To what extent will those loopholes be plugged? I mean, plugged. In fact, I know the wish list. I get the wish list, but the practical plugging of those loopholes, based upon our own existing track record over like 10 different indices, is not very good at all, isn't it?
It's not good at all, and it's going to be a while. If I have to be honest, it's going to be a while until we fix this problem. Right? It is unfortunate that we waited for everything that's happening right now in South Africa with regards to illegal immigrants to happen before we solve it. But it's going to be a while. My advice would be for employers to just take a proactive step and include it as part of their policy before even waiting for Department of Labor and other departments to actually take an active step. Be proactive if you're an employer. Start initiating the fact that you're doing a status check because you don't want to pay a fine. And the interesting part is that it is a criminal offense to employ someone who's an illegal immigrant, right? But we haven't seen any court sanction and put them behind bars for the year. It's always been the fine. So I think maybe we just need one employer who's going to be made an example that if you do this, you can end up behind bars for a year.
Just the last part on that. I mean, you said we haven't seen much of that up to now, right? I mean, therefore, this would require also a complete mindset change in terms of the implementers too, right? Definitely.
But I am, again, my issue with making our labor inspectors the compliance guys. We need to go back to the fact that they are reactive. They act when called. They are not placed at every company or employer's office. And it's impossible for them to be at every employer to check, right? So it's when will I be caught kind of situation, because labor inspectors are reactive. So we need to find a way to ensure that employers fear violating the law by ensuring that we have strict measures. And that would be, if you you need to have a status check. If you don't, you're going behind bars.
Just lastly, I mean, what's been proposed in terms of the changes. What is missing in these changes that if you had it your way, based upon your own knowledge, from a legal perspective, would you tighten up on?
Status check. I think I've been saying it so many times. I think we're missing the issue of status check, and our energies are so focused on the illegal immigrants, whereas they have protection under labor law. So we need to go back to how do we fix this? The issue here is the employer. We need to handle the employer in such a way that they do not hire an illegal immigrant. Then we wouldn't be seeing what we're seeing right now.
Well, let's leave it at that, and I think you're spot on. What has been the role of the employer? Olizwa Jwili, the founder, director of Mayona Jwili Attorneys, appreciate your time here on the National Pulse. So that's part of the big issue that we do every single day. This week, it's focused from Labour and foreign nationals. Quick one on the World Cup before we get to the news.
With my guys, we've started celebrating wearing our Bafana regalia and replicas. You know what, Ashraf? I'm confident that a good result is coming our way against Mexico. The worst result I expect is a draw. Thank you, Ashraf. Butinko Bonafide side, son of Indwe in the Eastern Cape.
Okay, the worst you'd expect is a draw. I'll certainly take a draw in that opening game, keeping in mind we need 3 points under this current system to actually advance to the next round, unlike 4 in most cases before. Right, talking about 4, it's 4 p.m. Here's the news with Ondela Mbana.
Thank you, Ashraf. On the top stories, over 500 Nigerian nationals repatriated, and Traffic Chief continues his testimony before the Madlanga Commission. For SAFM News, I am Ondela Mbana, and a very good afternoon. The Department of Home Affairs says 586 Nigerian nationals have been processed for repatriation after being found residing in South Africa illegally. A first flight left this morning carrying 268 people, with a second flight scheduled for Monday. All have been declared undesirable and prohibited from re-entering the country for 5 years. Home Affairs Minister Dr. Leon Schreiber says deportations are up 46% in the past 2 years.
Our reform agenda, as recently affirmed by President Cyril Ramaphosa, including the ongoing scale-up of the electronic travel authorization to record biometrics for every foreigner entering our country, and the introduction of a cutting-edge digital identity system, are systematically enhancing our capacity to enforce immigration laws. In this context of ongoing progress, the public is again urged to never engage in violence.
Evidence before the Madlanga Commission has revealed that Chief Provincial Inspector for Gauteng Traffic Police Samuel Mashaba shared information with alleged informer Tumelo Nku regarding police investigations. Messages displayed during proceedings showed Mashaba informing Nku that a drug and money laundering inquiry had been opened. Another message referred to approaching a big boss while not being empty-handed. When questioned by evidence leader advocate Lee Sigas Ngube about the identity of the big boss, Mashaba told the commission that he did not know him.
So you say that you didn't know that he had a boss, but you were referring to boss because he said or you didn't know who the boss is?
I didn't know who the boss is. Like I'm saying, when he talks to me and say, the boss this, the boss said, I'll also refer that person as the boss. Okay. That doesn't necessarily mean I know the person.
The Pretoria Magistrates Court has postponed bail judgment in the case of senior forensic ballistics analyst Captain Lawrence Mahutle to the 19th of this month. Prosecutor Advocate Velile Makasana has told the court that the applicant has the potential to influence witnesses and undermine the interest of justice if released on bail. This despite the charges against Mahutle having been elevated from a Schedule 1 to a Schedule 5 offence. The state alleges Mahutle intentionally manipulated ballistics evidence in the murder case of Vereeniging engineer Armand Swart to shield suspects. Makasana submitted to the court that releasing Mahutle on bail might send a wrong message to the public, victims and families of the crimes who was assigned to analyze and trusted a ballistic expert.
And the accused occupies such a position of trust in relation to the court and the general members of the public, but he has allegedly abused his scientific expertise to subvert justice. The state at this stage submits that his release may send an incorrect message to the members of the public that forensic manipulation aimed at derailing and defeating justice by assisting murderers to evade justice carries no immediate consequences. But also now, the court has got to keep in mind that if the members of the public look what is being done inside the courtroom, the families of those that may be affected by this kind of conduct are looking.
The Polokwane Magistrates Court has heard testimony that one of the accused in the case in which 9 people were killed separately for insurance money threatened state witnesses. The state alleges that accused number 6, William Shokane, was overheard making remarks about witnesses while seated in the public gallery. Shokane is one of the 8 accused who allegedly orchestrated the murders in order to claim insurance payouts. In an affidavit presented to the court, the investigating officer Keshi Mabunda said that a witness overheard a conversation between Shokane and his spouse. State prosecutor Gaugelo Lekuluane presented the affidavit before the court.
I was in Gauteng province when I received a call from my witness in one of my cases. The said witness informed me that after the adjournment of the case, accused number 6, William Shokane, was ahead talking to Miss Puti Winnie Mwabelo whilst they were about to leave the dock, and Mr. William Shokane said he will be out now and everyone will pay for what happened to them.
Bafana Bafana coach Hugo Broos says South Africans will be proud of their national team at this year's FIFA World Cup. South Africa will play in the opening match of the tournament against co-host Mexico at 9 o'clock tonight, South African time at Mexico City Stadium. History stacked against South Africa, having failed to win any of the opening games in 3 previous tournaments. But Broos says their aim is to become the first senior team to progress to the second round of the tournament. He also says he's encouraged after his team made big strides in the last 10 years.
5 years ago, Bafana was nothing. We played for empty stadiums. So now at the end, the stadiums were full, and more, month after month, the enthusiasm of the people increased. So some people expect that we win the World Cup already. So I think this is a little bit unrealistic. But at the other side, I think even there is 14,000 kilometers between the 2 countries. But we feel the support and the warmth to the South Africans, and they can be sure tomorrow that they will see a team they can be proud of.
Recapping the top story, the Department of Home Affairs says 586 Nigerian nationals have been processed for repatriation after being found residing in South Africa illegally. I am Mondilambana for SAfm News, headlines at 4:30.
In sports this hour, Women's T20 World Cup kicks off in Birmingham, and Arton to officiate 2026 UEFA Super Cup after World Cup snub. More details at 4:30.
SAfm, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Good afternoon. We start in Joburg with a crash on the Mike 1 North. So if you're driving up into Joburg, collision at Crown and delays from Boysons. Very heavy up through Midrand today. It's an early start to heavy delays sitting between Buccleuch interchange and the Olifantsfontein road exit. There is a breakdown around New Road, but that queue extends beyond that up to about the Olifantsfontein exit before you feel like you're out of it. Usual problems in KZN with the breakdown Pietermaritzburg to Ashburton. If you're Durban bound, that traffic starting to build up. Also 2 breakdowns between Umgida Road and Spaghetti Junction, the N2 south from Inanda Road. Again, a lot of pressure coming into that interchange because of those breakdowns and, of course, then the roadworks. Cape Town Z1 outbound today, very heavy from the city centre all the way out to Plattekloof Hill. The M5 from the Kuburg interchange all the way to Racecourse Road, and queuing pressure on the N2 out of town, passing the airport runway with a clog up towards the R300. With your traffic updates, I'm Rob Byrne.
SAfM 105.7 FM in Cape Town.
The National Pulse with Ashraf Garda on SAfM. You're listening to the National Pulse, weekdays 3 to 6 p.m.
So Hussein saying, for me, Bafana getting to the World Cup is already an achievement. Realistically, I think even one win would be an achievement. Up the Bafana from Hussein in Durban. I don't know if South Africa as a country can measure itself to say reaching the World Cup is an achievement. I think some smaller nations maybe, maybe you can argue about Cabo Verde, as that an achievement. But for us, reaching the World Cup that we've hosted is the absolute minimum level required. And we should get to a position where we should reach the knockout stages on a regular basis, isn't it? Okay, World Cup is absolutely top of the agenda, understandably so. So give us your expectations of the World Cup? What are your expectations for the entire tournament in terms of what would please you if Bafana does what, right? If you want to send a message of greetings to the team, that's great. And if you're up for a picture, you can tweet out or you can WhatsApp us with your picture in your Bafana top, unless you're still waiting to change at 7 o'clock or something like that. Either way, I mean, you can do that. To WhatsApp, it's 0614 104 107. To call in live, 086 000 2032. There'll be an opening ceremony before that, remember, that we'll also take in, not from this show, but, it'll be taken live on SABC, on the multiple SABC platforms. Having said that, while we count down to the World Cup, what about e-tolling? And the toll rang loud and clear, but there's an issue about historic debt around e-tolling that needs to be scrapped, is being scrapped. We'll find out with Wayne Duvenage in a moment.
Keep moving through 6 a.m. call times, the rain, dirt tracks, and moving through tight deadlines. Because you move with purpose, from the first stop to the final drop. The Hino 700 truck tractor comes standard with a 6-year drivetrain warranty and advanced safety features tailored to your industry. The Hino 700 is built to fuel your business's progress. Hino, all the way.
Nightfall on SAFM.
Join me on Monday night as I speak with Tony Leon, politician, book writer, but can he do the tango?
Tango's, got a bit of African elements in it, Spanish. It's a real combination of not just music but dance steps as well. And ironically, it started off, apparently, according to local Argentinian history, in the brothels of Buenos Aires, but now absolutely obligatory viewing for any tourist. That's why I got a bit tired of tango shows, because every person wants to go to a tango show.
Can you dance the tango? That's Track Record on Monday night from 11 p.m. And in case you don't want to be up that late, you can always catch the podcast on Tuesday.
Ashraf Garda is streaming live now on Facebook, YouTube, and X at SAFM Radio.
So, this has been one heck of a story, isn't it? The issue of e-tolling in the Gauteng province, huge forms of activism. And I think it was one of those stories where activism cut across all, political lines as well. So that all stopped. But what about those people who still owed money, who've either paid or never paid? And what's happened to them? There's been this grey area, if anything. Wayne Duvenage is with me because there's been developments on that. Wayne is from Outer Opposition to Urban Toll Alliance. That's the formal name. Wayne, appreciate your time and thanks for joining us on the National Pulse.
Lovely to be with you and your listeners, Ashraf.
Thank you. I'm just trying to think. You are so defined by e-tolling. Can there be life beyond e-tolling for Wayne Duvenage?
Well, we've done 350 projects since e-tolls, since 2016. When ARTA expanded its mandate. So this is one. But it obviously was the project we launched this whole civil activism initiative on, and it was a very big one, as you're saying. It was a massive, across all sectors of society, civil defiance campaign against a very irrational government policy. And it showed the power of the people and how we're able to stop bad law.
So what is the position now regarding e-tolling? First of all, what's the legal position about e-tolling? Now, I know those gantries don't work, so maybe just give us an up-to-date status on them.
Yeah, so in a nutshell, they launched in 2013 at the end of the year. In 2014, they maxed out at 40% compliance, and it went south. That was when Makura introduced a economic impact assessment panel, and there was a whole lot of propaganda and pushback by society. Long story short, and our legal case had played out. By 2019, in the lead up to the May elections, it was such a hot topic, this whole e-toll debacle, where SANRAL was really coercing and bullying and threatening people. You won't be able to renew your license, you'll get black marks, black credit ratings, all that stuff. Even jail sentences they were threatening with. And we had to counter that with telling the public what their rights were. By 2019 March, this was not good for politics. It was not good for votes. And although they don't say it, we know that the president had instructed SANRAL, and they had a quick board meeting, and they put out a statement in March 2019 that said they will no longer pursue the debt that the motorists were accumulating against SANRAL. But by then they'd issued thousands of summonses. We had to start defending those because we said we'd defend all the public. And then, Ashraf, everything died. It just went quiet. By 2024, so the 5 years later, eventually they said they pulled the plug, they switched off the lights. But there was still this outstanding issue, which was ruled on in cabinet, not ruled on, but decision made in cabinet a week ago, whereby there's all this debt that all these motorists have, and we needed an answer and clarity from them. Are you going to chase the people for this debt? Because we need to defend that debt still. And what are you going to do? And they've now made it very public and clear. They've decided they will not come after anyone who owes them money in the past. So you had all these e-toll bills which people weren't paying. But they've also made it very clear, and we knew this was going to be the case, they will not be refunding the 40% maximum went up to motorists who did pay their e-toll bills. And the question now coming from those motorists is, but that's not fair. And our view is, it is fair. It was not unlawful for SANRAL to charge. It wasn't an unlawful thing, but it was bad law that required civil disobedience. And the people that defied it were prepared to have their licenses taken away, were prepared to go to jail, were prepared to put up with all these threats. That's the reality about civil disobedience. Whereas the other motorists decided, no, I'm not going to cross swords with government, I'm going to comply. And that's fine, that's their right. And they complied. So they paid, but they're not going to get their money back. And I don't think anybody's going to fight to get their money back. And our message to those individuals and companies is, be grateful for the fact that you had these individuals who stood their ground, because now you don't have to waste your money on this grossly irrational, overpriced and corrupt scheme. That's what it was. And we had to go this route.
Well, I mean, yours is such an interesting take on it, because ordinarily I would have thought, just offhand, that having fought Gauteng province against e-tolling, you would then be on the side of the commuter in this case here and fight to get the 40% back. But in fact, you're saying they were not the activists. The activists were the ones who were willing to take the risk of being blacklisted. They didn't. So tough luck. That's the price you're going to have to pay. Interesting one. How? So that's the position right now. No refund, but no billing. Would you know whether the actual statements will be, scrapped, expunged, and are there adverse ratings, if I can call that, reports on people who may not be required to pay, but those adverse reports still exist?
No, so they could never give adverse reports, and I'll tell you why. The Credit Bureau Association came out right in the beginning when SANRAL started threatening that they're going to list all the people who didn't pay the Credit Bureau. And the Credit Bureau Association went straight back to SANRAL and said, you may not do this. This is not debt entered into between two parties in an agreement. This is debt that you thrust on people and they are defending themselves. So there could never have been any credit rating. So that was a big win for society. And so the other side of this is that SANRAL had all of this debt in their books, but it wasn't in their books because, accounting practices, if you cannot prove you will get that money, you have to expunge it from your books. You have to write that debt off. And they wrote that debt off, by the way. So it's not as if that debt's going to be written off now in SANRAL's books. It's been written off over the last 10 years. So that debt doesn't even exist on their books. It was just fictitious debt lying there while they were trying to get some people to pay. Now it's no longer there. So if anybody comes to any motorist trying to represent themselves as a debt collector on behalf of SANRAL or SANRAL themselves and say, hey, you owe SANRAL this money for e-tolls, the public can now tell them to get lost, because that is not the case anymore.
So let's conclude with this. I mean, every day there are issues regarding national government, local government or provincial, where people pay and they're disgruntled. I think the issues of service delivery is another one where they pay a rand and they may think they're probably only getting 20 cents back in service delivery, if you get my point, right? Therefore, for you, as an activist against, these taxes that are where we build and delivery doesn't follow, what for you is the single biggest takeout that you've learned from this entire e-tolling campaign?
Well, you see, the e-tolling one was a new policy, new law that was and that's not quite the same, but it's in the same bracket as the past laws in the apartheid era, which were treated exactly the same way. Civil disobedience. We're not going to get these laws, and they eventually won in court, and this case was going to be won in court. So that's one side. Now you've got local government or national government. You pay your taxes, you expect services, and you don't get those services. The law is very clear that they cannot interfere, the courts cannot interfere with executive powers of government. We have a democracy, and you get the government that you vote for. And if you install a government that's going to waste your taxpayers' money and not deliver the services, well, you've got 5 years, and now we've got in 5 months' time the local government elections, and you must make a choice. And if you put people in, then every 5 years in between, this is where civil society's role is. We have to now start holding them to account. We've got to ask the questions. We've got to interdict certain decisions. Like right now, we are compiling papers if Eskom wants to switch off the lights in Joburg because city of Joburg has broken the contracts. But at the same time, we're prepared to enter into a court process that hands the power of collecting the electricity money from the residents straight over to Eskom, so that Eskom's debt doesn't rise any further from the city of Joburg.
So lastly, what do you then make of the oft-repeated claim of holding back on paying rates? We're not talking Eskom, we're talking about municipal rates, holding back, but effectively ring-fencing that and putting pressure on local government, and when they deliver, they'll get paid, but also at the same time taking the risk that actually you could have your services cut off.
Yeah, so Ashraf, we've written articles on them. Let me give it to you very briefly. That's a localized tax revolt. You get a national one if you want to also call that. Those do happen, and they're successful only if you follow the rule of law and you get the court orders to hand over the money. So, and it happens easier in these small towns. It's happened in Sunny's-Off, it's happened partially in Costa, happened in Mangaung, partially from the refuse removal fees and that. You can do it in those cases. Joburg is the size of some of the countries in this continent. It is a massive entity, and you saw it in Westville. They got the resident association got a bit of a smack in the courts because they went on this wildcat tax revolt and didn't pay their rates and taxes. And all that happens if you don't get the court on your side and you get a court order, they will just switch your water and electricity off, and you don't want that.
So you must get the court on your side.
You have to do it properly. Yeah, you've got to do it through the court.
If you need to know, ask Wayne Duvenage. He would know. Outer's CEO Wayne Duvenage, thank you for your insights here on the National Pulse.
Hey, we buy cars. How does it work if I want to sell my car?
We'll drive to your place. You can visit our pods. Even if you don't have space, then at the mall in a parking lot, we've got lots of depots all across the land. Contact We Buy Cars. You're in safe hands. Safe hands.
Wow, that's great.
We Buy Cars, the easiest way to sell your car by far.
South Africa, get ready for the ultimate human race, the Comrades Marathon. Catch all the action live on Sunday, 14 June from 4:30 a.m. live on SABC2 and SABC radio stations as thousands of runners take on the ultimate human race. For this year's uprun from the start in Durban all the way to the finish line in Pietermaritzburg. From elite athletes chasing victory to inspiring everyday heroes, SABC Sport brings you every emotional moment, live interviews, expert commentary, and unmatched race day atmosphere. Don't miss the Comrades Marathon on Sunday, 14 June, live from 4:30 a.m. on SABC2 and SABC radio stations. Proudly brought to you by SABC Sport.
For the love of the game.
This June, Youth Month, SAFM brings South Africans together across generations to reflect, challenge, remember, and reimagine the future. From students to struggle veterans, from campus radio to community voices, from 1976 to 2026. This is 50 years later. A month-long national conversation, only on SAFM. SAFM, leading the conversations that move us.
Right, windscreen, phone screen, can't wait to get home and stream, but there's something better out there to like and to share. So answer the call to do something different. Take your meetings offline, drop the location in the group chat so everyone can meet you there, because we're not going out, we're going outside. We're not going out, we're going outside. We're out here, Mzansi, you're coming. Live life outside with Cape Union Mart.
Conversations that you connect with and react to. SAFM.
See a WhatsApp from Geeta saying, my son and his team at work today. My son's name is Kieran from Woodford in Durban. My name is Geeta, and there's a picture of all of them, quite a few with Bafana colours, green or yellow, and they've got the South African flag, which is just great. The most powerful symbol when you want to champion your nation is that. By the way, the Madlanga Commission, and you see so many people, and I'm talking about the councillors wearing the Bafana top. I mean, on days like that, you must know we have magic in South Africa. We really do have magic. Don't underestimate that. Jonathan in Johannesburg. Hi, Jonathan.
Hi, Ashraf. How are you doing? I'm
good indeed. Right, what's your point?
Good, thanks. No, I just wanted to weigh in on the previous conversation you had with, I can't remember the lady's name, was talking about the contradiction between the Immigration Act and the Labour Relations Act.
The earlier conversation we had just at the beginning of the much earlier on, yeah. It was a Oliswa Jwili, yes.
Yes, just before the news. I actually want to confirm that point, that I'm also a researcher in that area, and I've also found out that the Immigration Act seems to emphasize the enforcement of unemployment of illegal foreigners, but the Labor Relations Act does protect illegal foreigners once they are employed. But once again, when you look at those two, the question will be which one is more superior when it comes to the constitutional order. Then you realize that the Constitution says that everybody is entitled to their dignity, to equality, and all of that. So the question I always ask is, how does someone have dignity when they have no way of getting a livelihood? Without a livelihood, can you really claim that you have dignity? Number two, our Constitution does not really specify what it means by everyone, because when it comes to everyone, it means everyone within the country, whether legal, illegal, or whatever the case might be. So I think in terms of implementation, Parliament really needs to go back and sit down and decide whether they want to go with the Labour Relations Act, the Employment Equity Act, the Constitution, and whatever it could be. But I think there is an implementation hurdle that we're likely to encounter.
The act and there's the implementation. Got that. Thanks for that point, putting it on the agenda, Jonathan in Joburg. Right, Parks, not Parkstown, just Parks. Parks in Cape Town, hi.
Hi, Ashraf. I've just been, good. How are you today?
Good indeed. What's your point?
Yes, I was listening to your conversation with Wayne Gerenache of Outer. Yes, look, the e-tolls missed an opportunity whereby this form of tolling could have had used the business approach used, because these gantries are going to sit like white elephants. Now, in order to control not just traffic.
Sure. I tell you what, your line's just becoming progressively worse, Parks. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Yes, but my point is this: the alternate the e-tolling system could. For one of them, there's a lot of flow of traffic from the African countries which are via road. Some of them, we find that they are not registered and there's not taxes collected on the vehicles there. So such things could be implemented on the tolls instead of just the business model where they just want to toll residents of Gauteng, because Gauteng is a very big landmass area.
Okay, point taken. Your line's just getting worse, but I get the gist of what you're saying. That certainly for those coming from neighbouring countries, there's an opportunity there for them to replace the monies lost on the e-tolling. But e-tolling was a Gauteng provincial as opposed to a national. National e-tolling has happened for a while, and I think most people are fine with that. They get it, right? Okay, let's get some more comments from you. Naturally, there's World Cup comments, right?
Ashraf, with my guys, we've started celebrating wearing our Bafana Bafana regalia and replicas. You know what, Ashraf? I'm confident that a good result is coming our way against Mexico. The worst result I expect is a draw. Thank you, Ashraf. Butinkonki Bonafide side, son of Indwe in the Eastern Cape.
Thank you. Well, I tell you what, I know Mexico won their last game 4-1 or 5-1 a few days ago. They've been unbeaten in 8 matches. I mean, the supporter in me is like bang. You know, you're always worried that we must not fail on that big stage. But there's a history of host nations underperforming in the opening game because of the immense pressure. So if we can withstand the initial pressure and score a goal, we could actually turn that game on its head. I want that to happen.
Good afternoon, Ashraf. This is Makwara Chinyazo from Toyando. You know what, Ashraf? FIFA doesn't learn a lesson because they should not have allowed the USA to continue hosting this World Cup, considering that the US now is in the middle of the conflict with other countries. They should have allowed Canada and Mexico to continue co-hosting this World Cup and remove the USA from being the host of this World Cup, because now the USA is going to use this World Cup to bully other nations. Imagine now that we have players and officials of other countries being searched there in USA, and their fans are now being denied entry into the USA. What kind of a World Cup is this? Is this a World Cup, not a global tournament? Now that the USA is hijacking it and making it their own, this is nonsense.
But why are you surprised? I'm saying practically they're never going to stop it. It's never going to happen. The guarantees, the losses of income would be massive. I'm talking business here. I'm not saying what I feel. I'm saying it would never stop. You know, should they have considered it beforehand? Well, obviously, isn't it? Okay, 4:30. Here's the news headlines with Ondela.
Thank you, Ashraf. On the news headlines, the Department of Home Affairs says 586 Nigerian nationals have been processed for repatriation after being found residing in South Africa illegally. The Special Tribunal investigating corruption and maladministration during the COVID-19 state of disaster has set aside a 25 million rand tender for the provision of services at 4 wastewater treatment works in Ditsobotla local municipality in the northwest. And the British Defence Secretary John Healey has resigned, accusing the Prime Minister of failing to deliver on promises to boost military spending. A full update follows at the top of the hour with Greg Hose.
SAFM, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Joburg's N3 South is heading on the run down towards Germiston. It's a breakdown at Galuli's. It's being cleared, only just, but it's left a backlog of traffic right through to Limbro Park. Staying east, a collision on the R21 southbound just after the round from 4 Trekker Road, so there are some delays approaching the airport. And the Mike 1 North, that crash at Boyson, still causing delays. That's coming up from Gold Reef City in towards Crown Territory. Couple of breakdowns on the M1 North through Midrand, the last of them up by Olifantsfontein. It's pretty slow today from Buccleuch all the way up to Olifantsfontein, and southbound from Buccleuch down to Willie Mandela. That's quite heavy as you head towards Four Ways and the Randburg area. Durban, it's been a really jam-packed afternoon just recently on the N2 going south into 4 Level Spaghetti Junction, and it is again today. 2 breakdowns there before you get to Spaghetti Junction, and that's pushing a queue back beyond Inanda Road. A lot of truck congestion around the Bayhead and Maiden Wharf area. A crash on the M7 near Bel Air and Wakesley Road. That actually appears to be causing delays on Bel Air Road as well, coming from Chief Albert Lutuli Hospital. And a breakdown at Ashburton. If you're leaving Pietermaritzburg, traffic on the run to Durban remains heavy into that scene. Cape Town, some roadworks along the coastal road, Victoria Road at Llandudno. If you're on your way between Buckoven, Camps Bay and Hout Bay, there's some delays there today. And just generally fairly busy around the highway networks. N1 out of town, slow to Brackenfell. M5 looks busy all the way through to about Ottery this afternoon. With your traffic update, I'm Rob Byrne.
This is SAFM Sports with Doming Kapele.
We're going to start with tennis, right, to me? No, I'm just joking.
Never. We need to talk all
Okay.
things World Cup. Bafana Bafana coach Hugo Bros says that his team is ready to take the battle to the hosts and a team he views as favorites in Group A, Mexico, in today's FIFA World Cup opener at 9 p.m. South African time. Speaking during the match day -1 press conference at the match venue, Bruce says that Mexico's impressive results in their last 10 matches on paper give them an edge, but like any other team at the World Cup, Bafana Bafana also arrive fully prepared to match the host from all angles.
I just want to pass my greetings to the people back home in South Africa. Of course, the expectations are very high, and
10 games of Mexico. They nearly all win them. So that means that will be a team in confidence. Also the fact, and that is the reality, Mexico is the best team in the group. So for us it will be tomorrow a very tough game. I think we need to be on our best level and need also a little bit luck. But I can assure you that my team is ready and we will fight for every meter and every ball during the 90 minutes. And after that, we will see what the result is.
Apologies for the wrong clip earlier on there, but remember you can catch all the action on SABC3. There's a simulcast on SABC1, and also you can live stream on SABC Plus, and SABC radio stations have also got you covered. Then, in some good news, UEFA have announced that Africa's top referee Omar Artan will officiate the Super Cup between PSG and Aston Villa in Salzburg on the 12th of August. The 34-year-old has returned to Somalia after being denied entry to the US when he landed in Miami this week to join up with the World Cup match officials based in Florida City. And then remember yesterday, Ashraf, we had a question where one of our listeners was asking, why is it that when they are denied a visa in America, why can't they go to Canada or Mexico?
Yeah.
With regards to Omar specifically,
Yeah.
it wouldn't have been practical because match officials need to be in Miami for training and briefings.
All of them have to be there.
All of them. All of them have to be there. And with him officiating in this UEFA final, this will make him the first African official to take charge of a major UEFA final. And I actually think he's going to get more jobs. Like, I think as much as he would have loved to be at the global showpiece, and yes, it's a bad thing or it's a sad thing for him, but I think he's going to get a whole lot of other jobs.
Yeah. Well, he's
from
already
this.
one of the symbols of the World Cup already.
Literally.
7,000 people met him at the stadium in Somalia when he returned home,
And
and
they
they carried him. And I said, "Have you ever seen a referee being carried off the field
Right?
in celebration?"
And they raised
Not
$1
in my
million.
life,
They-
no.
And they also raised $1 million for him.
Well, there you are.
So, yeah, they really, really do love him and wishing him nothing but the best for the future. Elsewhere, Wolves have parted ways with head coach Rob Edwards. This is after just 7 months in charge following their relegation from the Premier League. The 43-year-old, appointed last November, won only 5 of his 30 matches in all competitions, losing 16. In terms of cricket, the Women's T20 World Cup gets underway on Friday in Birmingham with host England facing Sri Lanka in the opening match. The 12-team tournament promises drama, with Australia, India and South Africa all drawn in one group, meaning one heavyweight will miss out on the semi-finals. Group 2 features defending champions New Zealand and England, with the West Indies lurking as potential spoilers. Australia, who are 6-time champions, go into this tournament without global silverware for the first time since 2018, while Ireland and Scotland and the Netherlands join Pakistan and Sri Lanka to complete the lineup. So don't forget, as much as we're talking about the FIFA World Cup, there's also the T20 Women's World Cup that is starting on Friday, and our very own South African ladies are taking on Australia on Saturday. In motorsport, Mercedes teenager Kimi Antonelli will chase a 6th consecutive Formula One victory at the Spanish Grand Prix on Sunday, 10 years after Max Verstappen's breakthrough win at the same track. The 19-year-old dominated in Monaco to extend his championship lead, and another triumph would place him among the the select few to win 6 races in a row. Lewis Hamilton, now with Ferrari, is second in the standings and shares the record of 6 wins in Barcelona with Michael Schumacher, while teammate George Russell looks to recover from a poor run of form. And Verstappen, meanwhile, hopes that Red Bull can bounce back from their Monte Carlo engine failure. On that note, it's a wrap from our side for now.
Listen, just before you wrap, I mean, what are your expectations of the team for the entire tournament? Not predictions, expectations. And what are expectations for them tonight?
Listen, I think my hopes for the team is that we do get through to the knockout stages. I'm hoping that we do go through. It's going to be a tough one today because there's going to be a Mexican fan base
wave in that sense,
literally Mexican wave tonight. It will be a mountain to climb to win tonight, but obviously we are
but you know the interesting thing, and I don't have all the facts with me, but there's a sense that when the host nation is hosting, they have a huge advantage in a tournament. But they often stumble in that opening game because the immense pressure they face. So we know we were 1-0 up with that glorious Shabalala goal, but ultimately we were on the racks in the second half. I was at a game and we lost composure, right? And I can't remember all, but I think there were many examples. One comes to mind: West Germany, East Germany opening game, and West Germany lost against East Germany. I think England, Uruguay in 1966. I think they drew 0-0 or something, and England went on to win the World Cup. There could be many others. Others who are cleverer than me will know. That means it's the expectation of the host nation that goes against them in the opening game. Yeah. And if we can smother that and not concede in the first 30 minutes or so, then the frustrations will kick in from that Mexican wave.
And I mean, I think we do want a win, but if we could get a draw, it's better than a loss, because obviously we don't want them demoralized as the World Cup starts.
Point made. Win, draw, get through.
In fitness, as in finance, endurance is key. If you're 55 and older, you can get an interest rate of up to 10.25% with a Nedbank Electronic Optimum Plus account. Now, feel the earn. Invest within 2 minutes on the Money app and get money fit with Nedbank. See money differently. Nedbank, we're a licensed FSP and registered credit provider. T's and C's apply. For more info, go to nedbank.co.za.
Keep moving through 6 a.m. call times, the rain, dirt tracks, and moving through tight deadlines. Because you move with purpose, from the first stop to the final drop. The Hino 700 truck tractor comes standard with a 6-year drivetrain warranty and advanced safety features tailored to your industry. The Hino 700 is built to fuel your business's progress. Hino, all the way.
50 years later, Youth Month, The Voices.
Reflecting on back what we had then is the fact that yes, we have education now, but stuff like education being free is one of the struggles.
The union building is just the lawns there, a sea of young people from different racial backgrounds and colors. It's actually quite amazing to see, and all of them are talking about one thing, and that these must fall.
From the class of 1976 to the generation of TikTok, AI, and unemployment, the conversation continues on SAFM, leading the conversations that move us.
Economic news on SAFM. Facts and figures you can count on.
Right, Makwe Masilela with us, Chief Investment Officer at Makwe Fund Managers. You got news about Alexander Forbes, right?
Yes, there are yearly results, Ashraf. The 2 ported claims volumes and related fees were lower this time around. Total active members under administration exceeds 1.3 million. Total assets up 22%. Investments delivered consistently strong performance, supported by favorable markets and exceptional new business, particularly when it comes to retail, up 39%, and their platform assets. Operating income up 10%, but profits and headline earnings per share down 5% and dividends per share up 4%. Ashraf, Ashraf, global stocks started the session at 1 month low, even though the ever hopeful market participants kept on buying the dips. Markets are increasingly pricing a prolonged US-Iran conflict rather than a quick diplomatic resolution. Ashraf, the big question is the ceasefire still in place or not? And locally, our broadest measure of trade in goods and services winded to a surplus of 2.4% of GDP. That's from 0.6% in the previous quarter. This is the largest current account surplus in 4 years because in Q1, the value of gold exports surged and imports dropped. Market participants were expecting a 1.1% of GDP, and our April mining production climbed by 8.2%, following a 2.5% rise in March, mainly due to a weak base of comparison. But our manufacturing production fell by 2.9%, marking the deepest decline in a year. And as expected, the European Central Bank raised interest rates for the first time in almost 3 years, saying they can no longer wait out the Iran war as inflation pressures intensify. And the U.S. producer prices rose at a speed last seen in November 2022. And the euro metal gave back some earlier gains, worried about energy-induced inflation and a slew of central bank interest rate hikes. Gold is down 0.3% at 4,057. Platinum is up 0.7% at 1,671. And Trump threats to attack Iran tonight, and Iran threatening Elon Musk companies in the Middle East led oil prices higher before profit-taking kick in. And we see Brent is down now 0.5% at $92 a barrel. And buying the dips continued, leading global markets higher, with the local bourse up 0.6%, Rand firm 0.4% against the dollar, 16.50, 22.01 against the pound, and 19.01 against the euro.
Perfect. Thanks for that. So on a World Cup day, we need to talk about the markets and how they move. And perhaps at some stage, we'll talk about the business of the World Cup itself. Not quite now. Now it's about you, your reaction, your thoughts, and those who are at the World Cup itself and their expectations. I'm not there, but we are there, and you know that, right? This is the National Pulse.
Get into the beautiful game and save like a super fan at Spar with products like 175-gram Protex Hygiene Soap. Buy any two for 29. Save 11 Rand. Or 100ml Aquafresh All-in-One Protection Toothpaste. Buy any two for 34. Save 18 Rand. Price is valid from 8 till 21 June. While stocks last. Only at Spar. T's and C's apply.
Topco Media presents the 25th Annual Top Empowerment Conference in partnership with Nedbank, taking place on the 17th and 18th of June at the Sandton Convention Center. This is the year that South Africa's empowerment rules get rewritten, with both the Minister of Trade and Industry and the Minister of Finance and 800 of the leaders shaping what comes next. To secure your seat, head to Quicket, search Top Empowerment, and use the code SABC for 20% off. Book today before the codes change without you.
Keep moving through 6 a.m. call times, the rain, dirt tracks, and moving through tight deadlines. Because you move with purpose, from the first stop to the final drop. The Hino 700 truck tractor comes standard with a 6-year drivetrain warranty and advanced safety features tailored to your industry. The Hino 700 is built to fuel your business's progress. Hino, all the way.
Ashraf Garda is streaming live now on Facebook, YouTube, and X at SAfmRadio.
I'm looking at some fascinating pictures from South Africans at in Mexico, where the green sign orthodontist, I think a Dr. Kaka, in all his regalia, really having great fun and posting on Instagram, just magic pictures. He's not the only one. There are many others, and I'll call them out when I see them. They're really great fun. So we've got a few hours to that World Cup, but there are others who have the privilege of actually watching and covering the story on behalf of South Africa and behalf of the world. In fact, one such person in Nkululeko Kweku, who's the co-founder of Idiski TV and Idiski Times. Well, lucky guy you are, man.
Morning.
Well, it is morning for you and evening for us, just about late afternoon, right? But listen, fortunate are you. I mean, it's early morning, I get that, but what's been the sense of expectation? I remember the 2010 World Cup, the evening before, thousands of us flocked at Sandton City, Mandela Square. In fact, Mexicans and South Africans supporting our nations hand in hand. What was it like last night in Mexico City? Okay, well, I think there's just a delay in the crossing there. I'd love to know how it was like, and I see. So it's early morning in Mexico City right now. Okay. By the way, do you know of people who are actually in Mexico City right now, like friends of yours, family? If so, let us know. In Kululeko, we've got you back, right?
Hopefully you got me back.
Yes.
It's morning here.
Yeah.
Good afternoon, South Africans. Good afternoon to you, African SAFM listeners.
Thank you. Yes, I can hear you. Right. So, what was it like last night for fans of both Mexico and South African supporters when they mingled together ahead of the World Cup opener today?
Well, everywhere we go, we come in song, and we stole the show as South Africans as we were singing our songs, united by drums, as the fans plus the media and everyone was South African. We were the only people really in song. There were some stalls of Haiti, Uruguay, and many other nations. Just to say, if you are a compatriot, you can go to that stall and mingle with people from your country. South Africa was the direction.
Okay, and we'll
enjoyed the hospitality of the Mexican people.
Well, that's wonderful. What then is the expectation of our team? I mean, if you ask me, of course we want to win the World Cup, but that's the big hope. But what is the expectation of people like yourself and the supporters you're mingling with regarding our team this time around? Oh, no, I think we've just lost him there. My apology for that. Many of the journalists working and they'll be getting their way to the stadium just now. And they did warn us there could be an issue of connectivity. So we knew that in advance, unfortunately, but we will try, if we can, even later on, chat to Nkululeko Nkweku, right? Right, what we'll do now, we'll pick up on another guest of huge significance after this.
Do great solutions start with good conversation? SAFM, leading the conversations that move us. Who says talking never solves anything? SAFM, leading the conversations that move us.
Right, we're speaking to many people who are South Africans in Mexico City ahead of that big opener. But here's a person who's in Spain. What are you doing in Spain, Aaron?
Thank you for having me. Yeah, no, it's obviously that period of the year, beautiful football. So I'm in Spain because I'm working with Sporty TV. So I'm in Madrid to do the games.
Okay, well, I mean, if people pick up on your voice, the Aaron is the Aaron Mokoena, right? Which puts you in a unique position, and it's great to talk to you because 16 years ago today, right now, you would be the captain of the team leading Bafana against Mexico. I'm sure you're thinking about today. Well, are you thinking about 2010 today? You must be.
No, absolutely, Ash. History repeating itself. I feel like I'm actually at the hotel about to drive off to the stadium. So always when I speak about this day 16 years ago, I always get goosebumps. So it's a great privilege for the boys to be part and parcel of this big event. I mean, this is the dream. I always say once you are a footballer, you got to dream to play big games and rub shoulders with the best, and this is where you find the best, and there's a big games, really.
Now, what was your state of mind? I mean, we're speaking today about Mexico as the host nation, and again, everybody's expecting, the host nation will run over the opposition, in this case, South Africa. But 16 years ago, you were the opposite sides. Mexico were a bigger nation, but South Africa were the host. What were your expectations then? I mean, give us a sense of the mood of yourself and your team from a country of 60 million people, like begging you to win the game.
Look, Ash, it was mixed emotions. I mean, first of all, we couldn't wait just to get in the field and win the game, but at the same time, you nervous, you just want to start, and you asking yourself, how am I going to start? So but at the same time, the fact that we had a parade in Sandton, we got the sense of that unity among South Africans, the support that actually they were giving to Bafana Bafana. We understood now actually how big the event was. So for us, actually, it was just to get in the field and make the country proud.
But as a player, I mean, you taught how to play. That's what you've learned all your life. Is the bigger support, the bigger pressure to win, does that put too much pressure on a team, or is that what you want?
Look, Ash, when you start now wearing national colors, it's pressure itself. So as a footballer now, you just need to find a way of how to deal with those emotions, how to control those emotions, because sometimes those emotions, they can make you make mistakes. Those emotions, they can make you be overexcited. Those emotions, they can make you feel like, I don't want to kick the ball today. I just want to make, I just want to come up with a strategy of not to play today. So it's just to find that balance of how do I now deal with the emotions. But the beauty about it is that you play in the game that you love, and the game that you always dreamed of playing, really.
Yeah. Now, I was seeing an interesting tweet from Mohsin Ertegral just now, and he was saying that for opening games, whereas the expectation is the host nation will, as I said, ride over the opposition, in fact, very often the opposite happens. The pressure of a host in the opening game is such that if they don't get their way in the first 20, 30 minutes, things turn around completely, and there's pressure and they leave very disappointed, and often the host nation stumbles in the first game. You've played an opening game of a World Cup. What can you remember about that? I mean, the pressures, of course, South Africa took the lead in that game with a glorious goal, but ultimately that draw cost us in the longer term, isn't it?
Not really, Ash. I mean, with us, I think we started the game very well, and we're just on top of Mexico. Mexico, 2010, they had beautiful players. They had experienced players. They had players that were playing. Rafael Marquez was playing in Barcelona. They had players who were playing in Tottenham, EPL. They had players that were playing at Arsenal. So they had really big players. But you look at the game itself, we gave them a go. Yes, draw, it was disappointing, but how many chances have we lost? We managed to create chances. I think once or twice we have hit the pole. So it's all about now. If we can be able to defend well, we just need to get, to score the chances that we create. It's something that we didn't do. But 1-1, it was a beautiful, results for us.
On the day. Of course, ultimately we lost to Uruguay the next game, and that definitely did cost us. But therefore, looking to today's game opener, and of course, the captain of the team is not going to be listening to you now, I'm sure of that. But if they could hear you, what advice would you give them in how they approach this game to get a result?
Don't sit back. I think sitting back will be the bad approach at all. I mean, I have watched the Mexico last game against Serbia. They don't have a strong defense. So we do have speedy forwards. We just need to make use of that. But the most important thing is that defensively, we have to be organized. But sitting back, it will be absolutely a bad approach at all. So for me, what I'm saying is that from the kickoff, they just need to press high as much as they can. But they have to make sure that defensively, the team is very compact.
Yeah, I mean, some may say rather flippantly, to win, all you have to have is a goalkeeper on top form, not to concede a goal, defense at the top of their game, midfield to run the show, and the strikers to score goals, and then it's all worked out, they'll win the game. I mean, that's very, very simple, and of course, it's a lot more complicated than that. You're saying don't sit back. Is there a player or players that you think absolutely have to make their magic work today for us to get the result that we want?
For me, I think we're so lucky to have a goalkeeper and a captain like Ronwen Williams. To have such a goalkeeper, you know that as a back four, you are safe. And moving forward, Of course, I mean, we're not sure that Duella Lyle Foster will be starting, or Makopa will be starting, or Igram will be starting. Whoever who starts, I think we really have a great opportunity with the speed that we have up front. Themba Zwane, for me, I think it's a player that we're going to need today, because with his experience, he knows when to calm the situation down, and he can pick that pass that no one can see. And of course, I mean, on the wingers, we have Eswin Apollis with his speed. Really, probably on the left, if he does that, we just need to use our weapon, which is speed. Technically, listen, we were born with that, but for us, it's all about now understanding that we do have speed. Once we create chances, we just need to take those chances.
And I hope it doesn't happen, but sometimes, the game goes your way, and then sometimes during a game, it doesn't go your way. It goes against you, as you saw in the Mexicans coming back to that 1-1 draw, right? At that time, what do the players talk? So we can't hear you. What do the players tell each other when things are going right and things when they're not going right?
I think it's that you can feel it. You can feel it if things are going bad. But going back in 2010 again, I mean, they have equalized, and we felt like it's only 1-1. If the game finishes with 1-1, it's okay. It's unlike now, if they are leading. So what we don't want today, we don't want Mexico to score first. That we don't want at all. We rather go score first. We rather do what happened in 2010. But we need to score first.
Yeah.
We don't want them to score first because they playing in the weather. It's high altitude. 1, 2. They play. Mexicans are so crazy when it comes to their football. So they'll be having that number 12 player, which is the supporters. So to avoid that, they just need to really make sure that either they score first or no one scores.
Yeah, well, listen, I'd love to have more chats with you throughout the World Cup if you can give off your time some other time. But for now, just to end with, right, being the captain of that Bafana team of 2010 and now a commentator from a distance, realistically, what would you say? What are your expectations of how far our team can go?
Definitely because of how big this World Cup is in terms of the number of the countries. We have 48 countries, so it is possible for South Africa to get out of the group stages. That I'm definitely sure about. I mean, number 3 can be able to get out from the group. So moving forward, I think for us, once we can get out from the group stage, anything is possible, Ash.
And I love anything being possible. Aaron Mokoena, much appreciate you talking to us. Great, as always, to connect with you. And at this point in time, you were the last captain to captain Bafana at a World Cup. It'll change today, of course, when the game starts at 9 p.m. Much appreciate your time here on the National Pulse. There we are. Lots to consider from all of that and the expectations of a nation. Let's get the news. It's just gone 5 o'clock. Here's Greg.
Thank you, Ashraf. Hundreds of Nigerian nationals to be sent home, and Britain's Defence Secretary resigns over military spending. Good day to you. The Department of Home Affairs says 586 Nigerian nationals have been processed for repatriation after being found residing in South Africa illegally. A first flight left this morning carrying 268 people, with a second flight scheduled for Monday. All have been declared undesirable and prohibited from re-entering the country for 5 years. Home Affairs Minister Leon Schreiber.
Our reform agenda, as recently affirmed by President Cyril Ramaphosa, including the ongoing scale-up of the electronic travel authorization to record biometrics for every foreigner entering our country, and the introduction of a cutting-edge digital identity system, are systematically enhancing our capacity to enforce immigration laws. In this context of ongoing progress, the public is again urged to never engage in violence.
The special tribunal probing corruption and maladministration during the COVID state of disaster set aside a 25 million rand tender for the provision of services at 4 wastewater treatment works in the Ditsobotla local municipality in the northwest. The tribunal ruled that Wrench Close Corporation must repay all monies due to the municipality, including profits from the contract. Zebulon Maine reports.
The municipality contacted Ranch CC telephonically to provide a quotation for the same services. This despite the company not tendering for the services initially and the written contract not being concluded between the two parties. Days after the declaration of a disaster, the municipality prepared a memorandum that Ranch CC be appointed to do emergency repairs at the 4 pump stations, stating that they were deviating from competitive procurement processes due to the COVID-19 pandemic. The court had that this could not have been the case as the municipality had already tendered for provision of the same services months before the COVID-19 pandemic. Zebulon Main, SABC News, Mahikeng.
Scores of people have attended a memorial service for 2 siblings who died after eating food with poison outside Louis Trichardt in Limpopo. A 6-year-old boy and his 9-year-old brother were allegedly poisoned by their mother. She's been arrested and is facing 2 charges of murder. Family spokesperson Daniel Sipuru.
No, we are feeling embarrassed. We are not happy. We are down. Our feelings are very down. We are no cause of what happened. She was right. She was working nicely. So that's what we know. We have to be surprised because it just happened.
The British Defence Secretary John Healey's resigned, accusing the Prime Minister of failing to deliver on promises to boost military spending. In his resignation letter, he said Prime Minister Keir Starmer and the Treasury had been unwilling to commit the resources needed to defend the nation. The BBC's Henry Zeffman has more.
It is a stinging criticism of plans which we were expecting to be unveiled in the coming days. The government's defence investment plan, so multiple years of spending on things like defence infrastructure. He says, "You know what defence needs." This is John Healey talking to the Prime Minister. "You made the argument for this powerfully in your speech back in February. But without a defence investment plan that meets the moment, I am being forced to make decisions that would reduce the readiness of our forces and increase the risk to personnel on operations and could make the country less safe."
Finally back home, and soccer fans in Limpopo say they're confident Bafana Bafana will win their opening match of the 2026 FIFA Soccer World Cup tonight. Bafana Bafana lock horns with Mexico at the Mexico City Stadium. These fans had this to say.
I'm very confident and I have no doubt about it. I see Bafana Bafana winning 3-1.
I see that this game is going to be tough and we can win Bafana Bafana. Sure, is 1-0.
You can see the mentality of Hugo Bros is to defend and attack. He will use the likes of CVC at the back and also Apolis in front. We'll win this game by 3-1.
The top story the Department of Home Affairs says 586 Nigerian nationals have been processed for repatriation after being found residing here in South Africa illegally. That's SAFM News. I'm Greg Kuss.
In sports this hour, Clayton Daniels believes that Bafana Bafana can shock the world. Our turn to officiate 2026 UEFA Super Cup after World Cup snub, and Women's T20 World Cup kicks off in Birmingham. More details at 5:30.
SAFM, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Good afternoon. We started Joburg with all clear on the Mike 1 North. There was a crash earlier today going up into the Crown interchange. Was there for a while, but it's out of the way. That's the good news. The N3 South stays a run under pressure from Linbro Park all the way down to Heldenace. There is a collision scene just after Heldenace, a breakdown at Alex. You combine both, and another breakdown at Van Buren. So you combine all that. Linbro Park right through to Heldenace. Absolutely jam-packed today. A lot of pressure on the M1 North as well up through Midrand. There's a breakdown at Allendale, another breakdown at New Road, and it looks like an obstruction just before Samrand. From Buccleuch, it's heavy all the way up to that Samrand exit today. Durban, you want to avoid this. The N2 southbound, probably the worst day so far, and they've all been pretty bad. There are 4 broken down vehicles between Umgeda Road and Spaghetti Junction. 1, 2, 3, 4 of them stuck there. The traffic is all the way back to Queen Nandi Drive. Drive. The N2 South, stay away from it if you possibly can. Also, breakdowns between Gateway and Kwamashu. Kwamashu and Gateway going north, so the N2 North up towards the Umhlanga exit is backlogging into that as well. Cape Town today, bit of rain about, so take it easy. Wet and slippery roads. Also a crash on the M1 inbound at Durban Road. Might be a bit of onlooking at that on the outbound track today. N2 fairly heavy from the city centre out to Bunga Avenue. More queues from the N7 exit to Goodwood Nepping right the way through to the R300. And roadworks on the Victoria Road run home to Howe Bay. Those roadworks by Oderkraal causing a delay south of Camps Bay. With your traffic updates, I'm Rob Byrne.
SAFM 104.4 FM in Durban.
The National Pulse with Ashraf Garda on SAFM. You're listening to the National Pulse, weekdays 3 to 6 p.m.
Well, you know what? I mean, this can be a popular or this could be a popular or an unpopular opinion. But when it comes to the FIFA World Cup, soccer, football, compared even to the Olympic Games, there's nothing that engenders a spirit of patriotism and enthusiasm and euphoria than the Football World Cup. And I'm not even going to get into Trump and any of that sort. Just the football. Something about it brings people together like no other big event, big sporting event in the world. And I'm connected to it because I'm a football fan, but I'm also connected because my country is playing. We're going to get further responses on that. We'll chat to Sahil Ibrahim, South African sports media professional who's in Mexico now. We'll do that right after this.
Quantum on SAFM.
Step into the future with Quantum. The radio show that goes beyond the headlines to explore how you can evolve, adapt, and thrive in times of rapid change. We will explore cutting-edge thinking coupled with practical life design applications. I'm Angela Ludek, and I invite you to join this community where real progress begins with human capital development. Quantum, Monday to Friday, 3 to 5 a.m. on SAFM.
50 years later, Youth Month, The Voices.
And since the troubles we had at the universities were really a reaction on events that had taken place in Soweto and other places, I want to believe that at the universities too, these concessions will be appreciated, and I think will go a long way towards eliminating student unrest at the universities.
The destruction by fire of schools, post offices, clinics, etc. amounts to a destruction of our children's future. In fact, this is the most effective way of retarding our own progress. In the homelands, schools are in some cases built by tribes themselves, and in other instances by my government.
Different generations, different experiences. One South Africa, 50 years later, only on SAFM, leading the conversations that move us. Ashraf Garda is streaming live now on Facebook, YouTube, and X at SAFM Radio.
Maybe the power is with Bafana for now, but we can talk about a different sort of power just now with Tsepo Kadima around Eskom and what they're doing. That comes up just now. Let's now look at the other power, the power of the World Cup. With me, Sahil Ibrahim, who's a sports media professional, South African that is. He's one of those lucky South Africans who are doing their job in Mexico City. Sahil, appreciate you connecting to us here on the National Pulse. Good morning to you.
Good morning to you and all of your listeners. You caught me just as I'm walking past the mariachi band.
Okay.
It's the kind of vibe here. Quite joyous occasion here in Mexico. Obviously, the whole country taking to the occasion, and it's almost as if they're hosting it on their own. That's the amount of public that has come out and supported this World Cup
Okay, wonderful. So it's early morning there. I mean, I would take it that, and I'm basing it on what happened in South Africa 2010, and I saw Mexicans and South Africans at Mandela Square that time, holding hands that time, right? Did you get that as well? That, of course, they want to beat each other, but there's a spirit of, hey, we're together at this World Cup.
As we're speaking, the mariachi band basically grabbed two of my colleagues and pulled them into the dancing in the middle there. The Mexicans absolutely love South Africans. They always mentioning Nelson Mandela. They don't speak English, but they say, Mandela, Mandela. And then, it's a sign of respect as well that they have. And it's mutual. I think, when they came in 2010, when they came to us, I think we showed them that hospitality and they just kind of returned the favor. Yeah. And the opening game being the same as that of the 2010 World Cup. I think it just worked out perfectly.
Yeah. I had a chat with Aaron Mokoena just now, the Bafana captain of the 2010 World Cup team. And we spoke about the pressures of, being the captain of a team where things can go wrong, right? What do you get? What sense do you get in terms of the match thing where the expectations, both South Africa and Mexico, is we're going to win? It's not that simple, right? What sense do you get of our team?
It's huge. I think, it's a difficult question. Our team, I think our boys they're used to playing on a big stage. They played at AFCON in 2023 and 2025. Well, this crop of players has done really well in 2023, and in 2025 it took a bit of a dip. So I think they can do well on the big stage. However, we took a tour of the stadium last night. Just the hype around it and the police presence and the amount of attention that this game is getting. It is quite big. It's going to be unlike they've ever experienced before. So I think they will manage. They just need to keep the heads cool. And I think Hugo Bruce I think he'll manage them. And you must remember that Bruce is he's almost put like a sort of a media ban on players. So what he's done is like the training sessions and things like that. He hasn't allowed media in for too long. And so he's kind of like protecting the players in a sense. So I think he's just managing the mentality and the mindset.
I mean, I know I've had him on one of the forums here, the SABC, about a few months back. And clearly, he's got a very strong mind in terms of what he wants to get done. Right? What do you think? For South Africa, to get a result today, whether it's a draw or a win, and actually to progress in the tournament, what's the one thing the coach has got to get right from his players?
It's going to come down to tactics, but it's also going to be down to the leadership. The likes of Themba Zwane, the likes of Ronwen Williams, who've had more experience on the international stage and also just in football in general. I think it's going to come down to that as well, because I think they just mustn't let the occasion, get to them. So it's going to be. I think the players have the ability, obviously, because they've qualified and they've actually done so well. If we disregard the deduction of the 3 points, they actually qualified very well. So I have a good feeling that they. Today we'll get a draw. I have a good feeling about qualifying for the.
Interesting. You mentioned Ronwen Williams and Themba Zwane, and I know there's many who say the Chiefs goalkeeper should have been there anyway, but that's being in the squad as opposed to the starting team. The point is, even with Zwane, there's a sense maybe he's too old, but you're talking about the mix between young, skillful players and people who've had the experience of performing on the very, very biggest stage. I mean, that has to be critical, isn't it?
No, it's vital. So people often ask me this question before, and I say, we can compare the selection of Themba Zwane to the selection of Neymar in Brazil. His selection is not just for the on-field ability, but it's also, the kind of leadership he brings to the dressing room and the respect he commands. So, the younger players, you're looking at Mbokazi that's like 20, younger than 20. You got Mofokeng that's 21. These guys are young, and you got Zwane, who's like probably the oldest in the squad. So you got these guys looking up to the likes of Zwane. So he's definitely there for more of a leadership kind of role. And also he does have his on-field ability, because you must remember Zwane, he's the type of player that can, calm the game down. So let's say we're leading 1-0 and we're in 60 minutes. He's the perfect player to put on and just, calm the game down, put his foot in the ball and just control the pace of the game.
Yeah. What about, what's the time there in Mexico City right now?
It's right now it's 9:15. I think we have an 8-hour difference. So, but it's already quite festive. We got a lot of people out. You got people here asking me for photos as I'm walking.
Okay, of
Sorry.
course, yeah.
Okay.
What do they know? I mean, do I take it? Do they know any Bafana players? I mean, Mexicans, that is. Can they? Besides Mandela,
No, not really. No. I don't think they know the nickname Bafana because a lot of them shout the nickname. When it comes to the players, not really. I think we don't have an outstanding player in Europe. I think Lau Foster is probably the only ones that if you speak to a football knowledge person here in Mexico, you'll probably say Lau Foster. They know Lau Foster
because he's played in the Premiership.
But you've got others that are breaking through.
Yeah,
correct. So I mean. It's in general they definitely know Bafana. They don't necessarily know all the players.
Just to wrap up, you said the coaches put like a media blackout on what they've done, maybe understandably so. Are you able to pick up just one tactic that you think is going to be played out in the game today?
I think what we can definitely see from previous games that Hugo Broos has done is that he's stuck to his core and. Even in his selection, so the broader preliminary selection, what he does is he keeps to his core, and his tactics are usually similar. There's a lot of fans questioning, like, is Foster going to start, or is Ikeram Reyners going to start? That's really the only thing, like, up front is where our problem really lies, getting goals. But the rest of the squad, like, even in midfield, we have, we have a solid selection already, and we're pretty much confident on what that's going to look like with Mokoena, probably Yaya Sitole, and Mokoena, Yaya Sitole, and maybe Mofokeng will start. So we'll see. So Broos generally selects the similar side. He goes out more. So it's his consistency that we've seen in the past that I can say he's gonna go with a 4-5-1. And I don't want to go through all 11 players, but
no, not at all. But just very quickly in 30 seconds, the fact that the core is Sundowns, Orlando Pirates. I mean, would that be an advantage?
Yes.
Because they both have excelled, one continentally, one in South Africa, as opposed to a whole different group of players to put together. You want to get a result ultimately.
No, yeah, 100%, and I think so that plays a part in it as well. So the consistent selection of. The consistent selection of what Broos has done, and then also you have the crop of players from Sundowns that are familiar with the playing styles where they come from, and then the Orlando Pirates players as well. So those are the bulk of the selection, right? So when they get onto the pitch, they know each other, they're familiar with each other's style of play in football, and so that will help a lot. And like you saw, Mamelodi Sundowns won the CAF Champions League. I mean, these are successful clubs. You have Orlando Pirates that completed the treble. So. This is all playing a part and parcel of why I'm feeling a bit more confident than usual. I think I think like we struggle with teams that play with a low block, and if Mexico is going to come out and attack us, I think that's where we can actually thrive. Because if we can just fend off those attacks and then go out on the counter, we could score 2 or 3.
Yeah, Sahil, let's leave it at that. Thanks so much. In fact, I just remembered how attractive of Sundowns football was in the Club World Cup a year ago. So who knows? If they draw on that, we could see some pure magic. Sahil Ibrahim, sports media professional, much appreciate your time here as we count down to the 2026 FIFA World Cup. South Africa, Mexico, that opener.
Guys, we're always posting, commenting, and clapping back. But opinions don't count. It's your ex that does. So come 20 and 21 June, get up, show up, and register to vote. Call 0800 11 8000. Visit elections.org.za or WhatsApp 060 880000 for more info. This message is brought to you by the IEC.
SAFM has signed a code of conduct that is enforced by the Broadcasting Complaints Commission of South Africa. Under the code, we are committed to giving news that is accurate, comment that is fair, and programming that is not harmful, does not amount to hate speech, or contain violence or explicit sex. If you think we are not living up to that code, then you can inform the Broadcasting Complaints Commission of South Africa. Direct any complaints in writing to the Broadcasting Complaints Commission of South Africa. PO Box 142365. Craig Hall 2024. Fax to 011-326-3198 or an email to bccsa@nabsa.co.za. For more information, please visit www.bccsa.co.za. SAFM, setting the nationwide agenda daily.
Ashraf Garda on SAFM.
Well, fascinating chats with Aaron Mokoena. And then with Sahil Ibrahim, we'll play some other sound from Nkululeko Nweku, who's also there in Mexico, all counting down to our time, 9 p.m., the actual start. But the opening ceremony at least an hour and a half or so before that, so don't miss that. So that's one sort of power. What about the power of Eskom and the power that we've been battling with in the past? So with me, Tsepo Khadima, who's an energy analyst. We've chatted often here on the National Pulse. And great to have you in studio.
Great, thank you. Thanks for welcoming and greetings to the listeners.
Thank you. Now, I'm just quoting you. You're saying, because I speak about power, we have the power the world is desperate for. Let's not waste it arguing about the wires. What exactly are you talking about?
Well, right now, the big debate is whether we should be spending 440 billion rand to construct a 14,000-kilometer transmission line to connect intermittent power. I'm saying that we are in a unique position. We've got surplus power. But surplus power without a profitable customer, well, it's not an asset, it's a liability. But also at the same time, we have got this window of opportunity, but it is closing. Closing in what form? The world today, the AI economy, is so huge. Tomorrow, SpaceX is going to be listing $1.72 trillion valuation, the largest ever. But all of that is the AI economy. So if you look at North America, parts of Europe, this year alone, the budget is over $650 billion of investment that's going to be going into this. But some of these projects, and largely in the United States, are going to either be delayed or cancelled for one reason: access to the grid, access to power, because they are constrained. We are sitting here, we've got excess power. But at the same time, I'm saying that not only do we have got this strategic asset in terms of excess power, we applaud the turnaround that has happened at Eskom, but at the same time, we also have got other state-owned companies. For example, Centec with the spectrum, and also Broadband Infraco, which is incurring heavy losses. I think at the last count, 459 million rand in losses with the negative equity. So what I'm proposing is actually radical, but it is transformative, and also it is timely. Timely in that there's a lot of investment dollars that are going into the AI economy. Right. We can take these assets, put them together, create a new company, which I propose, for the lack of a better word, Eskom Forge Connect, because the future effectively is on PCC, power, compute, connectivity. So these three entities, which are state-owned, they bring that, but without some of the impediments you would have if you were to have it being private sector led, in that Eskom already has got right of way in terms of its vast transmission grid, vast distribution grid. Broadband Infraco has got over 15,000 kilometers already of fiber backbone. You can be able to rapidly build out more fiber connectivity using the right of way that Eskom already has, and at the same time use that excess power, harness it. And when you do that, you are able to attract investment. I'm saying if you have to capture just 10% of that 650 billion in terms of investment into this economy, it will change the fortunes of our economy, but also we will now be able to sell that excess power at the high margin. Remember, currently, Eskom, I think, is running on something like 21 or 23% EBITDA margin, earnings before interest. Some will say that earnings before Iran, Donald Trump, and arrival. But, I mean, that's a joke. But the point is that the margin that currently Eskom is having on its power is constrained and is under pressure. So even if they were to increase the prices to try and maintain the power, they're going to have the adverse effect of what? Customer migration.
As we've seen that already.
We've been speaking about that. So what I'm saying is that we should then take this strategic asset, put them together to ensure that then we've got the strength, we can be able to compete globally, and then be in the high margin business with a customer that is foreign currency revenue based, and at the same time unlock the vast investment. So somewhere between 40 to 60 billion US dollar investment into this economy in terms of hyperscale compute. Just the shell, the core of an AI data center. We're not even talking about the additional investments that will accrue.
You're saying a lot. I'm just thinking we've spoken so much in the time of load shedding. When load shedding drops away, there's less need to talk to you, right? But a lot has changed here, because you're saying now access power we have, which we didn't have access power before.
Indeed.
I mean, but you are referring to ESCOM, just to be clear. Right?
I'm referring to ESCOM, absolutely.
And then you're talking about the need paying customers, right?
Yes.
And I get from what you're saying, the paying customers are not South Africa but you're talking about foreign currency, around the continent, around the world? Who are they?
Well, the hyperscalers, we're talking about, companies like Google, companies like Amazon Web Services, companies like Microsoft and all of that, what SpaceX does or doesn't do, I think that they will still want to also invest in campuses. But if you are able to attract them, now the risk of delay is this: they will commit that investment dollars somewhere else. Once they commit those investment dollars in other jurisdictions, we've lost them for good. So this is the opportunity, and hence I found it necessary to write directly to the president and ask him to say, President, I'm urging that this idea be tested. You can bring in the relevant ministries and relevant stakeholders that you see, but it must be led by the president because it will be one of his legacies. But also for our economy, in terms of job creation, in terms of economic growth, in terms of foreign direct investment attraction, this is a unique opportunity. We must not lose sight of it. So one can only hope, because I wrote to the president on the 29th of May.
Has he responded?
He has not responded. I sent him a follow-up letter on last Tuesday. He hasn't yet responded. I guess, he's busy. But I'm saying this idea...
Would you go the other way around? I mean, besides him, would you go like, Mteto Nyati, chair of ESCOM, or the CEO? Would you do that?
Well, at this level, it has to be actually led by the president. And one of the reasons being that when you are bringing these entities that I'm proposing together into ESCOM Forge Connect, one of the key instruments that you're going to need to use, which falls directly in the office of the president, is the Infrastructure Development Act of 2015. Because that is going to be your tool to ensure that you can be able to rapidly build out this or create this capacity and be able to attract on an expedited basis these foreign direct investors that I'm referring to that will then be able to come into this economy. So the numbers simply are the following. I'm saying between now and the year 2030, you can have anywhere between 3,000 to 5,000 megawatts of power into the AI data center economy. And by the year 2035, which is 9 years from now, you would then be able to have built capacity of anywhere between 7,000 and 10,000 megawatts of high margin business from a power generation point of view, but also the likes of Broadband Infraco and Centec will be by far. We will be one of the leaders globally because we have got that position. And other thing is the trust element. China just come out and say they're going to invest $295 billion in the next 5 years in AI economy.
Yeah, so it's
but not many people will trust China. Who's going to go in and trust their data to be? So from a sovereignty point of view, many other nations, they would rather entrust us than they would trust China. They might not say it loudly, but this is a unique opportunity. And we are the only country in Africa that actually can be able to do what I'm proposing and be able to achieve those goals.
Quick one, we're on to news time. Which country or utility anywhere in the world is doing something similar to what you're talking about and it's working?
Well, this, in terms of what I'm proposing to bring all of this together, there is no, case study that we can be able to benchmark with. However, I'm saying that, let's have a debate. And I have I've written a blueprint, which I said to President, I'll present it to him. And I'm saying, well, let the South African public, all the stakeholders, let everybody else test this idea that I'm saying. And on merit, if it fails, we discard it. But I believe that it will. And I'm urging that we need that leadership fortitude. We need the gumption from the president to be able to lead in this regard to make sure that we should not delay or fail to implement this idea because it's got so much consequence in terms of changing our economic fortunes and also saving a ESCOM. Because ESCOM, if it continues to hemorrhage customers as it is, there will soon be no ESCOM because we know already in terms of the default from the municipal customers and the closing of energy intensive industries, and hence this is a unique opportunity. Let's not waste any more time.
Tell you what, you may not be ESCOM, but you've got the power, Tsepo Khadima, and there's nothing artificial about that level of intelligence. Let me just say that much. Much appreciate you connecting with us here on the National Pulse. Right, news headlines. Here's Greg House.
In the headlines, the name of the late former Deputy President David Mabuza surfaced during proceedings at the Matlanga Commission. Home Affairs says more than 500 Nigerian nationals have been processed for repatriation, and the US military says it's attacked an oil tanker in the Gulf of Oman for violating its blockade of Iran. There's a full update at the top of the hour.
SAfm, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
A lot of broken down vehicles across the country today in all the wrong places. One on the M1 North at Allendale, so big queues getting through Buccleuch. Mike 1 from Santon, N1 Ravonia, N3 Limborough Park into Buccleuch, and then solid all the way up to Allendale. A couple of breakdowns on the N3 South, one at Alex, one down at Bedfordview. That's heavy from Limborough Park right through to Germiston. Another breakdown before Galulis. The N12 and R24 routes in from Ekurhuleni, absolutely solid. Heavy traffic on the N17 home to Brakpan as you hit the roadworks just after the Rondebolt Road exit. And some roadworks on the N4. This is the Bequena or Rustenburg Highway at the top of Pretoria. The N4 going west, just down to around that Roslyn exit, very heavy. Now, Durban, major problems. It's been a really busy week of afternoons, and it remains as such. And it's all because of breakdowns. There are now 2 broken down vehicles before Spaghetti Junction. Very heavy from Queen Nandi Drive coming southbound. A crash going northbound before Komashu Highway. So that's backlogging from almost Queen Nandi Drive as well, and may well get worse. The run from Pietermaritzburg to Ashburton, that breakdown is cleared, so some good news there. It's looking okay on the way to Durban. Cape Town, touch of rain about this afternoon, so take it easy if it's wet where you are, and very heavy highways. The M3 coming inbound, a crash at Hospital Bend. That's a very heavy backlog all the way to Newlands. The M5 extending backlogs from Kubo Interchange right down to Ottery, and heavy pressure on the N2 outbound passing the airport towards Khayelitsha. With your traffic updates, I'm Rob Byrne.
This is SAfm Sports with Duming Khapele.
Chumi, we've been counting down for months. This is the last time we'll be talking, by the way, ahead of the opening game.
Yes, definitely. And former Bafana centre-back Clayton Daniels believes that the team is capable of reaching the knockout stage of the FIFA World Cup for the first time upon their return to the big stage for the first time in 16 years.
I know there was... building up to the World Cup, there was the 2-3 friendly games that didn't really go well, and we can't look into that. You know, it's a planning, but for me, Bafana showed over the past 3 years that they are really stepping up for the country. They are really ready to take the country to the next level, and I have full confidence in them going into this World Cup. Even though they play against big teams, even though they play against big countries. I still believe in Bafana. I'm all the way behind Bafana, you know, and they can shock the world.
Meanwhile, Bafana head coach Hugo Bruce says that the team is ready to take the battle to the hosts.
I think the last 10 games of Mexico, nearly all win them. So that means that will be a team in confidence. Also the fact, and that is the reality, Mexico is the best team in the group. So for us, it will be tomorrow a very tough game. I think we need to be on our best level. I need also a little bit luck. But I can assure you that my team is ready and we will fight for every meter and every ball during the 90 minutes. And after that, we will see what the result is.
Well, I'm looking forward to the opening ceremony and also Tyler singing the South African national anthem. But don't forget, you can catch all the action on SABC 3, SABC 1, SABC Plus, and also SABC radio stations. In an athletics experience, Hollywood Athletics Club manager Manfred Sadler insists that there is no pressure on the purple team ahead of Sunday's highly anticipated Comrades Marathon uprun from Durban to Pietermaritzburg. The 85-kilometer race is expected to attract some of the world's best ultra-distance runners. But Sadler says that the message from management to the athletes remains simple, and it is to enjoy the race and make it safely to the finish line. Despite boasting a star-studded squad and being tipped by many as favourites for both the men's and women's titles, Sadler is refusing to place any extra expectations on his runners. In cricket, the Women's T20 World Cup gets underway on Friday in Birmingham. Birmingham with the hosts England facing Sri Lanka in the opening match. The 12-team tournament promises drama with Australia, India and South Africa all drawn in Group 1, meaning one heavyweight will miss out on the semi-finals. Group 2 features defending champions New Zealand and England, with the West Indies lurking as potential spoilers. Australia, who are the 6-time champions, enter without global silverware for the first time since 2018, while Ireland, Scotland and the Netherlands join Pakistan and Sri Lanka to complete the lineup. Finally, in motorsport, Formula One has agreed a 2-step plan to alter engine design. This is following widespread criticism of this year's regulations. Drivers complained that the near 50-50 split between the combustion and electric power diminished qualifying, with Max Verstappen even threatening to quit if changes were not made. Now, the FIA have confirmed the ratio will shift to 58 to 42 in favor of the combustion engines in 2027. Ashraf, what is your prediction for this evening?
I hate predictions. I'll be happy with a draw. I will. So this is my more emotion than predictions. I'll be happy with a draw. I'll be absolutely ecstatic with the win. I don't really know what will happen because neither do you either. But that's what I'm hoping for.
Yeah. A draw or a 1-0 win.
Yeah.
Well, with that said, and all the best to Bafana.
Guys, we're always posting, commenting, and clapping back. But opinions don't count. It's your ex that does. So come 20 and 21 June, get up, show up, and register to vote. Call 0800 11 8000. Visit elections.org.za or WhatsApp 060 880000 for more info. This message is brought to you by the IEC.
As we celebrate 90 years of existence, SAFM takes you back to the voices that shaped a nation.
Tolani Gwala will be back again for you 6 to 9 Monday here on SAFM.
And
thanks, Tolani. Good morning and welcome to Morning Talk with me, Kim Gabadeli.
The name is Bonge Kwala. Good to be with you till midday today. Let's engage South Africa.
Welcome to Morning Talk on SAFM, South Africa's news and information leader, with me, Rowena Bird.
90 years of trusted voices. This is SAFM. In case you missed it.
Is taking a bribe as a police officer not illegal?
It is illegal.
So why did the police officers on the scene who are watching this crime happen not arrest their colleague?
Like I said, Kathy, like we are seeing on the video, that will form part of the investigation processes to establish as to what happened and why didn't they arrest that person. That will form part of the investigation.
But yet there's still no charges.
They didn't act. Listen, they didn't act when they are supposed to act.
Yes.
So a case has been launched, and after a case has been opened, there will be investigation to hold accountable everyone else that was involved in that
Is
matter.
this a criminal case or a disciplinary case?
This is a disciplinary case.
Colonel Dimakato Nevuhului.
That was National Briefing with Kathy Mutlatlana.
Economic news on SAFM. Facts and figures you can count on.
Right, let's get to all those facts. In fact, Jimmy, you want to start with what? Effectively the business of the World Cup, isn't it?
Good afternoon, Ashraf. Good afternoon to the listeners. I thought it would be apt to look at the World Cup from a business perspective, given that it does kick off in a couple of hours. So we found an interesting report put out by the team at Allianz Trade that suggests that this particular World Cup could potentially add around $9 billion in GDP across the three countries that are set to host the World Cup. So we're going to speak to the team at Allianz around that and get a sense of how they got to that figure, what are the components that they looked at, and typically how this World Cup might even compare to previous World Cups that we've seen. So that's going to be an interesting conversation around a report that they put together in that respect. We're also going to have a conversation with the team at Alex Forbes around their financial year. They gave us an update on the financial year that ended 31 March for them. We're going to speak to Chief Executive Officer at Alex Forbes, David de Villiers, around that performance and what we can make of it. The business has just shy of R1 billion in cash on hand to put into new investments. So healthy business at this stage, comfortable business, and it looks as though they're approaching the R1 trillion mark in terms of total assets. alongside that conversation, we're going to take a look at another conversation around a South African business. We're going to be looking at the announcement that was made today that a Japanese outfit has bought over what we know in South Africa as Tiger Wheel and Tire, certainly marking quite an interesting transaction. We're going to speak to our M&A specialist around that from Deal Leaders International, Andrew Ballman. We're going to get a sense of that transaction, but also some of the transactions that we have been seeing, reflecting on the likes of the Chinese private equity firms that went and bought out AfriSam and similar types of transactions, and see what we can learn from them. Then we have a conversation with Standard Bank's Jacques Els on the high net worth landscape and what it is that high net worth individuals are focused on at the moment. Some of them perhaps enjoying the World Cup as well. And we'll see, given that Standard Bank is the official sponsor from a South African perspective around that, we'll see what his thoughts are in that respect. And then, because it is Thursday, we've got a small business to profile. We're going to speak to the co-founder of a business called Cloud Deliveries, get a sense of what it is that they do and how it is that they built that business. Before we get to those, though, a sense of market movements throughout the day. It's been a better day on the equities front. A green Thursday for the time being. Most of the markets, barring Asian markets, which of course didn't trade into the day but traded early hours of the morning, they were all in the red, barring the Nikkei in Tokyo. That was up about 6 basis points. European markets all in the green. The biggest winner there, the CAC 40 in France. The FTSE in London was close second, only about 5 basis points behind the CAC 40. US markets at the moment are in the green as well, all of them. South African markets also all in the green on the day's trade. Financial stocks up 0.8%, resource stocks 0.5%, and industrials almost 0.5%, 0.45%. The all share 0.6%, and the top 40 2/3% to the green. The gold price still below $4,100 a fine ounce. There was a bit of a sell-off this week. We were north of 4,400 probably around this time last week, so quite a bit of a sell-off has been happening on that side. The silver price back below $65 a fine ounce. Platinum below 1,700. Palladium below 1,300. But if we are looking at the price of oil, which is ever so important given where we find ourselves, $93 a barrel is where it currently sits, not moving too much, but still above that $90 a barrel level that we briefly broke below at the start of the week. So we're going to be looking at these and other market movements when we come back a little later on. I've got Nick Kunz of Sanlam Private Wealth joining me on markets. I want to get his thoughts on the Rand managing to fight some of the trend of the losing ground. It's looking to break below 22 against the British pound. In fact, it has briefly tapped below there, about 0.75% stronger at the moment. It's below 19 against the euro. It's below 16.50 against the US dollar. I want to get his thoughts on whether or not these levels will hold. But of course, that comes up after the 6 p.m. news. For now, Ashraf, back to you.
Right, 6 to 7 with the SAfm market update. Thanks for that, Jimmy. Right, need I tell you this? There's a big World Cup about to start, as you know. South Africa, a reminder to you, history is made tonight. The FIFA World Cup 2026 opening ceremony kicks off at 7:40 p.m, followed by the opening match, Mexico against South Africa at 9 p.m. So live on SABC 1, SABC 3, SABC Plus, that's the app, and SABC radio stations nationwide. Relive the rivalry, feel the pride, witness the moment it all begins. This is more than a game, all of us, all in. Kaufela, only on SABC, the official broadcaster of the FIFA World Cup 2026.
Guys, we're always posting, commenting, and clapping back. But opinions don't count. It's your ex that does. So come 20 and 21 June, get up, show up, and register to vote. Call 0800 11 8000. Visit elections.org.za or WhatsApp 060-880000 for more info. This message is brought to you by the IEC.
50 years ago, young South Africans changed the course of history. Today, a new generation asks a different question. What have we inherited and what must we build next? This Youth Day, SAfm joins forces with South Africa's leading campus radio stations for a series of powerful national simulcasts. The National Briefing and Voice of Vets, exploring education, empowerment and economic opportunity. The Daily Discourse and Northwest University FM, exploring democracy, leadership and active citizenship. The Full Circle and the University of Limpopo, reflecting on identity, culture and social cohesion. Students, communities, leaders and listeners. One country, one conversation. 50 years after June 16. Join SAFM and Campus Radio as we explore where South Africa has come from, where we are, and where we need to go. Youth Day 2026, 50 years later, only on SAFM. SAFM, South Africa's national meeting place, and still leading the conversations that move us.
With the ever-changing financial landscape, it can be difficult to make sense of all the moves at times. Join me, Jimmy Moyaha, on the SAFM Market Update with MoneyWeb, Mondays to Thursdays, 6 to 7 p.m, as we break down the key market trends, top financial stories, and smart investment insights, all in one place. It's everything you need to stay financially informed and ahead of the curve.
This is the Madlanga Commission Update on SAFM.
Right, so let's talk about the commission today. The commission resumed with the Gauteng Traffic Police Chief Inspector Samuel Mashaba back in the hot seat, and the inquiry continued to hear evidence into drug busts related to allegations of wrongdoing and criminality, specifically with a focus on the Ayrton drug bust in Joburg, where police seized over 700 kilograms of cocaine worth around 300 million rands. Right now, there's one particular highlight of the day that we'd like to share. Listen to this.
As you all see, today we, the entire commission, are donning the Bafana Bafana jersey. Since today is the opening of Bafana's 2026 FIFA World Cup campaign, it is fitting to show them our unwavering support. We trust that they will do well. I cannot resist telling this brief story. I've not alerted the person who is the subject of the story that I'm going to do so. According to the initial terms of reference, the Commission's life was supposed to be 6 months only. My colleague, Commissioner Khumalo, used to tell us his plans to go to the World Cup. Look where he is today. Right now, he would have been in Mexico to watch this football extravaganza. Unfortunately, once the period of the commission was extended, those plans were dashed. Commissioner Khumalo and everyone within the commission who has had to make personal sacrifices one way or the other to see to it that the work of the commission succeeds. Many thanks to you all. Back to the subject of this morning, I urge all South Africans to support our team. Bafana Bafana, pull all stops and make us proud. Thank you all.
Well, you see, there you are. That's the recommendation of the Madlanga Commission. Do we dare ignore it? I don't think so. Make us proud.
Do great solutions start with good conversation? SAFM, leading the conversations that move us.
So we had that fascinating chat with Suhail Ibrahim earlier on, but now let's get effectively an update on what's happening in Mexico City today. With me is Nkululeko Nkweku, the co-founder of iDiski TV and iDiski Times.
It's been a wonderful experience that we've had in Mexico. We were mingling with a lot of fans yesterday. So was the case the whole week. The Mexicans have been very, very welcoming. We've enjoyed it, and I suppose tonight will be very tense, of course, because they want to win, and they are one of the hosts of the World Cup. So all friendship ties will be cut. South Africa are a main attraction because we come in song. We come, maybe there's 50 to 100 people here, and we're singing, we're dancing, and we're enjoying ourselves. And we are colorful. We are different languages, as everyone would know as well. So we come come bringing that. And of course, there is the occasion, which is a football match itself, which will be a very difficult football match. So we are on the way, on the bus as a South African group. It's a group of influencers, it's a group of fans, and also there's also a separate group for journalists. We are on the way to the stadium. We're actually very, very early because this is 8:30 here. But the traffic is so hectic because everyone is converging to Mexico City for the opening of the FIFA World Cup. The expectation for us is that hopefully, if we get something from the game, maybe a draw, fight for the badge as the national team, hopefully that could be a wonderful thing. And I suppose on the opposite side, for the Mexicans, it will be a big deal for them if they get a win. And I've been speaking to some of them as well. Their expectation is that at least they need to get to the knockout rounds of the competition. It's wonderful, it's colorful, we're singing, and even some of the fans were saying that they don't want to go home, which is an indicator of how nice it is here. The currency situation is also nice because I think if you have 100 rands, it's 100 Mexican dollars or 95 Mexican dollars. So there's an interchangeability even with the currency as well. So we're able to buy food for 200 rands. You enjoy yourselves. There's been a cultural exchange. We've showed ourselves as Zulu people, Xhosa people, Basotho, Pedi people, Botswana, colored people, as South Africa, as Venda people, as Tsonga people. And we've had this cultural exchange with the people of Mexico. So it's been a wonderful experience for us. We've been traveling, some of us, for the first time. And we're happy as well to share that with South Africans, to say that we are representing you. We are carrying your flags. We are singing your songs and we're supporting the boys. From a football perspective, because I'm a journalist, it's very difficult for me to say that it's going to be an win. It will be a very difficult cathedral of 85,000 people, and all of them are going to want Mexico to win. If we can get anything out of that game, we would be very, very happy.
Well, I think you're right. That's what I say. Not that you want to draw. You don't want to lose. If you pick up a draw, I'd be happy. A win, I would be ecstatic. Nkululeko Nkweku, the co-founder of eDiski TV and eDiski Times. Right, let's do this. There's lots more we're going to pick up on in the few minutes we have remaining. Ashraf, your guest's vision is impeccable. I must applaud him. But wait until the man on the ground is bothered by the suggested infrastructure that uses energy, that is Bitcoin mining. There will need to be more extensive conversations with the man on the street of what is envisaged. Comes from Lucanio in Gqeberha. I hear that. I mean, that's one point. There's more on that. There's a lot on the issues of the World Cup, and let's play them.
Good day, Ashraf. LK here. I believe Bafana Bafana will cause some upsets along the way. And for me, I think we'll go as far as the knockout stages. From there, we'll take anything that comes along. Thank you.
Take anything that comes along. What about a quarterfinal?
Right.